Chapter 6 and 59, How to Secure a Higher Rating. Damien and Luosan studied the guest register on their tablets, knowing they couldn't overlook a single detail. Despite the nuisance, they had to identify the right person. Outside the lobby's glass doors, elegant women drifted in one after another, their designer gowns and glittering jewelry announcing substantial wealth. But each time Damien caught a whiff of their perfume, Luosan shook his head. None matched the distinctive scent they'd committed to memory. They tapped into the archived check-in logs from a month ago, scrolling through profiles of affluent men arriving with young companions. After all, no truly wealthy businessman traveled without a few glamorous escorts. "That gown is barely a 10,000 coin purchase," Damien observed, eyeing a woman whose attire, though chic, felt too modest. "Her fragrance isn't luxurious enough." Halted on a profile. "This gentleman's net worth tops 150,000 cosmic coins. He meets our criteria. Note down room 2410. Their target was clear, a woman whose outward elegance reflected genuine wealth. With the room number locked in, Damien and prepared for the next step in their investigation. The lobby attendant glanced over as the two of them whispered, convinced they were plotting a robbery. Naturally, that was impossible. Their bodies had been custom-engineered at a cost of hundreds of millions in cosmic coins, a level of enhancement reserved only for the highest social tiers. So instead of theft, the pair were quietly weighing their next move. For more than an hour, they scanned the lounge in meticulous silence, dismissing one guest after another. Then they stopped. A woman in a simple silver dress stood a few feet away, her face hidden behind a diaphanous veil. The gown itself was modest, about 50,000 coins worth, no glittering jewels at all, yet something in her exposed eyes made both men catch their breath. At that moment they looked at each other and said in unison, "This is her." It was a strange, almost electric certainty, but neither doubted the verdict. Even in her understated veil and plain attire, she alone was worthy of the perfume they'd come for. Jin Luosha and Luosan spoke in unison. "It's her eyes, those unforgettable, beautiful eyes." Exchanging a knowing glance, their resolve only deepened. Looking down, they made out the suite number engraved on the marble floor, the grandest suite on the topmost level of St. Nemus. Hearts pounding, they rose to their feet. "Please grant us clearance to this floor," they said to the lobby manager. At St. Nemus, several floors are locked behind special authorization. No guest may enter without proper credentials. The manager studied their earnest expressions for a moment, then nodded. "Very well, follow me." He led them to a small external service lift, its iron grate rattling as he opened it. Jin Luosha and Luosan stepped inside, and the platform began its swift ascent. In under 30 seconds it dinged at the top, pressing them against the ornate doors of the exclusive wing. A soft, alluring fragrance drifted through the air, growing stronger with each step they took. Following the scent, they arrived at a heavy, gilded door. With a shared, determined breath, they reached for the handle, ready to see what lay beyond. Damien pressed his ear against the heavy wooden door, closing his eyes as he inhaled the faint trace of floral perfume drifting through the crack. There was no question that a woman stood on the other side. He glanced at the golden Rakshasa by his side. "Close your eyes," he whispered. "Get ready to spring." The Rakshasa offered a fierce nod. Even with their eyes shut, both warriors could navigate the world around them by sound, scent, and the subtle shifts of air, senses far keener than mere sight. The instant they tensed to charge, alarms tripped in their minds, a sudden surge of danger far too precise to ignore. Without opening his eyes, Damien brought his fists together in a blur. There was a low boom, as if the air itself solidified, forming two invisible walls where before there had been none. The Rakshasa leapt upward, morphing his shape into a spinning blade of pure gold, slashing at the barrier with every ounce of strength. Yet the force would not yield. The walls held firm, repelling each strike with unyielding resistance. Realizing a frontal assault was impossible, they altered their plan in an instant. With a thunderous stomp, Damien smashed his heel into the hardwood floor. Planks splintered and cracked under the impact, sending splinters flying before giving way to a gaping hole. Together, they plunged through the shattered boards into the darkness below. As they hit the lower level, dust and debris billowed around them. Without a word, they split, Damien darting to the left, the golden Rakshasa to the right, each determined to uncover who lurked behind the perfumed door and what new threat awaited them in the shadows. "That fellow's no friend of ours either," Golden Rakshasa declared, flipping 2 meters into the air. "The enemy's strength is overwhelming. They're already pulling back. We know what they look like now. Let's fall back and bring the others in." Luosan could see that this opponent wasn't just the lone woman they'd faced before. The two of them together stood little chance. He nodded and called the retreat. Moving swiftly to opposite ends of the vast corridor, they aimed to smash through the walls and make their escape. Despite the dizzying height, Luosan was confident that once airborne, Golden Rakshasa would circle back to cover their withdrawal. As they hurled themselves at the walls, claws and fists poised for impact, a deafening boom rang out. Their blows met an unyielding barrier. Exchanging frustrated glances, they resorted to their next plan, shattering the floor beneath them. But when their massive feet came down, they found the ground, too, sealed behind an invisible wall. Trapped, they skidded to a halt, realizing there was nowhere left to go. Damien's heart sank the moment the psychic blast struck. 2 glowing rings of mental energy spiraled out from the man before them and snapped around Damien and his partner, pinning them in midair. They thrashed desperately, clawing at the invisible bindings. They'd come straight for the woman, Madame Butterfly, confident they could handle her alone. But now, they realized they'd gravely underestimated her, and her unseen ally. The woman's silent, surgical control was unnerving enough, but the man's raw, brutal psychic power was even more terrifying. A deep, magnetic voice rumbled through the chamber. "Even if you two can afford to pay for every tile you smash, it doesn't give you the right to tear up my corridors." Damien forced himself to look up. Through the gaping hole overhead, 2 figures were drifting down into the corridor, as if gravity itself had forgotten to pull them. Cloaked in twilight shadows, they landed with effortless poise. Madame Butterfly's eyes flashed in recognition and surprise. "Hey Luo-san, Jin Rakshasa, how did you track me here?" she whispered. She should have erased their memories the moment they crossed her threshold. Yet here they stood, every secret still intact and ready to fight. Damien's brow furrowed as he faced Madame Butterfly. Logically, there was no way he and his companion could have recovered their memories or even located themselves without first seeing her in person. "You're formidable," Damien said quietly. "You controlled us and wiped our memories without our knowledge." Madame Butterfly inclined her head, her eyes cool and unblinking. Memory isn't confined to the mind alone. It embeds itself in every tangible and intangible trace you leave behind. Before Damien could respond, his partner spoke up. "And now it's our turn to ask questions. Last night, you breached my dignitary zone and took control of us. What were you hoping to accomplish?" Damien realized they weren't going anywhere until they got answers. He pressed his lips together, then spoke, forcing a calm tone. "Let me guess, it was the scent, wasn't it? Your nose is extraordinary, but don't worry. We have no intention of harming the St. Nicholas civilization. We only need to extract a few facts through you." Madame Butterfly let a small smile curl at the corner of her mouth. "If I'd wanted you dead, you wouldn't be standing here right now." As she spoke, she suddenly froze. A realization dawned on her. She'd thought she'd erased every visible clue of her intrusion, but she'd overlooked the faint perfume she'd worn the night before. Normally, a light scent would dissipate by dawn, but in her confidence, she'd forgotten. A skilled tracker can follow even the subtlest bouquet. Madame Butterfly swallowed hard. Her mistake had been obvious in hindsight. The overpowering swirl of her perfume acted like a beacon to the St. Nicholas civilization's bioengineered trackers. From now on, every mission would demand that she completely scrub off even a whisper of scent before making a move. Nikrov stood over 2 bound figures, the black Rakshasa, Luo-san, and the golden Rakshasa, Jin Luosha, both easily subdued. He glanced at Madame Butterfly. "So, Damien's still alive then?" She offered a cool, measured smile. "Should I be thanking you for that?" Luo-san, chest heaving, spat out a laugh. "Don't take her relief for gratitude." Madame Butterfly waved him silent. "What's our next step?" Nikrov's eyes glittered. "We have 2 options. We kill them, or we wipe their memories and let them walk free." a mocking tilt of her head. If you choose the amnesia route, I shouldn't have to remind you why they showed up here in record time. You left enough of my fragrance on the throne last night to lead them right back. He arched an eyebrow. I figured the scent residue came from the chair you used. It's supposed to have a scent sealing system built in. If it had been activated properly, none of your perfume would have lingered. Though Hai Luosan and Jin Luosha had tracked Damien and his companions to this chamber, neither suspected that the missing piece of last night's puzzle was Madame Butterfly's own scented miscalculation. Madame Butterfly and Nikrov stood in the command center's muted glow, the holographic map of the St. Nicholas system floating between them. Nikrov spoke first. Your memory erasure technique is still flawless, he said, but it fails to account for the two agents' extraordinarily keen sense of smell. They're like bloodhounds. Under any other circumstances, even hours spent in close proximity to them wouldn't leave a trace. I know that. Madame Butterfly inclined her head, silently urging him on. Nikrov tapped the side of the holo projector, and a list of 4 options appeared. 1. Use Butterfly's standard memory wipe. 2. Enhance the wipe to eliminate even latent instincts. 3. Override their minds directly, force them to enact the plan we outlined last night. 4. Go fully transparent, reveal the Kree conspiracy in detail, and recruit them to our cause. He let that sink in before continuing. What's at stake here is the future of the St. Nicholas civilization. If they grasp the magnitude of the Kree threat, they could join forces with us. Their fleet, combined with ours, would make any direct strike far easier, and a coordinated assault would yield a far higher success rating. Madame Butterfly studied the swirling star map and then looked back at Nikrov. I've already alerted Lady Lacey. She understands the urgency. Once she receives our call, she'll mobilize immediately. But if at all possible, I'd prefer that you and I neutralize the Kree scheme quietly. Let's solve this ourselves before widening the alarm. Nikrov nodded. Agreed. We'll choose our path and cripple the Kree conspiracy from within before they even know what hit them. This will maximize their efficiency and ensure accurate evaluations, Lady Butterfly said, her tone cool and measured. Damien frowned, folding his arms. Kree conspiracy? Lady Butterfly's lips curved into a knowing smile. You mean the affair from 2 years ago? Shock flashed across Damien's face. Of course, that it's the very project his father had warned him about. Last night's demonstration, the mind control she'd used on them, had been a probe for information on this so-called Kree support plan. He stared at her, waiting for an explanation. She traced a fingertip along the rim of her glass and with mock sympathy remarked, You look like a big, hulking oaf, but you're not quite as dull as you pretend to be. Damien bristled, about to snap back when she added softly, Then again, that all depends on how you define dull. In the corner of the room, Nikrov watched them both, unease etched on his features. He glanced at Damien, then at Golden Rakshasa. It wasn't that Damien or Rakshasa had put up much of a fight, far from it. It was the sheer, terrifying power of Lady Butterfly's mind control that still made his skin crawl. Chapter 660, A Macho Man Instantly Turns Coward. Cooperation might be an option, Damien said, voice steady, but I need to know exactly who you are. Otherwise, I'd rather die here than submit. He glared up at the mysterious figure looming before him. Nikrov's lips curved into a cold smile. You really think you can bargain with me? Before Damien could answer, Nikrov waved a hand. The invisible mental cage trapping Damien and Jin Rakshasa snapped tighter in an instant. Both men's bodies groaned under the crushing pressure. Bones creaked like splitting timber, blood oozed from their pores, and the stone floor beneath them darkened with each heavy breath. Yet neither man cried out. Only stifled groans escaped as they fought to withstand the agony. Damien clenched his teeth, muscles trembling, determined not to show weakness. But with every heartbeat, Nikrov's unrelenting grip threatened to break his spirit and turn the once macho hero into a frightened coward. Damien and Hai Luosan both understood that there are times when it's better to die than to live as a slave to the enemy. Death bears no shame, and one can face it with a clear conscience. But to betray one's own people for the sake of survival, that carries an everlasting stain on the soul. This conviction had long since been carved into their hearts. No matter the cost, they would never become traitors to their civilization. As Nikrov's psychic bindings tightened around them, both men felt their life force ebbing away. Tiny rivulets of blood traced paths down their temples and through the corners of their mouths. Yet neither Damien, the golden Rakshasa, nor Luosan, the black Rakshasa, showed the slightest fear. They stood stubbornly, unwilling to yield to this cruel fate. A curious glint appeared in Nikrov's eyes as he regarded his captives. Then, with unexpected nonchalance, he snapped his fingers. The crack echoed like a gunshot, and the constricting psychic bonds shattered instantly. Free of his mental circle, Damien's legs gave out. He and Luosan collapsed to the floor in a heap. For a moment, silence reigned as all three men lay panting in the aftermath. Then Nikrov rose to his feet, an inscrutable smile on his lips, and gestured for them to look up. The real test, it seemed, was only just beginning. Damien exhaled and dropped his guard. "All right, you win." Luosan and Luosha shared a quick look, then spoke in unison. "We are agents of the Void. Under direct orders from the Void cult, we've come to expose and thwart the Kree Empire's conspiracy." Overlord Nikrov listened intently as they revealed their purpose, then turned to Madame Butterfly with a steady gaze. "If they continue to refuse cooperation, you may seize control of their minds and use them as you see fit. Once our inquiry is complete, restore their consciousness." Nikrov's respect for sacrifice ran deep. It was rare, even among the highest echelons of the Tesma civilization, to find individuals willing to face death for the sake of preserving knowledge and order. Whether Luosan and Luosha agreed to help or not made little difference. Madame Butterfly possessed the power to compel their service regardless. The true aim of this interrogation was to discern, were they volunteering their aid of their own free will, or merely acting under coercion. Madame Butterfly gave a subtle nod. She trusted Nikrov never to take an innocent life without cause, which was why she had remained silent rather than object. She tapped a small control on her wrist communicator. "Open your eyes," she commanded softly. The two agents' lids fluttered as light flooded their vision, and the next phase of their fateful meeting began. "Closing your eyes won't help you," Madame Butterfly called, her voice drifting down the corridor like a gentle melody. She didn't need her famed beauty. Her every movement, every inflection, even the faintest tilt of her head held a hypnotic power. Damien and Luosan, who had instinctively shut their eyes to block her allure, found themselves forced to look again. Damien's brow furrowed. "The Void's agent? So, you're Niklov?" Luosan snapped his eyes open as well, staring at the unassuming figure before them. Her skin was a soft, otherworldly blue, nothing like the fearsome executioner they had imagined. But the rumors had been true. For years, whispers had spread through the land of nothingness about two agents in the Void. Niklov the Slayer was infamous. Any rule-breaker caught in his path faced a swift, merciless end. At the same time, they said he was a prodigy in every field: trade, agriculture, architecture, governance, an unrivaled master of countless disciplines. The second agent, few had ever seen. She was said to be a woman, a shadow in the dark whose sole duty was intelligence, to gather every scrap of news, to hear every secret. Nothing that happened in the Void went unnoticed by her. And now, standing before them with that disarming smile, Madame Butterfly revealed herself as precisely that unseen watcher. Damien and Niklov made an extraordinary pair, one looking outward, the other turning inward. In just a few short years, the two men had breathed life into a world left hollow by the ravages of war. "Just call her our agent," Damien said. Niklov nodded. Unlike either of them, Lady Butterfly was battle-ready at a moment's notice. To keep her identity secret, Madame Butterfly had tightly controlled every scrap of information. The galaxy knew only her title, never her true name, never her face. That careful concealment was precisely why Niklov dared to bring her into the St. Nicholas civilization, despite the risks. "I never imagined St. Nicholas itself would be caught in the crossfire between two titans," he admitted. Golden Rakshasa let out a low sigh, his golden eyes reflecting something like regret. He had just heard the tales of the Void cult and the Kree Empire. For years, they had stood as arch-foes. Ever since the fatal clash on Xandar, the Void cult had dealt the Kree a humiliating defeat, one so crushing that the Empire still trembled at the thought of retaliation. Few in the universe could claim such a victory, and the Kree had neither answered nor struck back. Now, it seemed, even St. Nicholas was drawn into their deadly struggle. Damien stared at the hollow projection hovering above the war table. The accuser Ronan was dead, his dreadnought shattered, and countless Kree officers had fallen. Not a single voice rose in protest, though their ire was reserved for the Xandarians, who'd harbored Ronan on Xandar Prime, the very world where he met his end. Such is the law of power. Only those strong enough to enforce their will may preach justice and morality. The rest are at the mercy of fate, or of mightier hands. If we don't break the Kree Empire's conspiracy, Zelenka warned from across the table, we'll be dragged down with them. It's too soon, Damien replied, his tone calm but unyielding. Tarlik's agent Hai Luosan, his chest still marked by the crimson scars of last night's laser strikes, rose to his feet. The blood-like etchings began to glow faintly, then dissolved as his nanoweave implants accelerated the healing process. He placed a hand over his temple, eyes distant. Something's returning, he murmured. Memories long buried. Varn Niklov leaned forward. Explain, what do you remember? With that, Madame Butterfly stepped from the shadows into the circle of light. She regarded Damien with soft, unreadable eyes. After a long pause, she spoke, a single charged sentence that fell over the assembled officers like a hammer. They're after the Infinity Shard. Just before dawn, Jin Rakshasa and Hai Luosan stirred as the last barriers to their hidden memories shattered. Images from the previous night came rushing back. The solemn escort through Damien's inner sanctum, the flash of his commanding gaze that bent their wills, and the hushed exchange of classified intelligence. Shock and anger painted their faces as they pieced together the truth of what had transpired under Damien's roof. With grim determination, the two men slipped away from the chamber. Only when they reached the corridor did they pause and allow themselves one last recollection of Damien lying asleep, utterly at peace, unaware that he had become the pivot of an unfolding conspiracy. Hai Luosan's eyes narrowed as he realized this was no simple deal with the Kree Empire. Other powerful factions must be involved, masked partners in a scheme that threatened the very unity of the St. Nicholas civilization. For generations, St. Nicholas' great houses had settled their rivalries internally, strong dukedoms rising, weaker ones falling, but all under the same banner. It was no disgrace to seek outside aid or barter technology with respected civilizations, but clandestine alliances with hidden enemies? That crossed a line. As they melted into the pre-dawn shadows, Jin Rakshasa and Hai Luosan each vowed to uncover the full extent of Damien's dealings and to protect St. Nicholas from a betrayal that could cost them everything. Damien watched Madame Butterfly with a steady gaze. Your Majesty, he said, technology is meant to advance communication and foster progress. But in the hands of the Kree Empire, it's become a weapon against civilization itself. Those who betray our world by exploiting alien tech must be exposed and eliminated. Madame Butterfly inclined her head, her expression unreadable. We share your concern, she replied softly. But rather than acting through you, allow us to do it our way. Our abilities will uncover every hidden conspirator far more quickly and thoroughly than any conventional investigation. Nikrov stepped forward, pale fingers flicking through the air as if plucking invisible threads. In an instant, a web of arcane energy snaked across the city's communication networks, probing secure channels, decrypting files, isolating every trace of Kree interference. Damien and Jin Luosha stood by helplessly as the two sovereign operatives methodically gathered names, locations, clandestine orders, every piece of crucial intelligence. And then, just as suddenly, they were gone. There had been no opportunity to thank them. It wouldn't have mattered anyway. Madame Butterfly and Nikrov had no intention of harming the controlled subjects. If they had wanted to tie up loose ends, both Damien and everyone else compromised last night would already be dead. A simple mental command could have driven them to suicide, leaving behind no evidence of foul play, an unsolvable cold case that nobody could ever unravel. Instead, they'd chosen to arm civilization with the truth. Damien felt a chill of relief and a surge of determination. Now, with the enemy's conspiracy laid bare, the real fight could finally begin. Damien stood quietly just behind the command dais as Hai Luosan addressed the room. This operation is strictly between the Void Cult and the Kree Empire. Madame Butterfly rolled her eyes at the ceremonious tone, but spoke evenly. If everything unfolds as planned, we'll neutralize the Kree forces here and erase all the advanced technology and data they've planted in the St. Nicky civilization. That's all we need. No need to turn it into a galactic spectacle. She paused, folding her arms. True, the warriors of St. Nichi have grown stronger since Jin Rakshasa's assessment. They could even hold their own in a sizable cosmic engagement. But as he warned, neither the Void Cult nor the Kree Empire expects us to wade into their conflict. The smaller our footprint, the less chance we have of igniting an all-out war. Madame Butterfly glanced around. Big powers treat minor factions like us as expendable. If we're not careful, we'll become cannon fodder in someone else's war. Damien nodded. Between two stubborn superpowers and a civilization caught in the middle, the stakes had never been higher. The Void Cult's agenda remained a mystery, the Kree Empire's thirst for vengeance unquenchable, and now St. Nicky's fate hung in the balance. Your Majesty. Madame Dai's voice trembled slightly. But whether we like it or not, we're already drawn into this. Once the Kree Empire's plot is exposed, our Int Nicholas civilization will be branded a thorn in their side. She paused, struggling for composure. I find that intolerable. We cannot allow traitors to our people to go unpunished. Damien's response came low and resolute. Please stop calling me Queen. I am not under anyone's thumb. If someone overheard us, they'd assume the three of us were playing out some bizarre courtly scene. Madame Dai blinked in surprise. Both Black Luosan and Golden Rakshasa had used that title for her, and now Damien was turning it down. While some women revel in grand honorifics, she preferred to fly under the radar. Very well, she said, forcing a polite smile. Your ladyship, then. What would you have us call you? Golden Rakshasa exchanged a meaningful look with Black Luosan. They each understood the stakes. The Kree's might was daunting, but a ruler who could command the entire St. Nicholas civilization with a single thought posed an even greater threat. Even Nikrov's best efforts, his armies, his technology, would be powerless to resist such authority. Madame Butterfly held absolute sway over them. She could compel her followers to lay down their lives without a second thought, even turn on one another in blind obedience. Calling her a queen would hardly be an exaggeration. I'd rather you just call me your agent, Damien said, his tone calm but unmistakable. Madame Butterfly inclined her head, a fraction of a bow. As you wish, Lord Advocate. Hei Luosan and Jin Luosha exchanged glances. In their minds, Queen might have been more fitting than agent, but they suppressed their reservations and simply nodded. The change of address seemed to put Madame Butterfly at ease. Then, Lord Advocate, she said crisply, shall we move immediately to strike? Hai Luo-san cleared his throat before replying. Since regaining last night's memories, he'd come to understand both Niklov's and Madame Butterfly's true objectives. First, we must verify the status of our major contacts, see whether they've formed any alliance with the Kree Empire. We still don't know how you discovered the Kree's dealings with the St. Nicholas civilization, but given your command of Void intelligence, I'm hardly surprised you have access to such sensitive information. Damien folded his arms, eyes glinting. Proceed, then. I want every lead traced to its source. Damien folded his arms behind his back. I've been granted jurisdiction to requisition any major transport artery. Once we're on the move, I can have those two individuals escorted straight to wherever they need to go. He'd barely finished when Elias, his silent partner, gave a curt nod. Together, they represented the Voidland's most feared sect, the Void God Cult, a name that carried weight across half the galaxy. Madame Butterfly lifted a slender eyebrow. Enough talk of operations and abductions, she said, her voice soft but firm. Right now, we're going to have lunch. Damien stepped forward, hands open in deference. Of course, Your Majesty. I only meant to reassure you that every step will be taken in utmost secrecy, no needless commotion, so we don't risk innocent lives. She smiled, a gesture both warm and commanding. I appreciate your concern, Representative. It's rare for outsiders to show so much care for our St. Nicholas people. Damien nearly bowed his head as if to address her as Queen, but he hesitated, recalling last night's encounter. Though her binding runes no longer held sway, their influence lingered. He and Elias still found themselves instinctively honoring her rank. Damien offered a respectful inclination. Then allow us the honor of hosting lunch for the two of you. Elias bowed in unison, his dark eyes betraying nothing. In that shared gesture lay a quiet reminder. These were no ordinary envoys, and Madame Butterfly's invitation would be neither simple nor safe. Damien and Jin Luosha had already thwarted the Kree Empire's schemes twice, and the Empire had spared them both times. Out of gratitude and perhaps curiosity, Hai Luosan had insisted on rolling out the red carpet. When the servants began arranging elaborate place settings, Madame Butterfly raised a hand. "Please, let's keep it simple," she said. "No need for ceremony, just eat as you normally would." Hai Luosan's brow furrowed for a moment, then he bowed and conceded. Nikrov, standing nearby, shot Madame Butterfly an incredulous look. Only moments ago, these two men had been locked in mortal combat. Now they were being treated like honored nobles. Before anyone could comment further, Damien and Jin Luosha discovered to their amazement that the wounds from their recent battle had vanished, as if they'd never been hurt at all. Madame Butterfly glanced at the clock. "Nikrov, will you escort me back upstairs? We'll use the hanging stairwell to rejoin our guests for dinner." With a nod, Nikrov lifted her easily into the air and drifted upward. Damien and Jin Luosha exchanged a glance, then took a running leap and caught the nearest ladder. Within moments, they had descended to the main hall on Butterfly's floor, where a modest, inviting feast awaited them. The flickering lamplight danced across the table, simple dishes laid out in good faith, and for the first time in days, the two friends felt more like honored guests than fugitives. Damien's two aides moved in on Madame Butterfly with all the formality of royal bodyguards. They flanked her on either side, expressions as hard as marble. Madame Butterfly leaned back in her chair, regarding them coolly. "There's no need to be so stiff," she said, her tone lightly reproachful. "Standing around like sentries only draws more eyes. And one more thing, get this place fixed. You two left it in shambles." She swept her hand at the dents in the walls and the shattered vases scattered on the floor. "Forced searches tend to get a little messy. That's not unusual. Just send the repair bill to the Jin family. I'm sure they won't mind footing the costs." At her dismissal, Jin Luosha, who had been hovering at the edge of the room, stepped forward, bowed politely, then retreated a pace to regain his composure. Clearing his throat, he said, "Madame Butterfly, my apologies for the damage. We'll begin repairs at once, and I'll personally ensure the Jin family processes the reimbursement immediately." With that, Jin Luosha fell back, and Damien gave a curt nod. The whole incident, brusque and efficient, was already beginning to fade into the background, another day's disruption in the tangled social webs they all navigated. Chapter 661. The Era of Accelerating Rhythms. Damien stared in disbelief as Nikrov allowed him to live. That single, unexpected mercy immediately raised Damien's estimation of the powerful figure. In Damien's eyes, Nikrov might have seemed as insignificant as an ant, but to countless civilizations across the stars, he was nothing less than a god. In fact, few divine beings in the entire universe could hope to stand against his power. Absolute strength often breeds arrogance. Throughout the cosmos, those who wield overwhelming might tend to treat lesser races as dust beneath their feet, intervening only when their reputation is at stake. When their actions go unobserved, their rule becomes utterly tyrannical. Consider Zeus, for example. He indulges every caprice, secure in his dominance over Olympus. Do the other gods of the pantheon truly revere him? Hardly. They tolerate his excesses only because they cannot match his force. Yet so long as Zeus confines his mischief within his own realm, they have little cause to act against him. If only Zeus commanded the same respect that Odin does. Odin's very name still sends shivers through the lesser races. In this new age of ever-quickening cosmic rhythms, the balance of power can shift in an instant. Damien understood that surviving such titans meant navigating a web of arrogance and pride, where a single misstep could spell annihilation. And with creatures like Nikrov and Zeus roaming the heavens, that web had never seemed more dangerous. Damien even entertained the idea of dragging Zeus into the void, but he knew Zeus's reputation was in tatters. In Damien's eyes, even Gao Tianzun looked preferable to the self-styled god. Although Zeus claims divinity, he rarely acts with honor. Instead of confronting his enemies openly, he prefers webs of conspiracy and underhanded tricks. His complete disregard for ethics and a disturbingly warped mindset make him dangerous in unpredictable ways. Gao Tianzun, by contrast, doesn't pretend to be virtuous. He's an unapologetic villain who believes that the strong must do as they please. If you don't like it, he'll welcome you to settle matters with your fists. Defeat him, and he might bargain with you. Otherwise, you've no ground to stand on. As for Nikrov, he isn't truly powerful on his own. Yet aligned with a dominant patron, he could swagger into a weak civilization and carve out a Zeus-like status for himself, answerable to no one and free to impose his will. Nikrov isn't the sort to kill on a whim. Either his years in exile tempered his impulses, or they deepened his empathy for the weak. He simply won't slay without purpose. That restraint, more than anything, marks him as a truly formidable man. After all, uncontrolled rage and senseless bloodshed are the hallmarks of the powerless, not the powerful. Meanwhile, Madame Butterfly's mesmerizing ability holds far more promise than her reports suggest, but it only works on those whose nerves, minds, or bodies are already compromised. Even Hai Luosan and Jin Rakshasa, who seem to have been subtly altered by some biological catalyst, possess an iron will and a fierce dedication to civilization, so fierce that they'd face death without hesitation. Yet they, too, fell under her sway with unsettling ease. The irony is that Madame Butterfly has scarcely tapped the full extent of her power, and she remains completely unaware of just how potent she could be. If Madame Butterfly ever joined the Void cult, her already formidable charm would only intensify, and who knows how far down that perverse spiral she'd fall. As things stand, both she and Niklov, tempered by their past trials, perfectly fit the Void Divine cult's stringent requirements. Still, their formal induction can wait. First, we'll see how they handle today's little undertaking. Madame Butterfly, Niklov, Black Luosan, and the Golden Rakshasa descended the swaying rope ladder in single file. Waiting below was Laura, her white rabbit ears perking at every creak of wood. Tonight's mission? To sample the fabled delicacies of the San Nico, El civilization at the St. Nemus Hotel. But as soon as Laura caught sight of Niklov's stern face and the two hulking figures trailing Madame Butterfly, her ears flattened against her skull. A flicker of anxiety passed through her. After all, the hotel's lobby manager was already in a state of high alert. Only hours earlier, rumors had swept through the corridors of an unexplained raid. Now, emissaries of the mighty Jin family were striding in as well. No one could say what kind of stir they'd leave behind. Damien led the way down the narrow rope ladder, lantern in hand, with Laura right behind him. Halfway down, he heard the faint scrape of boots above. Glancing up, he froze. Two imposing figures, tall, broad-shouldered, each with an air of authority, were descending after them. In the lobby below, the goateed hall manager rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Only minutes ago, Jin Rakshasa and Hai Luosan had surveyed the ballroom as though preparing to make arrests. What were they doing skulking down this hidden passage? Jin Rakshasa touched down lightly on the carpet and wasted no time. He approached the manager with a measured nod and, in a low voice, explained how to file a claim against the Jin family for any damages after their inspection upstairs. Before the manager could respond, a crisp voice called out from behind the reception desk. "Miss Laura, this way." Laura turned to see Governor Nikrov standing there, arms casually folded. "Weren't you supposed to meet someone for dinner?" he asked. Without waiting for an answer, he beckoned her forward. Laura hesitated, her eyes darting to Jin Rakshasa and Hai Luosan. She clenched her fists, drew a steadying breath, and stepped toward Nikrov. "What about them?" she whispered. Nikrov waved her concerns aside. "Ignore those two. Dinner's served." From a nearby chaise, the elegant Madame Butterfly rose without a hint of surprise. Laura's heart skipped. The famed beauty, rumored to be Mr. Niklov's private companion, showed no interest in the Jin or Hai emissaries. Oddly, those two made no move to assert themselves either. In that moment, at least, the tense standoff eased, and Laura allowed herself to follow Nikrov down the grand corridor toward the dining hall. Damien gave a quick nod. "All right, let's go." Laura felt a swirl of questions but couldn't find the words. She simply fell in beside him and led the way. As they stepped out of the St. Nemus Hotel, she realized, out of the corner of her eye, that Jin Luosha and Hai Luosan were trailing them. Her heart skipped a beat. Waiting in the hotel courtyard was Damien's airship, a sleek little five-seater. It looked modest next to the bigger craft she'd seen before. Jin Luosha's lips curled in distaste. "Sir, you really plan to travel in that?" he asked, the skepticism plain in his voice. Damien raised an eyebrow, but before he could answer, Jin continued, "Why not take my car? It's just down the road. I can have someone drive us." Luosan chimed in too. "Honestly, with your abilities, you don't need any transport. But hey, we've more than enough money to spare. We own every luxury vehicle under the sun. Cars, airships, fighters, even battleships." Laura glanced at Damien, unsure how he'd respond to such an extravagant offer. But for now, the little airship stood quietly at the ready, its engines humming softly in the evening air. Madame Butterfly pointed at the sleek vessel moored at the dock. "Even if you never plan to open her up, you need to stay current, especially when you're negotiating with distinguished guests from other civilizations. You have to own the right equipment and know how to use it. I paid over 800,000 yuan for this airship 4 years ago, and it's still in excellent shape." Laura's rabbit ears drooped at that. In the tour guide industry, this was nothing more than the standard model. With prices starting around 400,000 yuan, 800,000 wasn't exactly top of the line, but it was certainly above average. After 4 years of Laura's meticulous upkeep, the ship looked as good as new. "Just take a seat," Madame Butterfly instructed. "If you'd rather not, you can either find another way to follow us or turn back now." She leveled a cold stare at Laura and Damien. Seeing Laura shrink back into silence, Madame Butterfly added, "Your choice." Although Laura had unwittingly walked into several traps set by the upper crust, Madame Butterfly didn't look down on her for it. After all, Laura had served as their guide these past days, sharing countless useful insights. When Laura began describing the airship, her face brightened with excitement. She admitted that, after finally paying off the loans for her biomodifications, this was the first time she'd had real money in hand, and she was determined to spend it wisely. 800,000 yuan might not buy a fortune, but for an ordinary person, it meant freedom. The debts were cleared, and she could actually treat herself. That, more than anything, felt like the true start of a better life. "Please have a seat," Madame Butterfly invited. Luosan and Jin Luosha exchanged nervous glances but fell silent and complied. After all, a luxury car easily tops 1,000,000 yuan. An airship, even on the low end, can run you 3 million just for the basics. Anything beyond 3 million is more about prestige than raw capability. Whose master crafts it, which major house backs it. In reality, performance tops out at around 3 million. Laura met Madame Butterfly's keen stare and saw the silent affirmation in her eyes. These two hulking figures were the real deal. Clearly, Madame Butterfly was far more than just Mr. Nikrov's kept companion. Without another word, the party climbed aboard Laura's airship, which lifted smoothly into the sky. As the city shrank below them, the vessel set course for the famed scenic district and its surrounding specialty markets. "Where shall we go today?" Madame Butterfly asked, turning to Laura with her accustomed, measured curiosity. Damien settled into the carriage as Laura turned to Madame Butterfly with a bright smile. "Today, we're headed to Mount Jinfeng," Laura announced. "Mount Jinfeng?" Madame Butterfly's eyes lit up. Laura nodded. "Yes. Over 4,900 years ago, a distinguished family established their estate here after relocating to the imperial capital. Since then, the mountain has become famous for its golden maple trees, carpeting every slope, and the rivers and waterfalls that gleam like liquid gold. Legend says a high-ranking clan once called this place home, though no one knows exactly why they eventually moved on. Although the original family line faded from history, their estate remained in skilled hands. In time, Mount Jinfeng was designated an environmental reserve, and today it stands as one of St. Nicholas civilization's most celebrated scenic spots. The landscape is breathtaking all year round, so picturesque you'd think it came straight from a painting. Locals and visitors alike make the journey whenever they can. Laura's eyes sparkled. And right now, in spring, the maple fruits are in season. They're one of Jinfeng's specialties, sweet, tangy, and completely irresistible. You'll also find unique crafts and keepsakes made from the maple wood. I promise you won't be disappointed. Madame Butterfly leaned forward, clearly intrigued. Damien allowed himself a small smile. With Laura's introduction setting the stage, he could already feel the mountain's ancient magic calling to them. St. Nicholas is an ancient civilization whose origins reach back more than 30 millennia, long before its people ever looked to the stars. Over the ensuing 5,000 years, they sculpted temples, plazas, and landscaped gardens whose stones still whisper of their rich culture. Yet history never stands still. As society advances, the tempo of life quickens, and traditions once worshipped by the multitudes are all too often cast aside. Amelia, who makes her living guiding curious travelers through these age-worn sites, knows this better than anyone. Day after day, she traces the carvings on temple walls and recounts the legends of Ost dynasties, and each time, a wave of melancholy washes over her, for she understands how precarious our connection to the past truly is. What future will remember today's wonders? With this reflection in mind, she prepares to share her next discovery, the second update, a fresh 3,000-word chapter unveiling yet more of St. Nicholas's hidden legacy. Chapter 6 and 62. The cruelty of the superior culture bears witness to the progress of civilization. In every age, countless admirable traditions arise, but as societies evolve, new and foreign customs inevitably eclipse the old. Though Jinfeng Mountain still stands today, it may vanish within a few centuries, leaving future generations to admire its beauty only through photographs and written descriptions. Laura chose to become a tour guide partly because it's a quick way to earn money, but more so because she thrives on travel and human interaction. She despises being confined to a single place or repeating the same tasks day after day. When Damien heard Laura's introduction, a flash of recognition lit his eyes, and his heart stirred, like a long-dormant memory suddenly jolted awake. Jinfeng Mountain was the ancestral domain his family had established, and even though Damien hadn't set foot there in over 40 years, the name still resonated deep within him. Damien had only ever heard from his mother that Jinfeng Mountain was once the Jin family's headquarters in the imperial capital, a proud emblem of their power. His parents, each a distinguished scion of the clan, had been married to strengthen the family's legacy. Together, they planned to raise heirs worthy of the Jin name. His father was perpetually occupied with clan affairs, but his mother adored Jinfeng Mountain. In Damien's earliest years, she led him there on several occasions, and he still remembered the cloud-wreathed peaks and tucked-away pavilions that seemed suspended between sky and earth. Those visits were magical, glimpses of a world beyond study halls and training grounds. By the time Damien reached adolescence, however, his own path demanded his full attention. Transformation rites and cultivation regimens left him little free time. Lessons and missions came one after another, and the leisurely excursions of his childhood gave way to heavy responsibilities. He never returned to Jinfeng Mountain. People often envy those born into privilege, imagining silver spoon lives to be carefree. It's true that children with doting parents by their side enjoy moments of innocence before the world's demands arrive. But even the most gilded upbringing cannot guarantee unbroken happiness. From the moment my mind first awakened, the training began, and it was merciless. Every day, I pushed myself through grueling lessons designed to unlock the greatest possible surge of power in my transformation. Unlike other biomodification programs, the Jin family forbids any numbing injections or painkillers. They believe only unmitigated agony can forge the iron wills they demand. The first wave of transformation pain hit me like a hammer. My teeth ground down to stubs as I bit into my cheeks, desperate for relief. I screamed until my throat burned, praying the torture would end, yet it never did. I watched comrades collapse, not from mortal wounds, but from their own minds fracturing under the strain. Madness stalked the halls of our training chambers. Those who survived emerged changed, tempered by suffering. This crucible is the Jin family's baptism of rebirth. Only those who endure it truly learn what hard-won strength means. Through unrelenting agony, we cultivate wills that won't buckle when confronted by death and can never be exploited by an enemy's threat. Completion of the trial grants a true name, a mark of one reborn. But earning a name is merely the beginning. A silent contest rages within our ranks. Only the strongest may shoulder real responsibility, wield genuine power, and let that power resonate across the world. I am Damien, and I will be among them. Damien stood at the edge of the parade ground, watching scores of recruits drill under the pale morning sun. He had grown up hearing that the only real worry for common folk was money. Yet in this age of plenty, steady work and a full belly were almost guaranteed, provided you were willing to labor. The true burden belonged to those born at the top. They never worried about coin, but they carried a far darker in her, Itance. Cebu, heir to the storied Jin family, paced the field, sword in hand. Already, he wielded considerable authority, yet he knew it was only provisional. Until he passed the gauntlet of trials that defined the Jin lineage, his rank was nothing more than a promise. Only when he mastered each stage of ritual combat and strategic command would that promise become true power. Damien recalled the sacred oath every Jin scion swore. When the call came, the army must obey without question, even if it meant slaying a fellow officer. Failure to comply was unthinkable. Their charge, the preservation of civilization itself, brooked no hesitation. Cebu halted in a crisp salute and barked an order. Instantly, the entire formation snapped to. Damien felt a thrill of respect and a twinge of dread. This was why the Jin family produced so many legends. Its scions were forged by discipline, relentless scrutiny, and the unspoken threat of elimination. If Cebu ever faltered, another cousin or rival would take his place without mercy. Out beyond their borders, the so-called Golden Rakshasa of foreign empires mocked such customs. They could not fathom why a noble would endure endless trials, blood-soaked proofs of loyalty and skill. But in the St. Nicholas civilization, to be superior was to walk a path stained with sacrifice. From the moment they drew their first breath, every heir knew there would be blood and no rest until they'd proven themselves worthy. Damien turned away from the ranks and walked down the dusty lane toward the barracks. Above him, banners snapped in the wind, each bearing the Jin emblem, a reminder that every step forward was paid for in blood, sweat, and the unwavering will to survive. And in this brutal march, there could be no pause. Women endure their own cruelties. From childhood, they're carefully screened and trained to carry the strongest genes and unite with powerful men, regardless of love or loathing, to safeguard civilization's future. They've known pains beyond an ordinary person's imagination, all in service of defending our fragile world. Yet through trickery, one fool rose within their ranks, not by merit, but by luring wolves into the fold. For that betrayal alone, Golden Rakshasa has sworn these scoundrels will not live to see another dawn. When Luosan's eyes met hers, his expression flickered, first nostalgia, then regret, then anger, before settling into a steely calm. He sensed the deadly resolve burning in her gaze. That killing intent wasn't aimed at their small company, but squarely at the traitors who'd sold out civilization. "Our mission is clear," Damien said, voice steady. "We settle this matter, then we depart." Nikrov cast a cautious glance at Golden Rakshasa. "Temper your bloodlust," he warned quietly. "There's no need to rush." She returned his look with a serene smile, beautiful and terrifying all at once. "This isn't haste," she replied softly. "It's justice." Damien's thoughts snapped back into focus, and he realized that Laura's hair was literally standing on end. She could sense his murderous intent. The queen, by contrast, remained perfectly composed. He wondered whether she'd felt anything at all. If she had, she gave no sign of it. Laura's words, "They stirred something inside me," Damien admitted, rubbing his temples. "I must apologize for losing control like that." He glanced at the queen. "Forgive my outburst, Your Majesty." Then to Laura, he added, "You said Cassidon and the Void God cult are planning to expand into St. Nicholas, but if their goal really were to conquer the St. Nicholas civilization, they wouldn't need covert operatives. Cassidon is more than powerful enough, backed by the celestial Lord of the Void, to crush us outright. He could wipe out our defenses in an instant." Laura's dark eyes flickered with relief at his words. The queen tilted her head, as if inviting Damien to continue. "So," Damien went on, "if Cassidon wanted St. Nicholas, he'd simply march in, subjugate the High Council, and seize control without a second thought. The fact that he's sending agents like Nikrov, and even the queen herself appearing here in secret, means their real target must be elsewhere, namely, the Kree Empire. They're not here to conquer St. Nicholas, they're here to cause chaos among us." Laura exhaled slowly. The queen finally broke her silence. Then we're agreed, she said in a voice as cool and unwavering as starlight. Void or Kree, we must be ready, and we must act before Kassadin's true scheme comes to light. Damien watched the Golden Rakshasa's reaction with keen interest. Her subtle nod told him everything he needed to know. An all-out war between the Void cult and the Kree Empire was now only a matter of time. When that clash came, it would upend the balance of the entire galaxy, and if the Void cult triumphed over the Kree, the fallout would dwarf any simple squabble over the Void lands. Laura let out a shaky breath as the immediate threat evaporated. She looked to Damien, her voice barely more than a whisper. "What just happened back there?" He gave her a reassuring smile. "It's nothing to worry about. You spoke brilliantly." He inclined his head toward her. "No one understands Mount Jinfeng, your family's ancestral stronghold, better than you do." At this, the Golden Rakshasa's fierce mask softened into a genuinely warm expression. "So, you truly are the head of the Jin clan?" Laura's hand flew to her mouth in astonishment. She'd guessed that Damien and this Rakshasa were connected to one of the imperial capital's 5 great lines. Their poise and confidence made it obvious. But seeing them behave with such down-to-earth courtesy had kept her from believing it outright. Now the divide between their lofty world and her own simple life felt wider than ever. Damien, Laura, Madame Butterfly, and Nikolov followed Golden Rakshasa along the weathered stone pathway, the mountain wind whistling through ancient pines. Damien caught the tail end of Laura's observation. There won't be many opportunities to cross paths in a lifetime. Golden Rakshasa inclined his head thoughtfully. "Then why did your Jin family abandon Jinfeng Mountain?" Laura stepped forward, her curiosity piqued by how calm and almost gentle this Rakshasa seemed. "We guides have spun countless rumors about your family's departure, but never any proof. Do you know the real reason?" Rakshasa shook his head. "I'm not certain. You might learn more by speaking with Master He Luo-san." At the mention of his name, Damien glanced at the hulking figure beside Golden Rakshasa. He Luo-san's skin gleamed like polished black marble, and his expression was as cold and unyielding as the mountain itself. Even Madame Butterfly and Nikolov leaned closer, intrigued. Rakshasa continued, "Our records place the dynasty's exodus at least 3,000 years ago. Today's archaeology can preserve artifacts for centuries, but without living witnesses, a millennia-long cover-up can conceal nearly every trace." Damien folded his arms, eyes drifting back to the looming silhouette of He Luo-san. 3,000 years. He wondered what secrets lay buried under centuries of silence, and who, if anyone, still remembered the truth. "I'd been leafing through some old records when He Luo-san spoke up under the Queen's watchful gaze. I came across a curious legend," she began, pausing to meet the Queen's expectant look. "They say Jinfeng Mountain is so achingly beautiful that too many novices, upon their baptism, were overwhelmed by doubt and ultimately abandoned their vows." She leaned forward. "Because of that, any direct bloodline member of the Jin family who hasn't yet been baptized, anyone still underage, is strictly forbidden to enter. If they do go, they must come in secret. That's also why, years later, my grandfather Taizu officially declared Jinfeng Mountain an environmental protection zone." He Luosan tapped the battered leather diary on the table. "It's all right here in his own words. He ordered the mountain sealed and protected." The Queen's gaze shifted to Damien. His heart skipped a beat. Suddenly it made sense why his mother had never taken him to Jinfeng Mountain once he grew older. As he matured and life grew busier, he'd longed for just one leisurely excursion, just a chance to explore the mountain's famed beauty, but the invitation never came. Damien had always assumed his mother hurried him along simply to stay on schedule. But as they slipped through a shaded alcove of the old Jin estate, he realized there was more to it. This hidden garden had been off-limits since his childhood. If his mother ever let word of it slip, the family lore warned, she could have paid dearly for her mistake. Laura's eyes lit up at the sight of the marble fountain and sculpted hedges. "It's gorgeous," she breathed. "Why would anyone keep this a secret?" Before anyone could answer, He Luosan stepped forward, his tone low and tense. "This is where the Jin family was founded. It's a forbidden place for outsiders, and even family members after a certain age." Laura frowned. I've heard references to something called a baptism connected to the 5 main lines of the imperial capital. Is that related? Luosan's jaw tightened. It's their coming-of-age ritual, yes. That's all I'll say. Laura pressed him. But knowing too much might get you killed, he interrupted, and spreading these secrets will only make matters worse. If word of this garden, or that baptism ceremony, ever reaches the wrong ears, accidents have been known to happen. Damien studied Laura's pale face as she swallowed. He'd grown up on whispers about the dangers of prying into Jinn family legends. Ordinary people like Laura weren't meant to hear these stories. Loose lips, his elders used to warn, bring nothing but misfortune. Standing there, surrounded by silent statues and clipped greenery, Damien realized how true that was, and how carefully he would have to guard his family's past from now on. All right, I won't say anything foolish. Laura's color drained at Damien's words. The suggestion that she could die without warning sent tremors through her entire body, and she dared not press for more details. Stunned, she brought a trembling hand to her mouth, too frightened to speak. Chapter 663, Chance Encounter. At midday, with the sun riding high in the sky, Laura had been piloting the airship at full speed for over an hour. When the clock struck 1, Madame Butterfly and Nikrov caught sight of a succession of towering golden peaks in the distance. Guiding the vessel upward from just 8 meters above the foothills, Laura revealed the full sweep of Jinfeng Mountain below. The slopes were blanketed in golden maple trees, whose leaves cascaded down waterfalls and rivers, bathing the landscape in a warm, honeyed glow. In the sunlight, the forest looked like a vast, sparkling ocean, richer than gold, dazzling without ever blinding. A gentle breeze whispered through the canopy, setting a flurry of leaves adrift between earth and sky. The air carried a pure, heady perfume, a blend of rain-damp earth, morning dew, and the sweet spice of maple. It was as if the world's clamor of steel and steam had fallen away, replaced by the hush of untamed nature. For any traveler wearied by endless journeying, this stunning panorama offered instant relief, a moment of perfect peace and delight. When they stepped onto the broad plateau at the foot of Jinfeng Mountain, Madame Butterfly halted and drew in a slow breath. "What a sight," she murmured, her dark eyes sparkling with wonder. In an age when high technology has all but erased unspoiled wilderness, few places still preserve nature's untouched beauty. Yet here, on this undeveloped world, pure landscapes endure. Before them, peaks draped in golden maples stretched to the horizon, their undulating ridges glowing like molten metal beneath the sun. It felt as if they'd walked straight into a living painting. Madame Butterfly turned to Laura and said softly, "The most remarkable thing about these trees is how they transform with each season." Laura smiled, meeting her gaze. In spring, the delicate green of new leaves seems to promise rebirth. Summer deepens that to a rich, burnished gold. By autumn, the mountain ignites in reds and oranges. Then winter arrives, dusting every branch with snow, turning the entire forest into a cathedral of ivory and amber. Madame Butterfly nodded, her voice hushed with reverence. "Each phase is more unforgettable than the last. That's why I return year after year, even without guests to welcome." Laura glanced toward the charming but deserted pavilions perched on the slopes. "It's a shame no one can actually live in those mountain lodges," she said. "Staying here through all 4 seasons would be the ultimate experience." A soft smile curved Madame Butterfly's lips as she looked back at the rolling hills. Here, time moved differently, and for her, that timeless beauty was a home all its own. A voice echoed from high above. "Blast it! I've got to get back and show Miss Sonia this scene." "Imagine if we could cultivate something like this on Void Island," another mused. "Miss Sonia would never go for it," came a reply. "It's stunning, yes, but purely ornamental." "Void Island doesn't even have the space for such grand displays," a third chimed in. "They'd need an enormous area to recreate this effect. You'd want to plan it on a scale that makes jaws drop." "Well, when you've got the resources of the 5 great roots of the St. Nicholas imperial capital behind you," someone concluded, "you can pull off wonders. Each of our prime scenic spots is unforgettable for exactly that reason." Damien glanced around at his companions. Lacey, Kyle, Renoli, and the Predictor. For the past several days they'd followed Bai Linglong's guided tour, exploring 4 of the 5 famed routes. Today they stood before the last marvel, Mount Jinfeng, the Golden Phoenix Peak. The mountain's sweeping slopes shimmered in warm sunlight, gilded grasses swaying like living flame. The richness of gold, elegantly combined with emerald pines, made for a tableau almost too exquisite to believe. Kyle pointed his camera at the view. "Don't overthink it, just take the shot." Lacey smiled, lifting her lens. "I'll send these straight to Miss Sonia and Miss Sarah." As the shutters clicked, Damien felt a rush of satisfaction. No mere photograph could fully capture the magic of Mount Jinfeng, but it was the best way they had to share it with friends far away. Nikrov and Madame Butterfly froze at the rising whir of engines overhead. When they looked up, a sleek airship hovered 300 meters above them, its deck lined with figures staring down. Butterfly's eyes snapped to the tallest among them, Hercules Kyle, and instantly narrowed in fear. Her breath caught, and a tremor ran through her whole frame. I'm fine," she managed, her voice barely steady. Nikrov pressed a reassuring hand to her arm. Though they now served the Void Cult and no longer counted Kyle among their enemies, the horror of their last encounter still haunted her. That near life-or-death ordeal had left a shadow in her heart, and every glimpse of Kyle reignited the panic she thought she'd buried. Nearby, Jin Rakshasa and He Luosan, who escorted their queen on her winged steed, caught sight of Butterfly's distress. They glanced upward at the spotless bald head on the airship, Kyle, who himself looked uncharacteristically unsettled. "Hold position," Jin Rakshasa called out. At once, the vessel, named Laura, slowed its engines and settled into a smooth hover, motioning the world below to wait. The golden Rakshasa compressed its form into a single golden arrow feather and shot straight up, 300 meters in just 1 second. Startled, Bai Linglong yanked the airship around, veering off by only a few dozen centimeters. Because she'd been piloting slowly, giving Lacey, Renoli, and the Predictor a guided tour, they narrowly avoided a collision. Before Bai Linglong could scold him for his reckless entrance, a deep voice rang out from above. "What did you do to the Queen?" Jin Luosha stared up at the speaker, a bald giant nearly 2.5 meters tall, and the corners of his mouth curled into a malicious grin. "Are you talking to me?" Damien glanced around at his companions, Lacey, Renoli, and the Predictor, and then fixed his gaze on the towering stranger. Calmly, he raised a hand and tapped his chest. "Me?" For the four of them, Bai Linglong's sudden course correction had been nothing more than a light breeze. Even at supersonic speed, inertial forces failed to rattle their poise. They exchanged measured looks, unshaken by the giant's arrival. Now, all that remained was his answer. "Move it. Hurry up." Niklov bounded forward, his gaze flicking between the dazed Jin Rakshasa and the trembling Madame Butterfly. He cast a sharp look at Laura, who was piloting the airship. "Laura, what's happening?" Unfazed, Laura guided the vessel upward. With a few expert adjustments, she leveled off at deck height and hauled aboard Jin Rakshasa, Madame Butterfly, and a handful of others. Then, fixing her sternest expression on the bald Rakshasa, she demanded, "All right, tell me, what did you do to Her Majesty the Queen?" Jin Rakshasa blinked, completely taken aback. After a beat, he held up his hands in a placating gesture. "Before I explain, you've got to tell me which queen you mean." Laura's brow furrowed. "What do you mean, which queen?" "I mean, I'm new here. Just arrived a few days ago on a harmless journey. I haven't met many people from St. Nicholas's realm, so you'll need to clarify who this queen is before I can say anything about her." Niklov and Madame Butterfly exchanged uneasy glances. At Laura's side, Kyle, always keen to avoid misunderstandings that could spark a fight, stepped forward. "When we say queen, do you mean the so-called agent of the Land of Nothingness?" Jin Rakshasa froze. He'd planned to spit out her true title, but now realized he didn't even know her proper name. His face flushed in confusion as he searched for an answer. Just then, Niklov, Madame Butterfly, and Hailuo-san clambered aboard Laura's airship, crowding the deck. The engines hummed beneath their feet as everyone waited, tension crackling in the air, for Jin Rakshasa's reply. "Presenting Lord Lacey, Lord Kyle, Lord Predict, and Lord Renoli." At Damien's signal, Niklov and Madame Butterfly moved forward in unison, voices ringing out in measured respect. They dare not offend Kyle. After all, he was the god of death. None of them had anticipated that a simple request for Lady Lacey's attention would summon all 4 killing gods of the Void Cult in one fell swoop. Damien, known among demons as the Golden Rakshasa, had suspected that the bald lord before them had employed some dark art or murderous intent against the queen, but he never imagined it would escalate to this. As Niklov and Madame Butterfly curtly bowed and withdrew, Damien and Hai Luosan stood frozen, their blood turning to ice at the thunderous resonance of those four names echoing across the fairy galaxy. First among them was Lord Lacey, Warden of Voidland and immediate superior to both Niklov and the Queen herself. Damien's eyes widened. Lacey's reputation for ruthless judgment was legendary. Kyle, the god of death, surveyed the crowd and finally settled his gaze on Madame Butterfly. "Ah," he murmured, "so you're the queen he speaks of." Madame Butterfly inclined her head, unruffled. Her famed charm might have no effect on these immortal deities, but her will was strong enough to bend lesser minds into calling her queen. Kyle offered a small, approving nod. Around them, the other two killing gods, Lord Predictor, whose visions pierced the veil of fate, and Lord Renoli, harbinger of unseen calamities, watched in silent appraisal. In that moment, Damien realized the gravity of their petition. They hadn't merely requested aid, they had summoned the architects of death itself. And now, with the four killing gods assembled, there was no turning back. They didn't mean any harm. I told them to stop yelling like that. Madame Butterfly pressed herself closer to Nikrov's side when she saw Damien approaching, her voice falling to a fearful whisper. "What happened before? It's all in the past." Damien studied her trembling profile. He opened his mouth to apologize, then paused when she recoiled at the sight of him. He rubbed his temples, frustrated. How could he ease this lingering fear in her eyes? Words failed him. After a moment, he sighed. "Lacey, why don't you try talking to her?" His aide stepped forward, but the unexpected movement only deepened Madame Butterfly's panic. "I never imagined four senior mages would turn up in person and raid our formation," she blurted, voice cracking. Nikrov caught Damien's helpless expression and realized at last that the young mage meant no ill will. He gave Madame Butterfly a comforting nod. "We came only to inspect the San Nicolization site," he explained. "Nothing more." Damien folded his arms, meeting her gaze steadily. "Then I trust you to handle the rest yourselves." Madame Butterfly exhaled, the tension in her shoulders slowly easing. Lacey moved in gently, offering a reassuring smile, while Nikrov stood protectively at her side. Together, they would see this inspection through without further alarm. "If you find the mission slipping from your grasp, inform us at once," Lady Lacey said, her tone firm yet composed. "Only then will we step in, and remember, you have 1 month. A few days have already gone by." She allowed a brief pause, studying Niklov's expression. Now that the Kree Empire's conspiracy had been exposed, its success was impossible. Once the predictor was activated, no Kree operatives hiding within the San Nicole civilization could evade detection. Yet both Niklov and Madame Butterfly were prodigies in their own right, and Lacey secretly hoped Niklov would rise to the challenge and perhaps earn a place among the elite void. Niklov bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Lady Lacey, for your confidence." As he left the chamber, he reflected on the responsibility that now rested on him and Madame Butterfly alone. Unlike Butterfly, Lacey and the other council members understood the true weight of his past and his burning desire for vengeance against the Kree. They all knew that if Lacey and her 4 champions chose to intervene directly, the uprising would collapse in an instant. The predictor's gifts were simply that overwhelming. Still, she had granted him the opportunity to exact justice with his own hands. Damien waited until the others had gathered around the ancient glyphs before he spoke. "How is your progress so far, and what's your connection to the 5 great meridians?" Bai Linglong offered a slight smile. "Something unexpected came up, so I decided to bring my equipment along. It makes the whole operation much smoother." Nikrov tapped his datapad. "Our intelligence team has already picked up solid leads. If we press on, I'm confident we can crack this within a few days." Renoli held up a hand to calm him. "No need for firm deadlines. We have time, and this isn't a race." Lacey stepped closer. "The St. Nicholas civilization has countless hidden marvels. We're here to learn, not just to solve one puzzle and leave." Nikrov glanced from Renoli to Lacey and let out a relieved sigh. "All right, understood." He turned back to Bai Linglong. "Please, lead the way." Kyle moved beside her, urging her forward. He still hadn't figured out how to lift Madame Butterfly's psychological shadow, a problem that weighed on his mind more heavily than any meridian map. If you stay any longer, you'll only terrify Madame Butterfly again. Farewell, everyone. Bai Linglong inclined her head, waved to Niklov and Madame Butterfly, then slipped into her luxury airship and soared away. Though the silent prophet offered no comment, everyone now understood who Golden Rakshasa and Black Luosan really were, and why they had teamed up with Niklov and the others. Moments later, Lacey and her companions departed aboard Bai Linglong's vessel. Niklov turned to Golden Rakshasa with a stern look. "Don't be so reckless next time." Golden Rakshasa bristled. Niklov raised a hand to calm him. Very few beings in this universe can unsettle Madame Butterfly, and those who can are exceptionally dangerous. If one of them reappears during our mission, don't try to stand your ground. Retreat immediately. Golden Rakshasa swallowed and nodded. He now knew the Queen's true name and the power she wielded. Black Luosan, ever the skeptic, clenched his fists. Has the Kree Empire's conspiracy grown so vast that it's enlisted 4 killing gods? Chapter 7. Gathering at Golden Peak. Damien settled into his seat at the long mahogany table, the rich aroma of exotic dishes rising in gentle swirls around him. Across from him, the legendary leaders of the Void Cult, known in hushed circles as the 4 Death Gods, exchanged grave looks. "The Kree Empire's scheme may not be vast in scope," said the first Death God, his voice calm but unyielding, "but it must not fail." Damien leaned forward, resting his hands on the table's polished edge. "We'll put an end to it within a month," he vowed, "and not a single scrap of that intel will slip into the hands of the St. Nicholas civilization." A second Death God, her eyes like chipped obsidian, lifted a slender hand. "I assure you, our focus is not on the St. Nicholas civilization. Our quarrel lies solely with the Kree." A third God nodded. "Precisely. We are here to thwart the Kree Empire's conspiracy before it gains any real momentum." Damien let out a relieved breath. Their plan was clear. Once this banquet concluded, they would fan out to trace the remnants of the Kree and strike swiftly. But first, they would dine. A clear mind and a full stomach were essential for the battle ahead. "Thank you," Damien said, his tone both sincere and respectful. Luosan, seated to Damien's right, inclined his head. "Miss Laura?" He called softly to the young attendant by the door. "Please continue serving the specialties of Golden Peak. We shall embark on our mission shortly." Damien said nothing in response. Instead, he turned his gaze to Laura, who stood frozen, pale, and trembling. "Miss Laura?" Laura's lips parted, but she could not summon a word. The mere mention of the Void Cult's 4 Death Gods and the Kree Empire's plot left her awestruck. She understood, without a doubt, that she was in the presence of forces far beyond ordinary reckoning, and dared not interrupt their counsel. "I'd be happy to help polish this chapter. Could you please provide the full text you'd like me to rewrite? Once I have all of it, I'll deliver a coherent, idiomatic English version with Damien as the male protagonist." Chapter 664. Are You Enchanted? In the cosmic pecking order, the Void God religion's agent to the land of nothingness towered far above even the high-ranking dignitaries of the St. Nicholas civilization by at least 5 or 6 tiers. In recent years, the Void God religion had become a household name across the universe, and none of its members commanded more awe than Mr. Nikrov. Far from being just a wealthy tycoon, his true identity was the legendary assassin who had single-handedly subdued the land of nothingness. Jin Rakshasa looked on in astonishment as his friend Laura laughed and chatted away with this phenomenal figure. The simple fact that she'd spent the past few days in casual conversation with such a powerhouse made Jin feel as if life were brimming with miracles. Still, curiosity got the better of him, no matter how aware he was that he could never challenge the likes of Hercules Kyle. He cleared his throat and spoke up. "Sir Nikrov, have you heard anything about Her Majesty the Queen or Hercules Kyle lately?" Nikrov's expression remained unreadable. "Those events occurred long before Madame Butterfly and I joined the Void God religion. I'm afraid I can't go into the details." Jin inclined his head. Understood. In that instant, he finally grasped the full, terrifying scope of Nikrov's power. Damien and Luosan were hailed as the foremost experts of the St. Nicholas civilization, yet before Mr. Niklov, they stood no chance. Persuading someone of his caliber to surrender and serve couldn't rely on empty words or sweet promises alone. They needed to demonstrate overwhelming force, so every onlooker would understand who truly held the power. Queen Eleanor's wide-eyed panic confirmed their fear. It would be Hercules Kyle who made the first move. Just as the tension snapped, Golden Rakshasa stepped forward with a gracious bow. "Your Majesty, Mr. Niklov," he began smoothly, "the guest pavilions on Jinfeng Mountain are ordinarily closed to outsiders." He offered them both a courteous smile. "However, if you wish to experience their beauty firsthand, I can arrange exclusive access. And if anyone else here would like to join, civilian guests or dignitaries, I'll take care of all the travel details." He inclined his head. Although Jinfeng Mountain is now designated an environmental protection zone, it remains Jin family property. The old pavilions stand empty, but with the proper permissions, they can be reopened for your visit. As Golden Rakshasa spoke, Damien caught Hyluo-san's eye. In that moment, they knew words alone wouldn't win the day, and that Hercules Kyle's arrival was about to tip the scales. Jinfeng Mountain is seldom visited, its upkeep left to a handful of caretakers, but its name carries weight. Laura warned that in a few centuries the mountain itself might vanish. The imperial court is rerouting its main capital artery, rezoning vast tracts of land and razing the old sites. It's equally possible that the Jin family simply plans to repurpose Jinfeng Mountain for something entirely new. Madame Butterfly drew several deep breaths to steady her pounding heart. She knew Lord Kyle meant her no harm now, yet an old fear still lurked in her memory. Every time she faced him, her pulse threatened to betray her. "So, we really can go inside?" Laura's eyes lit up. "In other protected reserves, you could stay as long as you followed the rules. But even on Jin family property, no one was ever permitted to spend more than a few hours here, let alone set up camp for days." Despite its official status, today they would step through Jinfeng's gates and explore the Forbidden Pavilion at its summit, something neither time nor protocol had yet erased. Certainly. Though your assignment might not be glamorous, it still counts as promoting the culture of the St. Nicholas civilization. Absolutely. I'd love the chance. Damien watched as Laura's face lit up. Golden Rakshasa offered a satisfied nod. Hosting Sir Nikrov, the Queen, and a squad of Void Cult enforcers was a rare honor for the St. Nicholas civilization. Tie-in. By extending them a warm welcome now, they'd lay the groundwork for future support. Should St. Nicholas ever find itself in peril, these powerful allies could prove indispensable. In truth, the Void Cult's involvement had been spurred by the Kree Empire's secret alliance with a faction of St. Nicholas defectors. Left unchecked, that conspiracy threatened to undermine the cult's own interests, so they intervened early. Yet the Kree weren't the only danger lurking in the galaxy's far reaches. The universe was vast and unpredictable. Even a civilization as renowned for its might as St. Nicholas could one day face a crisis beyond its own considerable strength. If you can find a patron, reach out to them. Countless powers across the cosmos yearn to draw close to the great tree of the Void God sect, yet very few know the path that leads there. Damien himself has made uneasy alliances with the 4 killing gods of the Void God cult and the emissaries of the Void Land, but those bonds aren't enough to guarantee safe passage. When the St. Nicholas civilization faces an existential crisis, however, they may be persuaded to intervene. If they commit, survival becomes all but certain. Madame Butterfly tapped her cosmic communicator and summoned Lord Lacey. No more than 10 seconds passed before his voice crackled through. "Is everything all right?" Hearing her tremor of fear at the mention of Kyle, Lacey's tone softened. "If you weren't so terrified of him, I'd invite you to Golden Maple Mountain myself, to compare notes." Though Lacey has been known to take things lightly lately, his associate Bai Linglong remains utterly professional, answering every question they posed about the St. Nicholas civilization and providing invaluable intelligence. Between them, Madame Butterfly finally felt they might stand a chance against the coming storm. Damien inclined his head in thanks. "I appreciate your understanding, Master Lacey, and my gratitude to you as well, Master Kyle." Golden Rakshasa stepped forward, his voice rich with hospitality. "I understand you're here as travelers. For a more memorable experience, I can arrange for you to explore the hidden pavilions of Jinfeng Mountain, should Lady Lacey wish it." Madame Butterfly smiled, her tone as soft as silk. Lady Lacy, would you care to see them? Lacy, Kyle, Renoli, and the Predictor exchanged wary glances and remained silent. But when Bai Linglong heard the offer, her eyes widened, and she could barely contain her excitement. As a veteran guide, she had longed to glimpse those forbidden halls. Many had tried and failed. Kyle noticed her eagerness and realized how rare such an invitation was. Still, he hesitated. What do you think, Madame Butterfly? Is this truly possible? Before a reply could come, Damien, determined to secure their cooperation, suddenly let loose a shiver-inducing wave of killing intent. The air stiffened. Even the seasoned overlords Niklov and Madame Butterfly felt its weight. They would not soon forget this display, but Damien trusted that, in time, the grudges it raised would fade beneath the demands of their newfound mission. Damien watched her shrink back into the shadows and sighed inwardly. Madame Butterfly's talent wasn't combative by nature. It granted no defenses against the raw, murderous intent that now pressed in on her. To feel that crushing, I could die at any moment dread for the first time, it was no wonder she was terrified. He should have done more to lift that constant weight from her heart long ago. Even though Lady Butterfly and Nikrov weren't born into the Void God cult, they had sworn themselves to its service. In the days ahead, their paths would cross more frequently. If she kept hiding every time she saw him, trust between them would never grow. Since Lacy began guiding Wu Maki into the Void Realm on a regular basis, Kyle had never encountered Madame Butterfly in earnest. During the New Year's pilgrimage, he'd caught only a glimpse of her, from a distance and with no word exchanged. Little wonder he'd already forgotten he existed. Madame Butterfly drew in a shuddering breath. I'll do my best to calm down. Damien stepped closer, keeping his voice soft. If you can't control the surge of hostile energy, we'll set aside one of the larger pavilions on Jinfeng Mountain. We'll mark its boundaries clearly. No one else is allowed inside. There, you can safely practice pacifying your power without fear of harming anyone. She looked up at him, eyes still wide but steadier than before. With a tentative nod, Madame Butterfly allowed herself to hope that, under Damien's guidance, she might finally conquer the darkness in her own heart. As long as she carried out her duties without a single mistake, Lord Kyle harbored no ill will toward Madame Butterfly. Yet every time they met, she couldn't help but freeze. Her unease made her curt and distant. Finally, with a shaky exhale, she forced herself to reply. All right. Kyle noted her attempt to break the tension and offered a small nod. Very well. But if you truly want to lift this shadow between us, there's only one way. Spend more time together. Familiarity breeds trust, and once you see that I mean you no harm, you'll naturally relax. He paused, his gaze steady. The Void Cult may be ruthless to its enemies, but among our own, we're bound like family. Then let us meet in front of the pavilion, said the rich, commanding voice of Golden Rakshasa, his tone serving as a cue for the guide to assemble the rest of the group, Lacy, Lenoli, the Predictor, and Damien. The guide bowed. Yes, Lord Jin Rakshasa. Bai Linglong watched him step forward and recognized him at once. Jin Rakshasa, the proud young man destined to become the Jin family's greatest hope. She, by contrast, belonged to a distant branch of the Bai clan, without the pure lineage required for the most advanced biotransformations. Damien stood a few paces away, arms folded across his chest. His sharp eyes took in every detail of the exchange. A man of few words, he nonetheless understood the delicate balance of power and trust at play, and he was determined to see it through. She'd uncovered more hidden truths than she'd ever imagined, and in the end, she chose to become a tour guide. The work paid well, put easy credits in her pocket, and offered a perfect excuse to meet new faces. Best of all, she could share the wonders of San Nicole civilization with travelers from every corner of the world. Being born of a pure bloodline didn't guarantee happiness. In fact, it would have sealed her fate, a rigid path she'd never escape. The revered baptism of the direct blood was revered by many, but it would have locked her into duties she despised. By contrast, her bi-lineage status set her free. She could follow her own passions, forge her own career, and yes, even let curious guests touch her tale. It wasn't an act of entertainment so much as a small cultural gesture, and to her it was no big deal. Soon the tour group gathered, before the grand pavilion of gold and crimson. Across its lacquered columns and gilded eaves stood Hercules Kyle, arms folded, watching the last arrivals. The golden Rakshasa, her guide persona, stepped forward. "I apologize for my bluntness earlier," she said, voice calm. Kyle inclined his head. "Your tone was sharp, but you didn't draw a blade, so there's room for discussion. However, I have one question." She raised an eyebrow. "Go on." He met her gaze. "You called Madame Butterfly my queen. Why?" "Are you under someone's spell?" Damien asked, arching an eyebrow as he brushed off the lingering awkwardness. Jin Rakshasa exhaled in relief. "I suppose I was enchanted by your hospitality last night," he admitted, "but whatever charm it was has faded now." Damien's tension eased. He nodded, curiosity shining in his eyes. "That must be it," he said, offering a friendly smile. Jin Rakshasa returned the grin. "And as for Madame Butterfly, I simply believe she's a queen at heart, so I call her that." Seeing Jin so at ease made Damien all the more confident in his new acquaintance. After all, as the Jin family's most dazzling rising star, Jin Rakshasa had to be adept at winning people over. Satisfied that he'd smoothed things over, Jin pressed send on his latest work, the second installment, all 3,000 words of it. Chapter 665, Biotechnology has reached its peak. Damien stepped onto the broad stone terrace, scanning the elegant pavilion before him. Its walls were patterned white stone, its timber beams and columns bathed in a warm, golden-red glow. "This pavilion is both quaint and grand," Lacey observed, running her hand along one of the carved columns. Renali nodded, eyes bright beneath her hood. "Lord Cassidan will appreciate it." "Perhaps," the predictor murmured, folding his arms. "He does favor classical aesthetics, but appearances can be deceiving." Lacey cocked her head. "Sarah told me it's a classical facade concealing the latest high-tech marvels inside." Damien let out a low whistle. "From the outside, it looks like something from an ancient world, yet she says the interior rivals any lab on the core worlds." They exchanged amused glances. As members of the Void cult, they'd only seen Lord Cassidan's estates from a distance. Sarah was the sole insider, having stayed here long enough to report back in detail. "Luxurious," Lacey said with a smirk. "All the trappings of a classical manor, marble columns, hanging tapestries, even a grand piano, yet every instrument is wired into a bio-neural network. He's living out some old-world fantasy, but he's not giving up one drop of his precious technology." Renly laughed. "Must be a strange life, sipping wine by candlelight, while a fleet of nanobots polishes the silverware." Damien grinned. "It makes sense. After you've experienced a planet where every convenience is automated, you'd never tolerate life without it. Imagine waking up in some backwater world with no communications link, no biotech assistance, nothing but primitive stone and wood." The predictor's gaze drifted over the pavilion's ornate details. "That might be Lord Cassidan's greatest indulgence, a classical dream built on the pinnacle of biotechnology." They paused at the threshold. Beyond those doors lay a sanctuary of antiquity and cutting-edge science, a fitting home for a man who bridged worlds both old and new. With a shared nod, they stepped inside. Damien sighed as he surveyed the setup. After a while, he knew he'd grow accustomed to it, if he could adjust at all. Otherwise, he'd be itching to flee as soon as possible. Connecting the cosmic communicator to the galactic network was only the first and simplest requirement. Equally important were the daily life support systems: plumbing, climate-controlled living quarters, food storage, automated kitchens, all powered by cutting-edge technology. In a truly primitive settlement, you'd haul water from a well, boil it over an open flame, and then cook with rudimentary tools and scant seasonings. A single bath or meal could consume hours, leaving little energy for anything else. Produce spoiled within days without refrigeration, and transporting ingredients was a logistical headache. Here, none of those problems existed. "We'll know for sure once we've taken the photo and transmitted it back," Damien said, stepping aside to give Lacey room. She nodded, already unstrapping her compact holo camera. If Lord Cassidan approved of the design, erecting the building would be straightforward. The device sprang to life in her hands, its lenses whirring as she framed the scene. Lacey glanced back at the group. "Remember, you're all our guests. Please make yourselves at home. I'll lead the way this time." Luosha finished explaining to Kyle and stepped forward, motioning for the others to follow. Damien extended his hand to the massive golden-red portal. The instant his palm touched its surface, a shimmering energy dome shot upward, stretching into the sky. Within the translucent barrier, the silhouettes of thousands of birds wheeled and swooped against the sunlit clouds. A calm, melodic female voice rang out, "Identification in progress. Identification complete. Damien, 27th generation scion of the Jin clan, direct bloodline. Highest clearance level confirmed. Access granted." Damien inclined his head. "Open the door." With a deep, rolling rumble, the 8-meter-tall doors parted. Though their carved stone appearance suggested antiquity, every mechanism hummed with cutting-edge technology. Kyle's eyes widened as he took in the floating shield and the smoothly sliding entrance. "Incredible," he murmured. "It looks ancient, yet it's all high-tech." Jin Luosha strode through the entrance, glancing around with a self-satisfied smile. "Our St. Nicholas civilization may not rival the Xandar Empire in sheer scale," he remarked, "but we're hardly so backward that everything here is done by hand." Madame Butterfly and Lacey trailed in behind him, followed by Laura and Bai Linglong, both of whom were practically vibrating with excitement as they took in their surroundings. A powerful protective shield shimmered overhead. No one without proper clearance could pass through. If someone attempted to breach it, the Jin family would be alerted instantly, and the offender would face severe consequences. Over the years, countless curious onlookers had tried to catch a glimpse of the interior, only to be turned away. From the outside, the estate was already breathtaking. Stepping inside only amplified its grandeur. Underfoot, the floor gleamed with an intricate pattern reminiscent of bird feathers. Lining the corridor were 27 imposing bird statues, each representing a different species. Though their plumage varied in texture and hue, every statue shared the same majestic, outstretched wings and lifelike, watchful eyes. The Jin family's elite warriors are known throughout the galaxy as the Arrow Feather Comets. They streak through the void with ease, matching, sometimes even outpacing, dedicated starfighters. When they strike in formation, they slice through enemy lines like a volley of arrows. Even the largest battleships crumble under their coordinated assault. "Absolutely breathtaking," Bai Linglong murmured. She stood before the polished statue honoring the Jin clan's past leaders, her fingers trailing across its cool surface. The current heir, Jin Luosha, was celebrated as the family's shining star. Yet Linglong's mind drifted to the greatest of them all. Jin Rakshasa, who had lived barely a century yet, had already surpassed every expectation. Through relentless trials, he had sculpted his body into a fortress of power, moved with godlike speed among the stars, and commanded countless weapons as if they were mere extensions of his own limbs. It was under his unrivaled might that, 5,000 years ago, the Jin family had risen above every rival in the imperial capital, securing their place as the foremost force in the ongoing galactic war. Damien sat just behind the high table in the council chamber, his dark hair brushing the collar of his uniform. Before him floated a hollow map of the Jin family's homeworld, a world that had stood as the St. Nicholas civilization's bulwark for over 5,000 years. Golden Rakshasa, the feline graceful admiral whose emerald eyes glowed with conviction, tapped a slender finger against the map's surface. "If we concentrate our assault, 5 battlecruisers, 10 frigates, then another wave of corvettes, we can overwhelm their defenses and destroy this space dreadnought." Damien leaned forward. "That won't work against their space planet battleships. Their hulls shrug off munitions that would shred a fleet of lesser vessels." Rakshasa's tail curled in anticipation. "Then we adapt. Our research teams are already optimizing the quantum disruptor. We'll uncover a vulnerability." He nodded slowly. She was right. There was no other choice. Technologically, the St. Nicholas civilization had never led the stars in shipbuilding. Their warships were sturdy but conventional, and their manufacturing methods lagged behind the universe's true cutting edge. So 20 millennia ago, their Council of Elders made a daring decision to abandon the path of machines and instead elevate their own bodies into living weapons. Through genetic engineering, cybernetic augmentation, and rigorous bioascension, they sought to surpass even the most advanced starships in sheer destructive power. Damien regarded the projection now showing several schematics of organic combat forms, templates for super soldiers whose reflexes outmatched any artificial intelligence. If they succeed, he said quietly, they'll field fighters who can rip a battleship apart from the inside. No starship ever built could hope to stop them. Golden Rakshasa gave a sharp nod. Which is why we cannot afford delays. Every moment we spend refining our tactics is another moment that civilization edges closer to true living superweapons. Silence fell as the council absorbed the stakes. In the tapestry of the cosmos, Damien knew strength could come from steel and energy, but it could also come from flesh transformed into a force of nature. And on the day those Bio-Titan warriors emerged, the face of interstellar war would change forever. Damien and his allies weren't chasing an unreachable dream. They wanted, above all, to perfect their bio-transformations so they could stand toe-to-toe with the pinnacle of technological weaponry. The early results were encouraging. In just 10,000 years, many among them had developed combat capabilities on par with both ground and space fighters. During that era, virtually all the major chakra currents converged on the imperial capital, squeezing out anyone who hadn't reached fighter-class power. The Jin family, in particular, found itself marginalized for its lack of breakthrough. But after another 5 millennia of steady refinement, every great lineage hit a technological bottleneck, except the Jin family. Their techniques steadily matured until they neared perfection. Armed with those advances, they launched a sweeping campaign, crushing rival houses one by one in decisive battles. From that day forward, no power could rival the Jin family's dominance, and they have remained unchallenged at the heart of the imperial capital ever since. Although the St. Nicholas civilization has long secured its place among the 5 great houses and its social order has finally steadied, one thorny problem remains unsolved. The Jin family's bioengineered raptors have hit an unbreakable ceiling. No matter how many exotic genes they splice in, they still can't overpower the calamitous beasts known simply as disasters. For 5,000 years, this has plagued every major lineage. Disaster-level creatures possess such overwhelming, untamable power that every attempt at genetic fusion falls short of truly neutralizing them. Instead of harnessing that power with precision, the experiments keep spawning uncontrollable monstrosities, useful as weapons of mass destruction perhaps, but fundamentally at odds with the St. Nicholas civilization's ideals. What top speed have your raptors achieved so far? Renaud asked, intrigued by the claim that they might rival a space fighter. Through their lineage, the Jin family's leaders once pushed their bodies to 6 times the speed of sound, and with specially forged armor, doubled that to Mach 12. In the broader universe, combatants regularly harness speeds of Mach 20 and beyond, especially when they can slip through wormholes. Our bloodline lacks such a gift. Golden Rakshasa frowned. He knew Renaud was legendary across the stars for both his blistering velocity and his terrifying strength, yet he also understood that raw speed meant little if it couldn't be applied to battle where it mattered. Mach 12 is more than enough for a one-on-one duel on a planet's surface, he said. Renaud's gaze drifted to the starlit void outside their viewport. True, he replied, voice low and thoughtful. But even Mach 20, impressive as it sounds, falls short of the critical breakthrough we need. He tapped the arm of his command chair, already plotting the next evolution of Jin family power. In truth, real battles in space warfare are decided by capital ships and fighter squadrons, not by lone superhumans. Those blessed by the void, like Damien and his companions, exist outside ordinary measures of power. Their only practical edge on a planetary scale is sheer speed. At Mach 12, a handful of them could easily cement the Jin family's supremacy within the St. Nicholas civilization. But a civilization that aspires to join the cosmic community cannot rest on the achievements of a few gifted individuals. True standing comes from comparing your overall strength to that of other societies. No matter how impressive Damien and the others might be, until St. Nicholas advances its main fleet and infrastructure to an interstellar standard, these victories remain hollow. In a full-scale Star War, it's not individual prowess, but the massed firepower and technological might of entire fleets that wins the day. Damien leaned against the viewport, gazing at the distant anomaly. Even from 100,000 kilometers away, perhaps twice that, The massive construct pulsed with energy. Countless beams of searing light streamed from its surface, capable of sterilizing every living thing on a planet in a single strike. Beside him, Chief Scientist Lyra's voice was quiet but urgent. "There's no question that Nikrov's weapons are devastatingly powerful," she said, but even he was defeated by this. She tapped a sliding hollow panel, projecting a web of genetic codes and integration metrics. "Our bioengineering on St. Nicholas has reached the pinnacle of what pure synthesis can achieve. We've mastered cross-species organ splicing, neural interface grafts, every conceivable application of gene fusion. Yet we've arrived at a hard limit. To push beyond it, we must study the DNA of those disaster beasts. Their genomes contain traits, extreme regeneration, elemental resistances that lie far outside our current library." Damien watched the strands of blue light dance across the display. "So unless we integrate those monster genes flawlessly, we'll never break our ceiling?" "Exactly." Lyra's expression was solemn. "Without full control of those sequences, our civilization will be forever hamstrung. We'll lack the immutable defenses needed to stand against truly fearsome adversaries. In the cosmic arena, weakness is an unforgivable flaw. It might go unnoticed for a time, but one day, war will come without warning." Silence fell. Damien clenched his jaw. If their scientists couldn't crack the code of the disaster beasts, St. Nicholas would remain vulnerable, and the price of that failure could be total annihilation. Damien knew all too well that choosing not to enlist didn't guarantee he'd avoid combat. If the fighting reached his doorstep, he'd have no choice but to pick up arms. That's why it was essential to stay one step ahead and prepare for every possibility. Author's note: this is the third installment, totaling 3,000 words. We've now reached 10,000 words overall. Thank you for reading. If you're enjoying the story, please vote and subscribe. Chapter 666, The Golden Land of the Scorching Sun. It's out there. We just have to find it. Hailuosan's eyes gleamed with ambition. He wasn't content with planetary-level advances. He wanted to push into the cosmic realm. Of course, technology evolves slowly, but perhaps we can begin by refining our genes. Damien leaned forward. Genetic improvement? Lacey nodded thoughtfully. Our current biotechnological enhancements, what we call biomods, are already extremely sophisticated. Not biomods, Hailuosan corrected. I mean the steps that come before biomodification, pure genetic engineering. We're already integrating DNA from several powerful species, Damien reminded him, and after that, we'll move on to new biomods. Lacey smiled. If I may speak frankly, the genetically enhanced beings of those other civilizations aren't superior to us at all. In fact, they fall short of St. Nicholas standards. At once, Jin Luosha, Bai Linglong, and Laura exchanged satisfied looks. When it came to genetic research, everyone knew the St. Nicholas civilization reigned supreme. That's not necessarily true. From everything I've seen, Mowgli's possess staggering physical prowess. That power isn't the result of gene splicing or high-tech surgery, Hailuosan replied. It's simply the product of natural evolution in a harsh environment. You've already pushed every bio-subject you could find to its breaking point, Lacey said, remembering Damien's heritage. Why not add the Mowglis to your research roster? Hailuosan paused, considering her suggestion. In truth, the Mowgli people had hardly any sophisticated genetic engineering capability. Their science was almost primitive, limited to life extension treatments that barely touched their genetic code. Instead, over countless generations, they had evolved into a race of formidable warriors, each member honed by nature's unforgiving demands. By comparison, the St. Nicholas civilization was a marvel of technological achievement, well on its way to becoming the most advanced society in the known universe. In terms of starship designs, AI, and quantum therapeutics, they were peerless. Yet when it came to sheer physical conditioning and battlefield tenacity, the Mowglis stood unmatched. Their society may have lagged behind in high tech, but its raw, honed strength proved that a primitive civilization could still hold the greatest of its own merits. Lacey, you're not going to let him handle Alex. Lix probably wouldn't even pay him any mind. Asking Lix to go to Mowgli in search of Alex is like sending him after Banner, Tony said. Banner's case is also a genetic mutation, an unintended result of experimental modification. Renoli, Predictor, and Kyle exchanged uneasy glances when Lacey dropped the name Mowgli. Even if Banner agreed to collaborate, Predictor began. But Banner's mutation is a spontaneous anomaly, Kyle cut in. It happens so rarely it has nothing to do with the controlled enhancements we've been studying. You can't just summon Banner because you're curious about genes, Renoli added, and Alex would welcome any cooperation that pushes civilization forward, Lacey pointed out. All three rolled their eyes. Thanks for the insight, Miss Lacey, Predictor said with thinly veiled sarcasm. When this is settled, Lacey replied coolly, I'll be going back to investigate Mowgli in depth. The Haluosan delegates, unmoved, listened quietly. They'd paid little attention to Mowgli before. They focused on civilizations at their own level or higher, but of course they had heard the name Yan Molix. Chapter 7. Seeds of Cataclysm. The dust of battle still clung to the air in the land of nothingness. Molix lay defeated, his world-ending energies dissipated by the combined force of Damien and the Void's champions. Standing at the edge of that silent expanse was the realm's true administrator, Miss Lacey, her pale eyes reflecting the emptiness around them. That was a brilliant victory, Damien said, brushing specks of dark ash from his coat. I'm eager to see what a rational, disaster-level incarnation can really do. Miss Lacey turned to him, folding her arms. Before you push any further, there's something you should know about the Mowgli star. Its genome isn't like anything we've seen. There may be unique sequences there that could stabilize your modifications. Damien raised an eyebrow. So you think the Mowgli star holds the key to extending our disaster fusion without the usual backlash? Exactly. She paused, her tone growing serious. Remember what happened to the St. Nicholas civilization. Their disaster fusions outpaced the strength of their carriers. The engineered subjects suffered aggressive rejection, intense suppression reactions that wiped out all reason and restraint. At first they were merely violent psychopaths, but once they absorbed true disaster-level power, they became unstoppable monsters. A chill traced Damien's spine at the reminder. He nodded. I don't intend to make the same mistake. Then consider adding Celestial Clan genes to your research, Lacey suggested. Their biology seems naturally compatible with high-tier energies. It might prevent the neuroses that doomed St. Nicholas's experiments. Damien glanced back toward the dark horizon. Where do I find those? Right here, Lacey replied. In the land of nothingness, there's a broker named Nikrov. Hand him the payment, and within days he'll deliver whatever genetic material you need. Damien allowed himself a small smile. Perfect. Thank you, Miss Lacey. I'll see to it immediately. She inclined her head. Good. And Damien, don't let ambition blind you. Our realm can't survive another uncontrolled catastrophe. With that, she turned and vanished into the void beyond, leaving Damien alone to contemplate the fragile line between power and destruction. Determination thrummed in his veins. He would master the secrets of the Mowgli star and the Celestial Clan, and ensure that when disaster-level power awoke within him, reason would remain firmly in control. The price is negotiable. Lacey gave a slight, grateful nod before getting straight to the point. Here's the situation. We have the corpse of a fallen ancient god from the Celestial Clan out in the void. If you want their genetic material, you can buy it directly from the Void God sect. It's pure commerce, no questions asked. If the St. Nicholas civilization places an order, we're talking tens of billions of cosmic coins. She paused, letting Damien absorb the magnitude of the offer. Frankly, those celestial artifacts are useless to us at the Void God sect. Our faith is in Lord Cassidon, the god of the Void. We believe the Void will one day eclipse every other power in the universe. Right now, we can't even fuse disaster-level genes, much less the genes of a celestial deity. Lacey's lips curved into a sly smile. But you, if you have the means, could purchase a sample and experiment on your own. Damien's eyes lit up. The chance to acquire genuine Celestial Clan genes was an opportunity he could not ignore. I'll certainly consider it, he said. He was well aware that the Golden Rakshasa served as the military arm of the St. Nicholas civilization, while his own faction, the Black Rossan, wielded political authority and a host of other privileges. With that kind of backing, a deal with Mr. Nikrov and the Void God sect suddenly seemed not only possible, but within reach. Damien's personal fortune alone totaled tens of billions of universe coins. He could easily spare $1 billion or two to acquire samples from the Celestial clan's genetic archives without seeking approval. After all, that was his prerogative. Who knew? One day, these priceless genes might unlock the ultimate frontier of biological evolution. Long before the rise of the Void Cult, the Celestials had been celebrated as the noblest, most powerful race in the universe. Even in their youth, no one rivaled their strength. As they matured, they remained unmatched, a level of might the St. Nicholas civilization had long coveted. Chatting as they climbed, Damien and his companions made their way up the 200 stone steps. At the top, Golden Rakshasa reached out and pushed open the pavilion door. The air inside was rich with the scent of ancient wood. Every wall and beam was covered in intricate carvings, each pattern more striking than the last. "What a beautiful place," Lacey murmured, eyes wide as she took in the pavilion's elegant decor. Damien listened intently as Bai Linglong outlined the true scope of the imperial capital's power. "The 5 great branches of the capital," she began, "each trace their origins back more than 20,000 years, an age that even the grandest civilizations across the cosmos can scarcely rival. That vast span of time has granted them unparalleled foresight. As biotechnology advanced, they carefully selected the most suitable species to serve as their primary research subjects, accumulating generations of hard-won experience. In doing so, they have steadily matured into the cornerstone lineages we know today." She paused before emphasizing her next point. "Don't be fooled into thinking the Hai family is merely a rear-line command clan. Though they rarely lead the charge in open battle, it was the Hai bloodline that first mastered the land-space fighters, machines so potent they earned the Hai the title Kings of the Land. Their strength may not blaze with the raw ferocity of some other veins, but their specialized role and centuries of refinement make them every bit as formidable." Damien absorbed her words, finally grasping how deeply woven these lineages are into the capital's destiny, and how perilous it would be to underestimate them. Bai Linglong paused in her steps, scanning the ancient ruins around them. "According to what I read, the Jin family once possessed 3 golden trees, each more than 20,000 years old." Lacey's eyes widened. "I heard one of them might even be planted right here." Bai Linglong nodded. "The legend says that when our forebears migrated over 4,000 years ago, they brought them along." Lacey frowned in puzzlement. "What exactly is a golden tree?" "It's more than just a tree," Bai Linglong explained, leaning closer. "The Jin family's homeland was so rich in gold that people called it the Golden Land of the Burning Sun. In those ancient times, the golden tree was the ultimate symbol of unending prosperity." She straightened and gazed toward the horizon. Because of those trees, the Jin clan's main branch flourished, growing ever stronger, so much so that it became one of the most distinguished lines of St. Nicholas. A shadow passed over her face. "But over the millennia, countless wars have ravaged our world. Many of the golden trees were destroyed or lost, leaving only a few scattered remnants, and perhaps, here, one last living legend. There are only 3 golden trees in the world that are over 20,000 years old," Bai Linglong began, her cat-like eyes gleaming with excitement. "The golden maple is a direct descendant of those ancient giants. Their scattered branches, leaves, and seeds gave rise to this species." She paused to let the information sink in, watching Kyle's eyes widen. "Not only does the golden maple bear exquisite fruits, delicacies in their own right, but its wood is even more prized. Golden maple timber is beautiful and fragrant, naturally fire-resistant, corrosion-proof, and incredibly strong. Craftsmen use it for everything from building houses and carving wooden manuscripts to fashioning furniture, ornaments, even clothing." Kyle leaned forward. "With such demand, I'd imagine the market's flooded with it." "Quite the opposite," Bai Linglong said with a wry smile. "In our era, the Jin family no longer depends on selling golden maple wood for their livelihood, so they've stopped flooding the market. That makes it nearly impossible to find timber even a few hundred years old, let alone specimens that have matured for thousands or tens of thousands of years." She let out a soft laugh, the thrill of legend dancing in her expression. Each, those 3 original trees, has its own storied history, a tale everyone dreams of touching. So you see, the golden maple isn't merely ornamental. Kyle swallowed, awestruck. It's so much more. Viewing them isn't their only appeal, Mr. Kyle said, leaning back in his chair. Those stands of golden maples are breathtaking, but they're also incredibly valuable commercially. Since they're unique, no one else can replicate them. That makes them the perfect asset to jumpstart any power's growth and amass wealth quickly. Have the golden maples been relocated? He asked, turning to Bai Linglong. Bai Linglong smiled as she explained the situation to Mr. Kyle, then cast an expectant glance at Master Jin Rakshasa. She'd studied the legendary golden maples in books, but had never seen one in person. With only a handful left in the world, each tree was fiercely protected by the Jin family. Jin Rakshasa returned her look kindly. They haven't been moved, they're all still here, he assured her. I'll send someone to bring refreshments right away, then I'll personally show you around. Mr. Kyle waved a hand, dismissing any further pleasantries. Don't take too long, he said with a grin. We've worked up quite an appetite. Understood, Jin Rakshasa said with a slight nod. Everyone in the universe knows that members of the Void Cult have gigantic appetites. He turned and strode away. Once he'd disappeared, Renly leaned closer and whispered, So golden maple trees can only be cultivated from golden tree branches and foliage? Bai Linglong shook her head. Not quite. You can also plant them from golden maple seeds, but the saplings won't be as brilliantly hued as those grafted from actual golden branches and leaves. Kyle furrowed his brow. Has the Jin family ever sold a golden tree before? He cleared his throat and addressed the small assembly. Esteemed guests, although Jin Rakshasa has stepped out momentarily, I remain at your service. He regarded them earnestly. To my knowledge, the Jin family has never, under any circumstance, sold a golden tree. Damien shook his head. In the past, the only way to acquire golden maples was to steal them. That's why only 3 remain. The merchant behind the counter looked uneasy. I've never sold one before, he blurted. Never even thought about it. Lacey pressed him further. If your only goal is to replant them, no one else will ever get the chance to buy the seeds. A smile curved Damien's lips. You're here as envoys of the Void Cult, charged with helping the St. Nicholas civilization root out evil. Surely you understand the value of these trees, and why they must be preserved. At that moment, Hailuosan cleared his throat twice, a clear reminder of their true purpose. Bai Linglong, who not only knew the history of every great lineage, but also their hidden scandals, merely inclined his head. We'll report the seed purchase once we return. Outside the courtyard pavilion, Madame Butterfly stepped forward and pushed the lattice window open. With a soft squeak, it swung wide, inviting in a gentle, fragrant breeze. Beyond the rail, a narrow corridor led to an overlook. From there, the sunlit hills and distant fields shimmered like an endless ocean of gold. Lacey's eyes lit up at the sight, and even Damien felt his heart stir at the promise of new life these precious seeds would bring. Under the scorching sun, Madame Butterfly stood before a hidden wonder, golden waterfalls cascading into shimmering rivers that wound through an expanse of gilded sand and surf. The whole scene glowed as though touched by magic. All around her, exotic birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving an unhurried symphony that made her forget the bustle of the world she had left behind. She could almost imagine how breathtaking this place would be under a starlit sky. Madame Butterfly didn't need Hailuosan to spell out exactly what the baptism entailed. She had a shrewd idea. Such a trial, designed to strip away complacency, required iron will and fierce determination. After all, the comforts of this golden oasis could easily erode one's fighting spirit. Surviving a challenge like that demanded inner strength few possessed. I'm convinced, she said aloud, eyes on the distant haze. Even if Miss Sonia forbids it, I'm going to buy one of those plants and bring it back to cultivate. Kyle emerged onto the corridor beside her, folding his arms as he surveyed the same vista. A slow smile curved his lips. To a man whose senses had already been heightened beyond normal limits, this place felt not just beautiful, but exactly right. It really is something, isn't it? He agreed, breathing in the warm, golden air. Damien paused at the edge of the plaza and closed his eyes, letting the afternoon sun wash over him. In the city's heart, with its ceaseless hum of traffic and shouting vendors, peace was a stranger. Noise pressed in from every side, carving its way relentlessly into your thoughts. But here, Beneath the sky's golden glow, and before this vast, undulating field of light, he rediscovered a calm he hadn't felt in years. Some say trypophobia, an aversion to clustered patterns, is cured the moment they set eyes on a scene like this. Yet really, we're not repelled by holes or dots themselves, but by anything that unsettles our sense of order. And when wealth spills through your fingers like grains of sand, every lingering fear seems to slip away, leaving only the promise of tranquility. Chapter 667, Love, Hate, and Hatred. Damien stood on the terrace of the villa perched atop Void Island, high above the world of Xandar. Below him, the night shimmered with bioluminescent forests and opalescent spires, an alien panorama that stopped his breath. Though the hour was late, the twin moons bathed everything in a gentle, silvery light, turning the landscape into a living tapestry of color and shadow. Sonia, having long since finished her evening duties, stepped up beside him. Her eyes widened at the sight. "It's incredible," she murmured, leaning against the coral-white railing. He smiled, the brilliance of the scene reflected in his gaze. "I knew you'd appreciate it," Damien said. "But tomorrow night, I want to show you something even more special." Sonia glanced at him, amused. "Does it have to be night?" she asked. "Absolutely," he replied, amusement dancing in his eyes. "Trust me, this place reveals its true beauty only under the stars." Her surprise melted into curiosity. "Where exactly are we going, Damien?" He folded his arms, still looking out over Xandar's nocturnal wonderland. "I'll take you to a hidden sanctuary, natural formations no less stunning than the cosmos itself, sculpted over millennia. The old St. Nicholas civilization is famed for its biotechnology, yet they've preserved this untouched realm. It's a marvel you simply must see." As Sonia nodded in eager agreement, Damien's heart swelled with anticipation. Some wonders required explanation to be fully understood, others spoke for themselves. Tomorrow night, he would share both the mystery and the magic of this ancient world. Damien gazed out at the landscape before him and felt as if he'd stepped into a living painting. The ancient civilization of St. Nicholas still preserved its scenery in breathtaking detail, crimson maples clinging to sheer cliffs, mist-shrouded waterfalls spilling into jade-green pools, and narrow paths that wove between towering pines. It was the sort of vista he had only ever admired in video games or high-resolution CG art. Though Kyle and the others would soon move on, Damien resolved to remain behind and experience every hidden corner firsthand. After all, people will always hunger for beauty, and he knew Sonia felt the same. He recalled how, earlier, Sonia had confessed that nothing appealed to her more than a life in harmony with nature, far from the gleaming spires of ultramodern cities. "Let's go," he'd suggested. Without a moment's hesitation, she'd agreed. Sonia was bright and well-read, a scholar who'd devoured thousands of books, yet she'd barely scratched the surface of the world's wonders. Cassadine had been observing activities over at Lacey's encampment. Damien was certain he'd spotted vistas equally extraordinary there. But now, the invitation was for them both to explore St. Nicholas together, and Sonia wouldn't have missed it for the world. Damien watched her smile, a quiet, eager expression that confirmed he'd made the right choice. As the last rays of daylight filtered through the maple leaves, they set off toward the heart of the ancient realm. They arrived at the Golden Maple Pavilion just as dusk settled. Perched atop a rocky outcrop, the pavilion offered an unrivaled view of the valley below. Lanterns glowing like fireflies among the trees, a winding river reflecting the sky's deepening purples, and in the distance, the silent silhouette of age-worn temples. Here, amid the rustle of autumn leaves and the scent of pine resin, Damien felt certain that every story he'd ever read and every digital dream he'd chased had led him to this very moment. Madame Butterfly's heart clenched as she spotted Lord Kyle striding toward her. 10 paces separated them, and the breeze threatened to carry her words away, but she forced herself to speak. "My lord." Kyle stopped, looking down at her with a faint flicker of curiosity. Encouraged, she drew in a shaky breath. "What happened between us years ago is behind us. You're now under Lady Lacey's command, and I have no reason to strike at you again. You're free to act as boldly as you wish." She paused, fighting the tremor in her voice. "I know that many call you Lacey, Renaud, and the Predictor the gods of death, but we are not as ruthless as the stories make us out to be, nor are we petty. That's not to say we're paragons of virtue, but you should know we won't bother with trivial matters unless it's absolutely necessary. Kyle ran a hand over the back of his neck, wincing at an emerging headache. After a moment, he met her gaze and nodded. Desire, he reminded himself, was the eternal trial of the void god faith. As their power has grown, the four of them have found themselves acting less on impulse and more on cultivating their own spirits upon Void Island. He stepped forward, the wind whipping lightly around them. Very well, he said quietly. Let's leave the past where it belongs. The four of them understood a simple truth. Without opponents of equal skill to challenge them, no matter how many foes they faced, their efforts would be hollow. Each man felt it, a restless impatience that, if left unchecked, could lead to pointless bloodshed. They had to keep their ambitions in check, to avoid needless conflicts born of pride rather than necessity. Kyle was especially grateful, more than once, that Lord Cassidon, the god of the void, watched over them from on high. That divine gaze served as a constant reminder. They might possess great power, but they were not free to act on every whim. Step out of line, and they would answer for it in the Void Cult's halls of judgment. In truth, Kyle was no bloodthirsty killer. He reserved fatal force for two groups, those who bore down on him with hostile intent, enemy soldiers or assassins on a mission, and the hired thugs who took bounties for secret, underhanded strikes. Let such vermin live, and they would only rise again like weeds in spring. Mercy toward them was cruelty toward himself and his comrades. Outside those circumstances, however, Kyle never hesitated to strike when the moment demanded it. Chapter 7. Shadows in the Corridor. Damien fell silent as they rounded the stone archway, his lantern casting dancing shadows along the corridor. Lady Butterfly's soft voice broke the hush. Most of those spirits had nothing to do with you, she said, glancing at him. And Lord Kyle wouldn't harm them anyway. He doesn't kill for sport. A true murderer dispatches victims without reason and takes perverse pleasure in their suffering. She paused, placing both hands on the railing. I know, Lord Kyle, that you no longer bear any ill will toward me or Nikrov. Nikrov has adjusted to it too, but I'm the only one who hasn't. Even knowing you mean me no harm, I still feel that pang of fear every time our eyes meet. It's embarrassing. Kyle stood nearby, silent and patient, the lantern light gleaming off his armor. Lady Butterfly lowered her gaze. When you, Lacey, Renoli, the Predictor, and I first arrived in the land of nothingness, I was terrified, more terrified than I've ever been in my life. Bound and threatened, I faced death so closely that I resolved to take my own life rather than endure whatever cruelty awaited me. Her voice trembled. I'll never forget how real that choice felt. Thinking an Anne might die as well turned my world into a waking nightmare. By some mercy, I survived, but the memory still haunts me. Damien stepped forward, resting a reassuring hand on her shoulder. You're safe now, he said quietly. We'll face whatever comes together. Lady Butterfly managed a small, grateful smile. For the first time since their ordeal began, the reckless fear in her eyes softened, and hope flickered in the corridor's dim light. Damien stood motionless as the tide of his emotions shifted from calm confidence to crippling dread. A dark shadow crept over his heart. Before him lay the Void Cult, the agents of the Land of the Void. But what were their true intentions? What was Nikrov hiding beneath that inscrutable smile? Madame Butterfly, who had long served as Nikrov's envoy, dared not claim full understand. For the first time in her life, she had brushed against a realm far beyond mortal ken. Under Nikrov's protection, she moved with boldness she'd never known, no longer forced to rely on secrets and subtle charms alone. She had even witnessed the miraculous arrival of Lord Cassidon, the god of the void himself, a vision so awe-inspiring it seared itself into her memory. All the intelligence dossiers she'd collected, all the whispered legends and spectral projections had prepared her for nothing like this. To see cosmic-level power made flesh, to watch those titans of the void confront one another in person, had given her a new, terrifying understanding of what power truly meant. Then Star-Lord's voice broke the stunned silence. There's almost no hope left. We can only pray that fate favors us now. Madame Butterfly turned toward Damien, her eyes glassy with unshed tears. So everything rests on fate, she whispered, and in that chilling moment, Damien realized how deeply they had all been cast into the void's domain, where hope itself teetered on the edge of oblivion. Lady Butterfly proved more than capable of accepting the void's blessing. From childhood, she had yearned for the day when she could walk unmasked before the world, no longer forced into hiding. Yet that seductive power, which granted her unprecedented freedom, also carried with it countless hidden sorrows and anxieties she had nowhere to voice. Her spirits truly began to lift the moment she was compelled to join the Voidland as an agent of the Void God cult. Under that mantle, Nikrov became her steadfast protector, granting her the freedom to reveal her genuine self. And when the situation demanded it, Lady Lacy stood with her as well. This acceptance, this solidarity, was everything she had ever dreamed of. "Don't feel embarrassed," Madame Butterfly said gently. "I understand you're afraid of me, but our paths are only going to cross more often, not less. I just hope you can meet me calmly, just as Nikrov did. Don't worry that I'll suddenly turn on you, even though you're not of the Void God faith. You serve under Lacy, and she protects her own. And to be under Lacy's protection is almost the same as being under the wing of the Void Divine cult." When Damien heard Madame Butterfly's words, he almost blurted out that she was already protecting him. Then he paused. Indirectly being watched over by the Void Divine cult would surely put her mind at ease far more than his lone pledge. He suppressed the protest forming on his lips and met her gaze instead. After all, he had been the one to threaten Madame Butterfly first, and that fact wouldn't change, no matter how politely he spoke. Damien understood all too well why Madame Butterfly had reacted to his revelations with such resistance and fear. After all, it isn't every day that the very nightmare threatening you suddenly offers its protection. So when he said, "Putting yourself under the Void God's wing," it actually sounds pretty reassuring. She froze in surprise. Then, slowly, a gentle smile blossomed beneath her veil. It was a strange, almost paradoxical comfort. The being who once imperiled her was now her guardian. "Yes," she murmured, her voice soft behind silk, "the glory of the great Void cult will be sung across the universe." In that fleeting smile, Damien saw the first cracks forming in Madame Butterfly's defenses. With more time and more moments like this, her fear of him would surely fade. He admitted he felt a twinge of embarrassment that she'd trembled at his presence, but nothing more. Still, he knew the urgency of winning her trust. If Sonia, Sarah, or La Latina were to catch her cowering again at the sight of him, it could ignite a scandal far worse than any shadow the Void cult had ever cast. And Damien was determined that would never happen. Damien shook his head. "It's not a matter of flattery. I just don't want to spoil Sonia's or anyone else's good opinion of me." He glanced down the corridor, where the Queen and Kyle stood about 10 meters away. Deep in conversation, he turned, to Mr. Nikrov. "Nikrov, exactly what did Kyle do to the Queen?" Nikrov exhaled and ran a hand through his hair. "That incident happened long ago, but it wasn't some dramatic love-hate saga. No family abandonment, no domestic violence. Don't read too much into it." Damien frowned. "Then please, no wild guesses. It really wasn't like that." Nikrov's expression darkened at Damien's choice of words. "And you still call her the Queen? Do you honestly believe she has that kind of hold over men?" Nikrov had been relieved to see Madame Butterfly finally let her guard down. Now, however, his thoughts turned grim at the implication behind Damien's words. Chapter 668. As humans, we cannot escape vulgarity. "Controlling men so effortlessly is no small achievement," Mr. Niklov remarked. "It does seem that way," Damien replied with a faint smile. He met Niklov's gaze calmly. "Frankly, I'm concerned only with my own happiness. Who I marry matters far less than sharpening my own strengths. Once I've outshone every other high family heir, the right wife will simply present herself." Damien had long ago realized that even the most passionate love seldom lasts a lifetime. In his youth, he indulged only in occasional flings, brief distractions rather than deep attachments, because he couldn't afford to let romance derail his ambitions. Unless he was willing to abandon his dream of becoming the 28th head of the High Clan, he had no business wasting time on courtship. He understood the delicate balance between personal desires, professional reputation, and family honor. When the moment arrived, his bride would have to be not just extraordinary in her own right, but also of impeccable lineage within the high family. He would never sacrifice years of effort and achievement to elope with someone who didn't belong. Unless he'd lost his senses, he'd never behave that way. A man born into one of the 5 great bloodlines ought to be climbing the ranks, carving his name into history, and earning the admiration of countless people, not throwing away years of hard work for a woman. The only women truly worthy of such a man are those who can bolster his ambitions, standing by him through every trial to forge greatness side by side. In this age, those women are formidable competitors, masters of combat, scholars of diverse disciplines, and paragons of etiquette and grace. When 2 of them contend for the honor of leading a great house, they seal that bond through marriage. The rest, mere ornamental vases prized only for their beauty, are found on every street corner. "Don't kid yourself," Nikrov muttered as he watched Damien's stunned expression. "It's never that simple. Frankly, I doubt Lady Butterfly has ever had a male companion, let alone married and produced an heir." Butterfly's rise was never a mystery. With her breathtaking beauty and uncanny abilities, she could charm her way into any circle, and when necessary, call on a formidable protector to guard her interests. But don't mistake her for a mere ornament. Beneath that elegant facade lies a keen intellect and iron will. Before she ever set foot in the land of nothingness, Butterfly ran a high-end beauty salon, while Damien traded on the black market. Both had secured comfortable lives. He'd earned a modest reputation and financial independence in the back alleys of the realm, and she'd turned her salon into a thriving business. Yet each harbored secrets, careful to conceal the full measure of their talents. When the prophet unearthed critical intelligence about the land's hidden dangers, he recognized that conventional spies would never suffice. He needed someone who could extract the deepest confidences from his subjects. Information men would never volunteer to another man, but might surrender to Butterfly's disarming grace. Armed with Damien's surveillance techniques and her unparalleled gift for persuasion, Butterfly could, at a moment's notice, become the land's most formidable intelligence operative. It was this unique synergy that led the prophet to insist that she work side by side with Damien, rather than sending either of them in alone. Chapter 7. The Source of Life. Damien watched in silence as Madame Butterfly was led into the chamber, her hands bound and her eyes sharp with defiance. He'd heard rumors of her unparalleled talent for gathering intelligence. No detail, no secret, escaped her notice. Yet here she was, captured at last. Before Damien could speak, Renoli stepped forward. "You claim she's never had a partner," she said, voice low. "What makes you so sure?" Niklov, standing beside her, didn't hesitate. He raised a gloved hand to his eye, a strange silver device glinting in the torchlight. "Because we speak and see the very source of human life," he explained. "Life in its purest form is like clear water, untouched, unspoiled. But when it becomes muddied, broken, or incomplete, it betrays a tangled private history." Damien exchanged a glance with Renoli, then turned to Hailuo-san, who stood at the back of the room. Hailuo-san's eyes widened. As a scion of one of the great lineages, he'd never doubted his future wife's purity, cared little for such tests, until now. With every advance in technology, separating truth from artifice became harder. Renoli pressed on. "Does the Void God religion still possess this gift?" Niklov's lips curved into a faint smile. "The Void God has many secrets. This vision is only the most basic among them. Rest assured, their powers have only grown stronger with time." Damien studied Madame Butterfly as the question settled over the room. In the flickering torchlight, her composure didn't falter, not even when he met her steely gaze. Somewhere in that unbroken calm lay the answers they all needed, and Damien intended to find them. "What an incredible talent," Damien's companion, Hailuo-san, breathed, eyes alight with admiration. "With a gift like that, you wouldn't need to fight for a living. As a matchmaker alone, you'd corner the entire market." Hailuo-san paused, shaking his head. In their world of opulence, rich men often kept numerous lovers, yet reserved genuine wedlock for only a select few, women of impeccable pedigree. Even then, there was no absolute guarantee of finding someone whose purity had never been tainted. Advancements in technology and increasingly liberal social mores made true innocence all but extinct. Only the most stringent family traditions and exhaustive genealogical records could promise it, and such safeguards were rare. Still, amid this climate where second-hand entanglements had become commonplace, the most successful men clung all the more fiercely to the idea of a flawless partner. After all, when you pledged your life to someone, who would willingly accept a wife regarded as pre-owned merchandise? Damien barely registered the murmurs drifting through the pavilion. Ever since he'd chosen this low-profile life, he'd learned to slip through society's cracks, but that didn't mean he was invisible at every turn. The marriage market, in particular, was a thorny arena. He'd never expected that hiding his true identity would help him secure an honest match for himself or his family. All he knew was that, with his knack for providing food and drink, no one in his household would go hungry. Beside him, Lacey sat motionless, her expression unreadable. She, too, possessed the subtle ability that let others glimpse the source of one's life force, and she understood just how precarious that gift could be. Just then, Jin Luosha strode into the pavilion, 2 attendants trailing behind him with crates of fresh provisions. He set his chin high and asked, "Is our introducer, this matchmaker, truly trustworthy? Are we certain this alliance will benefit us?" The nearest servant blinked in surprise. "Sir, forgive me, what do you mean?" Before anyone could reply, a third voice echoed from the far side of the room. "I didn't realize the Void God Sect's masters were so powerful," it said. "Their strength exceeds even the legends." Leaning casually against a carved pillar, Luo-san crossed his arms and offered a slow nod. "Indeed," he agreed, "their might is beyond anything I anticipated." Damien glanced over at Lacey. Neither of them reacted outwardly, but both understood the unspoken truth. In a world that could smell out hidden talents, alliances could shift in an instant, and power, once revealed, was the only currency that truly mattered. "Isn't it common knowledge that the Void Divine Sect wields all manner of magical powers?" Damien asked with a teasing grin. Jin Rakshasa chuckled. "That's a conversation for another time. Right now, dinner will be ready in about 20 minutes. He waved toward the sprawling courtyard behind him. "First, allow me to show you our family's greatest treasure, the golden tree. Afterward, we can all sit down to eat." Damien nodded, and without a moment's hesitation, Jin Rakshasa led the way toward the magnificent tree. Though several of the other guests that evening were more powerful than he was, Jin Rakshasa was utterly unconcerned about their intentions. The Void Divine Sect's reputation was a complicated one, at times feared, at times admired, but to him it remained a fundamentally honorable order. Confident in his hosts, Damien and the others accepted Nikrov and Madame Butterfly's invitation with no further hesitation. As they walked, Jin Rakshasa glanced at Damien and smiled. "You know, it won't surprise anyone if, in the years to come, the Void Divine Sect extends its influence even further. But given the current state of the Land of Void, they'll still hold their autonomy, even if they someday set their sights on the St. Nicholas civilization." Damien returned the smile. "Autonomy is good. It keeps things interesting." With that, the two made their way toward the golden tree, its branches shimmering like molten gold in the lantern light, undaunted by the powerful company arrayed around them or the uncertain future that awaited all who dared to harness the mysteries of the void. Damien paused at the entrance to the sky bridge, noting how the Jin family had seamlessly woven together Jinfeng Mountain's pavilions with suspended walkways. Ever since they genetically enlarged their raptors, those bridges had been the only way for guests, many of whom couldn't fly, to traverse the peaks. "Come on," called the golden Rakshasa, beckoning him down the narrow corridor between the two halls. Behind Damien, Madame Butterfly and Kyle hastened to catch up. Bai Linglong's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Where is the golden tree planted?" Jin Luosha turned a proud smile on the group. "It stands at the heart of Jinfeng Mountain, in the Golden Pavilion. It's over 20,000 years old, and so grand it once threatened to burst through the roof." He tapped the gilded railing. "But you won't spot it from above. Hidden mechanisms keep it concealed. Only by standing at the precise viewing platform and flipping the switch can you see its branches." Lacey glanced up at the ornate pavilion overhead. "If the tree really is that huge, how could it possibly fit under this roof?" Jin Luosha only chuckled, brushing a lock of hair from his forehead. "That, my friends, is what you're about to find out." With a theatrical flair of his hand, he led them deeper into the golden pavilion's inner sanctum. Damien paused on the wide, artfully carved corridor that linked the pavilion roofs, listening as Golden Rakshasa studied the colossal tree before them. The golden tree has only grown 5 meters in the last 1,000 years, Golden Rakshasa said, tracing the rough, amber bark with one clawed finger. Right now, it's barely 115 meters tall. That's not very high, Damien muttered under his breath. Golden Rakshasa gave him a wry look. To you and me, perhaps, but to ordinary people, a 100-meter tree is a towering giant. For someone of moderate strength, well, it's barely a challenge to climb, or even to fell. Lacey's eyes widened. 5 meters in 1,000 years? She shook her head, both awed and alarmed. No wonder they keep such a close guard on it. They followed Black Rakshasa as he led the way down the corridor. Below them, the railings and overhead beams gleamed in hues of burnished gold and russet. The grain of the wood was so fine, so uniform, that it almost seemed alive. "Is this golden maple?" Damien asked, reaching out to brush his palm against one of the balusters. Bai Linglong glanced over, a smile playing on her lips. "Exactly. If golden maple is properly tended, regular pruning, protection from storms and pestilence, it can last indefinitely. Let it suffer one disaster, though, and decades of growth can be lost in a single night." Damien absorbed her words as they continued along the corridor, each step bringing them deeper into the hidden wonders of this ancient sanctuary. "It's just a rumor that it can never fail," Bai Linglong said, her tone measured. "In reality, under perfect conditions, no natural disasters or human interference, it can last up to 10,000 years. After that, it will slowly decay and collapse." Jin Luosha nodded, choosing his words with care. "Even so, surviving 10 millennia is nothing short of miraculous." "We don't even know how many generations have already discovered it," Bai Linglong continued. "This creation might be unique in all of history." Damien's eyes shone at the revelation. 10,000 years of stability. He understood then that they had to secure it for Void Island at any cost. Let's be clear, just because something can be done doesn't mean it will be. Golden maple may endure for centuries, but it can't withstand the shifting tides of human hearts. With each advance in science, technology, and culture, our standards of beauty and comfort only rise, and they never stop climbing. We're human. We're not immune to tastelessness. Even the Jinn family isn't above it. Beyond the occasional man-made disaster, those catastrophic fires and the wreckage they leave behind, our greatest challenge is the cyclical renovations we undertake every few years. Outside Golden Township, our ancestral homeland, the only place where golden maple structures remain intact is here, at the Jinn family's well-preserved estate. In the new residence we built, we kept only a handful of golden maple pavilions for everyday living. Everywhere else, we used mixed materials, practical, but far from the pure elegance of the old wood. Damien, heir to the Jinn family, felt a flush of pride as he listened to their praise of the golden maple. Yet he knew the truth behind his family's reputation and the fragile legacy that hung on people's changing tastes. "I'd be happy to help polish and clarify the chapter. Could you please paste the full text of the chapter here? Once I have the complete passage, I'll rewrite it into smooth, idiomatic English and ensure Damien is consistently portrayed as male." Damien led Lacey, Kyle, and the rest along the suspended corridor, weaving through a cluster of pavilions that hovered like clusters of lanterns in the sky. Each pavilion was more extraordinary than the last, but none caught their breath the way the Jinn family's home did. A colossal bird's nest, spun entirely from the branches and leaves of a golden maple. From a distance, it gleamed like gold filigree against the blue heavens. Up close, it exuded a soft, honeyed fragrance that seemed to calm the mind. Damien gently pressed against the woven lattice of leaves, and the entire structure gave way, sinking downward on silent tracks. As it descended, faint bioluminescence shimmered from the seams, casting a warm glow beneath their feet. Only a narrow opening at the very top admitted air and light, enough to keep out biting winds but still allow the scent of autumn to drift inside. What amazed them most was the nest's remarkable adaptability. With a thought or a voice command, any section of the golden leaves could shift, sliding open in one direction, folding back in another, to reveal a balcony, a window, or a sliding entrance. "Since birth," Jin Luosha explained, guiding them into the softly illuminated interior. We sleep here to begin our biological adaptations early. It helps us acclimate to the sensory enhancements we'll undergo. As he spoke, he tapped a control tucked into the bark-like wall, and the room gently vibrated. An invitation, he said, for their bodies to grow accustomed to the changes yet to come. The guests exchanged awed glances. This was not merely architecture, but a living instrument of transformation. Chapter 12. The Sky-High Pavilion. Damien stretched out in the vast nest, marveling at how easily his now fully grown frame still fit within its woven confines. There was even ample room to spare. The pavilion itself soared nearly 100 meters above the valley floor, its latticework of branches and metal struts swaying gently in the breeze. Kyle stood at the edge of the platform, peering into the misty expanse below. "Doesn't anyone in the Jinn family ever get dizzy up here?" he called over his shoulder, half in jest. Golden Rakshasa glanced down, then laughed softly. "Fear of heights has come up before," she said, her voice echoing in the open air. "But for us, it's a challenge to overcome, part of growing into our true potential." Lacey leaned against the rail, her eyes alight with curiosity. "I don't get it," she admitted. "With all this biomodification technology maturing so rapidly, haven't some of you ever wondered if you should refuse it altogether? Or maybe choose a different enhancement path? Surely not every Jinn wants to become this." She gestured broadly at the nest, the pavilion, and the dizzying drop beyond. Golden Rakshasa smiled, undeterred. "Our lineage spans more than 20,000 years, she explained. Over countless generations, we've refined ourselves, eliminating frailties, strengthening our bones, optimizing our muscles. We're born with the gift of flight and an instinctive longing for the sky. As the science advances, each new child is not only physically superior, but also more eager to spread their wings." Kyle shook his head, peering down into the clouds. "I suppose when slipping off a cliff is part of your heritage, you learn to embrace the wind rather than fear it." Lacey frowned thoughtfully. "But with so many bloodlines, so many individual opinions, I can't believe everyone's on board with raptor-like transformation. Isn't there any dissent?" Golden Rakshasa folded her arms, her gaze sweeping the horizon. "There are always a few who hesitate," she admitted. "Some prefer to remain closer to their human roots, and others pursue entirely different modifications. Gills for underwater life, night vision, bioluminescent patterns. But the Jinn family's greatest glory lies in mastering the skies. It's more than technology, it's our identity." Damien sat up, brushing loose feathers from his shoulders. He inhaled the crisp mountain air, feeling the rhythmic pulse of life that surged through his enhanced veins. Around him, the conversation faded into the vastness of the sky, a reminder that for the Jinn and their kin, the horizon was not a limit, but an invitation. Lacey's question lingered among them, carried away on the wind. With so many possibilities, why choose flight above all else? And high above the world, the only answer was freedom, and the thrill of soaring where others could not. As a direct heir of one of the 5 great bloodlines, you have certain privileges, Hyluosan said, his voice low and measured. But once you choose any other form of biological alteration, you're immediately expelled from the main line and cast down to a branch family. Your status collapses, and 90% of your resources vanish overnight. Worse still, even if your descendants follow the same path of transformation, they will be barred from the advanced baptism. They can never ascend through its trials to inherit the Bai family's highest authority or reclaim their place among the core heirs. He glanced at Bai Linglong. Miss Bai Linglong understands this all too well. Bai Linglong's eyes, now those of an impossibly graceful feline, remained impassive. The Bai family is one of St. Nicholas Imperial City's 5 great bloodlines. Her surname alone proves her direct descent. Yet by accepting that astonishing cat-form transformation, she forfeited any future claim to advanced metamorphosis, and she will never regain it. Bai Linglong fell silent, lowering her gaze. Across the room, Lacey, Kyle, Renoli, and the Predictor exchanged knowing looks. They'd all sensed the depth of her disappointment. She'd been denied the chance to master the most advanced form of biological transformation. Must the descendants suffer for the sins of their forebears? Kyle asked, turning to Hyluosan. Miss Bai Linglong bears no fault here. Yet the great houses that once championed biotransformation and fiercely guarded their bloodlines now see their heirs punished for the very experiments their ancestors conducted. Luosan gave a solemn nod. Our forefathers' deeds did indeed secure blessings that endured for generations, he agreed, but now their descendants pay the price. He paused, studying Bai Linglong's bowed shoulders. Though she hailed from a different clan, she carried an intimate knowledge of the Jin family's storied past and of every exalted lineage in the imperial capital. Her melancholy was more than disappointment. It was the longing of someone who mourned a lost age. Because Bai Linglong hails from a collateral branch rather than the direct line, Damien, though he possessed the most comprehensive archives on the 5 great houses of the St. Nicholas imperial capital, had no record of her ancestry. His documents detailed only the principal bloodlines, not the distant offshoots, so her surname offered him no clue. No matter how fervently Bai Linglong wished otherwise, the choices her forebears made centuries ago were irrevocable. Among those 5 dominant houses, the privileges they enjoy are beyond ordinary imagining, but so is the price. From the moment of birth, one's entire life is governed by blood. That rigid pattern applies equally to women and men, and in many ways it is even harder for a man to forge his own path against such ancient expectations. After all, each of the 5 houses has preserved its lineage for over 20,000 years. Surely someone must have restored a broken line before? Lacey's voice trembled as she confronted the cruelty of their situation, the weight of ancestral decree pressing down on them both. Damien frowned. I want to say it never happened, but the records prove otherwise. Luosan's expression grew solemn. Centuries ago, a catastrophic event, some call it a terrorist war, swept through every major bloodline. The purest heirs were sent to the front, and most never returned. Direct descendants became so scarce that families could no longer secure their standing in the imperial capital. Forced out, they scattered. Damien leaned forward. Uld a displaced house ever rise again? In theory, yes, Luosan replied. A family could rebuild its forces on the fringes and bring back its cadet branches. But look at the Bai family. They were banished more than 13,000 years ago, and they never reclaimed their former glory. That precedent still stands. He paused, as if weighing the weight of those ancient failures. Since then, our civilization has advanced significantly. Bloodline engineering has matured. We no longer face widespread devastation capable of wiping out every great house. Wars and disasters still occur, but none threaten total annihilation the way that ancient conflict did. Luosan glanced at Damien, eyes thoughtful. Remember this, both the black and the white families trace their roots back to the ancient St. Nicholas civilization, a legacy spanning tens of thousands of years. Their survival through countless trials is proof of how far we've come, and a warning of how fragile power can be without heirs to carry it forward. Damien and his companion had already spent more than half their time in the imperial capital. That doesn't mean a return to Gili is forever out of reach, nothing set in stone, but the odds have undeniably grown thin. As long as the St. Nicholas civilization endures, bloody skirmishes will flare across the capital's 5 great districts. If the fighting keeps up, any chance of escape will vanish. After all, the St. Nicholas civilization now ranks among the upper tiers of cosmic powers. It fields countless planet-class champions armed with the latest high-tech weapons. Short of tangling with the universe's absolute titans, the likes of the Kree and Xandar empires will still have to reckon with those formidable forces. Overthrowing the St. Nicholas civilization outright would be no easy feat for any rival. And then there's her Lady Queen herself, a singular presence whose very charisma can turn the tide of battle. With her to rally them, the St. Nicholas legions are all but invincible. Nikrov was undeniably formidable, yet he fell in our last encounter because we caught him off guard. If we fully outfitted ourselves with cutting-edge battle gear and the latest technology, our collective strength would surge to an entirely new level. In that state, even 1 or 2 individuals couldn't threaten Nikrov alone. But when we stand shoulder to shoulder in a coordinated strike, no single warrior, no matter how powerful, could dismantle the St. Nicholas civilization by himself. This unwavering belief fuels Damien's confidence in our ancient society. We've already achieved tremendous power, every bit the equal of an advanced civilization, yet I still feel a restless urge to grow stronger. We press on with a single aim, to reach the point where no force in the universe would dare challenge us. Only then will we pause and truly take stock of how far we've come. After all, both the Xandar Empire and the Kree Empire have endured for over 100,000 years. Our own civilization isn't even 50,000 years old. There is still so much to explore, to learn, and to invent. And until we stand unassailable, our journey will continue. The 5 great houses of the imperial capital enjoy the admiration of countless citizens, but with that honor comes the duty to lead whenever disaster strikes. This age-old tradition has endured since time immemorial. Otherwise, the other major powers outside the imperial capital would never agree, and we'd be trapped in endless internal strife. 13,000 years ago, we fought a great war against rival civilizations. The Bai clan and the 5 leading houses, Black, Red, Lan, and Yuan, poured every resource into that conflict. In the end, their losses were so severe that all 5 were forced to withdraw from the capital. For millennia they lay low, rebuilding their strength. One by one, they've returned. Yet it was our Jin family's biomodification breakthrough, achieved 5,000 years ago, that truly shifted the balance. By perfectly integrating raptor characteristics into our line, we drove the Yuan house back and secured our place among the new 5 great houses. At that moment, the Golden Rakshasa spoke. The St. Nicholas civilization may forge ever onward, but its ancient laws and traditions remain eternal. Damien listened intently as Madame D outlined the centuries-old feud between the Jin and Yuan families. The Jin clan was a latecomer, which is precisely why, during the War of Unification, you were among those the Empire saw fit to protect. In contrast, the Yuan family, once proud of its ancient lineage, hoped to reclaim its place in the imperial capital. But 5,000 years ago, when the Jin swept downstream, the Yuan were overwhelmed and driven out. Among the capital's 5 great houses, the Yuan now possess the weakest overall strength. By tradition, the right of succession there rotates, but after their defeat, they withdrew from public affairs for nearly 5 millennia. Only recently have they begun to re-establish themselves in other major cities of the St. Nicholas civilization. Madame Dai's expression grew somber. Understandably, the Yuan harbor a deep resentment toward your Jin. Damien met her gaze firmly. In St. Nicholas tradition, the victor claims the throne and the vanquished retires, and make no mistake, the Jin family never resorted to underhanded plots or secret alliances to win. Damien studied the map spread across the table. We relied on our single-unit combat teams to topple the 5 great houses of the imperial capital, and that's how we secured our foothold. He set his jaw. If that counts as a grudge, then Hei Luosan and I have no grounds for further discussion. Madame Butterfly's pale smile barely shifted. Resentment among the major factions goes far deeper than that, she said. Their mutual hatred is almost immeasurable. The Golden Rakshasa folded her arms, frowning. In the early days, our technologies were still immature. Power changed hands often, sometimes overnight, but now each branch of the St. Nicholas civilization has nearly perfected its innovations. We've reached a critical turning point. She tapped a talon against the table's carved surface. Think about it. How long has it been since the 5 meridians last rotated through the seat of the imperial throne? Beside her, Niklav's expression darkened. At last, he saw what Madame Butterfly meant. Tradition alone had kept the 5 families in a delicate balance, each taking turns ruling the capital. But with nothing left to tip the scales internally, they would sooner or later look to outside allies to break the impasse. And it wouldn't stop with the Yuan family. Other great dynasties beyond the capital might be plotting alongside the Kree Empire even now. Damien leaned forward, studying the ancient sigils carved into the stone table between them. Every great bloodline in the imperial capital eventually fractures, he said slowly. How have you managed to remain unbroken for thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of years? Luosha tilted her head, her dark eyes reflecting candlelight. If you count the Hai and Bai families, each has held power for some 7,600 years, she replied matter-of-factly. Our Jin family? We've been at the heart of the capital for just over 5,000. Damien arched an eyebrow. 5,000 years, and you still claim the old traditions? At that, the prophet, who'd been watching in silence, spoke with quiet authority. Traditions die only when they no longer serve the realm. Yet the Yuan family, once one of the 5 great houses of the capital, has never forgotten its duties. They know well the bounds of right and wrong, especially when the empire itself trembles on the brink. Damien's expression darkened. Rumors of a hidden alliance between an outside power and the Kree Empire had reached his ears, and he found himself torn by doubt. But he'd least expected betrayal from the Yuan. After all, they had bled and sacrificed themselves for the Empire in its darkest hour. He drew a slow breath and met Luosha's gaze. If even the Yuan wavers, what hope does the Imperial capital have? Luosha gave a wry smile. Hope endures as long as there are those willing to fight for it. That, Damien, is why we're here tonight. Like the other great houses, the Yuan family devoted itself entirely to defending the St. Nicholas civilization. Over the centuries, their leadership changed hands more often than any peer lineage, but they never bore ill will toward the other branches. Instead, they poured every resource into study and self-improvement, and that single-minded focus explains how they've reached their current standing. We really ought to reconsider the timing between each succession, someone in the Yuan Council remarked. Perhaps it won't be only the Yuan house, another voice added. One by one, the other great branches in the capital will come around as well. Luosan's expression darkened at this. 13,000 years ago, all 5 of the imperial capital's founding houses had fought side by side to protect St. Nicholas. In the centuries since, the Yuan family maintained close ties with those original allies and earned itself a place among the capital's most celebrated lineages. Yet time inevitably brings change, and so, to remain true to their roots, all 5 houses stubbornly uphold the ancient traditions that forged their shared legacy. They remain convinced they can rebound no matter how often the survival of the fittest rules beat them down. After all, they have great faith in the biomodified subjects they've created. But every new bottleneck only makes the people of the St. Nicholas civilization stronger, fueled by their long-standing contempt for those old mechanical legions. Attitudes change with time. Outside the imperial capital, the living standards and consumption levels of the great clans aren't much lower than those within the capital walls. Once basic needs are met, new ambitions always spring up. Humans aren't easily satisfied. Then let's go see how the Yuan family is faring, Luosan said. I really don't want those old lineages to become traitors to civilization, Damien replied. Damien grasped Hai's concern. Though he wished it weren't necessary, he nodded and agreed to set out immediately for the Yuan estate. Damien led his guests, Bai Linglong, Lacey, and the others, into the heart of Jinfeng Mountain, where they would stay for the time being. They walked in small clusters, exchanging quiet comments, until the Golden Raksha arrived at a wide, circular courtyard. Dozens of elegant pavilions ringed the open space, their tiled roofs already catching the rosy glow of dawn. Warm sunlight flooded the platform, turning the ground beneath their feet into a sea of molten gold. Hold on to something, the Golden Rakshasa warned. In an instant, his great wings beat the air and he shot skyward in a flash of gold, becoming an arrow of light that streaked between the pavilions. As he passed, the soft chime of hidden bells, some long and resonant, others sharp and clear, began to ring out in perfect harmony, each note rolling across the courtyard like distant thunder. At the first gong, the ancient mechanism hidden within the stone foundations sprang to life. The pavilions trembled, then slid outward along carved grooves, smoothly widening the circular arena. Simultaneously, the golden floor beneath them rippled as if alive. Liquid metal surged away from a widening fissure, and a deep crack snaked across the courtyard, splitting the radiant floor in two. Damien's heart pounded as the pavilion walls drifted apart, and the earth itself began to open before them. Golden light erupted from deep beneath the earth, shooting in a straight pillar toward the sky. From that radiant column sprang a magnificent tree of pure gold. Its massive trunk branched into ever smaller limbs, each leaf gleaming like molten metal. Even the tiniest leaf spanned nearly a meter, and millions of them carpeted the tree in a living tapestry of burnished light. Upon every leaf was etched an intricate relief, meandering rivers carving through soaring peaks, valleys, and if so perfectly rendered, they seemed almost three-dimensional. It was as if nature itself had been immortalized in a single, flawless masterpiece. Though the tree spoke no language, its silent grandeur resonated across the world. Damien stared up in awe as the golden giant rose over 100 meters high. He couldn't hold back a shout. Holy shit! In this age, gold no longer held the cosmic value of universal currency, yet it remained one of the galaxy's hard currencies, accepted by all civilizations. Even when fashioned into art or ornament, gold retained its worth and beauty, its luster a testament to both its rarity and the skill of its craftspeople. And here stood a living monument to that timeless splendor. If you pluck a single branch or leaf, you'd have in your hands a perfect work of art. Its value would be immeasurable, Damien murmured, his voice trembling with excitement. I never imagined anything like this could exist. It's positively blinding. The prophet, usually reserved in his expressions, found his eyes glistening as he took in the golden tree. Are all these leaves genuine golden maples? He asked, scarcely daring to hope for an answer. Lord Lacy, who rarely gave a second thought to jewels or ornamentation, couldn't hide her wonder. It's a mountain of gold, she whispered. Even the legends undersold its majesty. Damien gripped the railing, bracing himself as he stared at the living marvel before him. As a member of a distant branch family, he'd known of the tree only through ancient records. He'd believed the stories, but until this moment had no means, no status, no channel through which to witness it with his own eyes. And here he was, hosting four of the most esteemed figures in the realm, Lord Lacy, Lord Kyle, Lord Renoli, and the Prophet, beneath his own roof. He could scarcely believe his good fortune. Damien had never imagined he'd be invited deep into the Jin family's inner sanctuary on Jinfeng Mountain. Yet here he was, walking beside Jin Luosha, the Jin family's proud heir, through a pair of carved jade gates into a secluded pavilion. The moment he passed beneath the roofed corridor, Damien froze. Before him towered the legendary golden tree. Its trunk soared skyward, broader than a giant python, and its sinuous branches stretched in every direction like fingers of pure light. A gentle breeze stirred the 1,000 golden leaves, sending them quivering and shedding like snowflakes. Within seconds, the air and ground were dusted in a delicate molten gold haze that made every surface shimmer. Damien could only stare, his heart pounding. He'd never seen anything so lavish in all his life. At last, he found his voice. How much is this tree worth? Madame Butterfly, the venerable matriarch of the Jin family, glided forward, her embroidered robes whispering on the marble floor. She regarded the tree with a fond smile. It's one of our family's most treasured relics, she declared softly, though her pride was unmistakable. Absolutely priceless. It has never been, and never will be, sold. Golden Rakshasa, one of the Jin family's elite guardians, stepped closer, his armored breastplate catching the golden light. He bowed his head slightly, a silent testament to the tree's unmatched value. Around them, other onlookers pressed forward, their faces alight with wonder. As Damien's gaze traveled over the gleaming branches, he realized that no matter how far he'd traveled, or what wonders he'd seen, nothing could eclipse the beauty and mystery of this golden marvel at the heart of Jinfeng Mountain. The Jin family's new estate was dominated by an even grander golden tree, its branches so full that fallen leaves and twigs carpeted the ground in a soft, golden glow. Ever since they'd transplanted the tree, the Jins had taken to propagating its legacy. Whenever a branch or leaf drifted down, they'd root it to grow a golden maple sapling. Though the family was steadily shedding many of its old customs, one tradition remained unshakable: planting those maples. After all, every sapling was a precious gift, born of the golden tree, the very foundation of the Jin lineage's enduring prosperity. One morning, Damien studied the young maples clustered around Kyle, who was inspecting a healthy shoot. Damien cleared his throat. I understand the golden tree itself can't be sold, he said, but what about maple seeds? Could those be purchased? Kyle looked up, interest piqued. Seeds? I'd like to take some back to Void Island and see if they'll flourish there, Damien explained. Kyle nodded thoughtfully. The golden maples didn't blaze with light the way the great golden tree did, but their leaves still emitted a warm, amber radiance. It would be unthinkable to harvest directly from the mother tree, yet far more humane to collect its seeds once they'd ripened. All right, Kyle agreed. When the berries mature in 3 moons, I'll gather and dry the seeds for you. You'll have them then. Relief swept over Damien's features. Thank you. I can't wait to plant them. In the weeks that followed, the 2 men cared for the maples with fresh purpose, knowing each fallen leaf might one day spark a new grove. And when the harvest season arrived, Damien departed with a small satchel of golden seeds, each one a promise of groves yet to come on distant shores. In the great audience hall of St. Nicholas, Her Majesty the Queen rose from her throne, her voice clear and commanding. If the Void God sect can help our civilization overcome this crisis, I will authorize the dispatch of a substantial shipment of golden maple seeds, she declared. Damien, the young envoy from the Void God sect, inclined his head in acknowledgement. On one condition, the Queen continued, that once these golden maple trees mature, neither the saplings nor any of their derivatives, wood, resin, even the honey, may ever be sold. They are to remain in your exclusive custody, for their cultural value is beyond price and must endure for generations. A hush fell over the assembled nobles. Golden Rakshasa, the court's chief steward of the maple grove, stepped forward. He bowed deeply before speaking in measured tones. Your Majesty, had you and Niklov not arrived when you did, the 5 principal houses of our imperial capital might still be blindly unaware of the threat we face. Once the Kree Empire learned of our plight, they would have seized upon every opportunity to strike not only at our capital, but at all our outlying bastions. The Kree are infamous across the cosmos for their ruthlessness. Who can say what horrors they would have inflicted upon St. Nicholas? He paused, eyes shining with gratitude. For your timely intervention, I am forever indebted. Were it not for you, I would never have dared to extend hospitality to the Void God sect, much less invite you to take root in our realm. Damien listened intently, feeling the weight of an entire civilization resting on the fragile promise he was about to make. All right. If you can't manage it yourself, we'll handle it for you. At those words, Damien didn't hesitate. Even though the tree had originally been planted to enrich the local environment, it was an extraordinary specimen. Golden maple wood was renowned for its stability. No tremor or vibration could compromise it. It would make superb material for building homes. With the predictor at his side, Damien was confident of success. May I take a photograph? Bai Linglong asked, her eyes fixed on the towering golden tree. She knew the rules and that her chances were slim, but she decided it was worth asking. No, Jin Luosha replied without hesitation. There are only 3 golden trees left in our entire Jin family. This tree is a living relic of the ancient St. Nicholas civilization, and across the universe, very few even know that the St. Nicholas people still possess a golden tree. We cannot risk drawing powerful enemies from beyond our universe. And with that, Jin Luosha firmly denied her request. Damien gazed up at the golden tree, its luminous canopy shimmering like liquid sunlight. He knew all too well what this marvel represented. Untold wealth and prestige, an object of desire for any powerful being. And as the tree matured, its brilliance would only intensify, drawing eyes from every corner of the galaxy. But fame breeds danger. Once word of its existence spread, ambitious and ruthless forces would descend, eager to claim it for themselves. If the last 3 golden trees fell into the wrong hands, they would vanish forever. That threat explained the St. Nicholas civilization's ironclad security. They did not possess the military might of the Xandar Empire, nor did they enjoy the protection of a cosmic-level powerhouse. A single breach could cost them everything. All right, Damien said, his voice steady. Bai Linglong managed a wry smile. She was disappointed that photography was forbidden, who wouldn't want to capture this spectacle, but she understood. If the Jin family ever unleashed a catastrophe, no branch of the St. Nicholas civilization would be spared. As the dominant military clan, the Jins already ruled the civilization's defenses with absolute authority. One misstep, and colonies across the stars could be laid low. Still, she added, her tone softening, seeing the golden tree with our own eyes is a lifetime experience. When the time comes to unleash our full strength against a powerful enemy, the other major powers won't simply stand by and watch. You're just going to keep this to yourself? Laura asked, her tone edged with disappointment. She had been looking forward to boasting about this marvel of heaven and earth to her friends. After all, until Bai Linglong mentioned it, she hadn't even known the Jin family possessed a golden tree. "If you value your life," Damien replied coolly, "I'd advise you not to tell a soul." He knew how irresistible such secrets could be. How many would risk everything for a chance to claim the golden tree as their own? Laura sighed, realizing this was her first real encounter with the Imperial City's 5 great lines and the hidden levels of power they commanded, realms far beyond an ordinary person's reach. Such knowledge was meant to be locked away, shared only in the confines of one's own mind. "All right," she said at last, offering a wry smile. "Let's go back and eat. After we eat, we'll set off." The Golden Rakshasa noticed everyone still marveling at the gilded tree and decided it was time to act. With a powerful beat of its wings, it soared high above the pavilion, circling the rooftop as its roar split the air. The sound was both commanding and strangely beautiful, rattling the very structure beneath them. Instantly, the pavilion trembled. The great golden tree began to collapse inward, its branches folding and shrinking until it vanished entirely, leaving only a sprinkling of golden snow drifting through the air. In under 30 seconds, everything extraneous had dissolved away, and the garden returned to its original state. "If you want to see it fully revealed," the Rakshasa rumbled, descending to perch near the pavilion's entrance, "you'll have your chance soon enough." Pointing down the covered Chinese corridor, it added, "This way." Damien, who'd long suspected the Yuan family of playing a double game, felt his pulse quicken. He knew he needed to confirm their betrayal, but pressing the issue now would only stir trouble before their mission was underway. He'd have to wait. "All right," he said, forcing a calm tone. "Let's go have something to eat first." Kyle's eyes lit up at the mention of food. "Dinner? Count me in." Damien led the small party back along the Golden Rakshasa's trail until they stood before the Jin family's estate. Lacey, still marveling at the glowing tree at its center, turned to Bai Linglong. "The Jin family has a treasure like this. Do the other great houses possess anything similar?" Bai Linglong's lips tightened. Once, each of the 5 great lines of the meridian boasted its own unique treasure. In the early days, that's how they rose to prominence and amassed their fortunes. She swept her arm toward the golden tree, its leaves meringue like molten sunlight. But time and turmoil have swept away every one of those wonders, everyone except this. "But why did only the Jin family succeed in keeping theirs?" Damien asked. "They were prudent and ruthless in equal measure," Bai Linglong replied. "They appointed guardians, set traps, even forged alliances to shield this tree from greedy eyes. Without that vigilance, it would have vanished centuries ago. Some people would sooner watch a treasure burn to ash than see it slip through their fingers." Lacey frowned, glancing around as if expecting hidden watchers. "So now, everyone's only target is the Jin family's golden tree." "Exactly," Bai Linglong said. "And as long as this treasure exists, there will always be those who covet it, not for its power, but simply to deny its wonders to anyone else. We must be equally determined to protect it." She placed a firm hand on Damien's shoulder. "Stay alert. Our enemies are patient, and they've been waiting a long time for an opportunity like this. Before the St. Nicholas civilization reached its peak, it very nearly fell under the sway of a vast, shadowy clan whose wealth and technological prowess dwarfed every other power. Even if that clan had possessed the self-defense systems we take for granted today, it wouldn't have saved the 3 remaining golden trees. Without the Jin family's intervention, those marvels, living works of art, would have been razed by invaders long ago. "Virtue often looks the same, but evil takes on endless forms," Jin Luosha murmured, watching Bai Linglong struggle to protect the fragile trunks and shimmering leaves. The Jin family despised wanton destruction, yet no amount of regret could restore what was lost. Those cataclysmic invasions 20,000 years ago taught them one immutable lesson: only supreme strength ensures survival. That truth guided their decision when choosing a subject for the clan's bioengineering program. They needed more than mere power. They needed a being worthy of true sovereignty. Despite overcoming countless setbacks in their experiments, the Jin family never wavered from their chosen path. They remained convinced that genetically enhanced raptors, predatory birds endowed with human-like intelligence and the power of flight surpassed any other bioengineered organism. This single-minded vision has propelled the Jinn family far beyond the other branches of the St. Nicholas civilization. Thanks to their foresight, their fortunes are at an all-time high. They often remind their allies, if anyone wishes to tap into the power of the golden tree in the future, you need only come to us. Across the polished marble hall, Renoli listened with keen interest. He offered a measured smile. Our Void God cult has no intention of halting its expansion. Should the day come when the St. Nicholas civilization falls under the Void's banner, rest assured we will honor the legacy of your people. We will not seize your civilization's ancient treasures. Renoli's words carried weight. After all, Mr. Reb, Odin's 9 realms already bear the Void cult's seal. Yet, for Lord Kassadin, the enigmatic god of the Void, what matters most is not conquest but cooperation. All he demands from the 9 realms is the secure transfer of a handful of their most unique technologies. Beyond that, his true intentions remain shrouded in mystery. As for the legendary song within a song treasure of the 9 realms, Lord Kassadin never even considered claiming it. Though its value, measured in infinitely multiplied gems, dwarfed that of the Golden Tree 1,000 times over, Kassadin, god of the Void, remained entirely uninterested. Instead, he entrusted the stewardship of the 9 realms to Mr. Odin, who, in turn, pledged himself wholeheartedly to the Void. For Kassadin, such an arrangement was nothing remarkable. In his eyes, raw power outshone every treasure in the cosmos. It's no trouble to guard the Golden Tree, Kassadin remarked with a dismissive wave. It would be a tragedy if so rare an artifact were destroyed. But expanding our territory now would be hasty, one of his advisors warned. Let's wait until Sonia gives the order, Kassadin replied. And even then, another voice interjected, if the Void cult pushes its borders, the Kree Empire will be the first to strike. Kyle strolled forward, hands clasped behind his head, taking their words in stride. After all, membership in the Void Divine cult was coveted by countless civilizations. Standing at the edge of the vaulted chamber, Damien watched and listened, the weight of their unspoken war settling heavily on his shoulders. But the real question was whether the cult of the Void God would even accept the surrender of an entire power or a whole civilization. That was the crux of the matter. The universe is vast, and no one could know which worlds Lady Sonia would choose to conquer first. Precisely because endless conflicts lie ahead, Kyle and the others found it easier to curb their own ambitions and devote themselves fully to refining body and spirit on Void Island. The expansion of the Void God's dominion across the cosmos was inevitable. It was merely a question of when. Are there any conditions for pledging allegiance to the Void God? Golden Rakshasa asked. By now, the blessings of the Void God have become renowned throughout the stars. Countless St. Nicholas civilizations hunger for those divine favors, and those who fail to secure them often fall into stagnation or are forced to the margins, resorting only to biological evolution to survive. Golden Rakshasa understood all too well the terror the Void God cult inspired. After all, the 4 death gods of the Andromeda Galaxy, Lacey, Kyle, Renoli, and Predictor, had already become legends in every system. The Void cult's reputation extends far beyond its 4 death gods. It also claims as members the Void Heralds, Tony Stark, Bruce Banner the Hulk, and Yama Alex, and its most celebrated figure, Sonia, the envoy of the Void God. Pilgrims who journey to its shrines are granted an audience with Sonia herself. Each of these champions wields power that rivals, or even eclipses, the strongest beings in the known universe. Not even the greatest warlords of the 2 galactic empires can hope to match them in direct combat. Across countless star systems, warriors of their caliber occupy the very top of the cosmic food chain, and those are only a handful of the Void cult's adherents. Then there's Kassadin, the Void God incarnate. Tales of his might defy all logic. When he personally appeared to vanquish Gao Tianzun, it became clear to every civilization that the rise of the Void faith is irreversible. Though its influence currently spans only Xandar Prime in the Xandar Empire, it is only a matter of time before the Void cult's shadow stretches across the entire galaxy. In the best-case scenario, our surrender would come within 5 years. In no event could it stretch beyond 20. The Void God faith has expanded so explosively that powerful champions have mushroomed across the universe, each staking out their own territory and forging fresh legends. Jin Rakshasa leaned forward, voice low and urgent. "Then what are the terms of our surrender?" Lacey offered a polite, regretful shake of her head. "We don't have the authority to set those terms." "And nor is it our place to decide," another aide chimed in. "It's a decision for the two supreme leaders of the Void Order, Void God Kassadin and his envoy, Lady Sonia," Lacey explained. She paused, letting that sink in. "Let us table any discussion of your future for now, but rest assured, as Renoli promised, even if the Void Order continues its territorial expansion, it will never seize the unique treasures of the St. Nicholas civilization." Noting the doubt still flickering in Jin Rakshasa's eyes, Lacey pressed on. "I understand your concern. St. Nicholas is at a critical bottleneck in its development. In theory, you might look to the Xandar Empire for assistance, but that isn't an option. While the Xandars have shown us no hostility and even encouraged scholarly study of our world, their aid will not come. At this juncture, we must rely on our own resources and ingenuity." With that, the room fell silent, each side weighing the fragile promise of mercy against the uncertain road ahead. Bai Linglong turned to Damien and the assembled council. "You should know, Damien, that interstellar law strictly forbids any civilization from conducting unregulated genetic research or modifications. The Xandar Empire alone made a rare exception for the St. Nicholas civilization, and only because they respect our unique cultural heritage. Had they imposed their usual restrictions, all of our pioneering biotechnological work would have been strangled in its cradle. In granting us this freedom, the Empire pledged two things: to honor our traditions and to serve as an observer of our progress, watching to see if we can achieve our final transformation without ever crossing the line of ethical conduct. For the people of St. Nicholas, this concession is simply taken for granted. They feel no overwhelming gratitude toward the Xandar Empire, but neither do they harbor any resentment. And yet, without that tacit approval, no other civilization in the galaxy has managed to push biotechnology as far as we have. St. Nicholas's civilization now faced only one real option, and it wouldn't be quick. They needed time to deliberate and find a lasting solution. If they submitted to the Void God religion, we can't yet say whether it would open doors to new alliances or spur scientific breakthroughs. What is certain, though, is that such submission would buy them breathing room, the calm and security to study and strategize. In fact, there's nothing dishonorable about a young civilization seeking protection under a more powerful faith. A sapling sheltering beneath a mighty oak can survive storms it couldn't weather alone. In the same way, lesser powers throughout the cosmos have long sought the patronage of greater ones. After all, why else would so many minor deities curry favor with Zeus on Olympus? Zeus may be infamous for his ruthlessness, but his strength is undeniable. Thanks to years of flattery, those gods knew they could turn to him when they faced impossible challenges. And in return, for a price, Zeus would lend them the aid they couldn't muster on their own. So it was that whispers of the Void God religion began to spread across the stars, offering protection and the promise of guidance to those who pledged themselves to its cause. In the centuries to come, countless civilizations and powers will vie for the favor of the Void God faith, each hoping to surrender under its banner. When that day arrives, you'll find yourself sheltered beneath an immense protective canopy, safe from wind and rain. If the heavens ever threaten to collapse, there will always be someone mighty enough to hold them aloft. With a patron like that at your back, there's no reason to ever feel panic. That is the true value of having a superior. Jin Luosha breathed a quiet sigh of relief. He understood now that pledging loyalty to the Void God faith wouldn't be a trivial matter, but at least they'd made their first moves. They'd already forged alliances with the four gods of slaughter: Lacey, Kyle, Renoli, and the Oracle. It was a promising beginning. As the Void God sect's influence spread and its territory expanded, even greater opportunities for negotiation and alliance would surely follow. "The most reliable course," Kyle began, "is to petition the cult of the Void for its blessing. Once granted, you'll not only gain greater power, you'll also be formally recognized as a devotee of the Void God." Jin Rakshasa nodded. I might never earn the direct favor of Lord Kassadin himself, but at least I would be counted among the faithful, and if our civilization ever falls into dire straits, other members of the Void Faith would come to our aid. Kyle cast a careful glance at him. Be warned, though, the blessings of the Void Sect are notoriously difficult to obtain. Jin Luosha and Hai Luosan exchanged thoughtful looks. As stewards of the St. Nicholas civilization, they felt the weight of protecting their people in a hostile universe. Finally, Jin Luosha spoke up quietly. Better a chance at salvation than none at all. Thank you, Mr. Kyle. We'll consider your advice seriously. Hai Luosan inclined his head in agreement. We appreciate your guidance. Bai Linglong stepped forward, her brow creased with curiosity. Is it really open to anyone to seek the Void's blessing? I've long heard of their power, but I've never dared approach them myself. Damien frowned as he studied the grim report. The Void cult is notorious for its cruelty. A woman who ventures there risks all manner of unpredictable dangers. Kyle gave a slow nod. That's true. Everyone may be offered an opportunity, but whether it reaches you in time depends entirely on your own abilities. Bai Linglong's eyes lit up. So I can really come along and see it for myself? Renaud smiled. Absolutely. Just remember to stay grounded once you get to Void Island. I can't guarantee you'll earn a Void blessing, but you'll have plenty of time to explore, and more importantly, to come back in one piece. He leaned back against the railing. Or, if you'd rather, you can stick with us. We'll be happy to show you around. Bai Linglong grinned, her excitement barely contained. Renaud chuckled at her enthusiasm. Women like you, curious, fearless, that's exactly what Void Island needs. You'll fit right in. Everyone knew the Void God cult was a burgeoning power. Its rise seemed unstoppable, but its reputation was deeply tarnished. Most of its followers were men. Women rarely joined unless driven by extraordinary motives. Take Claudia, for example. She'd sacrificed everything in pursuit of vengeance. In fact, almost every woman on Void Island was bound to a male adherent, by debt, by loyalty, or by more intimate ties. Lacey was the exception. She'd arrived practically alone, with few connections, but after just a handful of conversations with Lord Kassadin, the god of the Void, she became one of his most ardent believers. From the moment he spoke, she was determined to upend the old order without hesitation. Thank you for the reminder, Lord Renoli, Lacey said, inclining her head. Bai Linglong's eyes brightened at the promise of protection. If there was ever a chance to see Void Island for herself, she would seize it. After all, who could resist the lure of an unfamiliar civilization shrouded in mystery? The conversation flowed easily as Jin Luosha led the group toward the pavilion's dining hall. Inside, a long table awaited, set with 10 seats, and before each, a steaming hot pot stood ready to be shared. Damien stepped up to the long banquet table and nearly blinked at the spread before him. Platters of grilled and cured meats glistened in the lantern light. Bowls of crisp vegetables, broccoli, shiitake mushrooms, watercress lined one edge, and at the far end, a mountain of golden maple fruits, each one scrubbed to a polished shine with sweet nectar. Jin Rakshasa, the host, came up behind him and cleared his throat. I know tastes vary, he said, nodding toward the assortment. But after biomodification, our people tend to crave simpler, more natural fare. So I figured, why not hot pot? It's quick, it's communal, and you can season it any way you like. He gestured to a simmering cauldron at the center of the table. Around its base were jars of spice blends, fiery Szechuan peppercorn, lemongrass curry, smoky paprika, and bottles of infused oils. Everything you need is right here. Just pick your ingredients and dip away. Damien glanced over at Kyle, who was already tucking a slab of marbled beef into a bowl. We're not picky, Kyle said with a grin. As long as there's meat, we're happy. A ripple of laughter passed through the group, and everyone dove in. Some guests loaded up on sweet onions and crisp lotus roots. Others favored thick cuts of venison and spiced lamb. Laura, recently biomodified into a rabbit form and now sporting soft white fur, methodically selected an array of leafy greens, juicy red berries, and a handful of those golden maple fruits. She bit into one, her whiskers twitching with pleasure. My favorite, she murmured. Damien himself gathered a mix of nettle shoots, tender chicken thighs, and a few slices of smoked salmon. He ladled a mouthful of rich broth into his bowl, added a dab of chili oil, and took his seat. As steam curled around him, he caught Jin's eye. "Thanks for arranging all this," Damien said. "It's perfect." Jin bowed slightly. "I'm glad you like it. Enjoy yourselves." They ate in comfortable silence for several moments, the only sounds the soft clatter of chopsticks and the bubbling pot. Outside, the evening sky deepened to indigo, but here around the hot pot, the circle of companions burned bright with warmth, and the promise of new alliances forged over shared eels. Bai Linglong laid out the sliced fish and shellfish, added a handful of fresh vegetables, and finished the dish in a matter of moments. In the old days of the St. Nicholas civilization, elaborate banquets and exotic delicacies had been the norm. But ever since biomodification reshaped their culture, meals had been pared down to whatever was quick and easy. Bai Linglong herself wasn't a modified big cat. She was a plain omnivore with a modest appetite, so she was perfectly happy with simple fare. For Damien, mealtime was even simpler. He didn't pick up tongues or chopsticks. Instead, he used his telekinesis to float a generous helping onto his plate. Then he glanced over at Madame Butterfly, who was artfully selecting her seasonings. "What would you like?" he asked. "Just a little bit of everything," she replied, smiling. Damien nodded and shaped another pile of food in midair. As he drifted past Madame Butterfly's place, stray morsels gently dropped into her bowl. "Damien, your telekinesis is so convenient," she said, scooping up her share. "Go ahead, help yourself," he said with a grin. Madame Butterfly laughed. "The portions you're serving yourself are at least twice mine." From the far side of the table, Lacey watched Damien with raised eyebrows. He didn't even need to stand up. More food floated his way with a mere thought. Finally, Lacey shrugged, carried her plate over, and set it in front of him. "Here," she said. "Now will you help me move these?" Madame Butterfly didn't bother summoning dishes from thin air just to show off. She preferred a more understated approach. "All right," Lady Lacey said, and Nikrov immediately stepped forward to help himself to a serving. Renaud, ever quick, had already tucked into his chosen portion. Meanwhile, the Prophet and Kyle divided the remaining dishes between them. At a touch from Golden Rakshasa, the pavilion's walls slid open, transforming the enclosed space into a bright, open-air terrace. The guests settled down to eat. Jin Luosha and Hei Luosan, however, found their attention drifting to Madame Butterfly. Realizing how awkward it was to dine on hot pot while wearing a veil, and knowing that everyone present was aware of her true identity, she lifted it. The instant it fell away, both men felt their hearts skip a beat. Beneath the veil lay a face more perfect than any painter could capture, with delicate features that seemed sculpted by the gods themselves. Jin Luosha whispered, "She lives up to her title as queen. I never imagined she could be this stunning." Hei Luosan could only nod in agreement, utterly speechless. Even Bai Linglong, who thought she'd seen every kind of beauty, found herself momentarily breathless at the sight of Madame Butterfly's unveiled face. Beauty is a blessing when you can defend it. Without that strength, it becomes a liability. Damien's words hung in the air. Madame Butterfly's eyes darkened with understanding as she replied softly, "Your looks have brought you nothing but trouble." He studied her carefully. In many ways, Lacey outshone Butterfly herself. Her features were strikingly sensual, her posture radiated a natural confidence, even a touch of pride. Yet Damien knew Lacey had never learned to protect herself. Her sole safeguard was the power of her charm, a dangerous tool she could scarcely afford to wield. So she'd resorted to a subtler tactic. She'd dyed her skin a rich bronze, a hue almost unheard of in the Xandar Empire, where pale or sun-kissed complexions were prized. That unexpected tan kept most predators at a safe distance. Lacey offered a wry smile. "You're right," she said. "Without the means to back up your beauty, it may as well be a crime." King Damien stood by the tall alabaster window, moonlight tracing the sharp planes of his face. In a world that prized strength and heritage, his startling good looks were a curse without the backing of power or prestige. Envy among his peers had become routine. Ice-cold stares whispered insults. He'd grown accustomed to exclusion. Still, the scars they left cut deep, and he longed to escape a past haunted by suspicion and conspiracy. Madame Butterfly approached, her silken robes brushing the marble floor. She paused beside him and asked gently, "Your Majesty, does anyone truly shun you?" Damien met her gaze, a wry smile touching his lips. "It's worse than that," he admitted softly. They don't just turn their backs. They hurl curses in open forums, file endless denunciations, spread vile rumors. Some have even tried to abduct me, or worse, to bind my will by force. She drew a slow breath. Having superpowers doesn't guarantee an easy life. He nodded. The words, once spoken, settled between them. After a moment of silence, Madame Butterfly's expression grew distant, as though she were recalling her own hidden battles. I understand that plight, she whispered. From the moment I first wielded magic, I was reviled, cursed in crowded streets, hunted by those desperate to exploit my enchantments. As a child, my training was raw. I barely had control over my own spells. Yet at critical moments, my presence proved more powerful than any incantation. I could charm the hardest hearts, turn would-be captors into obedient allies. If I hadn't, I'd have perished long ago. Even now, drifting through distant star systems, I bear the guilt of lives lost by my hand, both men and women who underestimated me. A quiet understanding passed between them. Beauty, magic, and authority were gifts no less treacherous for their brilliance. But together, they would learn to wield those risks and each other's truths as protection against the darkest envy of their world. Damien watched her quietly, impressed by the calm pragmatism in her voice. She actually had an easier way to make money than running a beauty salon. She could simply use her charm on countless men and work for herself. But she knew that even the rarest flower in the forest will be dead before long if a sudden gale strikes. A beauty who relies solely on her looks invites only tragedy, and men led astray by irresistible allure tend to meet miserable ends. Besides, Madame Butterfly had never been driven by greed. She only wanted enough to live comfortably. Now she was comfortably wealthy, but it was the result of years of measured saving, not some flash of overnight fortune. Hai Luosan and Jin Rakshasa exchanged odd glances at this. They'd heard rumors that Her Majesty the Queen's charm ability was wildly unpredictable, and they both felt a mixture of fear and admiration. Still, in their youthful enthusiasm, they tended to overlook the downsides of such a bugged power. Superhuman gifts aren't tools you can wield perfectly the moment they awaken. Even if your ability is formidable from the start, mastery demands patience and steady practice. Until your mind matures alongside your power, every accidental flicker of that charm could open the door to untold troubles. Everything's behind us now, isn't it? Madame Butterfly hesitated, glancing at the others. Getting better every day? Nikrov caught the wistfulness in her voice and offered a soft smile. Come on now, let's not dwell on old disappointments. Madame Butterfly nodded. It really is a different world compared to the St. Nicholas civilization. In St. Nicholas, Nikrov went on, you could be entirely ordinary underneath, but once your biomod enhancements made you beautiful, you'd become the talk of the town. Bai Linglong's chest tightened at the reminder. In that society, one's original form held little weight. What mattered was undergoing the most advanced biological transformations to emerge both stunning and formidable. The more flawless the upgrade, the higher your status. He knew he'd never join one of the imperial capital's 5 great houses, yet life there would still have held certain comforts. Laura gave a small, knowing nod. Her own enhancements weren't as elaborate as Bai Linglong's, but they were still highly sought after in polite society. Damien allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. Now that he'd settled every last debt, his life was finally his own. He could work at his own pace, take on assignments that interested him, decline the ones that didn't, and never again be forced into a loan that would bind him for decades, even centuries. He didn't have to worry about microcredit penalties clawing at his freedom, nor the hidden fees that piled up until they swallowed you whole. Still, Damien knew the world he lived in, the St. Nicholas civilization, was as beautiful as it was brutal. Here, youth and flawless genes were worth more than gold. The most genetically gifted strode through life unchallenged, while the rest were left to scrabble in the margins. Whether you climbed to the upper echelons or stayed buried on the factory floor was decided the moment you were born. Even if your bloodline went on to found a great dynasty, there was little chance the very generation you happened to arrive in would benefit. He felt a fierce pride in his people's achievements, our breakthroughs in synaptic uplinks, our nanoweave fabrics, our terraforming ships, but pride didn't blind him to the system's flaws. If you weren't born to money or beauty, you had only two real choices: work your fingers to the bone and save every credit, or take on a risky bioweave contract promising instant enhancements at the cost of lifelong repayments. Both roads were hard. Both could leave you indebted in body and soul. Damien had chosen the first. Yes, it meant tight budgets and sleepless nights, but the trade-off was worth it. Once you were free of debt, you could finally strategize, invest in the right modifications, pick the best sponsors, and aim for a future where food, shelter, transport, even happiness weren't luxuries bought on credit. For him, that was the true definition of freedom, and he wasn't about to squander it. Damien belonged to one of the 10 great houses of the St. Nicholas civilization, a bloodline that by birthright commanded power over countless lives. Yet even among those born to privilege, only the most accomplished could hope to become head of the family. The rest, though secure in rank and wealth, still lived under immense pressure to excel. From the day he was born, everyone around Damien assumed he would rise to the very top. His cousins, his uncles, and even distant relatives all harbored hopes of supplanting one another as the contemporary patriarch. If Damien failed to outshine them, he risked more than just disappointment. In his family's eyes, he risked disgrace. Their constant comparisons, their hushed whispers, and the occasional harsh rebuke weighed on him from childhood onward. That pressure was only intensified by his father. A man of exacting standards, he left nothing to chance. As a senior strategist who shaped policy for the entire civilization, he was accustomed to scrutinizing the smallest detail. At home, he treated Damien's schooling, etiquette, and even choice of companions with the same intensity he applied to interbranch diplomacy. Mistakes were not merely corrected, they were dissected, cataloged, and used as lessons in how to do better next time. Under his father's rigorous guidance, Damien learned precision and focus far earlier than most boys his age. He became adept at reading his elders' moods, at anticipating the unspoken expectations that followed him from the grand halls of his ancestral estate into the sprawling academies where the civilization's future leaders were forged. Yet despite the weight of his lineage and the force of his father's ambitions, Damien harbored his own dreams that sometimes took him far from the carefully charted path his family had set out for him. The challenge before him was clear. To command respect and wield authority as his birthright demanded, he would first have to prove himself worthy, not just to his lineage, but to his own restless spirit. And in a world where every household plotted its own rise, that would prove no easy task. Damien stared out at the city's glowing towers, pondering the stubborn gap that still yawned between the fully enhanced and those who'd only managed a half measure of biomodification. Even now, there were citizens in the St. Nicholas civilization who couldn't secure the loans necessary for complete transformation. They'd undergone only partial upgrades, an interim fix, but one that left them perpetually trailing behind their peers. Biomodification isn't some tool of brainwashing or corporate exploitation, Damien reminded Lacey as he tapped through the latest progress reports. It's the very essence of who we are. Surrounded by fully enhanced individuals, those with only half the modifications simply cannot keep pace. Their potential is limited until they can finish their transformation. Lacey folded her arms. We knew this would be a gradual process, she said. After all, it's been just over 20,000 years since we embraced the St. Nicholas way. We've refined our bodies beyond anything our ancestors imagined, but perfecting every citizen, that will take generations. Damien nodded. Nevertheless, our civilization's development has outstripped all expectations. Right now, we're on par with a major nation's military strength. He paused, eyes flicking back to the horizon. True completion, though, won't come until our people become like seeds on the wind, taking root far beyond these borders. Only then will the St. Nicholas transformation be truly finished. Lacey smiled, a trace of impatience in her gaze. We've still got a long road ahead before we reach that day. Chapter 8. A Strategy of Strength. Damien watched Golden Rakshasa savor the last bite of a sweet golden maple fruit before speaking. The shards of sunlight through the cavern's crystalline walls illuminated his scaled features as he set the fruit aside. Right now, Golden Rakshasa began, his voice calm but measured. There are still vast regions within the St. Nicholas civilization that haven't undergone full biological transformation. That's why they lack the cohesion and power to rise as an empire. He leaned forward, eyes glittering in the half-light. If their people were to scatter, if they fled those lands, there is a slim chance they might settle elsewhere and flourish like fallen leaves taking root. But far more likely, other civilizations would capture them. They'd be imprisoned, dissected for research, or worse, exhibited like curiosities. Damien frowned. Because their culture is so alien? Exactly. Golden Rakshasa nodded. The very foundation of St. Nicholas society is biological modification. But to the outside worlds, that's strange and frightening. The weaker a civilization is, the more it feels the sting of prejudice, and the easier it becomes to exploit. He paused, tapping his claws on the crystalline floor. That's why we need disaster-level monsters on our side. Not merely as weapons, but as living symbols of power. Once we break the current hierarchy, tear down those artificial barriers, we can elevate our entire civilization to a level that others cannot ignore. Damien crossed his arms. And when we're that strong? Golden Rakshasa's grin was slow, predatory. Then no matter where we go, no one will dare look down on us. That is the unvarnished truth of the universe. With that, he rose and stretched his wings. Damien felt the weight of the plan settle over him like a cloak of destiny. The path ahead would be perilous, but for St. Nicholas to survive, they had no choice but to become unstoppable. Damien gazed out over the sprawling capital of the Xandar Empire, reflecting on how differently things worked here compared to the Sanic realms. In Sanic society, the lines between officials and merchants often blurred, loan rates skirted the edge of usury, and debts could spiral into centuries-long burdens. A few short years of borrowing might trap a family forever under compounding interest, ultimately forcing them into bondage just to settle their loans. Here, by contrast, credit carried only reasonable rates, and the nightmare of indentured servitude had been all but eliminated. Still, financial fairness was only the beginning of what kept a civilization strong. Beyond economic stability, the empire relied on the valor of its monster-hunting legions to safeguard its citizens. Threats came in all shapes, but the most terrifying were the so-called disaster-level beasts, colossal, near-unstoppable creatures whose defeat often demanded great sacrifice. Only the elite hunters drawn from the great Meridian divisions possessed the skill and courage to track and slay these titans, and even then, victory sometimes came at a terrible human cost. Damien understood that ensuring the Empire's future meant balancing countless priorities. Feeding and clothing a populace was vital, but it was merely the foundation. In the wider galaxy, no single race held a monopoly on advancement. Around them, innumerable civilizations vied to push the frontier of knowledge and power ever outward. To keep the Xandar Empire on its upward trajectory, its leaders had to sustain economic equity, military readiness, and scientific innovation, all at once. As dawn crept over the marble spires, Damien straightened his shoulders. He knew the road ahead would be fraught with challenges, political rivalries, financial crises, and the roar of every monster stalking the borderlands. Yet he also knew that complacency was the true enemy. Here, beneath the brightening sky, the Empire's destiny rested on the vigilance and determination of every citizen, and on the willingness of men like him to shoulder burdens heavier than any debt. Born from sorrow and destined to die at the pinnacle of joy, civilization must never rest on its laurels. The history of the Xandar Empire proves that complacency leads only to decay and stagnation. Had Xandar abandoned its ventures into the wider universe, it never would have encountered the Kree Empire. And the Kree, unchallenged, might have been sweeping through distant galaxies. Had they struck directly at Andromeda, that galaxy might already have fallen. Xandar's legacy is a warning both to its future rulers and to the myriad civilizations of Andromeda. Never assume you are invincible. The universe hides countless perils. As Xandar matured into an empire over millennia, its explorers uncovered ever deeper cosmic mysteries. Chief among them was the Celestials, a primordial, near-mythic race that has existed since the birth of the universe. Damien watched in silence as Laura leaned back in her chair, a half-smile playing on her lips. Around them, the Grand Hall buzzed with debate about the Xandar Empire's next move, Yet to Laura, it was all a distant spectacle. "You know," she said casually, "the Empire may be able to hold its own against the weaker celestial clans, but even at its technological peak, there's really nothing, or no one, who can slow it down now. What could any lesser civilization possibly do to halt an empire that's already reached the top?" She waved a hand dismissively. "That's how those big shots think. They worry about politics, power balances, galactic dominance. But that's not our problem." Damien raised an eyebrow. "Then what's your problem?" Laura's grin widened. "We little people," she replied. "We worry about making enough credits today so we can eat tomorrow, maybe splurge on something nice every now and then. We adapt, make our own luck, and enjoy the ride. Leave the empire building to the emperors." Golden Rakshasa, who had been standing a few feet away, chuckled softly, his eyes crinkled with amusement rather than offense. "Straight to the point, aren't you?" he said, stepping forward. "That attitude, it's exactly what most folks in St. Nicholas civilization believe." Laura shrugged, unconcerned. "Big players think big. We think small. And you know what? That's perfectly fine." Damien smiled, tucking his hands into his jacket pockets. In a universe obsessed with empires and celestial politics, perhaps there was wisdom in focusing on the simple things: credit balances, good meals, and the freedom to chart one's own course. They had no pressing duties to bind them, so they were free to live as they pleased. Over steaming bowls of rice and savory stews, Damien, Ni, Krav, Madame Butterfly, Golden Rakshasa, Black Luo-san, and Kyle chatted easily, and before they knew it, half an hour had slipped by. One by one, they finished their meals. Golden Rakshasa leaned back, rested his elbows on the table, and offered with a smile, "If you'd like to stay on Jinfeng Mountain for a while, you're more than welcome to use my quarters as a base." Madame Butterfly set down her chopsticks and rose to her feet. Jin Rakshasa, Golden Rakshasa's formal name, nodded in agreement. "One night here is plenty," he said. "We'll spend tomorrow tracking down leads. No need to overstay." Kyle, still chewing a mouthful of rice, lifted his head. "Sounds good. Let us know if you uncover anything," he added, glancing at Damien. Solving the Kree Empire's conspiracy, Kyle pointed out, would help not only the Void Cult but also the St. Nicole civilization. And once the mission was complete, Golden Rakshasa promised to give them golden maple tree seeds. The golden maples produce small, succulent fruits, bursting with sweet juiciness, he explained. They won't fill your belly for long, but they're absolutely delicious. The Void Cultists proved so ravenous that these fruits could only serve as a light dessert. "From now on," Nikrov declared with a grin, "the Void God cult will plant a golden maple tree, so in a few years we'll have another after-dinner treat." He rose once the meal was over. With Jin Luosha and Hei Luosan at his side, there was no need for him to chart the way. They would lead the group forward. As they moved out, Hei Luosan tapped out a message to his younger brother. "Continue standing guard," he instructed, "and review only the most urgent applications. Anything else can wait. If a decision truly can't be postponed, consult Father. Under no circumstances is he to act on his own. After all, any verdict Hei Luosan puts his seal on, approval or rejection, carries weight across St. Nicholas civilization." Hei Luoliu glanced at her brother. "Third brother," she asked, "what are you discussing with Brother Rakshasa?" "How should I be stationed on Mount Jinfeng?" Luosan asked with a polite bow. Damien tapped open the message, feeling a sudden knot of tension. Under normal circumstances, Luosan's day was strictly regimented, escorting dignitaries, inspecting various sites, and always returning on schedule. But today, Damien had sent an urgent summons that upended Luosan's carefully laid plans. That left Damien, at just 24 years old, to field intermittent communications from high-ranking visitors who preferred to bypass the usual channels. The pressure was immense. By all rights, one didn't assume such responsibilities until at least 30. "I'm receiving several distinguished guests right now," Damien replied. "I need to attend to them in person." "Understood," came Luosan's quick response. "I'll handle things here. Just keep me updated." Luosan paused, then pinged him again. "Tell me, what kind of VIP is so important that you'd throw your timetable out the window?" Damien frowned as he reviewed the guest list, curiosity and a tinge of anxiety welling up inside him. Who could justify this level of urgency? A group of distinguished guests from other civilizations, and decisions that will shape the St. Nicholas civilization's future. "I'll tell you the details once I'm back," Damien said, already busy with the projection. "Not now. I've got too much on my plate." He twisted his wrist, reclaimed the holographic display, and peered at the data. "Hang on, I don't recall hearing about this. Which civilizations are sending envoys?" His fourth brother immediately pinged him, but Damien left the message unread. The brother watched the notification blinking unanswered and felt a knot tighten in his chest. He glanced at the towering stack of reports littering his desk and muttered, "Great, my life's about to get even more complicated." After all, the contest for head of the He Luo family lay between He Luo 1 through He Luo 5, all born within 10 years of each other, all fierce rivals for leadership. And of the lot, it was the third brother, Damien, whose talents and achievements outshone them all. Damien sat alone in the dimly lit briefing room, the only illumination coming from the hollow projector at its center. On the translucent screen, his image hovered beside Rakshasa Jin, two names that bracketed the pinnacle of their generation's leadership. Both men were unmatched in combat skill, unrelenting in work ethic, and deft at maneuvering through the labyrinth of political alliances. Above all, their uncanny ability to anticipate the future made any joint appearance an event of seismic importance. He turned his attention to the data pads fanned out before him, methodically reviewing each report and assigning it a priority ranking. In the Hai family, one's first 30 years were a time for learning. Tutors offered guidance, exercises honed technique, but final decisions always rested with the family patriarch. Damien knew that whenever a document exceeded his tutor's remit, he would have to swallow his pride and seek his father's verdict. When he finished organizing the last file, he tapped a command. The holographic images flickered and died, leaving the room in half shadow. His younger brother Kai entered silently, pausing by the doorway. Damien stood, smoothing the front of his uniform. "I'll call father now," he said. "These proposals need his approval." Kai gave a respectful nod. "He's expecting our report." A quiet confidence settled over Damien's features. In a world crowded with brilliant strategists and fearsome warriors, only one person had ever earned his absolute trust, his own brother. As the two men prepared to confer with their father, Damien felt certain that together they would steer the Hai family toward its destined future. Even if someone were to cause trouble over the next few days while he was occupied, Damien knew he could always come back and clean up the mess later. Right now, his top priority was unmasking whoever had the gall to collaborate with the Kree Empire and endanger all of civilization's safety. Because several high-ranking figures from the Void God sect had gathered for this meeting, Hai Luosan hadn't even bothered to alert his forces or marshal them alongside him. After all, if the sky itself began to crumble, there were giants more than capable of keeping it aloft. Without a word of preamble, Nikrov reached out with his telekinesis and lifted Madame Butterfly clear off her feet, holding her aloft. "Lead the way," he said flatly. Outside the pavilion hung a narrow corridor. There, the golden Rakshasa had already stationed itself, its massive gilded wings folded. With a single mighty flap, it stirred up a gale and soared into the sky like a mythic rock taking flight. He Luosan leapt from the rail, hands extended. The golden Rakshasa banked midair, dove, and caught him by the wrists before rocketing off again like a streaking bolt of living light. Nikrov, still carrying Madame Butterfly, followed with equal ease, vanishing into the heavens in pursuit of the Rakshasa's dazzling wake. Damien watched as the golden Rakshasa streaked across the sky, its 2-meter-tall frame crowned by wings that, at full span, measured nearly 4 meters. Each gleaming feather ended in a razor-sharp tip that caught the sunlight like blades. "I've got to admit," he said, eyes still fixed on the creature's receding silhouette, "the Jin family's raptor breed is absolutely stunning." Renali, standing beside him, nodded eagerly. "It really is. If only we could get our hands on a pure prototype, keep one as our own." Bai Linglong, who'd been listening nearby, let out a soft laugh. "You two are easily impressed. Remember, what you're admiring is a specially bred hybrid, an enhanced variety. The native stock didn't look nearly as refined." Renoli waved a hand dismissively. "Still, even a hybrid of this caliber would be incredible. Imagine a raptor capable of 6 times the speed of sound." Damien turned to her, intrigued. Only the current generation leaders of the Jin family can push their mounts that fast. The rest, they're still hitting twice Mach, minimum. That's nothing to scoff at. Damien stared up at the sky. A raptor that fearsome would be more than just ruler of the heavens. It would sit at the very pinnacle of the food chain. Even the most advanced civilizations might find their weapons useless against such a creature, and no superpower could mount an effective defense. He turned to his companions. We'll camp here tonight and wait for their report. Lacey didn't deny that the golden Rakshasa was breathtaking when it spread its gilded wings, but she hardly looked starry-eyed. This sort of glory simply wasn't her thing. She gave a measured nod and fell silent. Far above them, the golden Rakshasa soared at 10,000 meters. Its mighty wing beats whipped gusts of wind down toward the ground, but Damien felt none of it. His own speed on terra firma was already exceptional. Still, something about the sight of the queen, escorted by Nikrov, stirred him. Not even that roaring gale could shake his resolve. A quiet admiration welled in him for Nikrov's strength. If this invasion truly marked the beginning of a larger assault, it must have been Nikrov who descended from the sky along with the queen. In the imperial capital itself, every last trace of the Kree had already vanished. Even if the other major factions secretly eyed an alliance with the Kree, none were foolish enough to formalize it under the glare of the imperial capital's watchful eyes. So Jin Rakshasa set out instead for the distant city where the Yuan family held power. The journey wasn't easy, 3 hours of travel through rugged terrain. But at last, around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, he and his retinue arrived. Jin Luosha led Luosan, Niklov, and Madame Butterfly into a sprawling metropolis unlike any they'd seen before. Gone were the steel spires and metal thrums of the imperial capital. In their place lay rolling white forests and buildings carved from ivory-hued stone. Everywhere they looked, the city gleamed like a frost-bound wonder. The Yuan family had made their name by perfecting ape-based biomods, subjects endowed with colossal arm strength and explosive leaping power. These ape types had once been commonplace among capital operatives, but over time they earned a reputation as generalists, equipped for almost anything, yet masters of nothing. In the cutthroat world of biomod heroes, true distinction belonged only to those whose powers were honed to a single, extraordinary edge. Once the Yuan clan's evolutionary technology reached its peak, they would inevitably fade from history's stage. Yet the very process that propelled them forward had also altered their appearance. Their skin now ranged from alabaster to gold to a faint crimson, and most bore a single elegant tail. Otherwise, they still resembled the ancient St. Nicholas of legend. Without warning, a roar shattered the air, an eagle's cry so powerful it rattled metal girders and cracked nearby stone. The golden Rakshasa had arrived. An eagle's scream in the heavens, golden arrows slicing the sky. Could it be a scion of the Jin family from the imperial capital? Someone in the crowd murmured. Every inhabitant of Source God City lifted their gaze. High above the citadel's spires, a brilliant streak of gold blazed across the sky before spiraling down toward the main gate. By the heavens, it truly is the Jin family's noble lord. What business brings him here? Another voice asked, hushed but urgent. Isn't he supposed to be on his way to the grand assembly in the capital? Added yet another resident, curiosity and suspicion warring in their tone. Amid the gathered biomodified citizens of the Yuan clan, Damien pressed himself against the railing of the viewing platform. His pulse quickened. This was the moment he'd been awaiting, and the Jin family's envoy had delivered his signal with unmistakable grandeur. Chapter 1. The Exiled Scion. For 5,000 years, the Yuan family had reigned supreme in the St. Nicholas civilization, until the Jin clan wrested control of the imperial capital. Though the Yuan still governed a vast independent metropolis, their prestige plummeted the moment they were forced to withdraw. In ages past, lesser lineages and minor species alike had journeyed to the capital to pay homage to the Yuan. Now the roles were reversed. The Yuan heir made regular pilgrimages to the imperial council, while the 5 noble houses of the capital, once their inferiors, held unrivaled sway. What began as a temporary submission hardened into custom over the centuries, breeding both envy and resentment in the wider world. Perched on a lonely mountain overlooking the sprawling city below, the Yuan's ancestral mansion stood silent, its marble pillars gleaming in the dawn light. Few dared climb the winding path to its gates, for rumors whispered of the family's undiminished power. Within the grandest hall, a solitary figure surveyed the landscape. He was Damien, scion of the Yuan line, towering nearly 3 meters tall, his alabaster skin and sharp features as unyielding as the marble beneath his feet. A golden monkey's tail rippled behind him, a living emblem of his clan's ancient pact with celestial simians. Damien's stern eyes traced the horizon, already plotting his next journey to the imperial palace. Though exiled, he swore the Yuan would one day reclaim their rightful place. Damien heard the roar before he saw its source. He stepped out of the manor and climbed onto the stone observation terrace, eyes fixed on a golden silhouette plunging through the sky. It was Jin Luosha, known throughout the realms as the Golden Rakshasa, announcing his arrival with a thunderous bellow that echoed across Yuan City. His warning was clear: do not activate your air defenses. Even if they tried, he could outmaneuver every missile and turret with ease. But Luosha had not come merely to intimidate. He was here to confirm rumors that the Yuan family might have allied with the Krees, and if those rumors proved true, he was prepared to fight. Suspicion alone, however, did not justify unprovoked bloodshed. Cutting through the air without hesitation, the Golden Rakshasa descended straight into the heart of Mount Yuanbai, the Yuan family's ancestral stronghold, and landed on the terrace before Damien. Calmly meeting his old rival's gaze, Damien listened as Luosha offered a crooked grin and said, "Damien, long time no see." Damien stepped off the skyship's gangplank into Source City's bustling arrival hall. Across the crowd, a familiar figure waved and called out, "Long time no see." "The last time we met properly was 5 years ago," Damien replied, smiling. Yuan Tianhe, scion of one of the old noble houses, strode forward and embraced him like an old friend. As heirs of two once great lineages, the bond between the Golden Rakshasa and the Yuan heir ran deep, though circumstances had kept them apart. Here in Source City, everyone showed deference to the imperial capital, often dubbed the noble patriarch, but respect and friendship were not the same thing. Since the Yuan family had fallen from its place among the 5th great lineages, their movements to and from the capital grew scarce. Most of their conversations happened through encrypted communicators. Few had the luxury of time for travel. By contrast, the Jin family's skyships roared through the upper atmosphere, making the journey between capitals in mere hours. Yet even their astonishing speed was unique. After all, the sky remained the fastest highway linking these two great cities. Damien stepped back from Jin Luosha's embrace, surprised. "Why didn't you let me know you were coming this time? And who are these two?" He nodded toward the two strangers beside Hai Luosan, faces he'd never seen before. Jin Luosha grinned, brushing off the question. "They're friends of mine. I wouldn't keep secrets from you." Damien folded his arms. "You said you came because you'd heard some secrets. What are you looking into?" "Let's go inside and talk," Jin Luosha replied casually, leading the way toward the mansion. As they walked, Jin Luosha's mind raced. If Damien were secretly allied with the Kree Empire, especially now that the Jin family, as the military district's representatives, might launch an investigation, he'd be looking for any slip. And if the Yuan clan harbored dark intentions, pushing deeper would force hidden flaws to the surface. Damien matched his pace, eyes sharp with curiosity. "All right, start from the beginning. What have you discovered?" "We'll find out everything once we're face to face," Jin Rakshasa said, watching Damien carefully. He noted with mild surprise that Damien showed no fear, only curiosity. Jin still hadn't declared the Yuan family innocent. There was another reason he'd brought Damien here, to give the queen a chance to, well, charm might be putting it loosely. "All right," Jin said. "I'll have someone bring us tea." Damien shook his head. "No tea, please. Let's talk somewhere more private." Jin nodded, and Damien led the small party inside his home. He closed the windows and doors, cut the room's surveillance feed, then guided them into a back parlor furnished with a low table and cushions. Once they'd all seated themselves, Damien leaned forward. "Tell me," he said quietly, "why all this secrecy?" Jin folded his arms, settling back. "First, have you heard about the Kree's plan?" At those words, Damien's brow furrowed. He exchanged a glance with Jin before asking, "The Kree plan? What are you talking about?" Damien hesitated, the question hanging in the air as tension pulsed between them. Damien sat back in his chair, folding his arms as he addressed the assembled nobles. A few years ago, the Kree Empire approached our St. Nicholas civilization with a most tempting offer. They said they wanted to integrate our research with their supreme optical brain, the so-called supreme intelligence, and in doing so would open the door to revolutionary biomodification techniques for controlling disasters. Luosan raised an eyebrow. The Kree Empire that magnanimous? Hardly sounds like them. Damien inclined his head. Exactly. No one in their right mind believes the Kree would grant us such power without strings attached. That's why both the Kim family and the Black family rejected their proposal immediately. I imagine the other great houses did the same. To cooperate with the Kree is to grab hold of a tiger's tail. Nothing but trouble lies ahead. There was no more talk of it, Luosan agreed, until just now. We've received fresh intelligence, secret reports that the Sanic civilization has quietly allied itself with the Kree. A murmur rippled through the chamber. At the far end, Jin Luosha leaned forward, eyes narrowed. Which of the major lineages would be foolish enough to side with the Kree? And more importantly, who tipped you off to this clandestine pact? Damien met his gaze evenly. Our source is discreet but reliable. If the Sanic actually moves forward with this alliance, every one of our civilizations will face consequences far worse than any natural calamity. He let the weight of that warning hang in the charged silence. We must act, and act quickly, before it's too late. Jin Rakshasa narrowed his eyes. Are you absolutely sure this information is reliable? Yuan Tianhe's expression darkened. My source is the land of nothingness itself. That place doesn't deal in cheap gossip. What they sell comes at a premium because it's guaranteed accurate. Rakshasa let out a low whistle. The land of nothingness? It's notorious for being beyond any real law. I'd still want to verify everything independently. Yuan Tianhe nodded, his tone grave. Exactly why you can trust it. Authorities there charge exorbitant fees for their intel, and they're ruthless about punishing anyone who spreads rumors. False reports simply wouldn't survive. Jin Rakshasa studied him for a moment, then gave a curt nod. All right, but we'll cross-check before making any moves. Damien's eyes flashed with anger. So you went after my Yuan family first? Jin Luosha met his glare calmly. What do you take the Yuan clan for? Yes, you wit, HD Ru from the imperial capital's history 5,000 years ago. And yes, your lineage was once the bedrock of St. Nicholas civilization. But that doesn't grant you immunity. Damien's jaw tightened. No matter our past glories, you can't simply... He cut himself off, realizing the inspection team wouldn't be swayed by protests. Jin Luosha stepped forward, his tone firm but measured. I understand you're upset, but please, let us explain. This is a routine inspection. We're not singling out the Yuan family. We're reviewing every major bloodline. Damien's fists clenched at his sides. Jin Luosha softened his voice. Several other prominent veins are subject to the same scrutiny. What if we overlooked one of them? It's our duty to be thorough. Damien stared at him, anger still simmering beneath the surface. He knew Luosha spoke the truth, but that knowledge did little to calm the fire in his veins. If none of you outside the capital yet understand the gravity of our situation, let me make it clear. We must guarantee absolute security. To that end, we will carry out a thorough investigation into all key figures in the Imperial City, including our own Jin family. What we face now has the power to destroy civilization itself. There can be no mistakes. Protecting the legacy of the St. Nicholas civilization at any cost is not only the duty of House Jin, but of every major branch within our culture. At these words, Jin Luosha rose to his feet. He met Yuan Tianhe's furious glare head-on, unflinching, and spoke with unwavering conviction. Chapter 671. What is courage? I'm not afraid of shifting shadows, Jin Luosha replied coolly. How would you like to verify that? Yuan Tianhe shook his head. I haven't laid eyes on any Kree in years, and I've heard nothing about them surfacing here in Source City, he said. Jin Luosha nodded and fell silent, allowing Yuan Tianhe to pursue the matter. He showed no hint of fear when he met Yuan Tianhe's gaze, and Yuan Tianhe couldn't tell whether that was genuine confidence or a carefully hidden lie. Without a word, Jin Luosha turned his attention to Madame Butterfly, his unspoken invitation for her to make her move. In truth, even the Golden Rakshasa wouldn't dare promise a swift answer without Madame Butterfly's backing. Once any rumor of hidden Kree spread, it would be all but impossible to keep them concealed. Yuan Tianhe noticed Jin Luosha's eyes drifting and followed his line of sight. There before him stood Madame Butterfly, a woman whose violet eyes pulsed with an almost tangible malice. The moment those eyes locked onto his, he felt his courage slip away. "My queen," he murmured, bowing his proud head in deference. Both Jin Luosha and He Luosan had witnessed Madame Butterfly's power up close. Now, as they watched her step forward, awe and dread coiled in their hearts. Madame Dai's dark eyes flicked to Yuan Tianhe. "Has your Yuan clan been collaborating with the Kree people in recent years?" Yuan Tianhe shook his head, brows knitting together. "No, at least I've never heard of any such alliance, and I only learned of the Kree's latest scheme from Jin Rakshasa himself." He spoke smoothly at first, then hesitated, as if struck by a sudden recollection. Actually, the names Jin Luosha, He Luosan, and Niklov stiffened at those words, each of them betraying a startled flash of emotion. Madame Dai left her illusion of calm firmly in place as she pressed on. "Are you still harboring resentment for being driven out of the imperial capital 5,000 years ago?" She let her question hang in the air. The Great Meridian War was an open conflict back then. Not only did we lose to the Jin family, we were thoroughly outmatched by every major house. Our clan withdrew, devastated by the destruction of St. Nico's ancient civilization. We fled the capital for millennia, only to claw our way back, and then, in less than 1,000 years, we were expelled once more. A charged silence followed, the courtly masks of everyone present barely concealing the centuries-old wounds that still ran deep. Damien's jaw tightened as he stared across the grand audience hall. "I'd be lying if I said I wasn't frustrated," he admitted, voice low but unwavering. "But strength always rises to the top, and the weak must step aside. That's the unchanging law of St. Nicholas civilization. No matter how much I resent it, if my skills fall short, then they simply aren't enough, and there's nothing more to say." A hush fell over the assembled nobles. At last, Yuan Tianhe, head of the Yuan family and Damien's senior by decades, leaned forward. His face bore a trace of sympathy, but his tone remained firm. "Young man, your honesty is commendable," Yuan Tianhe began. "But remember, 5,000 years ago, during the Great Meridian War, every lineage, great and small, had its chance to prove itself. That conflict wasn't decided by favoritism or hidden tricks. It was an open, fair contest." He paused, letting the weight of history settle in the air. The Jin family won, not because they were favored by fate, but because they foresaw the coming struggles. They spent over 10,000 years gathering knowledge, treatises of cultivation, battle theory, secrets of the 5 elemental meridians. 5 millennia ago, they unleashed that legacy at full force. They seized control of the capital's 5 principal branches and claimed the supreme military command. Even the strongest houses of that era fell before them. Those who couldn't compete were driven from the capital, their names all but erased. Damien closed his eyes, recalling stories he'd RD as a child, tales of the once mighty Crimson lineage, the Iron Guard, each dethroned by the Jin's mastery. His chest tightened with both awe and determination. Yuan Tianhe's gaze softened. "Your family endured, Damien, not by luck, but by adapting and growing stronger. If you feel unworthy now, let it drive you, not to bitterness, but to excellence. Learn from the past, forge your own path. That is how new power is born." Silence reigned as Damien absorbed those words. Then, with a resolute nod, he straightened his shoulders. The past had taught him that dissatisfaction could spark greatness, if he chose to use it. And he would. "Is that your own opinion?" Madame Butterfly asked. "Or do the entire Yuan clan share it?" Damien met her gaze evenly. "It's strictly my personal view. I can't guarantee that everyone in my family feels the same way, least of all the Queen." He paused, gathering his thoughts. "The capital's power structure hasn't shifted in 5,000 years. Without a major breakthrough in biomodification technology, the current hierarchy of St. Nicholas civilization is locked in place and likely to remain so for decades to come." Madame Butterfly stayed silent, so Damien pressed on. "It's not just the Yuan clan that's unhappy. Many of the other great lineages in the capital resent the dominance of the so-called five major houses. Rumors and murmurs float through every corridor of power. No one dares speak them outright, but the grievances have been building for centuries. He leaned forward, voice low and steady. In the old days, 10 noble families took turns filling those 5 top positions, each watching over the others in rotation. That balance has long since collapsed, but the scores still need settling. And once I've grown strong enough, I'll ensure my family regains the status it deserves. The power structure of the St. Nicholas civilization has long since been settled. True authority now rests with the 5 imperial capitals. Their chief affiliates beyond the capitals, vast corporate houses that maintain branch offices in each capital, are flush with wealth and resources, yet lack real political clout. Whenever one of the 5 capitals issues an order, these corporations must comply. Once independent rulers in their own right, they can no longer challenge this hierarchy, and resentment simmers beneath the surface. Golden Rakshasa, do you have any further questions? Mrs. Dai asked. She was already convinced of Damien's innocence, even though the Yuan clan's name still bore a stain of suspicion. Golden Rakshasa fixed Damien with a steady gaze. Where are the senior elders and the current branch heads of your lineage? He demanded. Damien drew a steady breath. He was indeed a direct scion of the Yuan family, but his father had never held the patriarchal title. Carving out his own position as a contemporary leader had required extraordinary determination, and now, under questioning, he would have to prove that effort had not been in vain. There's no time for idle courtesy here. Damien's bearing leaves no doubt that he values efficiency above all else. The elders have long since withdrawn to the everlasting forest, deep within Yuanbai Mountain, someone reports. The current family head should still be at home at the moment, comes the reply. Damien nods thoughtfully. Thanks to the advanced cultivation of the St. Nicholas civilization's 10 great veins, these senior masters can easily live 1,500 years or more, so long as they aren't cut down in battle. In fact, while not many qualify as ancient, these elders only grow stronger with age until they finally reach that mark. Very well, Damien says, we'll go see them ourselves. At his words, Jin Luosha's gaze sharpens. As a leading figure in the clan, Damien would naturally be apprised of every major development within the family, just as Jin Luosha and He Luosan, despite their own father not holding the title, can tap into nearly the same level of insider knowledge. Both brothers are recognized as prime candidates to inherit the Grar, Eat lineage, yet among them, Jin Luosha positions himself as the mightiest. His eyes flick back to Damien, registering challenge more than curiosity. For Damien, that subtle tension only confirms the stakes are higher than ever. He turns toward the looming silhouette of Yuanbai Mountain, determination set in his features. The elders await, and with their favor, the path to leading the St. Nicholas family will truly open. To lead Damai's future and forge stronger family heads, so that you must grasp the currents of change. And if those Yuan elders have been scheming behind Damien's back, we'll let Her Majesty handle their questioning. Madame Butterfly heard this and realized there was no need for further interrogation in the Tianhe chamber. With a single breath, she spoke, her voice as silken as moonlight. You may wake. Immediately, Damien's eyes snapped open. His memories flooded back, untouched. He took in everything at once, the chamber's hush, the 2 figures standing guard, and when his gaze met Madame Butterfly's, he saw pure horror in her eyes, as if she'd glimpsed a ghost. He braced himself. Who are these 2? He turned toward the newcomers, Jin Luosha and He Luosan. Panic flashed across his face. They'd clearly come prepared, determined to press him until there were no more secrets left to learn. If she could bend his will so completely, he thought, then mastering Golden Rakshasa and Black Luosan would be effortless. Madame Butterfly's power, and whatever extraordinary origin it sprang from, was beyond anything he'd ever imagined. You don't need to know all their names or titles, the Queen's envoy said softly, her voice echoing against the marble walls. Just remember this one fact, she is the Queen. Damien stood tall beneath the vaulted ceiling, the torchlight flickering in his eyes. I've come to expose the Kree conspiracy, he declared. The envoy inclined her head. Once our inquiry is complete, the Kree agents will be driven from the imperial capital. Damien turned to face He Luosan, his closest ally in the investigation. "You believe I'm innocent of any treachery?" Luosan's gaze was ice-cold. "I do," he replied, voice low and measured. "But if we uncover a mole within House Damien—" Damien's heart tightened at the unspoken warning. "We will not hesitate," Luosan finished. "The imperial capital shows no mercy to traitors." Luosan belonged to one of the 5 great houses that had presided over the capital for generations. Their power had grown steadily, their influence woven into every court intrigue and policy. Yet in all their striving, they had failed to heed the timeless customs that held the Sanic realm together. That oversight gave the Kree their foothold and threatened to unravel an entire civilization. Other worlds might bend to the will of the Kree Empire, but not St. Nicol. As one of the galaxy's most advanced civilizations, the Sanic people possessed the strength to crush any invasion. If the Kree dared mount a full-scale assault, they would be obliterated. Damien met Luosan's stare, determination blazing in his chest. "Then we leave no stone unturned." Footsteps approached from the shadowed corridor. In the days ahead, every secret would be laid bare, and the fate of St. Nicol would hang in the balance. Damien studied the galactic map flickering before him, his expression grave. "We need to be far more subtle. Instead of committing Kree legions directly against the St. Nicholas civilization, let's stir up other advanced powers and nudge them into launching the first strike. If we sent a massive fleet into Andromeda, the Xandar Empire would inevitably step in. Large-scale conflicts between major civilizations always draw their attention. But isolated skirmishes? Xandar barely bothers. They see minor clashes as a release valve, a way to keep old feuds alive without letting them explode into full-blown war." He tapped a constellation cluster for emphasis. "Encourage just enough friction, nothing too catastrophic, and we let Xandar's own balancing act work for us." "I'll go with you to witness it," came the firm voice of Yuan Tianhe. His eyes wavered for a moment, then hardened into resolve. He knew the risk. Any officer who openly colluded with the Kree would be branded a traitor to the civilized realms. Yet he spoke those words without hesitation. Damien nodded in approval. The die was cast. Xandar's indifference would become their greatest weapon. Chapter 7. Shadows over Andromeda. Damien sat at the head of the strategy table, the holographic star charts of the Andromeda galaxy shimmering in front of him. Though the Sanic civilization wasn't a formal vassal of the Xandar Empire, its position in Andromeda made it one of Xandar's most cherished protégés. Without the Empire's oversight of the galaxy's trade network, fledgling societies would struggle to find their place among the great powers of the universe. "It's common knowledge that the Kree Empire covets Andromeda," Damien said, his gaze fixed on the 3-dimensional display. "They see our galaxy's stability as the perfect springboard for their expansion." General Luosan inclined his head in agreement. "Our intelligence confirms that someone within Sana secretly ushered Kree agents into the system. Under the guise of diplomatic envoys, they've begun sowing discord, arming militias, stoking territorial disputes. Their goal is nothing less than to turn Andromeda into a battleground." Damien's fingers brushed the edge of the holotable. Betraying Sana's people was one thing, but betraying the entire Andromeda galaxy was an unthinkable crime. "We can't let them succeed," he said quietly. "If the Kree achieve this foothold, the region will collapse into chaos." "We must tread carefully," Luosan replied. He tapped a comlink on his uniform, and intercepted transmissions scrolled into view. "The Yuan family rules Sana. If we accuse them prematurely, based on incomplete evidence, we risk igniting civil war. Public opinion here is volatile." Damien studied the data, coded messages about arms shipments, troop movements, secret meetings in the nebula's shadowed sectors. "Then our priority is proof," he said. "Establish a covert task force, deploy surveillance drones to monitor key installations, infiltrate Kree operations. We need irrefutable evidence of their plot." The general's eyes hardened into resolve. "Agreed. I'll bring in the best operatives from Xandar intelligence. They'll work under our direct orders. No political leaks." Damien leaned back, the weight of command heavy on his shoulders, but his resolve unshaken. "And once we have that evidence, we expose the conspirators, both Kree and their Sanic collaborators. We'll remind every world in this galaxy that peace is not a luxury, it's our collective responsibility to defend." Hyluosan rose and offered a crisp salute. Then let's save Andromeda. Together, they shut down the hollow projection. Outside the command room's reinforced viewport, the spiral arms of Andromeda gleamed like a promise and a warning. The battle for the galaxy's soul was just beginning. It might look like a deliberate purge, an effort to erase the Minamoto family's legacy and bar them from ever returning to the imperial capital. Yet neither Madame Butterfly nor Niklov raised any objections. They were here to resolve the crisis, not to reshape the St. Nicholas civilization's foundations. Decisions with such long-term consequences lay beyond their remit. Even Niklov saw through Queen Helrosa's design. By branding the Minamoto as the root of every problem, she ensured that any future failures would be blamed squarely on them. Once suspicion is in the air, restoring the family's reputation becomes almost impossible. Very well, Helrosa said, her voice steady. Follow me. I'll introduce you. Damien watched her make the call without a hint of doubt. He stepped forward at once. He'd seen the queen work her authority before. Under her gaze, people confessed freely, laying out every detail of their actions. Whether the Minamoto were truly guilty or victims of political machination, Helrosa would uncover the truth simply by asking the right questions. No need for secret investigations or evidence-gathering expeditions. The facts would come to light on their own. Damien understood that perfectly. Damien had never been put on the spot like this before, so he simply spoke the truth, laying out his innocence in a few clear sentences. Yet as he did, a nagging suspicion crept into his mind. The family patriarch and the venerable elder were undoubtedly hiding something from him. After all, if the Kree Empire couldn't secure alliances with the imperial capital's 5 great bloodlines, it stood to reason they'd prey on noble houses beyond the capital's walls. His own Yuan family must have had dealings with the Kree, but no one had ever confided in him about the Empire's deeper ambitions. Determined to learn every secret, Damien vowed to get to the bottom of it. High above them, Niklov wielded his telekinetic gift to lift Madame Butterfly gently into the air and pace her flight. The contemporary leaders of the St. Nicholas civilization were astonishing in their raw power. Each could break the sound barrier with a single burst of speed. Ever vigilant, Niklov also wove a psychic barrier around Madame Butterfly, ready to deflect any surprise assault. Damien watched closely as the two figures who had arrived with Jin Luosha and Hei Luosan took to the skies alongside them, their forms flickering in the distance like twin comets on a shared trajectory. Damien crested the stone terrace at the back of the compound, planted his feet, and launched himself skyward. With a thunderous crack, he rocketed straight toward the upper slopes of Mount Yuanbai. Below him, the ancient elders of Chongsheng Forest, heads of venerable clans, watched in patient silence. Though they collectively guard countless secrets, they've long been relegated to the sidelines. Naturally, our first step in this investigation is to track down the clan's reigning patriarch. This climb is merely a preliminary reconnaissance, so Hei Luosan opted not to send Jin Luosha. Instead, he led the way on foot, while the golden Rakshasa beat its wings gently and hovered at low altitude. Even though the Jin family possesses sweeping search privileges, they still honor one unbreakable rule: never violate the Yuan family's territory. After all, this is the Yuan stronghold, their base of operations. To swoop down from the heavens without warning would be an unforgivable insult. That restraint endures only because the Yuan clan remains under suspicion but hasn't yet been outright condemned as traitors to the civilized world. The moment that verdict is delivered, the golden Rakshasa will cast aside politeness and do whatever it takes, by force, if necessary, to settle the matter once and for all. Damien fell into step behind Lady Butterfly, unhurried and alert. As they climbed the mountain path, he took in the sight of gleaming white courtyards perched on every ledge. Here and there, female members of the Yuan family stood beneath the pines. In contrast to men like the broad-shouldered, muscular Yuan Tianhe, these women towered at least 2 meters tall, their slender figures lending them an almost statuesque elegance. They couldn't be called beautiful in any conventional sense, but given their extraordinary height, their beauty was undeniable to anyone willing to accept it. To an ordinary onlooker, the Yuan's 6.5-foot frames could seem intimidating. When Lady Butterfly and Damien appeared, The women's heads lifted at once, surprise, and a spark of curiosity flitting across their faces. After all, it wasn't every day that outsiders, much less representatives of the imperial capital's 5 great lineages, visited these remote mountain estates. Damien had grown used to such reactions. Wherever he went, people tended to bow respectfully or whisper behind his back, eyes wide with speculation. He was studying their expressions when a subtle shift in his awareness set his senses on edge. Damien's gaze sharpened as he prepared for whatever might come next. From the moment Damien set at foot in Source City, his awareness sharpened. Every rustle in the trees, every whisper on the wind, even the faint hum of distant engines registered in his mind. Yet, despite his vigilant watch, he found no sign of the Kree. That absence didn't alarm him. With the Yuan family's cutting-edge technology at their disposal, distance was no barrier to cooperation. Nikrov, however, had picked up movement among some venerable figures on Genbai Mountain. Rather than wait for them to come down, Damien and his companions struck first, ascending toward the summit of Yuanbai Mountain, where the Yuan family's main hall stood like a fortress in the sky. A broad-shouldered guard led the way, his heavy boots echoing on the stone steps. Damien followed close behind, flanked by Nikrov, a lithe, blue-skinned man whose calm presence belied extraordinary power. "Proceed to the summit," Nikrov said softly. "Your family's head is already waiting." Damien glanced up at the grand pavilion framed against the bright afternoon sky. "And the elders?" he asked, nodding toward a procession winding its way upward along a parallel path. "They've gone ahead as well," Nikrov confirmed. At those words, Yuan Tianhe, the venerable patriarch of the Yuan clan, paused on the steps and turned. He studied the two newcomers with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Nikrov's voice had been barely more than a murmur, yet its resonance seemed to fill the clearing, demanding attention. After a long moment, Yuan Tianhe inclined his head in acknowledgement. Together, the party resumed their climb, each step carrying them closer to answers about the Kree, about the mountain elders, and about the destiny that bound them all. This strange, almost mystical way of carrying one's voice only highlighted how formidable this man was. From somewhere above, his calm, resonant words drifted down to them. "I noticed that neither Luo-san nor Damien descended the mountain. Instead, the two of you climbed it, one step at a time. Did you intend to meet us in person?" Jin Luosha's eyes glinted with concealed ice, but he forced a courteous smile. "If you plan to grill us later, at least pick your questions more carefully." Luo-san glanced up and added, "Many in the Yuan family have already reached the pinnacle of their matured forms." He paused, letting the weight of his next words settle in the chilly air. "Those who rise to lead a great clan are the ones who've driven their bloodline's transformative power to its absolute limit. No exaggeration, they're planet-class powerhouses. Your father might hold his own against them, but Damien and I, we're the younger generation. We still fall far short of those elders." Jin Luosha inclined his head. "Feel free to look into it, so long as the Yuan family truly harbors no traitors." A soft, knowing laugh drifted down. "Then there's no need for a fight. We'll simply withdraw." And with that, Golden Rakshasa's echoing voice fell silent, leaving the trio standing on the misty mountainside, hearts pounding at the promise of what lay ahead. They hadn't just brought along a bug-level fighter like the Queen this time. They'd summoned something far more formidable. Nikrov was, without question, a cosmic-level powerhouse. Even if the Empire's 5 capital branches joined forces against him, they'd need flawless intelligence and meticulous planning to stand any chance of killing him. Otherwise, unprepared, they'd be crushed under his immeasurable strength. And if the assault failed, they could always fall back and call in the Void God cult's executioners. Having such heavy hitters at your back is an incredible confidence boost. No wonder every cult member moved with utter assurance. They knew they were protected by Lord Kassadin, the Void God himself, rumored to be the most powerful being in the universe. Once the crisis passed, Damien decided it was time to request a short leave from the St. Nicholas civilization. He would journey to Void Island and see if he could find whatever opportunities might help him grow even stronger. Damien felt a heavy weight settle in his chest. He silently prayed that his clan, the Yuan family, wouldn't be reckless enough to side with the Kree Empire. Such a betrayal would shatter the very foundations of St. Nicholas' civilization, crossing a line from which there could be no return. Once they forsook their duty, the 5 great lineages of the imperial capital, once proud guardians, would become its most fearsome adversaries, and among them, the Jin clan loomed largest. With their countless elites, they reigned supreme at the top of the biological hierarchy. Just over 10 minutes later, Jin Luo-sha, He Luo-san, and Niklov led Damien and Madame Butterfly toward a gleaming white palace. At its entrance, several Yuan family guards in full battle armor stood at rigid attention, weapons ready as they kept a vigilant watch. Damien, the 28th head of the Jin family, and He Luo-san, the 28th head of the He family, arrived together at the massive gates of the Yuan estate. Towering guards, each over 3 meters tall, stood like living ramparts. "Our master has been informed of your arrival, Lord Damien and Lord He Luosan," one of the guards boomed, stepping forward. "Please enter." Damien folded his golden wings with a smooth motion, and He Luosan flanked Commander Yuan Tianhe as they strode into the courtyard. Just as Niklov and Madame Butterfly moved to follow, a guard swung his colossal sword in a single arc. A blade of wind knocked them off balance and barred their way. "Our master is only expecting these 2, the guard rumbled, pointing at Damien and He Luosan. "All others must remain outside." The guard's sheer size and thunderous voice cowed any would-be protest. Niklov hesitated, unwilling to cause a scene, and came to a halt beside Madame Butterfly. "They are honored guests traveling with us," Niklov insisted, though his tone was strained. Damien's expression grew stern. "They have accompanied us on this journey," he said firmly. "I insist they be admitted." The guard's scowl deepened, but Damien's authority gave him pause. After a tense moment, he stepped aside, allowing Niklov and Madame Butterfly to join the 2 clan leaders under the watchful gaze of the Yuan family's great palace doors. As Niklov and the Queen paused at the threshold, a guard stepped forward and spoke first. "You, the representatives of the Jin and He families, have journeyed thousands of miles to reach Mount Yuanbai, no doubt to investigate this matter. Our Yuan clan will, of course, cooperate," he went on, "but this concerns one of the 10 great veins of St. Nicholas. It is, by nature, a secret among us. Outsiders have no right to pry into every detail." The voice belonged to the golden Rakshasa, who remained perfectly still, his massive sword unclenched at his side. He didn't recognize these 2 visitors, but their bearing left no doubt. They were intruders. Anything important enough to draw the leaders of the Jin and He families was surely weighty, and therefore confidential. Outsiders were not privy to such secrets. Jin Luosha and He Luosan stiffened. On the surface, the guard's words were polite enough, but they carried an unmistakable challenge, an insistence that these younger scions acknowledge and respect the elders of the Yuan clan. Their faces darkened as they bristled under the unspoken rebuke. Damien stepped forward, bowing slightly to the twin gates of the main hall. "We've come from the imperial capital on a discreet fact-finding mission. We haven't raised any banners or sent troops." Jin Luosha glanced at his companion, He Luosan, and added quietly, "They already know what we're looking for. Letting us in won't affect their defenses in the slightest." A hush fell over the guards, then Golden Rakshasa, her armor catching the torchlight, raised a gloved hand. "Whether you come bearing the capital's seal or not, the rules here are absolute." The 2 young nobles stiffened, their auras darkening like gathering storm clouds, an ominous shift that might have cowed lesser men. But these guards were the stalwart defenders of the Grand Hall, chosen for both loyalty and strength. In their youth, they'd seen every up-and-coming scion strive to outshine the rest. Jin Luosha and He Luosan were no exception, but in raw power and rank, neither yet equaled the heads of their respective clans. Were the patriarchs of House Jin or House He to appear in person, orders to admit them would compel obedience. But these 2, still playing at nobility's rough edges, did not carry that weight. Rakshasa's voice was cool. "I will not override the court's barrier without proper authorization. Present the Imperial Queen's token, or wait here until we receive direct orders." Jin Luosha's face darkened. He Luosan's scowl deepened. They withdrew a small gilded medallion stamped with the Queen's crest. Holding it aloft like a challenge, they declared, "This seal guarantees our right to enter. We demand passage." Silence stretched. The guards' eyes flicked between the seal and the twin heirs. Despite the queen's mark, the barrier remained unbroken, and Golden Rakshasa's expression never wavered. The young nobles, their tempers flaring, realized that in this place, rank alone did not bend the law. Tall, imposing figures strode into the upper hall one after another. Though deep wrinkles lined their faces, their towering frames and intimidating auras left no doubt that these were no ordinary visitors. Madame Butterfly raised a gloved hand in a graceful gesture. "You two go on inside," she said softly, addressing Jin Luosha and Hei Luosan. "We'll remain here for now." She had no wish to provoke a fight. First, they must gather the facts. Only after the investigation was complete could they decide on the next step. "You wait outside," she added, turning back to the newcomers. "We'll finish our inquiry shortly." Jin Luosha and Hei Luosan exchanged wary looks. The arrival of these venerable elders from the Yuan family made any rash action unthinkable. Jin Luosha recovered his composure and offered a courteous bow. "It's been decades since last we met," he began, forcing a genial smile. "And yet, the Jin family's little boy has grown up so fast." One of the elder Yuan men returned the smile, eyes twinkling. "As befitting Jialu's son," he said approvingly, glancing at Damien, once known as the Golden Rakshasa, who stood beside Jin Luosha. "And that coat suits you well, young man." He stepped forward, patting Damien gently on the shoulder. "You were so small when I last held you in my arms." When a male heir is born into the direct line of the imperial capital, a grand banquet is held. Leaders from all the major sects within the city, along with distinguished representatives from powerful clans beyond its walls, gather to celebrate. Among these newborns, there might be someone destined one day to head one of the capital's foremost families. Damien Arius couldn't help rolling his eyes at the pomp and circumstance. He had no recollection of any of these venerable elders. The only time he'd seen them was at his own naming ceremony when he was barely a month old, and after that, never again. Nevertheless, Damien knew better than to show disrespect. He straightened and offered a modest bow. Junior disciple Damien Arius greets all the honored uncles. Beside him, Lucas High bowed in turn. Junior disciple Lucas High pays respects to every uncle present. No matter what he thought privately, Lucas knew the importance of ceremony. An elderly gentleman with a kindly face studied Lucas's lithe, well-trained form and chuckled. "I see both of you have been diligent in your cultivation." The Black family's bloodline is built on powerful terrestrial beasts, so raw strength is never in short supply. To make full use of that potential, they've developed some of the most advanced combat techniques and muscle development programs around. The more refined your training, the sharper your fighting skills become. "I've devoted myself tirelessly to training," Damien said with a respectful bow. "But I know my strength still falls far short of the elders." Hei Luosan smiled encouraging. "That's exactly the attitude we want. But remember, the Yuan family is not the same as your Black clan." One of the 13 gray-haired elders leaned forward, curiosity twinkling in his eyes. "What brings you all the way from Baishan this time?" "We've come to investigate certain matters," Hei Luosan replied calmly. "You'll learn the full details once we're inside." He'd known for some time that these elders intended to size them up before revealing their true purpose. Hei Luosan had no wish to argue, so he simply turned on his heel and walked through the grand gates. Jean Rakshasa paused only to exchange a brief look with Her Majesty the Queen, who offered a subtle nod of approval, then followed quietly in his wake. The Yuan elders watched Damien and Jin Rakshasa pass through the gates without so much as a nod, then strode past the guards and into the compound. No one even glanced at the two outsiders trailing behind them. Madame Butterfly and Niklov, having wandered the void region without ever meeting anyone of consequence, weren't bothered by the slight. They simply settled themselves in the courtyard, waiting patiently. Damien and Jin Rakshasa followed Yuan Tianhe into the main hall. From the outside, the White Temple looked modest enough. Within, however, it was a different story. Marble columns carved with soaring dragons rose to meet gilded ceilings, and rich tapestries lined walls of polished stone. Every detail spoke of wealth and prestige, exactly what the Yuan family needed when entertaining distinguished guests. As they walked, Yuan Tianhe sensed a faint undercurrent of tension. A joint inquiry by the Jin and He clans was indeed serious, yet scarcely enough to mobilize armies. When they reached the chamber's center, the elders who had come behind them hastened forward, forming a respectful semicircle around Damien, Jin Rakshasa, and Yuan Tianhe, their faces solemn as they awaited the next move. Damien and his companions strode down the gleaming corridor, passing through the massive doors into the grand main hall. They took their seats on either side of the throne platform's lower steps. Even seated, the Yuan family's mature members towered over everyone, well over 3 meters tall, with slender yet enormous limbs that gave them a monstrous, almost otherworldly presence. The sheer size of these giants cast a silent, oppressive shadow across the chamber. Perched on the throne was a man in a loose white robe, his warm brown eyes calmly surveying those assembled before him. He raised his hand in acknowledgement and pronounced in a clear, resonant voice, "Yuan Tianhe, He Luosan, and Jin Luosha pay homage to the 30th generation head of the Yuan family, Lord Yuan Mingya." At his words, Yuan Tianhe, He Luosan, and Jin Luosha bowed deeply. Although Jin Luosha and He Luosan held high office as leaders within the imperial capital, protocol dictated that even they must defer to the heads of the 10 great families, each a planet-class powerhouse in their own right, some wielding greater strength than others. Their respectful greeting underscored the unassailable status of Lord Yuan Mingya within the imperial hierarchy. Even the weakest planet-level powerhouse among the 10 major clans remains a force to be reckoned with. Yuan Mingya lounged on his throne, a faint smile playing across his lips as he regarded Jin Luosha and He Luosan. "In a few decades, I might live to see the two of you sitting at the head of the black and gold clans," he said. "No need for such formalities." Neither Jin Luosha nor He Luosan looked impressed. They knew better than anyone the brutal stakes involved in claiming a major clan's leadership. Empty praise left them unmoved. Jin Luosha dipped his head respectfully. "Since Lord Yuan has asked, we'll speak plainly," he said, his voice ringing clearly through the vaulted hall. "We've come to investigate the emerging alliance between the St. Nicholas civilization and the Cree people." At those words, Yuan Mingya's smile widened, but the elder at his side stiffened ever so slightly. Golden eyes flashing with resolve, Jin Luosha held the assembly's gaze. The contest for power among the 10 major clans was only just beginning, and neither he nor He Luosan intended to back down. None of the elders in the hall even blinked at Jin Luosha's words. "The Sanic civilization is joining forces with the Cree?" one of them asked calmly. "Tell us everything you know," another urged. Yuan Mingya's expression remained neutral, but his tone grew more serious as he leaned forward. "Our intelligence channels indicate that a substantial faction within the St. Nicholas civilization is covertly allying itself with the Cree," Jin Luosha nodded. "Their goal is to appropriate Cree biotechnology to break the genetic restraints on those catastrophic beasts." The assembly fell silent. These were no naive novices, but seasoned veterans of countless intrigues. They would not be so easily misled. Finally, Golden Rakshasa, one of the eldest lineages, spoke quietly. "Lord Jin, please spare us any unfounded speculation. Accusations like this could spark a feud among the great houses." "Is your source reliable?" Yuan Mingya asked, his eyes calm but unyielding. Jin Luosha met his gaze steadily. He understood perfectly why he'd been summoned here. Without concrete proof, merely repeating a rumor would ruin reputations and risk igniting the very conflict he wished to prevent. "I'm vetting every lead," he promised. "But yes, my information comes from more than a single report." A solemn hush fell over the chamber as the elders exchanged thoughtful glances. In matters of interstellar politics and monstrous genetics alike, only verifiable evidence could stand between diplomacy and outright war. Even if the 5 great houses outside the imperial capital can't rival those within its walls, once civil war breaks out, nobody profits. What Golden Rakshasa said calmly, "Our source is beyond reproach." He paused, then continued, "Since the intelligence is genuine, we might as well go public and launch a full-scale inquiry, under your command." Yuan Mingya glanced at Damien. "Are you absolutely sure it's true?" Golden Rakshasa met her gaze without flinching. "If there really is an alliance with the Cree, the consequences will be enormous. But remember, Damien, you are the 28th generation heir of the gold and black families, and a rising star among the younger leaders. You could one day be a candidate to head one of the most powerful clans in the empire. Don't place blind trust in anyone. A single misstep now could leave a permanent stain on your record and erase all the efforts you've poured in since childhood. Yuan Mingya absorbed his warning, her expression thoughtful. Understood, she said quietly. We'll proceed with caution. The intelligence is sound, but we still haven't identified which of our major forces is colluding with the Kree Empire. What the Kree want, Jin Rakshasa went on, is the core biotransformation technology of our St. Nicholas civilization. He glanced around the council chamber, and only the 10 great Meridian clans possess that secret. Counterintelligence Director Huang leaned forward. More than 2 years ago, the leaders of the 5 principal branches outside the imperial capital flatly rejected the Kree's proposal for cooperation. Until we can prove otherwise, all 5 remain under suspicion. Marquis Sun Kai tapped his fingers on the polished table. If our investigation turns up nothing, we'll have no choice but to launch a full-scale inquiry into the 5 great meridians within the capital itself. When Jin Rakshasa heard that, he straightened in his seat and replied without hesitation. Damien nodded thoughtfully. I understand, but the imperial capital's 5 major meridians already rejected our proposal. Yuan Tianya, seated on his ornate throne, tapped the armrest with a gentle smile. So you don't intend to press them first. Instead, you'll begin by investigating your own once-proud branches that have since fallen into decline. No wonder your Jin family kept this qui and struck before word could spread, he added, voice low. But you're both still too inexperienced. Such a maneuver may win results, but it won't fully convince the public. In fact, it might give them more to gossip about. Damien returned the Lord's smile, though his expression stayed firm. Lord Yuan, I appreciate your guidance. However, this is a matter for the 10 great veins alone. If we broadcast it too widely, we risk stirring unnecessary panic. After all, the Sanic civilization already views the Creepins poorly. I'm sure your lordship understands that perfectly. He inclined his head respectfully. And it is youth's energy, our vigor, that will carry this endeavor forward. Damien stood across the polished table from Jin Rakshasa, arms folded, but his expression calm. The air between them crackled with tension as the Jin family patriarch spoke, his voice resonant and unyielding. Whether they squabble like children is irrelevant, Jin Rakshasa began, eyes fixed on Damien. What matters is our certainty that traitors have infiltrated the St. Nicholas civilization. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. The Jin family's primary mission is to unmask anyone foolish enough to conspire with the ambitious Kree and to eradicate them without mercy. I expect Master Yuan Tianya and all his uncles to lend their full cooperation to this investigation. Damien's gaze drifted to the ancestral portraits lining the walls, their painted eyes seeming to judge him. He met Rakshasa's stare without flinching. As long as your Yuan clan remains clean of Kree influence, we will withdraw our forces in due course, Rakshasa continued. And if you wish to inspect the Jin family's internal affairs yourself, I will accompany you personally. He leaned back, radiating confidence and resolve. As the current head of the Jin family, Jin Rakshasa wielded the power to execute first and report later. Now that he was here, he would leave no stone unturned until every shred of betrayal had been exposed. It's true what they say about youth, boundless energy and bold ideas, Yuan Tianya remarked with a half-smile. But are you telling me that the two of you simply bypassed the real power holders in the Jin and He families and leapt straight to your own evidence? And that you even prioritized investigating the Yuan family first? Do you have reason to suspect us? His tone was polite, but the subtext was clear. One false step and they'd be in deep trouble. Damien seized the moment and leaned forward. Your family, he began evenly, was once one of the 5 great bloodlines of the imperial capital. You've earned countless honors in service to the St. Nicholas civilization. Yet it's precisely that untarnished glory, unchallenged for 5,000 years, that could breed discontent among your kin. I'm sure you can't deny it. He met Yuan Tianya's gaze steadily. All we ask is that, despite our questions, the Yuan family not be the first under formal investigation. If we can confirm that the culprit isn't from your Yuan family, then we can request broader authority to pursue this investigation together. The Golden Rakshasa certainly had the firepower to strike first and ask questions later, but there was a world of difference between a blunt accusation and a carefully planned inquiry. Confronting Yuan Tianya, the head of the Yuan clan, required utmost caution. One careless word could be seized upon as justification to paint the Jin and He families as overreaching aggressors. If that happened, every major faction outside the capital would rally against them, and even a righteous verdict wouldn't undo the damage to their reputations. Yuan Tianya watched He Luosan take the lead in the discussion, surprise flickering in his eyes. He Luosan's measured approach was a stark contrast to the reckless tactics of Jin Rakshasa. With a nod of approval, Yuan Tianya shifted into a more deliberate, composed tone. "Very well," he said. "Let us proceed with caution and clarity. You two are awfully quick to insist there's an heir to the Kiriji, family," the elder said coolly. "But if you drag this matter into the open, it will ignite a public firestorm the likes of which we've never seen. If your claim is true, you'll earn yourselves an astonishing victory and unrivaled prestige. But if you're wrong, you'll forfeit your right to succeed the family head outright. So tell me, are you absolutely certain your information is accurate?" His words bore down on Damien like a physical weight. He knew that once this was set in motion, it wouldn't be a mere background check. It would become a full-scale inquiry capable of drawing in the 10 great lineages themselves. Failure here wouldn't just be embarrassing, it could strip him of all future prospects. A flicker of doubt crossed Damien's expression, but only for a moment. He had faced countless setbacks since childhood, each one a test of his resolve. Steadying himself, he lifted his chin. "I won't lie," Damien replied, his voice steady. "I'm certain. This heir exists, and I'll stand by that fact, no matter the risk." He met the elder's gaze without flinching. In that moment, his determination shone clear. Damien was ready to bear any sacrifice for the truth. "We're absolutely certain that every traitor to our civilization will be brought to justice," He Luosan declared. "And I don't see how this incident could cost us our right to contend for the family's leadership." Golden Rakshasa added smoothly, "If anything, it only strengthens our credentials." Black Luosan nodded in agreement. A fierce grin spread simultaneously across all three faces. The sheer confidence and determination in their voices made Yuan Tianya and the gathered elders exchange surprised glances. None could doubt the trio's unshakable resolve. Chapter 672, The Suppressive Power of the Universe's Mightiest Nation. The elders of the Yuan family exchanged wary glances before Elder Han spoke first. "Since you're so determined, how do you propose we carry out this investigation? Should we dispatch teams to every corporation and underground lab in the land?" Yuan Mingya inclined her head thoughtfully. "That would be the usual protocol," she agreed. "But the more orthodox the approach, the more time-consuming and cumbersome it becomes." Golden Rakshasa's lips curved into a confident smile. "We have a far simpler, far more efficient method." Mingya stifled a question, but before she could speak, Elder Han's gruff voice cut in again. "Are you suggesting we bring in an outside party to examine the 10 great meridians? We don't mind a thorough inquiry," he continued, "but entrusting such a secret to outsiders, strangers whose loyalties we can't verify, seems reckless." He turned his sharp stare on Golden Rakshasa and He Luosan. "Tell me, once these 10 great veins of St. Nicholas are discovered, to whom will they belong?" Disappointment flickered in his eyes, as though these two junior visitors had overstepped a boundary no true Yuan clansman would cross. Yuan Mingya raised a placating hand. "We understand your concerns, Elder Han, but time is not on our side. If we linger with conventional tactics, we risk losing our only chance at uncovering the truth." Elder Han glanced around at his fellow elders. The hall grew silent under the weight of their deliberation. Finally, with a reluctant nod, he spoke. "Very well. Let us hear your plan for enlisting these external resources. But mark my words, if this backfires, the Yuan family will not easily forgive or forget." Golden Rakshasa's smile widened as he exchanged a triumphant glance with He Luosan. In that instant, it was clear that whatever power they intended to call upon would shake the foundations of the entire realm. If they resort to telepathy, our Yuan clan's most guarded secrets could be exposed. Jin Luosha warned in a low, urgent tone. He Luosan's eyes narrowed. And just what is it you want from us? Jin Luosha allowed a faint, unsettling smile to creep across his face. Tell the world what you've heard here, and summon your father to meet us, immediately. Murmurs coursed through the grand hall. No one present truly knew who Jin Luosha and He Luosan were, or where they came from, but their words carried a dark weight. The very suggestion of mind-reading or other psychic arts, abilities never before witnessed within St. Nicholas civilization, hanged in the air like a blade. Yet they hinted at the untold breadth of power lying hidden somewhere in the cosmos. Where peace had reigned just moments before, tension now crackled like lightning in a storm. Even Yuan Tianhe, a formidable powerhouse renowned throughout the clan, felt a cold knot of fear tighten in his chest. He squared his shoulders and forced himself to meet their gaze, though his voice came out steadier than he felt. "Uncles," he began, struggling to keep the tremor from his words, "there's no need for such provocation." A hush fell. Every eye in the hall watched, waiting to see which way the contest of wills would turn. Damien surveyed the assembled elders and announced, "The two distinguished guests I invited have arrived. They're here to investigate this matter." He Luosan rose to his feet. What she employed wasn't mind-reading at all, but a hypnotic technique. You've seen with your own eyes exactly which questions she asked. Should she probe anything tied to the Yuan family's core technologies, you uncles may observe, and even intervene. As long as the Yuan family refuses any alliance with the Kree Empire, there will be no complications. He paused, letting his gaze sweep the council. If you remain worried, how do you propose to screen their inquiries? In the future, they could just as well examine the heads of our He and Jin families, even many of the elders present. Or are you suggesting that each of you harbors some secret fear? Silence fell over the hall. He Luosan, hardened by a decade of confronting nobles and power players, had laid the matter out plainly. All eyes turned to Master Yuan Mingya. After a tense moment, Master Yuan's expression darkened. He rapped his fingers sharply against the throne's armrest. Then, with measured calm, he gave the order. "Very well. Open the gates. Let them enter." The sudden knock at the door shifted the old man's expression, and he stifled his aura at once. Clearly, everyone present was obeying Yuan Mingya's command. They had fallen unnaturally silent. Only Yuan Tianhe narrowed his eyes in disbelief as he stared at the family head. He didn't understand the meaning behind her signal. "Fall back!" Yuan Tianhe finally yelled. His voice carried a secret code broadcast directly from the palace, one that rippled out to the guards posted at the door. In an instant, they relaxed, sheathing their swords. "You may enter?" said one of the tall sentries. At that invitation, Damien stepped forward and drifted slowly into the chamber. But the moment his back was turned, a colossal sword morphed into a searing beam of light and shot straight at Madame Butterfly. By Yuan Mingya's design, this woman had been sent to conduct a special inquiry. Blessed, or damned with uncanny powers, Madame Butterfly could coerce information out of anyone by sheer force of will. Yet as the sword light bore down, her face remained an expressionless mask. She didn't flinch, didn't dodge. She simply stood her ground. Madame Butterfly's protective ward would hold as long as Damien lived. So long as his heart beat, no enemy blade could ever touch her. A massive sword, swung at lightning speed, sliced through the air toward her. With a deafening clang, it met an invisible barrier. The blade's unleashed energy shot skyward in a roaring arc, gouging a jagged scar across the White Palace's marble facade. Before she could exhale, 3 palace guards sprang forward to finish the job. Their two-handed swords, each taller than an average man but wielded as nimbly as a rapier, whirled into action. In a heartbeat, dozens of silvery slashes crisscrossed the courtyard, aiming to shred Damien into fragments. They struck nothing but air. Each assault fizzled against the impenetrable field around him, as futile as crashing into stone. "If you're looking for a fight, come stand and face me," Damien called out, his voice icy with contempt. "Hiding behind sneak attacks won't win you honor." He tilted his head, porcelain-white eyes narrowing on his adversaries. In that instant, the faint blue tint of his skin shifted back to its natural pallor. A dark cloak winked into existence around his shoulders, its hem rippling like smoke as he readied himself for the true battle to come. Damien hovered just half a meter above the ground, yet he radiated a domineering aura, as if he were the emperor himself. In an instant, the swirling clouds and mists that cloaked Yuanbai Mountain tore apart and scattered to the winds. The 4 guards exchanged uneasy glances, each sensing something profoundly wrong. Raising his arms, Damien summoned a dazzling glow that swelled around him. With a thunderous crack, a blinding white light burst outward. The guards thrust their massive swords forward, deflecting much of the blast, but the sheer force still sent them skidding back. Madame Butterfly watched as Damien's form snapped back to its true, regal splendor. "That's more like it," she murmured, relief in her voice. "Now you look the part. I feel safer already." "We're here to investigate, not sightseeing," Damien replied coolly, folding his arms behind his back. Madame Butterfly nodded. "True. And no matter your guise, so long as you live, you can shield us from harm." Damien inclined his head. "Then let's go in and find these people." She shot the guards a meaningful glance. "From what I've learned, the Yuan family isn't acting alone. Other major factions are involved." "Then we must be ready for anything," Damien said. With that, he led the way deeper into Yuanbai Mountain's shadow, to heart. Damien's legs trembled as he leaned against the cold stone wall. "I can't walk on my own," he said, voice low but steady. "Why don't you just take charge?" Lady Butterfly hesitated for a heartbeat, her eyes flicking to his crutch and back to his determined face. Before she could answer, Nikrov appeared at the chamber's arched doorway. He gave her a curt nod and ushered her through the opening. "This way," he said. In a blink, Lady Butterfly was gone, swept deeper into the palace's heart. At the same moment, down a dimly lit corridor, He Luosan and Jin Luosha froze. They'd just caught Yuan Tian's unmistakable shout echoing down the hallway. If they could make the open courtyard, the golden Rakshasa would whisk them to safety. But here, enclosed by vaulted ceilings and unbroken stone, they were trapped. "We have to get to the front gate," He hissed, grabbing Jin's sleeve. Jin nodded, and the two hurried toward the only visible exit. Yuan Tianhe followed close behind, boots clattering against the marble floor. At last they reached the palace's massive double doors, an invention of old-world metallurgy meant to repel the most powerful energy weapons. He slammed his shoulder into one door. Nothing. He tried again with Jin, and then together they both pushed with all their strength, but the steel frame held firm. Sparks flew where their gauntlets met the thick alloy, and still the doors would not budge. Jin spat on the floor. "This place was built to withstand a dragon's breath," he muttered. Tianhe peered out through a narrow slit in the gate. The courtyards were deserted, an illusion of peace. But as the trio braced for another attempt, the silence was broken. Inside the guardhouse beyond the gate, a dozen elderly figures rose from long benches. Each wore the dark crimson robes of the Yuan family council. At their center stood Elder Yuan Mingya, his hair silver as moonlight, his eyes colder than winter's edge. He straightened, shoulders squared, and met Mingya's stare without wavering. "Yuan Mingya," he called out across the heavy doors, voice echoing in the empty courtyard. "Do you even know what you're doing?" Mingya's lips curved into a faint, inscrutable smile. "We know exactly what must be done," he replied, tone smooth but unyielding. "And soon you will too." With that, the silence closed in once more, and the palace's ancient defenses held them fast. "Of course I know exactly what I'm doing." Damien leaned forward, fixing his gaze on the two family heirs before him. "I genuinely admire both of you. The Hai family and the Jin family have each produced a leader of remarkable vision and courage. This isn't idle flattery," he continued. "Given your boldness, once you both ascend to your future posts, you'll strengthen the black and gold veins like never before. That will only make the St. Nicholas civilization more resilient." He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. "It's proof that the imperial capital's 5 great clans have remained untainted for thousands of years, each generation grooming outstanding heads of house. But let me be clear, stability by itself isn't enough." He waved a hand, as though brushing away complacency. "Our own Yuan family has enjoyed this steady status quo for 5 millennia, and it will endure even longer unless we break new ground in biotechnology. Otherwise, when will real progress ever begin?" He Luosan exchanged a glance with his counterpart, curiosity written across his features. Damien offered a small, confident smile. Although the great houses have grown cautious over time, the opportunity to reclaim influence here in the capital is far from lost. It's closer than you think. Now that the foundations of St. Nicholas civilization have finally been laid, its progress grows ever swifter. Before long, every citizen will stand on the brink of biomodification. Yet this triumph belongs squarely to the 5 great houses of the imperial capital. None of the outlying branches share in their credit. And while it's true that resting past victories can spell disaster, these capital houses show no signs of complacency. Without a genuine leap forward in biotechnology, no one outside their circle can hope to fracture the unity they've woven so tightly. In earlier days, the young heads of the 10 great meridians dealt with one another cautiously. They maintained cordial ties, but each understood how easily that fragile cooperation might dissolve if the political winds in the capital shifted. Respect, yes, but never true trust. Today, however, the 5 principal lineages stand firm, their alliance stable and unbroken, at least until science itself delivers its next revolution. Chapter 5. The Price of Allegiance. Damien Yuan stood in the center of the family's ancestral hall, its high ceilings echoing with the low murmur of gathered elders. Twilight filtered through stained glass windows, painting the marble floors in blood red and gold. At his back, ancient tapestries depicted generations of Yuans, warriors, statesmen, and schemers, reminding him how quickly fortunes could rise and how swiftly they could fall. "My lords," Damien began, his clear voice filling the chamber, "every leading house in the capital cultivates its own network, younger generations bound by loyalty, ambition, or friendship. When these networks unite, they can accomplish feats beyond imagining, and they bask in glory together. That prospect, unity among the Empire's 5 great branches, is precisely what the people of St. Nicholas yearn for. It promises peace, stability, and splendor in our capital." He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. "But it is not in the Yuan family's interest." An elder, his silvered hair swept back from a lined face, stepped forward. "Master Damien, an alliance with the Kree Empire may sound grand, but it will demand a terrible toll. Scores of our sons and daughters, soldiers, scholars, even civilians, will die if we bind ourselves to them." Another advisor, younger but no less grim, added, "And yet, if we resort to drastic measures, like assassinating Archduke Mikhail and Duchess Irina before the treaty is sealed, we risk provoking the other 4 clans. Word of such an atrocity would spread like wildfire through the capital. They would unite against us, and the Yuan family would be swept away without mercy." Damien turned to face them. His dark eyes were steady, but a flicker of anguish betrayed the burden on his shoulders. "I am well aware," he said softly. "We cannot save every life under our banner, nor can we challenge the united wrath of the Empire's greatest houses. To spill noble blood in secret is to invite open slaughter." He walked to the ornate window and placed a hand on the ledge, gazing out at the city beyond. Lanterns were just beginning to glow along the avenues, and from here he could see the spires of rival mansions shimmering in the dusk. Better, then, to accept the alliance's cost, regrettable though it will be, than to gamble our future on a single coup. The casualties we suffer as allies with the Kree will be mourned, but the wholesale eradication of our line would leave nothing but ruin. Silence fell again, broken only by the faint crackle of torches. The eldest elder bowed deeply. "Your wisdom guides us, Master. We will prepare our envoys and reinforce our outlying strongholds. Our soldiers will be ready to stand alongside the Kree, even as we ensure the safety of our own." Damien offered a small nod, then turned back toward the long table where ledgers lay open and maps were strewn. "Inform the Empire's emissary that we accept their terms. At the same time, reinforce every border. I will not let our people be used as cannon fodder without security for our heirs. We owe them at least that much." As the council broke to carry out his orders, Damien remained by the window a moment longer. Outside, the capital's lights flickered in harmony, 5 grand houses, side by side, each too powerful to challenge alone. He steeled himself for the trials ahead, knowing that every choice would demand its price. But he had chosen Ife over pride, and the Yuan family would endure, if only he could keep its wounds from becoming mortal. Damien folded the ancient parchment and pressed it against his chest. Even if the Yuan family paid with its finest warriors and drained its life force to the last drop, as long as this threat was neutralized, the clan would live on. Yet daring to strike the 5 major branches of the imperial capital, assaulting their young leaders with murderous intent, wasn't merely a tactical blow. It struck at the heart of the entire system. If we can bring down all 5 branches, Damien thought, then the problem disappears. But there was more at stake. The Kree Empire had offered to throw its weight behind the Sanic civilization, proposing to shatter the biotech barriers that had kept their research contained for centuries. Such an alliance could fast-track breakthroughs and rewrites the balance of power. Why, then, had the 5 main meridians of the imperial capital flatly refused the Kree's offer? Was their refusal born of pride or of terror that once those barriers fell, the St. Nicholas civilization would relapse into its age-old contests of hero against hero? Yuan Mingya lingered in the shadows of the study, watching Damien warily. He knew his friend's temperament, insular, proud, and resolutely uninterested in court gossip. Mingya had never risked burdening him with rumors of the other great houses' clandestine dealings. Damien, for his part, kept so few confidants that no one had tipped him off. Yet now, beyond the capital's gilded walls, every major faction, from the forgotten border clans to the venerable merchant leagues, had quietly aligned with the Kree. And Damien, standing alone on the cusp of a conspiracy that threatened to upend the world, felt the weight of it all settle on his shoulders. Most of the other young lineage leaders had already been briefed on this matter. Only Yuan Tianhe was hearing about it for the first time today. He frowned and muttered, "We have no way of knowing what the Kree Empire really intends." Yuan Mingya bristled. St. Nicholas civilization would never dare to cooperate with the Kree. Another scion sneered. "Come on, you're practically possessed by a demon at this point." Jin Luosha's eyes flicked to Yuan Mingya, who was already wearing that self-satisfied grin of someone certain he'd just seized victory. A cold, mocking smile curved Jin's lips as he folded his arms and replied, "If imbeciles like you think you've won, then by all means, keep celebrating." Demon barrier? Jin Luosha's voice was sharp with disbelief. Damien's expression turned stone cold. "Do you have any idea how much pressure I endured before I could assume the title of head of our family? I carry the duty of guiding the Yuan clan back to the imperial capital to surpass even the 5 great houses entrenched there. That task falls on every generation's shoulders before they take command." He paused, eyes darkening. "But the St. Nicholas Dominion has grown too stable, its grip on the capital like a living monolith. We lack the means, and no internal maneuver can shake their foundation." Jin Luosha frowned. "So what can we do?" "We must turn to a power greater than our own." Damien's voice dropped to a hard whisper. "The Kree have appeared, and their supra-optical cortex intelligence is legendary. If we can harness even a fraction of that supreme intellect, we'll command force on a disaster scale. With such might at our back, any plot the Kree might weave against us will be powerless to touch the Yuan clan." As he spoke, a fierce light ignited in Damien's eyes, shattering the calm mask he normally wore. For a heartbeat, his determination burned so brightly it threatened to consume him, and everyone around him knew there was no turning back. Yuan Mingya's lips curved into a cold smile as he addressed his opponent. "Your tactics won't withstand the combined might of the 5 ruling houses in our imperial capital." He leaned forward, eyes glittering with disdain. "What gave you the arrogance to tangle with the Kree? Remember, nothing in this universe is free. I'd planned to send you back to rethink that fatal error, but now you won't have the chance." He paused, letting the weight of his words settle in the silent chamber. Confidence is commendable. Too much, though, and it becomes blind hubris. Straightening, he let his gaze sweep across the room. "Allowing someone like you to remain in power would spell nothing but disaster for the St. Nichi civilization. Even if your scheme somehow works, you'll have incinerated our 5 greatest houses in the process." A mocking laugh escaped him. "And when reality finally catches up, when the Kree unleash their true terror, you'll be on your knees, begging the Xandar Empire to come in and clean up your mess." Standing at Mingya's side, Lieutenant Hai Luosan watched the performance with thinly veiled contempt. Yuan Mingya acted as though victory was already sealed. But anyone who believed the Kree were so easily subdued would have to explain why Xandar itself had fought them for centuries and failed to wipe them out. How could the Saint Nitsi claim any easy triumph over such an indomitable foe? Damien leaned back in his chair and studied the flickering holoscreen before him. Rumors of a Kree Empire conspiracy had circulated for weeks, but he wasn't the least bit worried. So long as the Kree never get the chance to exploit it, their secret schemes are harmless. What genuinely threatened them was the Saint Nick civilization, an advanced, unrelenting power that could not be toppled by rumors alone. Our only options, Damien told the assembled commanders, are either to forge alliances with other advanced civilizations and strike at Saint Nick's weaknesses, or to mount a full-scale assault ourselves. If we fail to act decisively, Saint Nick will endure and eventually crush every challenger. A low murmur of agreement rippled around the table, but the tension was far from dissipated. Yet here's the real problem, Damien continued, voice steady. Those so-called 5 great lineages outside the imperial capital have just handed Saint Nick the advantage they need. By opening our borders to experimental biotech, they've invited disaster-level genetic mutations into our midst. And no, even a superpowered optical brain won't fix this. He paused, letting that sink in. Saint Nick's recent breakthroughs in genetic engineering were famed throughout the sector. With the computing power of its supreme intelligence behind them, their biotech teams had already begun merging ordinary life forms with disaster-grade genetics. It was only a matter of time before they fielded creatures that could shrug off conventional defenses. Our current Achilles' heels are twofold, Damien went on. First, we lack the neutralizing genes needed to counteract those monster strains. Second, we have no biological chassis capable of withstanding disaster-grade mutations in the first place. Until we solve both, every vaccine we design and every body armor we test will be little more than band-aids on a gaping wound. He let his gaze circle the room. Ignore the minor security lapses, the internal power struggles. That's noise compared to this. Saint Nick's biotech edge is the real threat. Their supreme intelligence could, at any moment, push far beyond disaster-level integration. If we don't close the genetic gap, no coalition of star fleets will save us. Silence followed. Damien tapped a command into his datapad, bringing up a list of potential allies, civilizations as desperate as they were wary. We'll reach out to the Varians and the Orion Accord first. They've fought Saint Nick before, and their own labs are on par with ours. We propose a joint research initiative, share neutralizer gene sequences, co-develop a disaster-immune chassis, and coordinate an offensive strike. A murmur of cautious optimism rose. Time is against us, Damien warned, but with the right partners and a relentless focus on those 2 genetic problems, we stand a chance. Let's get to work. He powered down his holoscreen. Resolve D. The war for biology and for survival had only just begun. Damien stared at the glowing holo report in front of him, incredulity curdling in his gut. They really think the Kree's biobodies are that useless, he whispered. He knew better. The St. Nicholas civilization's biotech was the apex of universal science. 10,000 years of relentless refinement, tested and proven across countless generations and heroes. These breakthroughs were no mere paper exercises. The human form was infinitely more complex than any desktop simulation could predict. That was exactly why the heads of the 5 great houses in the imperial capital had all but unanimously and politely declined the Kree's request to collaborate. They'd refused without causing offense, preserving diplomatic decorum while safeguarding their own secrets. Refusal did not equal hostility. It simply meant they wouldn't be drawn into uncertain ventures that risked destabilizing everything the Empire had built. Still, alarmists like Yuan Mingya cried foul. Possessed by baseless fears, they accused the 5 houses of clinging to power and trembling at the thought of progress. But Damien knew the truth. Sometimes prudence was the greatest innovation of all. You 2 have guts. Too bad you're idiots for not alerting the clan and forming an official expedition. At first, I couldn't believe it was real, so I tested it several times. I never expected you'd go off on your own just to prove yourselves. Listen, success isn't only about making the discovery. It's about getting out alive. If you die here, nobody will ever know to send for help. Damien let out a soft laugh when he realized there was no chance to undo what had happened. Not anger, just amusement. Jin Luosha, Hai Luosan, you really didn't tell your clan leader or anyone else? Across from him, Yuan Tianhe tensed, feeling like a grasshopper trapped on a string. His first instinct had been to warn Jin Luosha and Hai Luosan to run. If they died here, there'd be no hope of rescue. Worse still, his own rivalry with Damien, how he'd overshadowed Damien and sidelined his uncles, had made him enemies within the family. Now, facing the consequences of their reckless secrecy, everyone's hanging on a knife's edge. Damien sat forward, his expression firm. The contest for leadership must be open and honest, no secret plots or underhanded tricks. Anyone could resort to dirty tactics if they wanted to, but we won't. Winning by fair means is the only way to prove our true worth and abilities. We haven't told our families yet, but you have my word. We'll keep them safe. One of his companions met his gaze without flinching. We wouldn't have come if we weren't prepared. Once we unmask the traitor and trigger the challenge, we'll walk away unscathed. Hai Luosan nodded, his calm betraying no trace of fear. That's precisely why we've invited distinguished guests, beings not only from our peer civilizations, but from some of the most powerful empires in the galaxy. Damien glanced across the room at Golden Rakshasa, who was smiling at the mention of their allies. Though he and Yuan Tianhe were not intimate friends, their relationship had always been founded on mutual respect, and both knew the strength it brought to their cause. At that moment, Damien remained steadfast at their side, proof enough that Lord Mingya had judged his character correctly. After all, a man who does his duty with integrity need never fear the consequences of honorable action. He might show small favors here or there, but when it came to matters of real importance, he simply refused to blur right and wrong. Such unbending honesty often makes a man unpopular. Some might even call him foolish. But for the supreme controller of the Great Meridian, it was an indispensable virtue. Overhearing hushed talk of distinguished guests, Lord Mingya's voice suddenly rang out across the hall. My palace fears not even the interstellar orbital ion cannon. You can run, but you'll have nowhere left to hide. Then came the roar. The entire structure shuddered as though struck by an earthquake. The assembled nobles and attendants held their ground. Mere tremors could not unbalance them, but when they dared to look, their eyes went wide. Beside the great gates, exactly where Jin Luosha, Hai Luosan, and Damien stood, a terrible, cone-shaped crater had been gouged into the stone. It looked as if some phantom weapon had fired a single devastating blast. The jagged edges still glowed faintly with displaced energy, and for a long, silent moment, nobody spoke. The palace's defenses had just been pierced in plain sight, and every soul in that hall understood they were witnessing power beyond imagination. The palace's defenses were legendary, said to be impervious even to the heaviest bombardment an aircraft carrier could muster. Yet now, in defiance of every expectation, a 10-meter-wide dent marred its outer wall, as if carved by some colossal hammer. Damien leapt clear of the impact zone just in time. When he steadied himself, he knew exactly who was responsible. Jin Luosha and Hai Luosan had arrived with two very distinguished guests. The first was a woman called the Queen, whose power of mental control was terrifyingly complete. One look from her, and people spilled every secret they had, willingly or not. At a glance, the Queen herself gave no hint of raw physical strength. She carried no visible aura of combat prowess. But Damien understood the necessity of a counterpart to her subtle domination, a figure of sheer brute force to protect her whenever subtlety failed. Behind her tower of ice, that figure lay in wait. No sooner had the Queen turned her cool gaze on the palace guard than the man, tall, broad-shouldered, and coiled with muscle, swept her up, sending them both flying. A shimmering barrier snapped into place around them, an impenetrable shield. Damien braced himself, eyes darting toward the newcomers, when an earth-shattering boom split the air, louder and more violent than the first strike, threatening to tear the palace apart once and for all. The palace doors didn't creak open, they exploded. Metal splintered and rattled against marble as a column of smoke billowed inward. When the haze cleared, a striking figure stood framed in the ruined doorway. A tall man with close-cropped silver hair, skin as pale as ivory, and a black cloak that billowed like living shadow. His every step exuded absolute authority, as if the very air around him acknowledged his supremacy. A hush fell over the hall. Yuan Tianhe blinked, rubbing his eyes. Only moments before, this intruder had looked like a blue-skinned rabble-rouser, common, coarse, utterly ignorable. So how had he become this? And yet, the veiled woman at his side left no doubt. This was the same man. But now, he radiated an aura that belonged only to an overlord, one who stood on the brink of cosmic dominion. Gold Rakshasa dropped to one knee, head bowing low. "Mr. Damien," he intoned with trembling respect, "thank you." A murmur rippled through the assembled nobles. Damien's reputation as a cosmic-level powerhouse, one who teetered on the edge of the universe's highest echelons, was no mere rumor. Tonight, he'd announced his arrival in unmistakable fashion. Damien's reputation preceded him, said to be a fearsome warrior who could single-handedly subdue any number of void beasts. He appeared just as chaos threatened to tip the balance. "Looks like I'm not too late," he declared, surveying the melee. After a swift glance at the battlefield, Damien added calmly, "Of course you're not late. You've arrived right on time." He Luosan bristled at his words, but forced a sneer as he turned to the crowd. "Yuan Mingya, let's see who really has nowhere to run now." He Luosan had decided it would be far safer to bring only Damien and the Queen rather than mobilize the entire Yuan clan at once. No emergency summons were needed. By the time reinforcements answered the call, the opportunity would have long since passed. Without hesitating, Yuan Mingya tapped the console on his wrist. In an instant, brilliant yellow and white battle armor snapped into place around him. One by one, the other Yuan elders activated their own suits. Already towering figures, they now loomed like armored colossi, each exuding a deadly predatory aura. Their objective was clear: eliminate He Luosan, Jin Luosha, the two distinguished guests, and Yuan Tianhe before anyone could intervene. And with Damien and the Queen at He Luosan's side, the next moments would decide who truly held the upper hand. Damien surveyed the scene with steady calm. Only a scion of the Yuan family could broker alliances with the other great houses and unlock the Kree Empire's forbidden technologies, securing one of the 5 ruling lineages of the Donghua imperial capital. Before him stood Yuan Mingya and her contingent of armored warriors, moving in perfect formation, their eyes glinting with deadly intent. He glanced at Madame Butterfly. In response, she offered the faintest nod. With that silent go-ahead, Damien sprang forward, blades flashing as he cut into the front rank. The clash of steel rang out, but Damien's focus never wavered. As he engaged 2 guards at once, Butterfly remained poised at the edge of the fray, her gaze cold and calculating. Damien landed a precise strike that sent a soldier staggering back. At that moment, Butterfly's voice drifted over the din, soft, almost musical, yet carrying an unmistakable edge of steel. Allowing them an honorable suicide would be far too generous. She said, eyes never leaving Yuan Mingya. "Have them beaten half to death first, then we'll see what they're willing to confess." Damien sheathed his blades with a swift motion and offered her a curt nod. "I'll finish the rest of their answers once they've sobered up." A hush fell over the Yuan soldiers. Faces went pale as the bitter meaning sank in. This was no mercy. Suicide would have at least given them control over their own ends. Instead, Butterfly's soft smile promised something far darker. Yuan Mingya's jaw clenched, but resistance had already been snuffed out. Their fate was sealed the moment they crossed paths with these two. So what kind of creatures did Golden Rakshasa and Black Luosan summon? Madame Butterfly's voice echoed in the air. Nikrov gave a slight nod. With her question answered in a few words, the destinies of their opponents were already sealed. He wove a shimmering telekinetic barrier around Madame Butterfly, keeping her safely aloft, then folded his hands behind his back and soared forward on his own. Across the battlefield, Yuan Mingya braced himself, every muscle coiling like a drawn bowstring. In an instant, he launched himself at Nikrov with supersonic speed, the very air exploding around him as his armored fist rocketed forward. A visible aura of power flared, and the ground trembled as his punch neared its mark. But Nikrov didn't flinch. His telekinetic field held firm, distorting the onrushing strike before turning it back upon its owner. In the blink of an eye, a volley of invisible psychic blows rained down on Yuan Mingya. He was battered helplessly in midair, blood trickling from his lips, his heavy armor twisting and denting under the relentless assault. With a final, bone-jarring impact, Yuan Mingya was hurled nearly 5 meters backward. He crashed to the earth in a daze, armor clattering around him as he lay gasping for breath. "First," Nikrov murmured, his eyes betraying not a flicker of effort. Nikrov was one of the universe's mightiest warriors, ranked just below the very strongest, and he had never once gone all out against Steve. Had he done so, he could have shattered Steve's body with a mere thought. Now, under Madame Butterfly's orders, he was told to stop short of outright killing them. Leaving their opponents half dead would suffice, lest they be reduced to nothing but blood mist. When the gap between combatants reaches a certain threshold, the weaker cannot endure even a single strike from the stronger. Jin Luosha, He Luosan, and Yuan Tiane stood frozen with shock as they witnessed the spectacle. Black Luosan and Jin Rakshasa, in particular, knew well how formidable Nikrov could be in his capacity as an agent of the Void Realm. Having him on their side was supposed to be an asset to their mission, but they had never anticipated this level of brutality. Even the head of the Yuan clan, a planetary-level powerhouse, found himself completely overwhelmed, with no opportunity to mount a counterstrike. The 13 elder patriarchs of the Yuan family, who had intended to swarm the battlefield together, now trembled in fearful hesitation, unwilling to challenge such raw, unrestrained strength. Nikrov, the Void's agent? A member of the Void God cult? The old patriarch of House Yuan paled. He'd just heard Jin Rakshasa utter that name, and now it all made sense. He serves the Void God cult? How did they even recruit a Void cult operative? This is bad. We're ruined. We've been sucked into the conflict between the Kree Empire and the Void cult. As the other Yuan elders exchanged grim looks, the danger of their situation hit them in full force. In a power struggle between two cosmic titans, even the smallest misstep could mean total annihilation. Find out exactly how they learned of our alliance with the Kree Empire, the Patriarch ordered. They discovered it through the Void God cult, a lieutenant reported. Silence fell. Though the elders feared the worst, their eyes grew steely with resolve. They understood that neither outright battle nor diplomatic appeals would save them now. If they were to protect House Yuan, they'd need to chart a different course, one they could not yet foresee. Damien's only choice was to flee. With their extraordinary abilities, he and his allies could survive anywhere, but they'd stayed in the St. Nicholas civilization all these years for one reason. It was their home. They'd planned, eventually, to return to the 5 great branches of the imperial capital and reclaim their place. Now, though, the black and gold ley lines that powered those branches had fused with the Void divine sects, making any hope of influencing the capital a distant fantasy. If they didn't leave now, they never would. Damien sensed the others' hesitation, but Nikrov felt it too, through their telepathic bond. With a crisp snap of his fingers, the air around them warped. Space itself seemed to buck, and an invisible weight descended on the 13 elders of the Yuan clan in an instant. They braced themselves, but the force was overwhelming. Boom, boom, boom. Each impact crashed them to their knees, their heavy armor rattling like thunder across the cracked stone floor. Dust exploded around them. The immense pressure stole their breath and stole their voices. Gasping and motionless, the elders could only stare up at Damien, powerless under Nikrov's devastating display of strength. The armor that was meant to grant them unmatched strength and defense had become their prison. As it contorted around their limbs, it crushed rib cages and ruptured internal organs. One by one, the Yuan family elders convulsed, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. In barely 10 seconds, they were beaten nearly to death. Nikrov had anticipated their every move, refusing to let even one slip away. With a single brutal sweep, he'd incapacitated a dozen elder warriors. Wiping gore from his gauntlet, he glanced at his companion. "Your turn," he said. A surge of telepathic energy coiled within him as he stepped to Madame Butterfly's side. She gave a single, measured nod. They didn't intend to kill these captives, only to learn where the Kree were hiding and who among the Yuans had struck an alliance with the invaders. "Damn, Mr. Nikrov," she murmured with a hint of respect. "You're ruthless." Golden Rakshasa watched in astonishment. These Yuan elders were renowned throughout the galaxy for their prowess, yet before Mr. Nikrov, they'd neither strength nor will to fight back. Could he truly be the universe's ultimate powerhouse? Damien finally understood why he and Luosan had raced to find Madame Butterfly. They needed answers. But when Nikrov intercepted them, he hadn't, to simply let them pass. He'd chosen to spare their lives. Nikrov met Damien's gaze with a faint, knowing smile. "If I really were the greatest expert in the universe," he said smoothly, "do you honestly think I'd be standing around here?" At that, Jin Rakshasa gaped at him like a starstruck fanboy. Even though the Void God religion, and by extension Void Land, had treated Nikrov favorably, if he truly ranked among the cosmos's top powerhouses, he wouldn't be lingering in some backwater sector. There were plenty of formidable figures scattered throughout the universe, but those at the pinnacle were astonishingly rare. Titans of that caliber could seize entire star systems and carve out empires by sheer will. Their names alone sparked awe wherever they went. The gap between their power and that of ordinary experts was immeasurable. Luosan let out a low whistle, genuine respect in his voice. "Our intel was spot on," he admitted. "You really are a cosmic powerhouse, on a completely different level from anyone we've ever met." Chapter 7. Beyond the World's Edge. Damien leveled his gaze on the shifting horizon of the void. There are beings out there, beyond our world, beyond even the sky itself. By my reckoning, at least 8 members of the Void Divine Religion surpass me in raw power, and that's after setting aside the few whose strength is almost too great to comprehend. Give it another decade, and I might not even crack their top ranks. Niklov arched an eyebrow. "You speak as if they're invincible." Damien's expression darkened. "They're no ordinary mystics. Their bodies are as unyielding as tempered steel. My telekinetic assaults glance off them without leaving a mark. 3 of those 8 are nightmares in flesh: Kyle, Alex, and Banner. I witnessed them lay waste to the Void Wasteland the moment Gao Tianzun retired. No high-tech weapon, no matter how advanced, could slow them down. Kyle's regenerative abilities are terrifying. He can heal grievous wounds in seconds. Alex is every bit his equal in resilience. And Banner, along with Unmolix, he possesses a ghost-like healing factor. Shatter their bones or scorch their flesh, and they're back on their feet before you realize you've struck them." Niklov fell silent, the weight of Damien's words settling between them. In that moment, the true scope of their adversaries revealed itself, and with it, the daunting challenge that lay ahead. Damien stared in disbelief at Han's mangled form. Both arms and legs shattered, his abdomen rent open. Any ordinary powerhouse would have been killed outright by such injuries. Yet, in the presence of champions like Hulk Banner, the Enchantress, and Hercules Kyle, this would barely count as a mortal wound. They'd brush it off as a mere inconvenience and recover with a casual flick of the wrist. Their strength was obscene, their defenses virtually impenetrable, and their regenerative abilities off the charts. It was, frankly, game-breaking. The only thing keeping these 3 physical titans from dominating every corner of the universe was the sheer scale of their assaults. They had no shortage of raw power, speed, or stamina, and even that barely hinted at their true potential. With the Void God cult's blessing coursing through their veins, they were on the verge of stepping into realms populated by even stronger foes. "Jin Rakshasa, Luosan," Damien called out, his voice cutting through the tense air. "When did you 2 first make contact with the Void God cult?" As he spoke, Damien realized that the 2 honored guests praised by Jin Luosha were indeed disciples of the Void Divine sect. He'd heard the rumors. After the Collector's remnants fell on Voidland, the territory had devolved into a lawless no-man's land. Now, under the cult's influence, countless outcasts and renegades were carving out new lives among its forsaken ruins and forging alliances with strangers who wielded its forbidden power. Damien sat forward, his gaze steady. "Right now, we're at odds. Neither side will submit or expand its territory. The only way to hold what we have is by offering regular tribute." He paused, then added, "So the real question is, what kind of alliance can we actually forge under these conditions?" Jin Rakshasa considered the question. "At the moment, our only real contacts are Lord Niklov, Her Majesty the Queen, and a handful of high-ranking Void Cult leaders." Damien nodded. "The Void Cult still harbors a deep grudge against the Kree Empire. Which is precisely why I came, to unravel the Kree conspiracy," Jin Rakshasa replied. Once that's done, I'll be on my way. By the way, Jin Luosha interjected, while you're at it, help us root out civilization's traitors and track down any Kree hiding places. Jin Rakshasa's expression grew solemn. Listen carefully. The only true bond will form when the Void God sect formally accepts our submission. That acceptance is the real alliance. At the mention of the Void Divine sect's power, Jin Luosha and He Luosan exchanged eager looks. Surrendering under such a patron would give the St. Nicholas civilization a formidable backer and the resources to press on with their biotechnological research. The only catch, being willing to submit, doesn't guarantee the sect will accept them. Jin Rakshasa's proposal hung in the air. The Void God cult must consent. Without their willing acceptance, the St. Nicholas civilization's submission won't count. Yuan Tianhe frowned. He found the idea baffling. The St. Nicholas civilization was one of the universe's most advanced. Gaining their loyalty would deliver priceless technology, vast resources, and tremendous influence. Securing them through peaceful submission would be far more advantageous than waging endless wars to bring lesser powers to heel. I'm not sure, Yuan admitted. So far, the Void God cult has shown no sign of territorial expansion or conquest. Their immediate priority is a clash with the Kree Empire. Only after defeating, or at least neutralizing, the Kree can they think about broadening their domain. He shook his head. Whether they'd welcome the St. Nicholas civilization with open arms is anybody's guess. That's the official line coming down from the Void God sect leadership. Hailuo-san nodded in agreement. Across the room, Madame Butterfly had already begun to weave her beguiling influence into the conversation. Madame Butterfly's voice cut through the dimly lit chamber like a razor. Tell me who else is involved in your plot to ally with the Kree. Where is your secret base, and what progress have you made on your current experiments? Yuan Mingya, the battered head of the Yuan family, sagged in his chair. Bruises and bandages covered his arms and torso, but it was Butterfly's hypnotic influence that kept him from collapsing entirely. He struggled to focus, each word coming out in a hoarse whisper. Because of your lobbying, he began, voice shaking, all 5 of our major branches outside the imperial capital joined this plan 6 months ago. So far, we've seen no real breakthroughs. The disasters we've engineered are only growing more powerful, but everything is done in secret. Only a handful of high-ranking figures even know it exists. He swallowed hard and tried to meet Butterfly's gaze. That is all. Butterfly leaned back, expression unreadable. In the shadows just beyond the torchlight, Damien watched and waited, every whispered confession drawing him closer to the truth behind the Kree alliance. 6 months ago, all 5 major branches outside the imperial capital joined forces. The moment Jin Luosha heard that, a cold sweat broke out on his brow. It wasn't simply the idea of those 5 outside factions uniting that shocked him. It was that they'd done it half a year ago. If the Void God cult hadn't intercepted the intelligence, they would have struck the moment their alliance was forged, catching the 5 great clans of the Kree Empire's capital completely off guard. By the time anyone realized what was happening, it would already be too late. Worse still, once the attack began, the Yuan family and the other powerful houses ready to mobilize under its banner would descend on the capital. A full-scale civil war would erupt. Even though the combined strength of the capital's 5 proud lineages outmatched the external branches, it wasn't enough to guarantee an effortless victory against both the Void God cult and the Yuan-led coalition. In the resulting chaos, all 5 armies defending the imperial heartland could very well be annihilated. Beyond the imperial capital, the 5 Great Veins have sworn allegiance to the Kree Empire, even though every attempt to advance biotechnology has ended in failure. In compensation, they've poured resources into breakthroughs in conventional weaponry and armor. Between their carefully plotted schemes and the unpredictable fallout of those plans, anyone standing in their way faces ruin. I always believed St. Nicholas was singularly committed to progress, Yuan Mingya said softly, scanning the dim glow of the war table's holographic display. Damien frowned. For 5,000 years, our people have invested every scrap of time and patience into shattering these technical barriers. Hailuo-san's expression darkened. He fell silent for a long moment, sorrow heavy in his chest. The 10 Great Veins weren't merely political factions, they were the bedrock of St. Nicholas' civilization. Neither he, nor his father, nor anyone in the capital ever imagined those pillars could betray their own people, colluding with foreign enemies to steal power and crown themselves. This was their world, their heritage, not a playground for outsiders. And yet the fractures within had already begun to widen. The once unshakable foundation of St. Nicholas was crumbling from within, and the cost would be unbearable. There's simply no reason to risk St. Nicholas by inviting foreign enemies through rash alliances. After all, every one of the imperial city's 5 great houses is desperate to surmount technological barriers and raise our civilization's standing in the cosmos. Their drive only makes it more crucial to preserve stability at home. Unfortunately, the branch heads beyond the capital, and many of the elder counselors have grown too entrenched in their own grievances to govern effectively. In their bitterness, one faction even dared to collude with the Kree. Yuan Tianhe watched Jin Luosha's triumphant smile and found himself torn. For 5 millennia, the dominant houses in the capital have systematically suppressed these lesser clans, and part of him longed to upheave their stranglehold on power. Yet, as much as he chafed under their dominance, he had to admit that, all things considered, St. Nicholas was thriving like never before. Damien didn't know much about the other great houses in the imperial capital, but he was familiar with Jin Rakshasa. He understood just what kind of people the Golden Rakshasa and his partner, He Luo San, were. Neither could be called unscrupulous. On the contrary, they both carried themselves with integrity and genuinely cared for the welfare of St. Nicholas's civilization. By all accounts, they were the strongest contenders to become the next heads of the Gold and Black families. Barring the sudden rise of an even more brilliant Golden-Black alliance, it seemed next to impossible for anyone to outshine them. Golden Rakshasa himself was something of a maverick, decisive, straightforward, and sometimes rash. He would leap into decisions without a second thought, even at the risk of embarrassment, always placing action above all else. Such impulsiveness could backfire, to be sure, but He Luo-san's methodical nature provided the perfect counterbalance. With He Luo's rigorous caution overseeing each step, the pair rarely, if ever, made a miscalculation. 3 years ago, Jin Luosha and He Luo-san swept through the imperial court, rising from relative obscurity to become co-heads of the Black and Gold houses in the capital. Their partnership has done wonders for the stability of the St. Nicholas civilization. Under their combined leadership, courts run more smoothly, trade routes stay secure, and long smoldering rivalries remain in check. Even the usually implacable head of the Yuan Mingya clan admitted that both of them are exceptionally capable and courageous to boot. Yet not everyone sees the situation so clearly. Yuan Tianhe, heir to the Yuan Mingya family, still doesn't grasp the burdens his patriarch carries, or why he would seek support from outside powers to safeguard his position. When Tianhe complained, Nikrov let out a low chuckle. Factional disputes are inevitable in any great power, Nikrov said, his tone gentle but firm, and nowhere is that truer than in a civilization as old as ours. Damien glanced up, curiosity piqued. St. Nicholas has endured for over 20 millennia, he murmured. Surely pride and tradition keep us united? Nikrov shook his head slowly. Pride alone isn't enough. Even the best-intentioned leaders can't always control how events unfold. Civilizations that survive for 20,000 years adapt continuously. Struggling factions, shifting alliances, all of it becomes part of our legacy. He paused, letting the weight of 24 centuries settle on their shoulders. Meanwhile, countless younger civilizations in this galaxy are barely taking their first steps. We must learn from our own history, lest we become one more footnote in the cosmic record. Few civilizations ever truly master wisdom and achieve lasting unity, and those that do often take millennia to mature. On any given world, the various races must fight countless wars before they can meld into a single society capable of reaching out into the cosmos. Even after they finally unite, they remain at the very beginning of their interstellar journey. And yet, once a civilization's growth plateaus, its structure settles into a predictable pattern. No matter how diligently its leaders guard against discord, the hidden shadows in every people's heart will inevitably stir. Across the universe, there are precious few powers whose ages span hundreds of thousands of years without shattering from within. According to what little reliable data exists, only 2 empires have endured unbroken for at least 100 millennia without suffering mass racial slaughter or catastrophic coups that set them back centuries, perhaps even tens of thousands of years. Those are the Kree Empire and the Xandar Empire. As for Asgard, the records are frustratingly sparse. Even scholars like Nikrov can only speculate about its true history, and much of what they suspect remains cloaked in myth. Asgard was once a realm of ceaseless activity, but for thousands of years it has lain silent. Hela, daughter of Allfather Odin, and the Valkyrie legions she once commanded vanished into shadow, and no one knows what turmoil or civil war might have racked their halls. In stark contrast, the cult of the Void enjoys an unprecedented peace. Its small size has spared it from internal factionalism, and all eyes turn to Lord Kassadin, the Void God, whose ever-watchful presence binds the faithful together. In truth, the only thing that can threaten this fragile harmony is any crisis involving Kassadin himself. It isn't only his death that would spell disaster. His sudden disappearance or inexplicable absence would be equally catastrophic. Lord Kassadin's existence is the very bedrock of the cult's unity, granting its followers a powerful protector, yet raising an insurmountable barrier between them and their Graj. Odd. If Kassadin ever were to vanish without a trace, at first the cult might barely notice, until the storm of doubt and discord finally broke. But after half a millennium, or even a full millennium, rumors of Lord Kassadin's disappearance had grown too persistent to ignore. Whispers spread that the god of the void had been usurped, or worse, annihilated. Even though several powerful orders still claimed allegiance to the void god's faith, their unity was paper-thin without Kassadin himself at the helm. Old rivalries festered, and before long, the church teetered on the brink of civil war. From the shadows, 2 clipped voices broke the uneasy silence. Hand over the names of everyone involved, and provide the exact location of your experiment, site maps, distribution plans, all of it, immediately. Madame Dai didn't so much as blink. She met their demands with calm authority, showing no hint of surprise when Yuan Mingya hesitated. After all, the men he'd named were all senior members of the Great Meridian. Still, he admitted reluctantly, I can't be sure who else might be tied in. All I've got are the names I personally extracted. With that, Yuan Mingya planted his fingers on the console and accessed the Yuan family's core databank. Within seconds, a full roster of coerced participants and their assignments scrolled across the screens. He pressed a final command, and the dossier transferred in its entirety. There, he said, everything you asked for. Damien watched as the patriarch of the Yuan Mingya family effortlessly drew out every scrap of vital intelligence, finally clarifying the queen's powers. Yet when he learned they all served the Void God sect, any remaining surprise vanished. After all, the Void God sect was one of the universe's most formidable orders, and extraordinary abilities were to be expected. How did those 7 Kree operatives slip in? Jin Luosha asked, leaning over the infiltration roster alongside He Luosan. They were smuggled in under our own cover, the Yuan Mingya patriarch admitted, still enthralled by the sect's charm and answering every question without hesitation. No wonder I never detected a single Kree presence in the San Nicol civilization, he added. At that moment, Jin Rakshasa's eyes gleamed with realization. He knew that the Jin family oversaw the entire military district, border patrols, inspections, entry logs, and all. If the Patriarch had allied with other major clans to manipulate those channels, every record would show clean, and the enemy would be free to walk right through. Every morning, the Jin family's command network is flooded with detailed reports tracking every entry and exit across the St. Nicholas civilization's borders. Damien leans over his console as the latest files scroll by. In general, as long as an outsider isn't uniquely dangerous or notorious, even known lawbreakers aren't automatically denied passage. They're simply marked for closer inspection. Only the most extreme criminals, those deemed an immediate, high-level threat, are refused entry outright. After all, lawless isn't a single, uniform category. There are shades of severity, and the St. Nicholas civilization is teeming with seasoned warriors ready to handle ordinary troublemakers. For that reason, the realm actively welcomes visitors from every corner of the galaxy rather than sealing its gates. Still, the Security Bureau stands on constant alert. The moment someone affiliated with a hostile power, or, worst of all, the Kree Empire, appears on the manifest, an urgent warning flashes through the system, and the matter is escalated to the highest priority. Even the Golden Rakshasa understand this protocol implicitly. And when the Xandar Empire intends to dispatch diplomats, they always file their travel plans well in advance, ensuring the welcome is as smooth as it is secure. In the imperial capital of the St. Nicholas civilization, each of the 5 great branches always sent delegations to welcome prominent politicians or dignitaries from the Xandar Empire. Among them, the Yuan family alone counted 13 elders, 57 scientific researchers, and more than 30 descendants, over a dozen of whom belonged to the younger generation. Fortunately, not everyone was implicated, Hai Luosun muttered as he reviewed the list Yuan Mingya had provided. The family's internal investigation revealed that only about 100 members had colluded with the Kree Empire, and each of those conspirators had paid with their lives. While the losses would sting, they wouldn't cripple the clan. Their core technologies had reached a critical turning point, and the remaining talent would see them through. If anything happens to Yuan Mingya, Hai Luosun continued, we can always call on the veterans of the Changsheng Forest. They'll step in to guide the family, stabilize our operations, and give the younger generation the time they need to rise to the challenge. Of course, we can't involve every member of the Yuan family, Hai Luosun remarked. In everything we undertake, we must weigh the gains against the potential losses, success versus failure. Yuan Mingya inclined his head at Hai Luosun's words. Before agreeing to collaborate with the Kree Empire, he had already evaluated every angle. Supplying core personnel and resources carried risks, but even in the worst case, the Yuan family would only lose some vitality. Their main line would persist, perhaps a little weakened, yet still intact, a setback the stable civilization of St. Nicholas could easily absorb. Success, on the other hand, would be transformative. The Yuan family would unite its 5 major branches outside the imperial capital, eliminate its rival houses within the capital, and reclaim its former glory. Seeing Yuan Mingya's calm confidence, Hai Luosun fell silent. It was clear why some whispered that Yuan Mingya was a demon. He truly intended to upend the foundations of St. Nicholas's ancient civilization. Damien may have been cornered, but he'd never leave himself without an escape hatch. Classic small investment, massive payoff. He'd made sure that none of the Yuan family members were ever officially implicated, so the 5 great houses of the imperial capital had no legal basis to press charges, and that was exactly how he wanted it. The St. Nicholas civilization depended just as much on its 5 outlying veins as on the capital's own. More veins meant more freedom of choice for ordinary citizens, and that diversity was vital. If everyone were forced into the capital's elite biotransformations, the short-term gains might seem appealing, but in the long run they would homogenize the entire population. Innovation would stall, specialized roles would go unfilled, and the rich tapestry of St. Nicholas culture would unravel. Besides, the biotransformations themselves were staggeringly powerful. Among the 10 major veins, the most advanced modifications could each elevate an individual to true planet-level might. Damien knew that maintaining balance, preserving alternative paths, wasn't just wise politics, it was the only way to ensure the civilization's future. Strength alone, no matter how great, can never cover every need, so the 10 major veins were engineered to complement one another. After all, distinct abilities suit different purposes. Old fox, do you realize you're courting your own death? Jin Luosha stared, incredulous at Yuan Mingya's serene expression. Of course I know the stakes, Yuan Mingya replied evenly. But even if I could choose again, I would still side with the Kree Empire. To seize every chance for the Yuan family to reclaim its former glory, Jin Luosha finished for him. At every turn, yes, Yuan Mingya agreed. As Supreme Commander, he carried the burden of his people's hopes. The younger generation might rest easy in the current stability of St. Nicholas civilization. They saw nothing wrong with the status quo, but true heirs to the Yuan legacy could not forget the height of their imperial past. They hungered to march once more upon the capital's marble streets. Damien had only just assumed his duties as head of the family when he realized the enormity of the task before him, to honor an illustrious legacy while steering his clan through a precarious present. He devised a twofold gamble, one that rested on the loyalty of a handful of inner-circle allies and on the preservation of his own hard-won reputation. First, he staked everything on the Kree Empire's willingness to let the St. Nicholas civilization break its technological barrier. Should that barrier fall, St. Nicholas would vault into a far loftier rank among the galaxy's advanced civilizations, closing the distance to the Xandar Empire's behemoth might and unlocking a torrent of new resources. His second wager targeted the 5 great houses of the imperial capital. Damien believed that if his plans ever saw the light of day, those 5 dynastic lines, whether through inadvertence or design, would unite to suppress any threat. In doing so, they would safeguard the status quo and continue to guide St. Nicholas's evolution along precisely the path he himself was charting. He knew each of the capital's leading families intimately, their favored school of thought, the exacting pedagogies of each house head, and the subtle doctrines that bound their followers. With these insights, Damien felt he had just enough leverage to pull off his daring double bet and secure his clan's future in the turbulent currents of galactic politics. Damien understood at once the teaching methods and doctrines they employed. A family head who could rise to power and claim the throne never lost sight of the bigger picture. By planning for setbacks, he ensured that, even in defeat, the 5 great branches of the imperial capital would lack both the unity and the will to wipe his house from existence. In this game, there is no such thing as an assured, unilateral victory. Absolute certainty simply doesn't exist. You must weigh the gains of victory against the risks of failure, and if those risks prove unacceptable, you find a way to soften the blow. Always prepare 2, even 3 fallback plans before making your move. Spreading your bets too thin, however, only guarantees you'll end up with nothing, or far worse. Is this the complete list, with all deployment points identified? Madame Butterfly asked after studying the charts and data Yuan Mingya had provided. Here are all the lists and locations I've uncovered, Madame Butterfly announced, spreading ancient scrolls before her. If your Majesty wishes to learn more, simply question anyone whose name appears here. Though Yuan Mingya's body twitched as if under outside influence, his mind remained clear. He bowed his head and spoke with chilling calmness. As you command, then let them die. Madame Butterfly inclined her head once. At that unmistakable signal, the 13 eldest patriarchs of the Yuan clan rose in unison. Their voices rang out, unshaken. We obey our queen. One by one, each man placed a hand over his heart. A crimson stain bloomed beneath his palm as he drove the blade inward. They stood tall and motionless, eyes fixed on the distant horizon, until each breath stopped and life drained away. There was no fear in their faces, only solemn pride. After centuries of exile and disgrace, these men chose death over dishonor, wagering their lives to restore the Yuan family's ancient name. They may never have been loyal subjects of the St. Nicholas civilization, but they would forever remain worthy of their lineage and descendants. From now on, you'd better use your ability sparingly, Madame Butterfly said, her voice cool and authoritative, and under no circumstances may you manipulate people into killing one another. Damien met her gaze in the dimly lit chamber. The moment she issued that command, every enthralled guard in the room obediently turned their weapons on themselves, ending their own lives in an instant. The sight was so shocking that, for a long moment, Damien's blood ran cold, especially knowing Charming's strict orders. Obedience meant survival. Defiance meant death. Even though Madame Butterfly stood with him, he felt an icy shock of dread. I'm not that much of a psychopath, he said at last, forcing a wry grin. I'd rather watch them fight each other. Madame Butterfly's expression softened slightly. Intelligence gathering is one thing. If we need to extract secrets, you may use your gift. But orchestrating wholesale slaughter crosses a line. Damien shrugged. You usually handle the dirty work before I ever have to step in. That's the arrangement, she replied, folding her arms. As long as you stay on standby until I authorize you, we both come out ahead. She allowed herself a faint, rueful smile. To most people, her power seemed a dark curse. In countless lands she was branded a witch, suspected of foul magic, and hunted without mercy. Having Damien at her side was the only thing standing between her and the blades of a terrified world. Madame Butterfly had always been too cautious to use her power in public. She reserved it for private moments, hidden from prying eyes. "That's all I ask," she said quietly. Nikrov nodded appreciatively. "It is unsettling, to say the least. Thank you, Your Majesty, for stepping in." Yuan Tianhe, a man who knew all too well what it was like to be controlled, felt a chill run down his spine at the thought that Madame Butterfly truly possessed such capabilities. She returned his gaze with a slight, grateful nod, but offered no further explanation. Her talent was terrifying to anyone whose strength fell within her reach. Only those far more powerful, or those she couldn't influence, had no reason to fear her. Among them, the Predictor was most immune. He could anticipate her every move, seeing through her slightest intention. If she even attempted a seductive maneuver against him, she would be undone in an instant. "I really want to witness it with you," the queen admitted softly. "But now that the head of the Yuan Mingya clan is dead, countless others will fall. I must hurry to Everlasting Forest and summon the elders to take charge." Damien relaxed when he saw that the queen's expression hadn't turned to fury. He'd uncovered the Void Cult's hand in tonight's massacre and had seen firsthand the queen's terrifying command over them. He knew full well what awaited the traitors who'd betrayed the St. Nicholas civilization. Everything that happened this evening needed to be relayed to his father and the Council of Elders hidden within Changsheng Forest. They had to devise a way to steady the Yuan clan in the wake of this crisis. Admittedly, many of his rivals would perish in the ensuing purge, but to Damien, that only strengthened his bid to become the next clan head. Even if some survived, he was certain he would outshine every one of his contemporaries. Besides, Damien hasn't even reached full maturity yet. He lacks the strength, reputation, foresight, and experience for what's coming. This is far beyond what a junior like him can handle. Damien's calm, honest assessment made Jin Luosha realize that he truly didn't want to stand by and watch so many Yuan family members slaughtered, even if they'd brought it on themselves. With that understood, they didn't force Damien to witness the purge. Nikrov gently lifted Madame Butterfly onto his shoulder and took to the air, with Jin Luosha, Hai Luosan, and Damien following close behind. As they left the palace grounds, they rounded a bend in the road and froze. 4 royal guards lay crumpled on either side of the path, their blood pooling beneath them. Giant swords, stained and discarded, lay scattered nearby. None of them could tell at a glance whether the men were dead or only gravely wounded. Jin Luosha and Hei Luosan exchanged pained looks with Damien. At last, Damien shook his head. "I can't bring myself to commit something so brutal." Madame Butterfly, however, turned toward them with a bright, almost bubbly smile. "Nor I. I refuse to spill that much blood." The 3 of them fell silent, their anxious eyes shifting to Nikrov. He alone would decide their next move. "They got word we had clearance to enter, and then they attacked me on sight. After I pushed them back the first time, they came at me again without mercy. So I knocked them out. They were battered, but I was careful not to kill them." Damien gave a concise rundown of the skirmish. At first, the 4 guards had treated him and Madame Butterfly with outright hostility. Still, Damien hadn't seen any reason to slaughter men who were merely following orders that might not even have come from the Kree Empire. He'd simply subdued them and left them unconscious. "Right now, those 4 are officially on our list of targets," he continued, glancing at Jin Luosha, Hei Luosan, and Yuan Tianhe. "What's the call? Do we eliminate them now, or leave that decision to me?" Yuan Tianhe shook his head firmly. "No, they made a bad call, but execution is too harsh a punishment." Hei Luosan's hand hovered near his blade. "They tried to kill us. I say we finish the job." Damien met each of their gazes in turn, waiting for the final verdict. "Let me handle this," Jin Rakshasa said. He knew Niklov and the Queen could not save everyone, so without another word, the golden Rakshasa flexed his wings. Dozens of razor-sharp gilded feathers shot out like arrows, tearing through the palace guards' ranks. One by one, they crumpled to the ground. A short while later, a party of nobles emerged into the courtyard, horror on their faces as they took in the blood-spattered marble. From the highest terrace, the Yuan family watched in stunned silence as hundreds of onlookers waited for answers. "Yuan Tianhe, explain yourself," a voice called. "We're leaving now," Jin Rakshasa announced to his allies. He knew that within days, Yuan Mingya's betrayal would be exposed for all to see. "Understood," Yuan Tianhe replied with a bowed head. With that, Jin Rakshasa and He Luosan beat their wings and soared skyward, then descended the mountain together. Their next destination was Yuanbai Mountain, where the Yuan family's rogue researchers had broken into the secret underground lab and urgently needed to be confronted. In the imperial capital and throughout the great cities, there was no sign of the Kree. Nikrov moved in lockstep with Madame Butterfly, leaving Yuan-Te to face their fellow countrymen alone. Though exposing traitors to civilization was a triumph for the entire St. Nicholas civilization, it weighed heavily on Yuan Tianhe's heart. Born into the storied Yuan family, he had watched in horror as elders, and even his clan leader, Yuan Mingya, fell before his eyes. Mingya's desperate gamble to breach the Devil's Barrier had cost him everything. And now, as word of their fate spread among relatives who knew none of these grim details, fresh grief was sure to follow. What benefits the many does not always ease the suffering of each individual. Far above Xandar, Damien watched it all unfold. From his vantage point among the stars, he observed Nikrov's and Madame Butterfly's every move, and found himself more than satisfied with their performance. Damien watched Niklov thoughtfully. After wandering the world for so many years, climbing to mountain summits, descending to the ocean's depths, he'd been tempered by every hardship and refined by every triumph. The result was a man of rare tolerance and unwavering resolve. Such inner strength was truly remarkable. Madame Butterfly, by contrast, had always been plagued by insecurity. She'd learned early to depend solely on her own powers to survive, and it left her outwardly timid and inwardly restless. She knew herself better than anyone. Her gifts carried tremendous convenience, but they also carried grave danger. If her abilities were ever exposed, she'd be paraded before the masses and condemned without mercy. That ever-present fear had kept her on edge for years. She was endlessly devising ways to stay hidden, guarding her secret so vigilantly that she never slipped into madness. "Yes," she seemed to say, "you might kill me, but you'll never let me turn that blade on those I love." Her worst nightmare wasn't death, but the thought of using her power to pit friend against friend, family against family. To force people to kill one another, that was a sin no one could ever forgive. It was precisely for that reason Niklov had issued his warning to Madame Butterfly, and why she trembled whenever his stern gaze fell upon her. Madame Butterfly understood perfectly well that even if she moved against the Yuans herself, they'd pose no real threat, and that the brief cruelties she inflicted were really bait, meant to draw Nikrov into striking first. At the outset, Madame D had sworn she would never allow Yuan Mingya to take his own life. But once she saw the steel in his eyes, how unshakably he stood by his decision, she renounced that promise and granted him the final freedom of suicide. In the days to come, Yuan Mingya and the dozen or so elders of the Yuan clan would be forever shamed and reviled. From the standpoint of the St. Nicholas civilization, their fate was deserved. From the Yuan family's perspective, however, Yuan Mingya had placed everything on the line, his honor and even his life, to protect his kin. Had he failed, the penalties would have been ruinous. Some might call such resolve madness, but a leader's duty is to bear the family's burdens, no matter the cost. Because he met that burden with unwavering courage, Madame Butterfly allowed the Yuans one final grace. She let them die standing. Damien paused, weighing his options. If Nikrov decided to move first, none of them would get the luxury of falling in a graceful, upright posture. They'd simply be cut down. But as he pondered the danger, a far stranger question took shape in his mind. Could the disasters engineered by the St. Nicholas civilization actually be consumed? He reminded himself why this mattered. When a being devours a disaster, it absorbs the raw energy that drives its destruction. Natural disasters, chaotic byproducts of countless environmental coincidences, lack intelligence. They operate on a single imperative: to kill, to survive. In theory, then, as long as one didn't take on human form, such a force could be eaten without moral complication. The same held true for the disasters unleashed by St. Nicholas or any of the other great powers beyond the Kree Imperial Alliance. They, too, were mindless engines of havoc, often mutating into monstrous, non-humanoid shapes. Their power dwarfed that of ordinary calamities, and the evolutionary boost gained from consuming even one of these engineered terrors would be immense. Damien's gaze drifted to the distant, hidden entrance leading down into the St. Nicholas civilization's secret underground labs. He imagined the abominations lurking within, energy-saturated beasts born of cruel experiments, and felt the heady tug of potential growth. But as tempting as it was, a chill of caution ran through him. To cross that final line and consume a manufactured disaster would be to embrace a hunger he might never control. After a moment's hesitation, he made his decision. He would leave these creations alone. Though these beings no longer looked human, they were still the twisted products of inhumane experiments. Damien forced himself to stay silent. If he opened his mouth now, he feared his moral convictions would slip one painful notch deeper into the abyss. And the deeper he fell, the more likely his darkest desires would break free. Sonia caught Mr. Cassidy's gaze, sliding from hunger to pity. She leaned forward and asked softly, "Mr. Cassidine, what's troubling you?" He sighed, running a hand through his hair. "It's nothing, really. Even if these experiments are a disaster, they began as people. I can't bring myself to treat them like food." Damien exchanged a look with Sonia. Her compassion reminded him of something far more powerful than any supernatural blessing, the strength of one's own will. In nature, some animals resort to cannibalism, but they're driven by instinct, not reason. For an intelligent being, crossing that line is a betrayal of everything wisdom and humanity stand for, a taboo too great to ever excuse. Damien studied the swirling vortex of energy before him. If he fed on these man-made disasters now, there'd be no telling what or who he might consume next. Powerful figures, even members of the Void cult, could be swallowed whole. Man-made disasters? Sonia echoed, her brow furrowing. Are you saying the St. Nicholas civilization can actually create them? She'd pored over Mr. Cassidy's field reports and followed every lead on St. Nicholas technology. From what I've gathered, they haven't tamed these disasters. They can only mass-produce catastrophes that are devastating but utterly irrational. Damien shook his head. If those disasters were sentient, I wouldn't hesitate to judge and devour them without remorse. My concern is the collateral damage when they spiral out of control. Sonia tapped her chin. A purely human-engineered disaster is inedible, but if they graft an animal host into the mechanism, then the resulting hybrid becomes something you can digest. He regarded the crackling maelstrom. Exactly. That's how they turn chaos into a meal, and why it's so dangerous in the wrong hands. Of course, the St. Nicholas civilization is eager to try it too, the scientist said. But anyone who hasn't undergone these advanced biological upgrades simply couldn't survive the power surge triggered by the experiment, her colleague replied. They'd all die instantly. That means our only viable test subjects are the bioengineered individuals from St. Nicholas, the first scientist concluded. Damien listened thoughtfully. He understood that while genetically modified beasts might unleash tremendous destructive force, their bodies weren't built to withstand the backlash. In contrast, every enhanced human in the St. Nicholas civilization had been honed into the ultimate predator. Their physiology was pushed to its absolute limit, placing them at the apex of their world's food chain. It was as if regular people were chickens and the St. Nicholas augments were Tyrannosaurus rex. The difference in raw power was unfathomable. No ordinary human, or modified animal for that matter, could hope to survive an experiment designed around such overwhelming energy. Only the St. Nicholas superhumans stood a chance. Then there's no need to overthink it, unless the St. Nicholas civilization has somehow mastered turning animals into weapons of mass destruction, Sonia said. Otherwise, it's best not to harvest them as food. Damien frowned, considering her point. I understand. That's why I feel conflicted about their current capabilities. Let's keep the St. Nicholas civilization intact for now and revisit their research later, Mr. Cassidy proposed. Damien nodded in agreement. He, too, recognized the potential. If St. Nicholas scientists could indeed transform creatures into catastrophic weapons, that biotech would be a godsend for the Void cult. dramatically accelerating the evolution of the Void God faith. Until then, however, their biological advancements offered little immediate benefit. "All right," Damien said. As soon as Mr. Cassadin made his decision, Sonia tapped the holographic display and made a note: "Preserve St. Nicholas." Rather than annihilating them, the Void God faith would take a gentler approach when it expanded its territories. Conquer and subjugate, yes, but protect the civilization's infrastructure and allow their researchers to continue their work under our oversight. Sonia leaned back in her command chair, her gaze fixed on the star chart flickering before her. At last, the moment had come. The Void cult would rise and bend the galaxy to its will. But first, the Kree Empire had to be extinguished. Toppling the Kree would not only send shockwaves of fear through every star system, but also liberate countless worlds under their yoke. Those liberated territories would become prime footholds for the cult's next phase, selecting and subjugating the civilizations they deemed most valuable. Yet Sonia hesitated. She opened the cult's deployment roster and studied the names, current postings, and estimated return dates of her agents. As entry caught her eye, his Void blessing ceremony concluded in barely a week, granting him powers beyond any mortals. All across the roster, eager operatives were itching to wield their newfound gifts, some dreaming of heroic rescues they'd once thought impossible, others craving the chance to carve out personal glory. Sonia tapped a finger against her lip. She understood ambition all too well, but she also knew that raw desire without sufficient strength could spell disaster. A premature strike against the Kree with half-trained champions risked not only failure, but the needless loss of valuable assets. And worse, could expose the cult's hand before they were truly ready. Better to wait until every member had fully absorbed the Void's blessing. Only then, when their powers reached critical mass, would the cult plunge the galaxy into darkness and claim victory without mercy. Chapter 7. Echoes of the Past. There's a stark difference between a weak spirit and a resolute one. Legends aren't born of hesitation. They thrive on unwavering conviction. Around them, everyone was busy forging their own myths, eager to bask in the adoration of the masses. Damien skimmed Sonia's report without a trace of emotion. Her mind raced with strategy. Every insight she'd recorded would strengthen the Void God religion. Satisfied, he set it aside and refocused on the dossier detailing the St. Nicholas civilization. High atop Mount Baishan lay the long-forgotten cradle of that ancient culture. As Yuan Tianhe concluded his explanation, the assembled members of the Yuan clan exchanged anxious glances. Relief washed over some at the discovery, while others scowled at their chieftain, Yuan Mingya, for daring to tread such dangerous ground. If Mingya's grand plan succeeded, the Yuan name would be elevated to new heights, but failure would mean nothing less than utter disgrace for their entire lineage. One young clansman whispered, "Why have the golden and black veins of the imperial capital surfaced here so suddenly?" "Luckily, we detected them in time," replied a kinswoman, her voice tight with relief. Shock and anger rippled through the ranks, but none dared mourn Yuan Mingya's fall. His boundless ambition had carried him too far, and in the end, that alone had been his undoing. They all knew that with clan leader Yuan Mingya's scheme exposed, and with Mingya himself dead, there was no salvaging his plan. Even if they privately believed that Mingya had acted with the best of intentions, they could not admit it now. To acknowledge his honor at this point would only draw the ire of the 5 great lines in the imperial capital and invite collective punishment on Clan Yuan, obliterating any chance of restoring their former standing. A surge of indignation rose among the Yuan family elders. They bristled at the thought of defending Mingya, some even itching to tear his memory apart in public. Damien stood to one side, noting how hotly they debated, their faces flushed with the need to shift blame, but Yuan Tianhe barred their way. He raised a hand for silence. "Enough," Tianhe said quietly, though his eyes burned with restrained fury. Yes, Mingya's end was a disaster, but should one failed venture erase decades of service? He carried burdens none of us ever knew, covert missions, veiled hostilities, trials that would have broken a lesser man. His misstep doesn't wipe out his achievements. Murmurs rippled through the assembled family. Some nodded reluctantly, others looked away, unwilling to challenge Tianhe's command, but still uncertain how to save face. Meanwhile, across the courtyard, Jin Luosha and He Luosan moved with purpose. At their side were Nikrov and Madame Butterfly, each name on their dossier highlighted under Nikrov's uncanny guidance. Together, they would locate every last conspirator before the Imperial lines could pounce. Time was slipping away, and hesitation now could spell the Yuan family's final downfall. A few always managed to slip away the moment they sensed danger, but once they'd fled, Nikrov and Madame Butterfly considered them beyond their concern. Their real task was to clean up the aftermath. Anybody still hiding beyond the capital's 5 main gates would have to face the consequences on their own. Naturally, some conspirators simply vanished, while others feigned innocence, yet with Madame Butterfly's ledger in hand, none could plausibly deny their guilt. Most of those implicated were clever enough to shield their wives and children, but a handful of fools had dragged their offspring into the scheme. For those youngsters, there was no mercy. Jin Rakshasa and He Luosan, though helpless against the combined might of Nikrov and Madame Butterfly, dispatched these pretenders among their own generation with ruthless efficiency. Chapter 674, Men's Ambition Night had fallen over Genbai Mountain. Rain pounded in sheets, and lightning cleaved the sky. Even thunder itself couldn't drown out the birdsong that echoed through the darkness. On nearby Yuanbai Mountain, blood-red blossoms carpeted the slopes, a grim testament to the slaughter that had just concluded. Before any could flee, every member of the Kree Alliance lay dead. Jin Luosha and He Luosan moved through the wreckage, their blades still dripping. From below, the surviving Yuan clansmen, wives, children, elderly parents, let loose a torrent of curses and wails. Yet neither Jin Luosha nor He Luosan paused. Their expressions were as cold and unyielding as the steel in their hands. Together, they had felled one more victim just moments before. The rain washed away blood and footprints alike, as if nature itself sought to cleanse the sin. With their task done, the two killers turned to depart. Then a voice rang out from the darkness below, a small voice, trembling with hatred. "I will avenge my father. I swear I will kill you both. I will never forget your faces." Startled, Jin Luosha and He Luosan peered down. At the edge of the clearing stood a group of boys no more than 5 feet tall, their skin as pale as ash, their eyes blazing with fierce determination. They glared up at the two killers, each silently vowing retribution. Damien's small hands curled into fists at his sides as he stared at the two figures before him. Though Jin Luosha and He Luosan had not slain his father in front of his eyes, there was no mistaking who had struck the killing blow. "Revenge us?" Jin Luosha asked, his voice low and amused. Raindrops clung to the black feathers of his cloak, dripping onto the slick stones beneath their feet. "If you think you can," replied He Luosan, his tone as cold as the wind that whipped through the pine trees. At that, Jin Luosha tilted his head, letting the rain obscure his features for a moment before he stepped into the dim light. His golden eyes gleamed like polished brass, and behind them burned a merciless fire. The aura of death that radiated from him was so intense that Damien and his siblings, Lin and Mei, found themselves paralyzed as though rooted to the spot. Jin Luosha paid them no heed. With a sudden, powerful beat of his wings, he lifted into the stormy sky. A long, haunting cry echoed across Mount Yuanbai, half song, half challenge, carrying his message to every corner of the valley. Today's atrocity had been orchestrated by the Jin family alone. Whether the Yuan family chose to respect or resent this revelation, they now knew exactly where to come knocking. Below, He Luosan's voice drifted upward through the torrential rain. "You're welcome to rally every Yuan under heaven," he said, "but if you unleash your entire clan against us, you'll only earn yourself a deeper reckoning. The Jin family's 10 great meridians have endured for 20 millennia. We will not hesitate to cleanse every last conspirator." And with that, both assassins vanished into the storm, leaving the children drenched, trembling, and more determined than ever to see their vengeance done. After the incident, Damien knew there was no longer any hope of restoring the old trust between the capital's 5 great clans and their counterparts beyond its walls. Some of the older generation, those who understood the politics and history of the outlying families, might not have held outright hatred for the capital branches. But among the youth, resentment ran rampant. Teenagers and newcomers despised the capital clans without reservation, and none drew more ire than the two enforcers, Black Luosan and Golden Rakshasa. Neither enforcer gave the slightest thought to the hostility they inspired as they bulldozed through their clan's brutal trials. Countless rivals were defeated or disgraced by their sheer talent and tenacity, and to the outside families, they became living thorns in the flesh. Anyone hoping to claim the mantle of head of their generation faced a treacherous, blood-soaked road, one that demanded they outshine every competitor at every turn and crush the dreams and lifelong efforts of those who stood in their path. Hatred was inevitable. But inevitable did not mean these two feared nor cared about the bitterness left in their wake. Mercy and regret were luxuries that Black Luosan and Golden Rakshasa could not afford and had no intention of granting. That night, the Yuan clan lay in ruins. Wives clutched their husbands' bodies, weeping in despair. Children screamed their fathers' names, begging them to wake. But death had already robbed them of their loved ones. From the eldest elders down to the youngest infants, everyone on Yuanbai Mountain would now remember the names Damien and Black Luosan. Once Damien and Black Luosan left the mountain, they flew swiftly toward the site Yuan Mingya had described. Damien's voice was quiet as he gazed back at the distant flames. This is what it costs to stamp out an uprising. Madame Butterfly sat beside Nikrov, her thoughts racing with the cries that still echoed across Yuanbai. She whispered, "This is the price they pay when a desperate choice fails." Nikrov nodded grimly. "It's regrettable, but sometimes decisive action is the only way." "If we don't do it now," she murmured, "a more terrifying conspiracy will take shape." Nikrov sighed softly, realizing this was likely Madame Butterfly's first encounter with such devastation. "After tonight," he said, "Damien and Black Luosan will become legends among the younger generation of the St. Nicholas civilization. By elevating them to such dazzling heights, Jin Luosha and He Luosan have also invited countless slanders and resentments. They aren't the typical second and third generation heirs who can afford to eat, drink, and revel their way to an easy inheritance, secure in the knowledge that the family fortune will endure for generations. Born into such privilege means never worrying about food or clothing and playing without limits. Yet Golden Rakshasa and Black Luosan, though equally free from material concerns, refuse to squander their advantages. From their earliest days, they strove to surpass every rival. Today, having emerged as the undisputed leaders of their generation, they carry burdens far greater than simple wealth. To outshine their peers and assume the mantle of family head is to take on the responsibility of guiding countless souls across the St. Nicholas civilization. That road is soaked in blood and paved with both gratitude and hatred. Only if the royal household were to collapse into utter corruption, reducing its figurehead to mere decoration, would it no longer demand a leader of wisdom and strength. As someone born into the Tesma royal family, Damien's life was charted almost from the day he was born. Beyond the brief freedom of his earliest years, every aspect of his upbringing, from his 10th birthday onward, was dictated by court protocol and political necessity. His childhood, far from idyllic, was burdened by expectations that came with his extraordinary talents. That's why he understood, perhaps better than most, the motivations behind Golden Rakshasa's and Black Luosan's choices. "I'm not saying I'll let it go," Damien confessed quietly. I feel a certain sadness." Madame Butterfly listened, her expression thoughtful. She had seen more life-and-death struggles and power plays than most people could imagine, yet every time she watched her own countrymen, or even her closest allies, turn blood-stained, she felt that same undercurrent of sorrow. Perhaps it was simply a woman's heart that never quite grasped a man's insatiable drive for more, the desperate lengths to which ambition would push him. People like Yuan Mingya, she reflected, were nothing like the depraved men who once passed through her establishment in the land of nothingness. They carried a different fire, one that haunted her still. Madame Butterfly couldn't deny the Yuan family's formidable power. They commanded wealth, influence, even a reputation for extended lifespans. Own standing was equally secure, yet she had never been one to rest on achievements alone. In stark contrast, Yuan Mingya, the current family head, refused to settle for the comforts his birthright afforded him. His ambition burned too fiercely. He was willing to gamble everything, even his own life, to realize his grand designs. Though Madame Butterfly couldn't fully comprehend a man driven by such relentless hunger for more, she found herself secretly admiring his resolve. Turning to Nikrov, she cocked her head inquisitively. "Why do you men chase these desperate ambitions? Isn't it better at some point to be content with what you already have?" Complacency with the status quo often springs not from satisfaction, but from a lack of ability. Once one's skills catch up with his ambitions, however, a deeper restlessness takes hold, the drive to achieve greatness and carve an immortal name for himself. If our ancestors once reigned atop a summit that few could ever scale, then our duty is twofold, first to rekindle their splendor, and then to surpass it. Madame Butterfly paused, her eyes resting on Nikrov. She knew exactly what question lay behind her words. Was Damien content to live forever in the shadow of the 5 great veins of the imperial capital? The answer was clear to her even before he spoke. Damien had chosen a path of no return when he allied himself with the Cray, an alliance that offered either boundless glory or swift death, and the risk of infamy should he fail. Yet he willingly staked everything. Should he succeed, he would tear down the old order and erect his own legacy in its stead. Madame Butterfly turned back to Nikrov, curiosity bright in her gaze. "And you, Nikrov, did you ever nurse such ambitions?" Nikrov met her look steadily. In skill and conviction, he was anything but deficient. Nikrov had the uncanny ability to locate any civilization and instantly become its overlord. Yet for decades he had concealed his true power, living as an unremarkable traveler in the void alongside Madame Butterfly. "What ambitions drove me in the past?" he wondered aloud. "I was once nothing more than a black market trader in the realm of nothingness. Then I rose to become its official agent. And my loftiest goal now? To one day embrace the faith of the Void God." He offered her a faint, knowing smile. "But that's more than I usually reveal." Madame Butterfly's eyes flashed with mild exasperation. She opened her mouth to press him further, but thought better of it. If Nikrov spoke of the kind of ambition any man of his talents would harbor, then he must have once wrestled with it, only to abandon those grand designs at some pivotal moment. What could unsettle a being of his cosmic stature? The possibilities were endless, and she couldn't begin to guess which one had changed his course. With a quiet shrug, she let the matter rest, for now. Madame Butterfly still couldn't believe that Nikrov hadn't mentioned it that day. With a silent exhale, she tapped her cosmic communicator and established a link with Lady Lacy. It wasn't yet time to formally request assistance from such high-ranking figures, but the unfolding developments demanded at least a briefing. Across the room, Nikrov noticed her calm demeanor. No questions, no concern. He knew better than to reveal too much now. Once the Void Cult had shattered the Kree Empire and he took his leave, every secret would come to light. Until then, it was safer to keep Lady Butterfly in the dark. Meanwhile, high atop Golden Phoenix Peak, Lady Lacy was enjoying a leisurely meal in the pavilion. She had positioned her fleet of space battleships in orbit overhead, ensuring rapid response if needed. Although the St. Nicholas civilization's fare was perfectly edible, it paled beside the exquisite dishes brought in from Void Island. Just as she lifted a delicate dumpling to her lips, Lacy noticed the incoming transmission and tapped her communicator. "How goes the situation?" she asked, her tone as unhurried as her surroundings. "Lady Lacy." Madame Butterfly's voice cut through, the soft clink of silverware. She watched Lady Lacy finishing her meal as she tapped commands into her wrist console. "We've located the Kree's hiding place," Butterfly reported. "Our strike teams are en route to neutralize them." Lacy lifted an eyebrow, unfazed. "Did you run into any trouble?" Butterfly shook her head. "After confirming the Kree had allied with the St. Nicholas civilization, I activated every intelligence channel at our disposal, interviewed informants, followed every lead. It wasn't easy, but it wasn't impossible either. There's no sign they've mass-produced biological weapons and no assembled mechanical legions from St. Nicholas. So we've faced no major obstacles so far," Lacy concluded, setting down her fork. "Even if they bring those war machines to bear, Nikrov's squad can handle them." Madame Butterfly hesitated, concern flickering in her eyes. That's just it, Lacey. If the Kree combine their strength with St. Nicholas's technology, the devastation could be catastrophic. Lacey nodded slowly. Let them come. We'll be ready. Butterfly tapped a final command into her console. I'll notify Commander Damien to prepare the assault teams. Excellent, Lacey said, rising from the table. She tucked her napkin into her lap and turned toward the door. Then we have a war to win. Send us the location coordinates. Understood. We'll take the battleship and scout the area first. Alert us immediately if anything goes wrong. Lacey gave a crisp nod. Madame Butterfly and her strike team were swift, but they were still too far away to intervene on a moment's notice. It made sense to have their own forces shadow the operation, ready to step in if the situation with the Yuan family spun out of control. All right, Lacey confirmed. At that, Admiral Butterfly relaxed into a reassuring smile. She tapped a few commands on her console and began transmitting detailed schematics, intelligence reports, and a manifest of persons of interest. Are there any high-profile players outside the Holy Nicholas Empire's capital involved? Madame Butterfly asked as data scrolled across her holoscreen. Lacey's eyes widened as she reviewed the list of names. More than we expected. We were en route to cleanse the Yuan house, but the scale of this conspiracy is far greater than intelligence predicted. Madame Butterfly's expression grew serious. Originally, I thought only a small faction of radicals within the Holy Nicholas Empire had colluded with the Kree. If they've managed to draw in outside powers, we're looking at a full-blown alliance. Lacey grimaced. That's why we need to move fast. Damien's team is already in system. They'll need our cover to get in and out without tipping off every agent in the gutter districts. Butterfly nodded. Very well. Keep me updated on every development. If they attempt to bring in reinforcements, we'll have to cut this off at the source before it spreads like wildfire. As the holo communications channel clicked off, Lacey turned to her officers. Plot us an intercept course. The Yuan estate lies just beyond that nebula cluster. Let's make sure Damien has everything he needs to secure a clean strike. The bridge lights dimmed as fighter bays opened and the battleship powered up. In the quiet hum of the engines, the entire crew felt it. The gathering storm would break soon, and they had better be ready. Damien stared at the shifting holographic projections and felt his heart skip a beat. To his astonishment, the 5 great bloodlines beyond the imperial capital had quietly set aside their rivalries and formed an unprecedented alliance. And where those houses go, the St. Nicholas civilization's mechanical legion is sure to follow. After all, the legion's entire research into mechanical lineage has long depended on cooperation with those very dynasties. By contrast, the 5 meridians within the capital have always shunned machinery. Even if they secretly long to transcend their mortal shells in old age, they lack both the technology to recalibrate their life helices and the will to abandon their organic heritage. Centuries of tradition have taught them that true ascension lies in biological metamorphosis, what they call cataclysmic transformation, not in cold steel and servos. Meanwhile, the outsider houses burn with impatience. They've seen the distant might of the Kree Empire's war machines and covet that power, but they simply don't have the resources or time to reverse engineer Kree tech on their own. Desperate to reclaim their former glory, they have chosen the Mechanical Legion as their plan B, a second path to immortality through machinery, even if it means defying the capital's sacred customs. Mechanical ascension, uploading one's consciousness into a machine to attain immortality, holds an almost irresistible appeal for any sentient being. Whether driven by a fear of death or a longing to witness the day when former glory is restored, there are endless motives to extend life at any cost, even if the process leaves you more phantom than human. Lacey tapped her communicator. Focus on the Yuan family first, and be sure to send me the coordinates of the site you plan to visit. Damien, the prophet, nodded. We'll arrive by morning and keep watch. Lacey already understood the stakes, so she didn't just promise to look into it, she locked down an exact time frame. Then she ended the call and turned to Damien. Eat quickly. We need to get moving soon. Usually, Damien took his meals at a deliberate, almost ritual pace. Prophets tended to evolve in slow, orderly steps, unlike Kyle, Renoli, and Lacey, who would race through dinner only to dash off to training. But when a joint operation was on the table, he never hesitated. "Got it," he said, quietly speeding up his meal so they'd be ready to depart on schedule. Damien hung back in the courtyard's shadow, watching as Bai Linglong sampled one delicacy after another. The seafood brought in from Void Island was unlike anything she had ever tasted. Glistening oysters, tender sea cucumbers, and exotic fish whose names he couldn't even pronounce. "Miss Lacey, are you leaving already?" called out a soft voice, breaking the comfortable silence. Lacey turned to smile. "Yes, my duties call, but why rush off? Why don't you all stay another night on Jinfeng Mountain?" Bai Linglong's eyes lit up. Opportunities like this were rare. Once the Void Cult's VIPs dispersed, Miss Lacey, Mr. Kyle, Mr. Renoli, and the so-called Prophet Presto, the chance to explore the mountain might vanish forever. A ripple of agreement went around the circle. "After we finish our business," Lacey added, "there'll be plenty of time for sightseeing." She glanced at Damien. "You're welcome to stay here too, on one condition." The guests leaned in. "Whatever you saw or heard tonight," Lacey said quietly, "stays between us. And don't worry, Golden Rakshasa won't mind if you linger a few days longer." Damien nodded. He understood all too well why these Void Cult dignitaries had convened so conspicuously at Jinfeng Mountain. But right now, the lure of its hidden groves and moonlit peaks was too strong to resist. "Very well," he said. "One more night." Bai Linglong smiled at him, her excitement mirrored in his own heart. After all, Jinfeng's beauty changed with every season, and Damien intended to see it in full. Every time Damien looked out at Jinfeng Mountain, it felt like a new masterpiece unfolding before him. At dusk, the peaks would glow like molten gold. At night, their dark silhouettes loomed peacefully beneath the stars. He never tired of the view, but he had one ironclad rule: business always came first. Once his work was done, he believed he'd earned the right to relax and enjoy himself as much as he liked. "Really? I can stay for 2 more days?" Laura's face brightened at the news. She could easily pay for her own meals and supplies, but lodging in the Jinfeng Pavilion was a luxury she couldn't afford on her own. "If nothing unexpected comes up, it shouldn't be a problem," Kyle assured her. "I'll speak with the Golden Raksh, Asa myself, then send word to Lady Bai Linglong. You'll get confirmation soon." Before anyone could say another word, the prophet, who'd been quietly observing, began piling food on his plate at an astonishing rate. "Let's go." He stood and brushed crumbs from his robes. Renali, Kyle, and Damien had already finished their own meals. With that, the 4 of them slipped into the pavilion without another word, ready to press on with their plans. Damien's sleek battleship doors slid open on command, and within minutes the engines hummed to life. In this era, starships blaze through the void, and when they engage their cosmic wormhole drives, they can cover hundreds, even thousands of light years in the blink of an eye. Of course, you have to throttle back near a planet. Fly too fast in an atmosphere, and you risk colliding with unseen hazards. Damien leaned casually against the hatch and grinned. "This is why having our own ship is priceless. We can lift off the moment we choose." Laura watched Miss Lacey and the others ascend the gangway and felt a pang of envy. She hurried forward, her eyes bright with excitement. "Honestly, if I started saving now, I could afford a used light cruiser in a few years. Imagine spontaneous weekend trips to the outer colonies." Bai Linglong returned Laura's optimistic gaze and offered a reassuring smile. "You've already paid off every credit back home on St. Nicholas. Once you're debt-free, just tuck away a little each month. Before you know it, you'll have enough for your own little ship and the whole universe to explore." In the ancient St. Nicholas civilization, it wasn't uncommon for its citizens to live 700 or 800 years. Coupled with advanced bioengineering, this longevity and the enhanced strength, speed, and endurance that came with it meant that if you had the drive, you could take on challenges most people wouldn't dare. Want a heavy-class battleship? Go right ahead. All you needed was the willpower and the credits. Damien sighed and shook his head. "I'll pass. I can't exactly bankroll a warship. And besides," Laura added with a laugh, "I wouldn't even know how to pilot one. Recruiting and training a crew would be a nightmare." She waved off the idea, but her tone turned thoughtful. "You know who does understand that world, though? Bai Linglong." Damien raised an eyebrow. "Isn't she?" Laura cut in, smiling. My junior. I've known Linglong for years. She's a tour guide here on St. Nicholas, but she's not just any guide. In her first 5 years on the job, she took the top sales crown every single time. Damien's interest was piqued. Seriously? 5 years in a row? Rumor has it, Laura said, leaning back, that she finally paid off a huge personal debt in one go, enough that she didn't need to worry about money anymore. That's why she stopped chasing the annual sales title. When you've already cleared a mountain of debt, beating your own record suddenly seems a lot less important. Damien nodded, imagining a life where a single windfall cleared every worry. Now that would be something. He smiled wryly. Too bad I'm nowhere near as legendary as Bai Linglong. Winning the annual sales crown is a distinction so coveted that most guides never come close, no matter how hard they work. It's the definitive mark of both popularity and professional skill. Take Laura, for example. She's been leading tours for years, yet the crown has always eluded her. She understands why. Although Bai Linglong comes from a branch of the powerful Bai family, she's still regarded by the younger elite, led by Jin Rakshasa and He Luosan, as something of an outsider. Even so, Linglong's childhood education, backed by her family's vast resources, has given her advantages most guides can only dream about. Ordinary professionals like Laura simply can't compete. For a tour guide to truly excel, 3 qualities are indispensable: presence, expertise, and negotiation skills. First, you must have the kind of charisma that makes travelers instantly want to book a trip with you. Second, you need a deep well of knowledge, enough to field any question a guest might ask without hesitation. Finally, there's the art of negotiation, the hardest skill to master. It demands tact, quick thinking, and the ability to read people, all to secure the best deals and unforgettable experiences for your clients. Damien had learned by now that every guest brought a wholly different temperament to the hotel. Take Mr. Nikrov and the woman known as Madame Butterfly, for example. Both seemed genuinely cordial. At first, Madame Butterfly had misread a few cues and behaved with a hint of provocation. It wasn't blatant, but it was undeniably suggestive. Thankfully, Mr. Nikrov didn't take offense and let it pass, which was a relief for everyone involved. Their easy rapport also hinted that they weren't formal business partners, but something less conventional, perhaps a patron and his protégé. And frankly, it was hard to blame any onlooker for drawing that conclusion. To strangers, Mr. Nikrov, a wealthy entrepreneur, accompanying an elegant young woman on his arm, looked exactly like a man traveling with a paid companion. Wealthy businessmen often treat such arrangements as little more than ornaments for their pleasure, expecting those women to swallow their own ambitions and opinions. That unspoken assumption is probably why Laura felt bold enough to tease Mr. Nikrov herself. Whether her jibes were meant as flirtation or mere mischief, she clearly relished the chance to push boundaries, even with someone as powerful as him. If anyone discovers that we're traveling as a married couple, Laura will stick strictly to her duties. She isn't cruel enough to make suggestive moves or flirt in someone else's presence. I don't buy that you'll be unable to support yourself down the line, she said. Your fear of leaving St. Nicholas civilization, of being ostracized or running into danger once you step outside, is perfectly understandable. Bai Linglong glanced at Laura and offered her perspective. Once you've paid off your debts, life in St. Nicholas isn't bleak. You might not become fabulously wealthy overnight, but with steady work, you can live comfortably, own your own home, drive a luxury car, maybe even an airship, a fighter jet, or a warship. In a few years of saving, you could afford a space battleship, then hire a small crew to pilot and maintain it. Laura hesitated, caught off guard by the logic in Bai Linglong's words. After a long pause, she finally found her voice. Damien nodded. Yeah, I feel the same way. Laura gave a rueful smile. It's a constant worry for so many of us in the St. Nicholas civilization. Bai Linglong rubbed her temples. All the more reason we should go see it for ourselves. She didn't argue when Laura agreed. After all, the culture of biomodification has blossomed here, so much so that newcomers to St. Nicholas are often taken aback at first. Limbs reinforced with bioalloys, synaptic enhancers glowing beneath translucent skin, adaptive genetic tattoos shifting hue with every mood. It's a world apart from anything off-world visitors have ever seen. But once they learn to do as the locals do, they quickly settle in, and nobody dares threaten a St. Nicholas citizen. Domestically, the Jin family's aerial fleet patrols every inch of sky and surveils every district. Their presence has become so routine that the populace hardly notices the constant watch, just a reassuring promise of safety they've come to rely on. There's no fear of theft or assault, no random raids from the outer colonies. Inside St. Nicholas, you can carry on with your life without ever looking over your shoulder. But if we step beyond these ancient walls, Bai Linglong warned, we lose all that protection, and the when in Rome principle no longer applies. Out there in the galaxy, few places tolerate our transformations. Some worlds outright reject anyone who's been bio-augmented. Others might even label us monsters. Damien absorbed her words in silence. They were preparing for a journey that would test everything they'd taken for granted: the security of the Jin patrols, the acceptance of their peers, even the very right to walk in public without fear. And yet the spark of curiosity, of adventure, burned brighter than any doubts. Laura glanced at him, her eyes resolute. Then it's settled. We leave at dawn. Damien felt his heart quicken. The stars beyond St. Nicholas had never looked more inviting, nor more dangerous. Damien pressed himself into the shadows, every fiber of his being alert to the hostile gazes trained on him. Few things were more terrifying than the look of someone who wanted you dead, or at least driven away. And worse still was the risk of drawing the attention of predators who sought to capture and imprison him. Beyond the Empire's borders, travelers from the St. Nicholas civilization were all too familiar with sudden disasters. Entire expeditions had vanished in unexplored star systems, swallowed by hazards no scout could have predicted. That perpetual danger was precisely why the Imperial City's 5 great orders poured endless resources into research and defense. Their goal was to perfect the advanced biosynthetic transformations that would turn every citizen into a living bulwark against the unknown. Only when each member had undergone this enhancement could they finally hope to feel secure. A soft voice cut through Damien's tense vigil. Are you really planning to visit Void Island, the stronghold of that void god cult? Bai Linglong's question was sharp, her eyes uncompromising. Laura hesitated, glancing at the others. Miss Lacey and Mr. Kyle may come across as trustworthy, she admitted, but their hands are stained with an unimaginable number of deaths. Bai Linglong's gaze narrowed. Since time immemorial, agents of our civilization have been lured away, deceived, and then lost without so much as a whisper back home. I won't let history repeat itself. In the absence of any further updates, the outcome felt all but inevitable. Someone like Bai Linglong, whose interstellar travels had made her a household name across countless civilizations, naturally drew attention. After all, she'd just claimed the galaxy's annual sales crown, and millions were captivated by the spectacle of her custom biotransformation. But popularity had its darker side. Admiration often bred envy, and envy all too easily turned dangerous. I've been hearing rumors about the Void Cult for ages, Bai Linglong said, her voice low and thoughtful. I don't think Mr. Kyle is a bad person, her companion countered. He personally invited you. Surely that counts for something. True, Bai Linglong replied, and if it gets tricky, I can always call in the Xandar Empire's Nova Corps. They've promised me a fast extraction from Void Island once I'm ready to leave. She smiled faintly. Deciding to visit the Void Cult took real resolve. It meant stepping out of the St. Nicholas civilization's secure borders, where she enjoyed unrivaled safety, and entering a realm shrouded in mystery and potential peril. To outsiders, her high-end bioengineering carried an astronomical price tag, making her a prized specimen, far more valuable alive and confined than free among her peers. Yet despite the risks, Bai Linglong had chosen to brace the unknown. After all, fortune favored the bold, even in the darkest corners of the universe. For the richest people in the universe, it's never about how much they spend. It's whether anything can still capture their interest. That's why Bai Linglong's planned trip to the Void God Cult and her return journey to the St. Nicholas civilization promises both unimaginable peril and equally unimaginable reward. She doesn't dare post a bounty or hire private guardians for the return trip. Instead, she's turned to the Xandar Empire's Nova Corps, formally requesting their ships and soldiers to see her safely home. Laura's reaction was ice cold when she heard the plan. "You do realize the Nova Corps doesn't owe you anything, right?" she said, folding her arms. "You're no longer a true scion of the Bai family. They escort you there. But what if they refuse to bring you back? You could succeed in reaching the Void God cult, but then be stranded the moment you turn around." Laura's warning was blunt, but unavoidable. The Nova Corps had the ships, the firepower, and the clout to protect the major trade arteries leading into the St. Nicholas capital. But Bai Linglong's wealth and status, impressive as they were, didn't automatically obligate the Empire to fulfill her every request. And once someone lost their direct claim to the Bai name, even imperial favors could evaporate. Bai Linglong closed her eyes and weighed Laura's words. She knew the risks. She'd known them from the first moment she'd set foot in this game of cosmic politics. Yet the lure of the Void God cult, with its whispered treasures and forbidden knowledge, was more compelling than any caution could overcome. She simply had to try. "I understand," she said at last, her voice steady. "But I've already made up my mind. If the Nova Corps refuses, I'll find another way. There's too much riding on this expedition for me to turn back now." Laura stared at her friend for a long moment, searching her face. Finally, she nodded. "Very well. But don't say I didn't warn you. You're walking into the unknown. No one can promise you a ticket home." With that, Bai Linglong squared her shoulders. "Dangerous, yes. Exciting, absolutely, and potentially the most rewarding gamble she'd ever take. As long as she kept her wits about her, she might just outrun every threat the Void God cult could throw at her, and return to St. Nicholas richer, wiser, and more powerful than she had ever dreamed." Bai Linglong was, at best, an ordinary person blessed with a slightly better start in life. Yet in the St. Nicholas civilization, even a one-word distinction, collateral branch versus main line, carries vastly different implications. The heirs of the 10 great meridians main lines stand at the pinnacle of society. Well connected to powerful factions and influential figures, they broker alliances and reap mutual rewards, all the while obliging one another through lavish patronage. By contrast, descendants of the collateral lines are nobles in name only, long past their prime, their family fortunes and political clout squandered over 10-20 generations or more. The wealth, the prestige, even the friendships their ancestors once cultivated have faded into history. They survive today only on the distant echo of past glories, enjoying marginally better treatment than commoners, but lacking any real influence. Laura had no idea what misfortunes had befallen Bai Linglong's forebears, or whether madness, scandal, or mere bad luck had led to their fall from grace. All she knew was that, despite his respectable background, Bai Linglong's standing was a far cry from that of the great houses who still dictate the course of the St. Nicholas world. Damien had declined the advanced biomodifications reserved for the great lineages, choosing instead a different set of enhancements, an instant ticket to the family's collateral branch. As Master Kuro-san often reminded them, ancestors and descendants share both privilege and punishment. It's a tradition as old as the clan itself. You may never lead a major house, but you can still enjoy wealth and power far beyond an ordinary life. And if one generation fails to live up to that legacy, the next, or the one after, must try. Had Bai Linglong not fallen into the collateral line, she'd never have the chance to return to the main branch. Driven by her ancestors' once proud name, she knew her prospects of making a mark on the Bai family were slim. Fate seldom grants our wishes. Accepting reality and forging a better path is all most people can do. "I'm not acting on a whim," Damien insisted. "If things go wrong, I'll find my way back when the time comes." Bai Linglong understood that Laura's cautions sprang from genuine concern, a bid to prevent her from making a reckless mistake. Yet Damien's resolve remained unshaken. However, Damien's desire to leave the sign Nicholas civilization and see the wider world was far from a passing whim. He had nurtured this dream for years, fascinated by the chance to study other cultures firsthand. Without that passion, he wouldn't be so well versed in St. Nicholas's ancient origins, its myriad sects, and the legends whispered of its farthest outposts. Yet, despite all his knowledge, he still lacked the courage to act. If nothing changed, Damien's fate would be predictable. Born in St. Nicholas, raised within its walls, learning its customs, marrying and starting a family at the customary age, raising children, then at last slipping quietly into old age and death in the very civilization he never left. It was the steady, secure life most people craved. But Damien was determined not to settle for ordinary. In the imperial capital, brilliance was not limited to men. Among the 5 great lineages, women shone just as brightly, though securing a prestigious marriage was no easier for either gender, for both had to pass the rigorous trials of the 5 sects before they could be properly matched. And that only made Damien all the more resolved to chart his own course beyond the borders of St. Nicholas. In this world, whether man or woman, you must stand head and shoulders above your peers before you can be chosen to marry a reigning family head. This rule guarantees that every major lineage is led by the finest talent of the age, and that countless remarkable women emerge alongside them. The husband must be capable, ambitious, and burdened with great responsibility. His wife must be learned, clear-sighted, and unwavering in her support. Together, they have woven legends praised in every corner of our civilization. Bai Linglong knew she lacked the crucial connections needed for such a lofty match, yet she longed to follow in their footsteps, to become a woman of boundless knowledge and insight. Having already studied thousands of texts, she set her sights on the next stage of her education, journeying far beyond the borders of St. Nicholas. Only by exploring the wider world could her mind truly awaken to new possibilities. She refused to spend her life confined to the familiar streets of her home, only to emerge after marriage as a dutiful wife whose world revolved entirely around her husband. Instead, Bai Linglong vowed to chart her own course and to build a destiny as extraordinary as those she so admired. "Since you've made up your mind, I won't argue," Laura said lightly. "Just promise me you'll come back in one piece and tell me everything you learn about the Void God cult. Your stories might give me the courage I need." Bai Linglong met her eyes, resolve shining in her gaze. Laura hesitated, as if wanting to add more, but the words never came. She forced a smile instead, though her heart was far from calm. She knew she couldn't talk Linglong out of this journey. Part of her even hoped the young woman would stumble into danger and perish. Yet another part secretly prayed for Linglong's safe return, craving first-hand accounts of the world beyond St. Nicholas's ancient civilization. Laura distrusted the filtered reports beamed through the cosmic communicator. They were always edited, never the whole truth. "All right," Linglong said softly, accepting Laura's blessing with a polite nod. Early the next morning, Damien's scout Kyle and the rest climbed aboard the commandeered space battleship. They set a course 30 kilometers from the rendezvous point Madame Butterfly had specified, but they didn't touch down there immediately. Madame Butterfly and Niklov preferred to work behind the scenes. Their only concern was that reinforcements reached the call for help immediately. There was no need for them to show themselves. Lacey had already carried word to Butterfly that Kyle and his team were closing in. At that moment, Butterfly and her party moved cautiously through an ancient forest. This forest was one of the few natural enclaves left within the St. Nicholas civilization. Unlike the gleaming steel spires of the imperial capital, scattered across their territory were vast wilderness preserves, miles of untouched groves, mist-shrouded wetlands, and rocky highlands. Many citizens had undergone bio-augmentation that made them dependent on these special environments. Far from the polluted deserts and toxic badlands beyond, these wild zones provided precisely the air, soil, and water their altered bodies required. "Lady Lacey, Kyle's team is almost within striking distance," Lacey reported, her voice low but urgent. At once, relief lit up Madame Butterfly's face. Unseen by any of them, Niklov was monitoring a colossal research facility buried 1,500 meters beneath their feet. Tunnels and labs fanned out like the roots of an ancient tree, hiding secrets that, once unearthed, would change everything. And now, at last, Butterfly's plan was set to move forward. Damien leaned over the hollow display, watching the orange glow of the subterranean map. At 1,500 meters below ground, this hidden lab lay entirely beyond the reach of most remote sensors, perfect for operating in secret. Niklov tapped a few commands on his console. "I'm only picking up one Cree in the entire complex," he reported, eyes narrowing. But there are over 30 operatives from the Yuan family stationed here. Damien frowned. And inside the main chamber? 27 anomalous specimens, Nikrov said. They match the disasters Yuan Mingya described, creatures engineered for power. They're all locked in containment, sedated by some unknown agent. I can't tell what they used to put them under. Yuan Mingya's violet eyes flashed with anticipation. Good. We shouldn't rush them. Let them remain dormant for now. Don't let them spring to life at full force. Nikrov gave Damien a sidelong glance. It's also not unusual for Yuan family loyalists to pull back once word of our approach spreads. Mingya mentioned 3 Kree were originally assigned to guard this facility. Now only 1 remains. Apparently, the other 2 have already moved on. Damien straightened. Then our path is clear. We'll descend in 20 minutes. Once we're inside, we'll discover exactly why that last Kree stayed behind. He powered down the holoscreen, the orange contours fading to black. Far overhead, the ground trembled as heavy drilling equipment receded. In 15 minutes, Damien and his team would breach the final barrier and confront whatever horrors Yuan Mingya had created in this buried fortress. Chapter X, the 27 Catastrophes. 27 disasters? Damien's brow knit in disbelief. Yes, General Liu replied, his voice calm but firm. Our scouts report that the Yuan family has already corralled that many suspected disaster creatures. But this fusion project only began 6 months ago, Damien protested. How did they secure so many test subjects so quickly? Who volunteered for these experiments? He was met with a heavy silence. Damien reminded himself, and anyone listening, that under Sanic law, disaster fusion trials were strictly voluntary. Historically, only members of the 5 great lineages in the imperial capital ever stepped forward. The stakes were staggeringly high. Those who survived the brutal process of integrating disaster-level genes and kept their sanity intact emerged as universe-class powerhouses. Their clans, in turn, enjoyed immeasurable prestige and strength. For centuries, the 5 lineages had launched these trials every 2 or 3 years. Yet after more than 1,000 failed attempts and exhaustive studies, researchers pinpointed the fatal weaknesses. Average human physiques couldn't endure the catastrophic energies, and neutralizing genes were virtually non-existent. Frustrated, the project was shelved. Now, General Liu said, shadows flickering across his face, they're considering a radical change, recruiting subjects outside those 5 lineages, outsiders who have never before dared to volunteer. Damien met Liu's gaze. Shifting to unknown participants might finally break the stalemate or unleash consequences no one could predict. The Xandar Empire had drawn a clear, non-negotiable boundary around the St. Nicholas project. It wasn't the prospect of 10,000 test subjects that truly alarmed them. It was the danger of exposure. If even one insider blew the whistle, the Empire would move in without hesitation. And once that happened, all chance for scientific progress would vanish, along with the St. Nicholas civilization itself. Public demand had been overwhelming. People across Andromeda clamored for biological enhancement to be the project's chief pursuit. Reluctantly, the Xandar leadership acquiesced, framing genetic modification as a voluntary, ethical research path. This compromise was meant to give every civilization in the galaxy an option: choose to participate or watch from the sidelines. But there could be no half measures. Any unsanctioned activity, abducting civilians, performing inhumane or illegal experiments, would cross the Empire's absolute red line. Such transgressions would not only forfeit the project's future, they would trigger its immediate shutdown, and the St. Nicholas civilization would be wiped from history before it could unlock its greatest breakthroughs. Today, the biotechnology of St. Nicholas stood at its zenith, poised on the very brink of the ultimate barrier. Chapter 12. Damien stared at the ancient holoscreen, the pale glow reflecting the countless nights he and his team had spent here. For millennia, they'd been trapped behind an invisible wall of unsolved problems, silent, immovable, infuriating. Yet in those same endless years, breakthroughs had come in trickles. A refined enzyme here, a stabilizing protocol there. Slow, painstaking progress was still progress. That fragile hope was all they had. Because if they ever overstepped the immutable boundary set by their ancestors, and by extension, the Xandar Empire, they would be annihilated. Not only would their own experiments in biomodification grind to a fatal halt, but the grand legacy of the St. Nicholas civilization, stretching back tens of thousands of years, would vanish with them. The Xandar Empire loomed over the Andromeda Galaxy like a benevolent overseer, far kinder than the brutal Carey Empire of old. Its fleets protected countless worlds and enforced a delicate peace. But that kindness was not infinite. Should any group dare to violate the explicit prohibitions Xandar had laid down, if they sowed chaos or threatened other civilizations, the Empire would unleash its true might without hesitation. Damien had studied Xandar history in depth. Before the current era of mutual cooperation and delegated sovereignty, the original Xandar civilization was a terrifying conqueror, an unstoppable force that subjugated civilization after civilization. Only when it adopted a new philosophy of liberation and respect did it transform into the guardian it is today. As Damien closed the holoscreen, he felt the weight of those ancient empires pressing upon him. Their cautionary tale was clear. Progress without wisdom could awaken the very force that had once sought to dominate every star in the galaxy. And if that force returned, no one, least of all St. Nicholas, would survive. In the vast expanse of the Andromeda Galaxy, no power rivals the Xandar Empire in its mastery of interstellar colonization. Though the Empire has retained the ability to launch new waves of migration for over 100,000 years, it has chosen to remain silent. But that century-spanning pause is no sign of weakness. Rather, it stands as the galaxy's greatest warning. "You'll see what's really going on once we get inside," Nekrov said, his eyes narrowing as he swept the chamber with his keen perception. He reached out with a thought, an intrusive mental pulse that instantly jammed the surface beacon embedded in the door. Then, with a powerful heave, he twisted the metal hatch free of its hinges. The heavy plate clanged to the concrete floor, revealing a wide, brightly lit corridor beyond. "This passage is built to move more than just personnel," Madame Butterfly murmured, stepping forward. Golden Rakshasa and Heluo flanked Nekrov as they advanced into the tunnel's center. Almost at once, unseen scanners sprang to life. Invisible beams of light crisscrossed the group, sweeping over their bodies in rapid mechanical sweeps. A synthetic voice echoed down the corridor. "Identity verification in progress. Verification failed. Verification failed." There was a brief pause. Then, "Requesting authorization. Authorization granted. Hostiles confirmed. Foreign entities detected." A harsh alarm cut through the stillness, and red warning lights flickered to life along the corridor walls. "Lock down the facility. Engage destruction protocols," the voice intoned, its tone cold and merciless. With the sudden wail of klaxons, the hidden research complex sprang into action, sealing off inner doors and arming its defenses. Nekrov whipped around to face his comrades. "We've tripped the defenses," he growled. "Stay sharp. They're preparing to take us out." Madame Butterfly's eyes glowed with determination. "Let them come," she said. "We've faced worse. We'll fight our way through." Golden Rakshasa flexed his claws. Heluo's expression turned grim. Together, the four of them readied themselves as the automated shutters began to close, and the underground labyrinth braced for an all-out assault. Damien barely had a moment to react. One instant, he'd stepped into the corridor, and then, "Everyone outside, now!" shouted Nekrov, his voice echoing off the metal walls. He shoved Madame Butterfly out the door, then charged forward, unleashing a rippling telekinetic shield around himself. Jin Luosha and Hai Luo-san froze in confusion, but when they heard Nekrov's roar, they scrambled backward. Damien, caught in the crossfire of commands, stood rooted to the spot, his heart pounding. Before anyone could do more than gasp, beams of searing red light erupted through the complex lens arrays embedded in the underground facility. In a flash, a laser bolt streaked along the conduit network and slammed into Nekrov's force field the moment it came into view. The collision sent a piercing sizzle echoing through the corridor. Sparks danced off the barrier as the brilliant scarlet beam met the telekinetic ward. But that was only the opening salvo. A heartbeat later, another series of cross-fired rays erupted from defensive emplacements deeper in the facility. The beams wove together into a deadly lattice, flooding the steel passage with a blinding, incessant glow. Light after light pierced the air, each one strong enough to melt through solid metal. Damien's breath caught in his throat. Trapped between Nikrov's shimmering shield and the advancing grid of lasers, there was nowhere left to go. And every passing second brought the light closer, closer to tearing through flesh and alloy alike. Damien hovered at the entrance to the underground research complex, staring down the barrel of its ultimate defense weapon. In a fair fight, even a planet-class warrior with an impenetrable body would be torn apart the moment that turbine-driven cannon fired. But Nikrov's onslaught had already shattered its outer hull. 5 seconds later, the facility's AI confirmed what the smoking craters could not. The intruder still stood. A cold, mechanical voice echoed through the metal corridors. Intruder not neutralized. Hostile vitality, exceptionally tenacious, initiating destruction mode. The moment those words faded, the entire structure shuddered. Deep below, the 100-meter war cannon roared to life, drawing raw power from airy reactor in the island facility. Lights along the grated walkways snapped off as the weapon's core siphoned every spare joule of energy. Nikrov's eyes went wide. He planted his boots against the slick steel floor, then rocketed out of the tunnel with a burst of artificial muscle. There was no way to seize that weapon here. It would detonate the instant someone tried to move it. In seconds, this research vault would become an inferno. Damien tightened his grip on his pulse pistol, the low hum of its capacitor the only sound in the pitch-black corridor. He knew he had to act fast, either disable the cannon at its source or die trying. But first, he needed to find the control node before the entire complex became a tomb. Chapter X, The Crimson Onslaught. Damien's fingers danced across the console controls as the hidden chamber ahead ignited in a blinding flash. A single beam of pure energy swept through the main conduit, absorbing every stray ray in its path until it solidified into a laser column 10 meters wide and 20 meters tall. The tunnel trembled as the beam ripped through the underground institute's reinforced alloy channels, melting them like wax. The molten steel didn't even have time to drip, vaporizing the instant it formed. Commander Nikrov, trapped in the searing path, was blasted free of the collapsed channel, tumbling into the open corridor. Yet the laser never wavered. It pursued him with merciless accuracy, scorching the walls as it closed in. Nikrov had anticipated this gambit. With a roar, he propelled himself upward, bursting through the cavernous ceiling and rocketing to an altitude of 3,000 meters. There, high above the Institute, he summoned the full force of his telepathic power. Normally invisible, his psychic energy now flared into view as a glowing ring encircling him, rippling with raw intensity. Below, Damien's beam reached from Earth to stratosphere. A pillar of destruction pointed straight at its quarry. The moment the laser struck Nikrov's mental barrier, the sky and ground alike were bathed in a hellish red. For a single heartbeat, everything turned scarlet, then collapsed into darkness. A thunderous shockwave erupted at the point of impact, a living tide of force that rolled outward, consuming every sight in its path. When the light finally returned, the underground research complex lay in ruins, and neither combatant stirred. Despite the 3,000-meter drop between them, the forest below looked as if a Category 9 hurricane had torn through it. Ancient trees bent until their trunks cracked, and one after another they toppled, shaking the earth with each thunderous crash. Jin Luosha and Hei Luosan had no choice but to abandon their posts and rush to Madame Butterfly's side. There they stood as two human shields, bracing against the terrifying shockwave with nothing but their bodies. A wall of dust billowed up, blotting out everything in sight, and a deafening boom rolled across the landscape, threatening to shatter eardrums. As expected of the Kree Empire's technology, so powerful, someone muttered. Damien, Kyle, and the rest, who had been lying in wait dozens of kilometers away, saw the beam of energy slice through the sky. Such an attack could obliterate any planet-level powerhouse. Even a cosmic-level warrior, caught unprepared and without proper defenses, would fall in an instant. And this, it seemed, was far from the limit of the Kree's arsenal. It was merely a standard deployment in the Sanic civilization. Wow, he's sending the blast into high orbit before it detonates. Damien makes it look easy. Lacey watched the spectacular display with a smile. The predictor had deliberately held back our support, betting that Damien could handle this on his own, and she was right. Truth be told, helping the St. Nicholas civilization hunt down a few traitors was child's play. But when you factor in Kree Empire technology, everything changes. The Kree are the most advanced civilization in the universe, capable even of slaying gods. By hurling just a few of their weapons at a less developed world, they can tip or even decide the course of entire wars. I wonder how many of those strikes Damien can withstand, Lacey murmured. His telepathic defenses aren't unlimited, Renoli replied, her eyes never leaving the sky. He survived assaults far stronger than this. I'd bet he could take at least 10 more without breaking a sweat. The prophet, standing nearby, nodded as he caught their conversation. Despite the Kree dispatching a massive warship for a full-scale planetary sweep, Damien had emerged unscathed, proof of his extraordinary resilience. Damien shrugged off the blast as easily as one might dodge a pebble, yet he couldn't forget why his people had once suffered such terrible losses. This time, the explosion's shockwave had been deliberately directed skyward. Had it struck head-on, Damien's own defenses, his telekinetic field, would have held, but his comrades would not have been so fortunate. Madame Butterfly, Golden Rakshasa, and Black Luosan would have been shredded by the force. Finally, the thunderous roar faded and the choking dust began to settle. Madame Butterfly hovered unsteadily, her wings quivering despite the protection of Damien's psychic barrier. Beside her, Golden Rakshasa and Black Luosan lay groaning, their armor battered and cracked. All three stared in stunned silence at the wreckage around them. Where once a lush forest had stood, the earth now yawned with jagged fissures. Majestic trees, centuries old, had been uprooted or splintered in half, their shattered trunks littering the ground like broken columns. Damien's jaw tightened. That devastation was only the shockwave's after-effect. Had the blast struck directly at their feet, these forest giants would have blown apart entirely, and the hole left in the earth would have been an unrecognizable chasm of death. Madame Butterfly hesitated, then looked up into the clearing sky. Nikrov, are you all right? With a subtle pulse of his will, Nikrov drew the swirling dust and fog into himself, then drifted down from the heights to land before them. I owe Damien my thanks. Thanks to his timely support, I only have a few superficial scratches. Nothing serious. Golden Rakshasa, once blazing with glittering gold plumage, now looked more like a mud-smeared chicken. He gave a rueful flutter of his wings, but otherwise seemed unhurt. I'm fine, too, he grumbled, relieved he wasn't the type to panic over dirt. Black Luosan checked her skin next. Blessed with defenses even stronger than Golden Rakshasa's, she'd only picked up a handful of shallow cuts that would close of their own accord in minutes. She turned toward the darkening horizon. They've already realized their plot is exposed. Nikrov's gaze hardened. We'd better brace for their counterattack. No direct confrontation. Let them make the first move. Just keep them occupied for a bit, Damien said. If things get too dangerous, send word to Lady Lacey and the others, Jin Luosha replied. I'll go in first, wipe out any Kree left in the underground lab, then come back and back you up, Damien added. A wave of relief washed over Damien as he saw Jin Luosha and Hai Luosan unscathed. He had no desire to witness another nightmare like the one at the Tesma civilization. His sensors had already detected the Kree in the subterranean research facility preparing to flee, once they realized his laser cannon could take them out with a single shot. It wasn't that they lacked the means to evacuate. They had simply stayed behind, curious to see if Damien could really annihilate them all at once. Now that they'd discovered his limits, they planned to sow chaos and slip away. But Damien wouldn't let them escape. The fight is on us, he declared. Jin Luosha and Hai Luosan exchanged determined nods. Together, they steeled themselves for the assault on the underground lab. The forces of catastrophe are terrifying, but mindless. Their true danger lies in potential, not a guaranteed instantaneous kill. Damien understood this well. After he'd fired the cannon, it would overheat for 10 minutes. That window was his only chance to push deep into the underground research facility and neutralize the enemy before the weapon could be reloaded. Wasting no time, Damien leapt into the iron conduit, its walls still molten from his previous blast. The scorching metal that dripped and pooled around him was more than collateral damage. It was a deliberate barrier, meant to slow any pursuers. His telekinetic field sprang to life, instantly erecting an invisible shield against the searing droplets. To anyone else, a single splash of that superheated metal would scorch through flesh and burn organs in an instant. Without the right defenses, reinforced armor, enough raw power, or the ability to fly, most intruders would be stopped in their tracks, if not killed outright. Pressing on, Damien kept his focus razor-sharp. Every second brought the cannon closer to cooldown, and every second was vital if he was to complete his mission before the enemy could mount a counterattack. Damien listened coolly as the lab's defense consoles confirmed his assessment. Their experimental weapon would scarcely slow down a super-powered flying adversary with reinforced defenses. Before he could dwell on that, the mechanical intercom crackled to life, announcing another invasion, enemy forces closing in at blinding speed. Deep beneath the surface, in the sprawling Kree research complex, Damien allowed himself a brief nod. He'd anticipated this moment. Without waiting for orders, he made for the subterranean shuttle bay. The underground corridors stretched in every direction like a maze, and without a proper map, any pursuers would be hopelessly lost. But once the shuttle's drilling module burrowed through the bedrock and sealed the tunnel behind them, those invaders would be chasing nothing but echoing footsteps. He knew better than to underestimate his attackers. Moments ago, he'd witnessed a bombardment powerful enough to shatter reinforced alloys, an assault no ordinary soldier could survive. That was precisely why the lab's self-destruct protocols and emergency evacuation systems existed, to contain catastrophic research failures, or, if necessary, prevent enemy forces from seizing sensitive technology. Breakthroughs in cosmic energy manipulation were worthless if the researcher didn't make it out alive. Now, as the shuttle's engines hummed and the ground trembled beneath him, Damien prepared a last gambit. The situation had escalated beyond a routine escape. He keyed a command into the onboard console and watched as the targeting arrays powered up. If this cosmic powerhouse was going to pursue him, he would welcome the confrontation on his own terms. With a steady breath, Damien armed the railgun, determined to fire the first shot. Damien realized they couldn't finish synthesizing the antidote in time. They had to fall back. He barely had a chance to order the Yuan family's scientists to call the Kree specialist forward when something incredible happened. In less than 30 seconds, the Kree scientist's body was seized by an invisible force. His limbs twisted painfully, his torso compressed as though squeezed between iron jaws. A piercing scream cut through the lab. Damien and the Yuan researchers watched, paralyzed, as the Kree's form convulsed and writhed. Then, with a final, grotesque snap, he exploded into a vapor of blood and bone shards. Silence fell. What just killed him? One of the Yuan scientists stammered. That blue-skinned figure. Who is he? Another whispered, eyes wide with terror. Why would the Imperial capital's 5 meridians bring in someone capable of this? A third voice asked, trembling. He dispatched a Kree at a distance. That kind of remote execution isn't in St. Nicholas technology. Not every blue-skinned being is Kree, murmured a fourth. We still don't know his allegiance. Fear rippled through the lab. The 5 meridians of the Imperial capital had never demonstrated such devastating, long-range power. Only an elite warrior, summoned from beyond the Empire's borders, could possess lethal skill. Damien felt a cold knot of dread tighten in his chest. They had just witnessed the arrival of a far more formidable enemy than any they'd faced before. Damien hovered 300 meters above the main chamber of the underground lab, concealed in the dim glow of the support pylons. He could have crushed them all from miles away under open sky, but down here, the tunnels and concrete walls fragmented his telekinetic link. Even so, he needed no closer approach to end this. He had never intended to grandstand for the Kree observers hidden in the control gallery. A formal parley would only risk revealing his true identity, and he was no diplomat, least of all in their eyes. So with a single thought, he unleashed his power. In an instant, the unsuspecting scientists of the Yuan clan froze mid-experiment. Their bodies convulsed grotesquely, sinews twisting as though gripped by invisible hands. Then, one by one, they burst apart in sprays of crimson mist that stained the lab's steel supports. Cries of agony filled the chamber, begging for mercy that never came. Damien's resolve was ironclad. Time was slipping away. No sooner had the last scientist fallen than the genetic disasters they'd engineered stirred in their containment bays. Rampant hybrids, created by splicing catastrophic gene sequences, slammed against their reinforced enclosures. Though these creatures lacked reason or subtlety, their brute strength was terrifyingly real. Alarms echoed as lab personnel frantically searched for escape routes. Damien watched the pandemonium unfold below. The lab he destroyed would collapse soon under the onslaught of the awakened aberrations. He allowed himself a small, satisfied nod before vanishing into the vent system, leaving the Kree to witness chaos divorced from his true face, and walking away with his secret intact. It took less than 20 seconds. By the time Nikrov stepped back onto the empty corridor, the underground laboratory was stained deep red, proof of the carnage he'd just wrought. Satisfied, he turned and climbed the stairs toward the surface. But in the lower chambers, something else began to stir. The creatures who had slumbered under the influence of sedatives, soporific gases, and paralysis potions now awakened. Their eyes snapped open, cruel, hungry, and alert. As they sniffed the air, they detected two things: others of their kind nearby, and the unmistakable scent of fresh prey above. Freed at last from the gas that had dulled their senses, their strength flooded back in an instant. Each shackle, each custom-made cage door, buckled and shattered under their immense power. One after another, they surged out, huge beasts unleashed, flesh rippling with reawakened might. Driven by a single, brutal instinct, to find something to fill their bellies, they fanned out through the corridors. Though they'd never seen this place before, they moved with uncanny purpose, guided by the promise of blood and flesh waiting somewhere above. They simply followed the scent of food, crashing straight through reinforced walls and heaving apart the concrete floor. One by one, the creatures blasted upward. At the lead was a monstrous ape, muscles bulging like living rock, a razor-edged tail swinging behind it, shearing open the laboratory's domed roof as if it were paper. In no more than 10 seconds, the horde ripped free of the underground complex and burst into the open air, drawn by the irresistible aroma of prey. Ouch! The giant ape threw back its head and beat its chest with thunderous force, the reverberations shaking the broken corridors below. Every other abomination in its wake answered with bestial roars. None of them had eaten enough since their transformation to truly grow, and now their hunger lent them a frantic, terrifying strength. From the shattered doorway, Jin Luosha and He Luosan watched in horrified silence as the creatures poured into the skylight, their faces drawn tight with dread. The entire research facility trembled, on the verge of total collapse, yet nothing could stop the relentless advance of these ravenous nightmares. It looks like someone in the Yuan family has gone disaster level as well. Be careful, this one might even outclass Yuan Mingya, the head of the Yuan clan. Jin Luosha and He Luosan exchanged worried glances. Both knew that those who had unlocked St. Nicholas's 10 great veins often neared or even surpassed the planetary power tier. Even if this newly fused disaster being hadn't yet reached its full potential, its strength remained unfathomable. Moments earlier, Golden Rakshasa had flung Madame Butterfly fully 3 kilometers away. Butterfly's queen ability was formidable against cunning foes, but when faced with raw, irrational monsters, it was next to useless. As Jin Luosha and He Luosan frantically debated their next move, the ground-shaking roar of approaching footsteps silenced them. From the cratered battlefield emerged a colossal ape, towering more than 20 meters high. Its massive sword's pommel swung down like a hammer, slamming into the earth with a deafening boom. The shockwave rippled through the terrain, splitting rock and soil as if under a savage tremor. Yet even that cataclysmic strike would soon seem tame in the face of the terror to come. Damien's strike was catastrophic. He drew a deep breath, summoning a towering column of sword energy more than 20 meters high, pulsing, crackling, and starkly visible even to the naked eye. Then, with a single swing, he sent it hurtling across the battlefield toward Jin Luosha and He Luosan, who stood almost a kilometer away. Where the blade of light met earth, it carved a thunderous rift. The ground shattered, sending up clouds of dust and leaving behind a gash over 1,000 meters long and 10 meters wide. "Take this," Damien roared as the beam of energy cleaved through stone and soil alike. Jin Luosha cursed and dove aside just in time. He Luosan followed suit, scrabbling for cover behind a jagged rock formation. Both fighters had felt Damien's raw power before and knew better than to meet him head-on. This wasn't some finesse technique, it was unadulterated force. If he allowed it to grow unchecked, the devastation would only intensify. Such overwhelming potency is exactly why the St. Nicholas civilization has spent 5,000 years obsessing over transformation technology. They've made little real progress, but the promise of harnessing pure destructive energy without limits keeps them striving on. As for questions of scale or form, those can wait. For now, nothing matters but the colossal power Damien has already unleashed. Damien muttered under his breath, "If we can first turn this into a controlled disaster, we'll always have time later to refine it and scale it down." No sooner had he spoken than a deafening, triumphant cry shattered the air. A colossal alien bird burst free in a whirlwind of wind and dust, soaring skyward with thundering force. At last aloft, it stretched its wings to an astonishing 30 meters, casting a vast black shadow over everything below. Along each wing, the bird's feathers formed what looked like flaming red eyes, piercing, unblinking, and brimming with ecstatic energy. Yet beneath their gleam lay an undeniable, oppressive power, an omen of calamity unlike anything Damien had ever faced. From its lofty height, the creature surveyed the two towering figures beneath, Golden Rakshasa and Black Luosan, who, though easily several meters tall by human standards, appeared no larger than insects to this monstrous avian. In the face of such overwhelming might, even a 10-meter-tall being seemed but a minor nuisance. Damien, the Golden Rakshasa, sensed the bird's intent before it even struck. Its obsidian eyes bored into him, fixated on the thick, bristling fur that promised a richer meal than any scrawny prey. With a thunderous flap, the creature folded its wings and plummeted earthward. Birds were born to dive, and they did so with terrifying velocity. Rather than flee in a straight line, Damien contracted himself into a living arrow of molten gold and shot off to the side. He couldn't simply retreat. Each step back would edge him closer to Madame Butterfly. No matter how fierce the threat, his first duty was to lure it away from her. The bird let out a spine-chilling cry that reverberated through the valley, talons extended like curved scythes ready to rend flesh. It tore through the air in a streak of crimson lightning. At the last possible moment, Damien whipped himself to the right, weaving through the dust and gravel. The beast's claws ripped into the ground, flinging pebbles skyward, only to find its quarry vanished, already dancing beyond its reach. A massive slab of earth split away in silence, gouged by unseen claws and leaving behind long, jagged scars. "Master Niklov," Luosan called urgently, "we can't afford to wait any longer." The Golden Rakshasa spun on his heel, the echo of a dull pain still throbbing along his spine. Whatever force had restrained him moments ago was gone now, and a flash of bitterness crossed his face. He and Luosan had assumed these calamities were chaotic but manageable, brief encounters they could outlast. But they'd underestimated the sheer ferocity of pure predatory instinct. No matter how skilled they were, their chances against such elemental brutality were slim. If they could retreat without being torn apart, it would be a mercy. Above them, the scarlet monster bird, its plumage flaming like wildfire, lifted into the sky. Not in anger, but in ecstatic anticipation, it let out a keening birdsong. It was the creature's first hunt, and the prey's desperate resistance only fueled its excitement. As the beast bird hovered, talons flexing and ready to dive, the Golden Rakshasa braced himself. There would be no more delays. The second strike was about to begin. The other creatures quickly realized that these meager scraps wouldn't satisfy them. One by one, they peeled away from the pile, noses raised, drawn by a faint, distant scent. "Damien, show yourself," one snarled into the gloom. At that call, the hulking monster Hylo froze, a cold sweat beating across its hide. It let out a blood-curdling roar. If these beasts scattered, the entire St. Nicholas civilization would be in grave danger. More than 20 of them charged forward in unison. Then, without warning, the colossal ape at the center of the pack staggered under a savage blow that cleaved its torso in two. The giant creature reeled, confusion in its eyes, as it pressed a massive claw to the gaping wound at its waist. In a final, sickening crack, its upper body pitched backward while its lower half collapsed forward. A torrent of blood exploded into the air, spattering the ground like crimson rain. The other beasts wasted no time. Driven by the same feral hunger, they opened their jaws wide and lapped at the gore, tearing off chunks of flesh as though stumbling upon a long-overdue feast. The other monsters, poised to depart in search of prey, all came to a sudden stop. Luosan stood frozen, stunned by the abrupt turn of events. Before he could even gather his thoughts, Lacey was already hurtling toward the crimson golden Rakshasa bird overhead. In her hand, her Omni-tool morphed instantly into a radiant divine sword, its blade wreathed in pulsing violet void energy that buzzed through the air. With a swift pivot, she launched a precise kick that sent the sword humming, shing, the clear, resonant notes slicing through the stillness. In the next heartbeat, the blade elongated into a streak of purple light, vanishing into the sky at blinding speed. The golden Rakshasa screeched in surprise, its wings beating the air in frantic alarm. But before it could even turn to face its attacker, a 10-meter shaft of violet flame impaled its heart. The wound gaped instantly, void energy pouring forth to ignite the bird's scarlet plumage. In a fiery explosion, the creature's form erupted into a comet-like blaze and plummeted back to Earth. In an instant, the threat was gone, ashen feathers drifting across the battlefield, and the fate of the golden Rakshasa sealed in a single, decisive strike. Dark crimson rain continued to pour from the sky, but instead of fear, the remaining monstrosities licked their lips in hungry delight. Each demon creature greedily drank in the blood that fell like a merciless storm. "Lord Renly!" Madame Butterfly exclaimed, relief flooding her voice, as a tall figure with flowing silver hair materialized at the edge of the battlefield. From the moment the cataclysm began, she had known it was beyond their power to contain. Without hesitation, she had sent an urgent plea for aid, and Renly's response time had been nothing short of supernatural. "The resilience of these beasts," Renly murmured, surveying the scene with narrowed eyes, "is remarkable." Not far from him lay a colossal, otherworldly bird. 20 miles away, Lacey's thrown divine sword had pierced its heart, but the creature still thrashed on the ground, its massive wings beating weakly as it fought for breath. Even more grotesque was the sight of a giant ape, half-sliced, and its entrails splayed across the earth. Renly had dispatched it in a single, devastating blow that severed the creature's torso. Had its organs remained intact, he mused, it might well have continued living despite such a grievous wound. "All right," he said, shoulders squared. "Let's finish this." With that, Lord Renly drew his own blade, its silver edge gleaming in the bloody twilight. Around him, Madame Butterfly and Lacey readied themselves. The rain pounded on their armor and skin alike, but they greeted it with fierce determination. The fight was far from over, but with Renly's arrival, hope had at last taken root amidst the carnage. Damien crouched in the half-ruined corridor, studying the twisted remains of the latest creature they'd destroyed. Under ordinary circumstances, any living thing pierced through the heart or cleaved at the waist would die instantly. Yet these abominations, these so-called disasters, were anything but ordinary. He'd watched them shrug off mortal wounds that should have killed them on the spot. No fatal weakness, no telltale vulnerability, nothing a blade or a bullet could exploit. If these creatures ever broke free and ran rampant, the devastation would be incalculable. Their vitality was off the charts, their resilience beyond anything the army had ever seen. "We can't just stand here," Damien muttered, voice low enough that only his squad mates could hear. "Once we clear them out of this basement, the other factions outside the Imperial capital will move in. If we don't neutralize the threat fast, it's going to spiral out of control." His words barely died away when Renly's communicator crackled to life overhead. The prophet's calm, measured voice filled the passageway. "Damien, report. What's your status?" Damien straightened and answered crisply. "We've eliminated 27 of the creatures so far, sir. No sign of further survivors in the immediate area." "There are only 27 here," the prophet continued, "but that doesn't mean they're the only ones. The United Krees, driven by the 5 great meridians beyond St. Nicholas City, have scattered other failed fusion experiments to secret sites across the Empire. You may have cleared this vault, but the war is far from over." The prophet's words echoed in Damien's mind as he gathered his gear. 27 was only the beginning. Somewhere out there, more of these nightmares waited, and as long as the Kree leadership refused to abandon their twisted creations, the Empire would never be safe. Damien squared his shoulders, steeled himself for what lay ahead, and stepped back into the fray. Long ago, the Kree mastered a terrifying strategy. They'd breed and engineer untold hordes of disaster creatures, letting them grow to full strength before unleashing them on the Andromeda Galaxy. From the St. Nicholas civilization's perspective, these monstrosities were nothing more than failed experiments, wild, ungovernable beasts that couldn't follow precise commands. But to the Kree Empire, they were a triumph. Although difficult to see, on Troll, these creatures made devastating weapons on any battlefield, capable of laying waste to entire civilizations. Still, the Empire hungered for something more predictable. Their ultimate goal was to crack the secrets of biomodification, to transcend mere brute force and create living weapons guided by intelligence and loyalty. Once they overcame that final technical barrier, the Kree would be able to identify suitable candidates across the galaxy and transform them into warriors of cosmic might. These chosen few would possess strength rivaling the greatest superpowers in existence and a virulent, almost immortal vitality. In the Kree's eyes, that day would mark the dawn of a new era, one in which no force could stand against their perfected army. Damien stood before them, his enhanced physique unmistakable under the stark lights of the chamber. Combined with his sharp intellect and the Kree Empire's cutting-edge technology now at his command, he was more than a match for the Void Cult. With him, the prophet murmured, voice low and urgent, we could launch a full-scale offensive. But mark my words, unless the Kree Empire can withstand Lord Kassadin himself, current efforts are in vain. Even so, if this plan succeeds, it will deal a serious blow to the Void God religion. Jin Luosha and He Luosan exchanged relieved glances. They had been clamoring to take the fight directly to the enemy ever since hearing of the next great purge. The 4 death gods of the Void Church had pledged their aid, eager to extinguish the spreading disasters across the galaxy and prevent the St. Nicholas civilization from suffering further ruin. Overwhelmed by the magnitude of this alliance, He Luosan and Jin Luosha could only bow their heads in heartfelt gratitude. Barely 20 seconds later, Lacey and Kyle arrived, the prophet perched easily on Kyle's broad shoulders. At the same moment, the heavy blast doors at the end of the corridor slid open with a hiss, and Nikrov emerged from the underground research lab, his face lit by the glow of sparking conduits behind him. Together, they formed an unlikely council, a prophet of the void, 4 divine enforcers, a renegade scientist, and Damien, the living weapon of the Kree Empire, ready to change the course of this war. Lady Lacey's tone was firm as Damien climbed the final steps out of the underground lab. Damien, she began, I understand why you're so determined. Your obsession with destroying every last threat is impressive. But never forget, protecting the people around you matters far more than killing the enemy. She paused, meeting his gaze. Even if your strike today fails to eliminate them completely, you can always try again later. But if you abandon your post and miss the chance to shield me, there will be no second opportunity. Damien glanced over at the other 4 gathered nearby, Lord Renly, Lord Kyle, Lady Predictor, and of course, Lady Lacey herself, but he said nothing in his own defense. He knew that their presence here signaled a crisis too great for Madame Butterfly and her young protégés, Jin Luosha and He Luosan, to handle alone. He had underestimated the scale of this disaster, but he'd never doubt his ability to fix it. Yet even his confidence couldn't change one simple truth. No matter how many enemies he could vanquish, his foremost duty was to the lives depending on him. Damien considered himself lucky to have survived even one blow from such overwhelming power, let alone to have stalled his attacker for several precious seconds. Lady Lacey and the others had managed to shield him this time, but that wasn't the real problem. His true mistake had been impulsively charging into the research wing to confront the Kree without warning his allies. By striking out on his own, he'd left Jin Luosha, He Luosan, and Madame Butterfly vulnerable to a near-fatal first strike. That oversight, nothing more, nothing less, was the heart of his failure. I'm only pointing it out so you'll learn, Lacey said evenly. But don't take it personally. Damien bowed his head in acknowledgement. Seeing his remorse, Lacey's features softened. We'll be joining this operation in full, she went on. So get your teams assembled and clear up any remaining threats here. Other research divisions are already feeling the fallout from today's clash. He offered no objections. Gently, Lacey laid out her plan for the coming weeks. She intended to give Damien a month, time to exact his revenge and wash away the bitterness that had taken root in his heart. Yet with the prophet's warning still ringing in her ears, she knew the balance of power was shifting and that their resolve would soon be tested. Allowing Nikrov to take Madame Butterfly, the Golden Rakshasa, and Haluo-san the time they needed might resolve the crisis, but only at the cost of too many lives. Very well, the council agreed. Nikrov studied the unfolding disasters all around him. To atone for his earlier lapse, he would hold nothing back. Instantly, a visible telekinetic field flared into being, rippling outward in a 30-kilometer radius. An oppressive, almost godlike force raced over the land, making the very ground tremble. Gravel shattered into dust, as if the world itself was recoiling from his might. Jin Luosha, Hyluo-san, and Madame Butterfly watched, stunned. Lacey, Renly, Predictor, and Kyle observed in tense silence. None had ever seen Nikrov unleash his true power. Then, with a decisive motion, he slammed his palm downward. The air around the 24 remaining anomalies pressed inward, as though crushed under a mountain's weight. In a single thunderous crack, the earth fractured and collapsed into a sprawling chasm. A thunderous chorus of groans and cries of pain ripped through the air. The disasters, grotesque creatures gorged on blood, suddenly stiffened as an invisible force bore down on them. Their bodies were living fortresses, their defenses too tough for ordinary weapons to breach. Yet they stood no chance against Nikrov, who had unleashed his full power. Floating effortlessly above the ground, Nikrov advanced with measured steps. Each footfall rang out like a colossal drumbeat, boom, boom, that echoed across the battlefield. The sheer weight of the sound waves battered the monsters' minds, unraveling their concentration in an instant. Muscles that had been taut with resistance went slack, and one by one the disasters collapsed to their knees under the psychic shock. Furious, they thrashed and roared, shaking the earth itself. But their resistance was futile. Even with bodies honed to rival cosmic powerhouses, they could not withstand the relentless, drumming assault that Nikrov delivered from above. These creatures were barely more than brutes. They hadn't matured, they couldn't reason, and they had no concept of skill. Against Damien, one of the universe's top-tier warriors, they stood no chance. Once pinned to the ground, their bodies could scarcely muster any strength, rendering them utterly defenseless. Snap after snap, their bones quaked and splintered under Damien's unrelenting pressure. Their agonized roars only grew louder, yet each of Damien's footsteps thundered like a war drum, shaking them to their core and shattering any semblance of will left in their minds. In under 30 seconds, the first creature exploded in a spray of blood and bone. Only one remained, its hide sheathed in jet-black scales. Its natural armor held out a little longer, but barely a minute passed before its bones too began to crack and collapse. At that point, no amount of physical toughness could stand against Damien's overwhelming might. As the final blast erupted, a geyser of blood shot into the sky, the metallic stench of iron and ozone spreading across the already chaotic battlefield. Jin Luosha and Haluo-san stood frozen, their hearts hammering with shock and fear. They had faced, and even destroyed, countless elite warriors, rumored to be universe-shattering forces. Their own St. Nicholas civilization prided itself on brutal bioengineering that turned soldiers into living engines of war. Together, those warriors could overwhelm almost any cosmic powerhouse, yet they had never encountered anything remotely like Mr. Nikrov. Around the impact site, a rippling telekinetic field hovered in eerie silence, evidence of Nikrov's absolute control. It meant that anyone daring to step within a few kilometers risked instant psychic annihilation. And when challenged about his strength, Nikrov had only shrugged, insisting he wasn't the supreme champion of the universe, merely one of its most formidable. If this display didn't define the pinnacle of power, then what could? Is Nikrov simply too modest? Haluo-san wondered. Or is the challenge of killing him really easier than we've assumed? Maybe our sheer power has blinded us to his weaknesses. Haluo-san and Jin Luosha exchanged glances, each of them turning the question over in their mind. For a long moment, neither could settle on a clear answer. Damien slumped into a chair, rubbing his temples. Yang, I feel weak all over, and everything aches. I'm going to take a day off to recover. Lacey watched as Damien pulverized more than 20 disaster cores with a single effortless swing. A genuine smile broke across her face. Seeing you handle that so easily is a relief. Damien set down his weapon and met her eyes. All right, let's split up. Lacey returned his nod. This time, we'll make sure there are no unwelcome surprises. Damien's older brother, Nikrov, chimed in, his tone casual but reassuring. Don't worry about overloading the others. With Damien on the job, they'll be more than safe. Renali stepped forward and gave Damien a friendly clap on the shoulder. There aren't many underground research labs left, only 6 that we know of. I'm in charge of one, Lacey has another, and between me and the Predictor, we cover 3 more. He turned to Damien. You'll take the last facility. When we've secured the people on the main line, we'll hand them over to you for interrogation. Renali then addressed the 2 field operatives waiting nearby. Jin Rakshasa, hey Luo-san, you'll be our eyes and ears. Report any information back to your superiors immediately. Kyle, who'd been observing quietly, finally spoke up. If anything goes wrong, you'll hear it from me first. He paused, letting the weight of the plan settle over the group. All at once, the team's purpose crystallized. 6 labs, 6 leaders, 1 clear strategy. As they prepared to move out, each felt the steady confidence of knowing their assignments and the unspoken trust binding them together. They agreed to send the Predictor and Renoli on a joint strike to wipe out the enemy's underground laboratories in record time. No matter how fast either of them was alone, nothing beat a coordinated attack. With the plan set, Damien resolved to stop holding back and volunteered to handle a few key targets himself. At once, Lord Damien, his lieutenants replied. Meanwhile, Jin Rakshasa had been eager to wrap things up immediately and broadcast the victory to the world, but he'd learned that powerful factions lurking just beyond the imperial capital were poised to unleash further disasters on the St. Nicholas civilization. To minimize civilian casualties, he insisted on drafting a detailed report first. Understood, he agreed, already marshalling his thoughts. Hailuo-san, ever efficient, tapped away at his comlink. Contacts are already being notified, he reported, his fingers flying over the controls. Damien nodded, then turned back to Jin Rakshasa. One more thing. Would it be all right if Miss Bai Linglong and Miss Laura stayed on Mount Jinfeng a day or 2 longer? Jin Rakshasa smiled warmly. By all means. As long as they keep everything they've seen and heard, they're strictly confidential. In fact, if they need more time, 10 days, even half a month, that's fine too. The Jin family's old base camp lies deep within Jinfeng Mountain, and hidden there is the legendary Golden Tree. That's why no outsider is ever allowed to settle here. Anyone who knows of the tree's power, or who has even caught a glimpse of its gleaming branches, understands just how dangerous it would be to betray its location. Golden Rakshasa himself is supremely confident. Short of Bai Linglong or Laura wishing for their own deaths, not a word of the Golden Tree's secret will ever slip out. As long as they keep silent, everything else will be simple. Understood, Damien said, passing that very message along. It was just after dawn when Damien found Bai Linglong and Laura perched on a rocky ledge, watching the sunrise spill over Jinfeng Mountain. Both women were radiant with relief. What had promised to be a brief 2-day visit was now stretching into something far longer. As the sun climbed higher, its first rays struck the golden maples on the opposite slope and set the entire mountainside ablaze with color. The forest seemed to breathe life anew, and for a long moment, Bai Linglong and Laura simply lost themselves in the splendor before them. Damien caught sight of 2 more figures slipping between the golden maple trees. One was a striking blonde woman in a diaph, anise-white gown, every bit the picture of pure, ethereal beauty. The other was a dark-robed man, his raven-black hair and matching eyes giving him an air of quiet intensity. They strolled along the mountain stream, clearly outsiders on Jinfeng Mountain. When had they arrived? Laura followed Damien's gaze and felt a curious tingle of surprise. She blinked hard, rubbing her eyes to make sure she wasn't seeing things. What? Meanwhile, Bai Linglong was still engrossed in the cosmic communicator. Mr. Kyle was busy crowing about how right he'd been, and she didn't want to disappoint him by admitting she hadn't noticed anything unusual. Only when Laura spoke did she look up. "Laura, what's wrong?" "Over there, southeast of the riverbank," Laura pointed. Bai Linglong shifted her eyes in that direction, and finally saw them, a handsome man and a beautiful woman meandering among the distant peaks. Outsiders, indeed. Damien's heart quickened. What were these strangers doing on Jinfeng Mountain? They hadn't been able to hide their delight. From the looks on their faces, they were genuinely pleased to be here. "It is a little odd to find ourselves on Jinfeng Mountain at this hour," Laura admitted, brushing a stray lock of hair from her face. Bai Linglong glanced toward the small group gathered a short distance away. "Do you think we should go over and ask them what's going on?" Laura nodded. "I can lip read. Maybe we'll learn what they're discussing before we interrupt." Bai Linglong hesitated, brows knitting. "But they're foreigners. We don't even know their language. How much good will lip reading do us?" A faint flush colored Laura's cheeks as she realized the flaw in her suggestion. "You're right. All right, let's just go ask." "Agreed." Bai Linglong smiled, then vaulted smoothly over the stone railing of the pavilion. In a single, graceful motion, she dropped the 60 meters to the forest floor. Laura followed at once. Meanwhile, Sonia lingered behind, drinking in the riot of gold and crimson maples that carpeted the mountainside. The late afternoon sun filtered through every leaf, bathing the grove in a warm, golden glow. She whispered to herself, "No wonder Mr. Damien insisted we come here." Cassidon stood at the ridge and let the dawn light wash over the valley below. "This view," he murmured, "is every bit as magnificent as the universe itself." "If only we could gather some of those seeds," Sonia added, her eyes sparkling, "and cultivate a vast grove back home." She watched the first rays of sunrise ignite the peaks of Jinfeng Mountain, inhaling the sweet fragrance of fresh woodlands and the crisp scent of golden maple fruit. A serene smile curved her lips. "I spoke with Kyle earlier," she said. "He'll be returning to Void Island soon, with enough seeds to fill several cargo holds." Damien returned her smile. "I'll leave the planting to you," he said. "Seeing Jinfeng Mountain from the ruins of St. Nicholas is one thing, but experiencing it up close feels profoundly different. If these trees thrive, we should dedicate a large-scale plantation on Planet Void 001. Cassidon nodded in agreement. "A sacred forest for our Void God religion, unique in all the cosmos." Sonia reached out and let her fingers glide over the tree's warm bark. "Perfect," she whispered. "It will be unlike anything we've ever known." Sonia stood at the edge of Jinfeng Mountain, awestruck. She had never seen anything like the living golden maple before her. Its bark shimmered in the sunlight, its leaves glinting like burnished metal. Beyond its undeniable beauty, the tree's rarity hinted at tremendous value. Yet for the Void God faith, whose coffers were already overflowing, profit was secondary to perfection. And in terms of pure, unadulterated beauty, the golden maple ranked above them all. "There are still vast swaths of Planet Void 001 completely untapped," Mr. Cassidon observed, tracing the ridgeline with his eyes. "Once we decide on a location, we'll cultivate a grove here. When it's ready, it will make the perfect seasonal retreat." Damien laughed at the idea. In his mind's eye, Jinfeng Mountain already resembled a top-tier eco-resort. Craggy peaks, cascading waterfalls, meandering streams, and sleek villas nestled into the landscape. But turning a dream into reality would require more than admiration. They'd need a steady supply of golden maple saplings and, crucially, the right parcel of land. "In a few weeks," Damien said, "I'll check on Mr. Kyle's progress. Once he returns with the seeds, we can draw up our detailed plans." Sonia smiled. She knew exactly what Mr. Cassidon was planning, and she couldn't wait to see it come to life. Damien glanced at his watch. They'd dawdled so long this morning that it was already past noon. With the sun high overhead, the maple-lined path ahead of them glowed in molten gold, every leaf shimmering with amber, crimson, and copper. Jinfeng Mountain's caretakers kept the walkways meticulously swept, so only a few stray leaves drifted across the stones. Just then, two figures came hurtling toward them, their footsteps quick and light. In an instant, the taller of the two, Damien, was standing directly before Laura and Bai Linglong, who had been strolling side by side. Laura had meant to offer a cheerful greeting, But as she took in the newcomer's flawless features and the air of quiet dignity that surrounded them, her words caught in her throat. She simply stared, awed into silence. Bai Linglong, however, recovered more quickly. She studied the pair for a moment. Something about their bearing told her they were no ordinary travelers, then gave them a warm, friendly smile. "Hello," she said softly, inclining her head. "Welcome." On the other side, Sonia glanced from Bai Linglong to Laura and back again, sensing no ill will in their expressions. She lifted her chin politely. "Thank you. We, Damien and I, actually hoped we might run into you up here. May we ask what brings you to Jinfeng Mountain today?" Damien paused at the foot of the trail, the sky still pale with dawn. Before he could knock, the door swung open and two women appeared. "Good morning. What brings you here so early?" asked the taller one, her brow knitting in genuine concern. "Yeah, it's barely sunrise. Isn't this place usually quiet until noon?" the other added, peering at them curiously. Bai Linglong exchanged a glance with her friend Sonia. They both knew that Jin's Mountain Inn didn't normally see many guests before lunchtime. Dawn arrivals were almost unheard of. Sonia frowned and studied Damien's companion, Mr. Cassidon. "Excuse me," she said. "Are you in charge here?" Damien met her gaze with a calm smile. He'd anticipated this confusion, given everything they'd heard about the Jin family's hospitality. "Oh no," he replied. "You've got the wrong idea. This is the Jin family's property," and he nodded toward Sonia and Bai Linglong. "So are we guests." Bai Linglong's tension melted instantly. She waved her hand apologetically. "I'm sorry. I assumed, well, never mind. So you two are staying here as well?" Damien nodded and pointed up the winding path. "Yes, Laura and I have a cabin just beyond the pine grove. We'll be here for a few days." The taller woman's expression softened into a welcoming smile. "First time on Jin's Mountain?" "Yeah," Damien answered, returning her smile. "And we'd love any local tips you can offer." Bai Linglong stepped aside to let them in. "Welcome, then. Let me show you around." "This is our first time here," Damien said, glancing around the mist-shrouded peaks of Jinfeng Mountain. "I'm Damien, and this is Sonia," he added, turning to the woman beside him. "May I ask your names?" A warm smile curved Bai Linglong's lips. "I'm Bai Linglong, and this is my partner, Laura. We're both tour guides, specializing in the St. Nicholas civilization." Laura gave a graceful nod. "If you'd like to learn more about the history and legends of Jinfeng Mountain, we'd be delighted to show you around." For Bai Linglong, money wasn't the driving force. What mattered most was sharing the rich cultural tapestry of her people. She folded her hands in front of her and asked softly, "Would now be a good time for your tour?" Damien blinked in pleasant surprise. "Absolutely. Lead the way." Damien followed Bai Linglong and Laura down the winding path that led away from Feng Mountain's main pavilion. The morning air was still cool, and mist curled around the pines. Bai Linglong smiled back at him. "Unfortunately," she said, "the golden maple fruit, the mountain's famous delicacy, won't go on sale until noon." Laura gave her a sympathetic look and rubbed her stomach. "I'm already starving, but don't worry about payment this time. We're only here for a quick breakfast before returning to the pavilion." Bai Linglong waved that aside. "Think of it as friends sharing a meal. We can go search for something to eat down the road and be back well before noon." Damien nodded. He'd been curious about the fruit, but waiting an hour or two was no hardship if it meant a good meal now. "Lead the way," he said. They followed a narrow trail through clusters of bamboo, emerging at a small roadside tea house. The lacquered wooden tables were already dotted with early risers sipping dark, fragrant tea. Laura slipped onto a bench, and Sonia, who had been examining the distant horizon, joined them. Sonia glanced at her pocket watch. "Our trip only takes about 6 hours total. We need to head back to Xandar by midday." She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "But I'm more interested in what Bai Linglong mentioned, the ruins of the St. Nicholas civilization. If it's all right, I'd like to explore them after breakfast." Bai Linglong's eyes brightened. "Of course. The ancient site isn't far from here. We can finish eating quickly and then set off. You'll love it. The carvings are incredible." Damien pulled out his own flask of tea and poured a steaming cup. The group fell into easy conversation, planning the rest of the morning's excursion. They ordered an assortment of lightly fried buns and vegetable stir-fries, washed down with cups of sweet chrysanthemum tea. By the time the plates were cleared, the sun had climbed higher, scattering the last of the mist. With full bellies and eager hearts, Damien, Sonia, Laura, and Bai Linglong set off along the forest trail, ready to uncover the secrets of St. Nicholas's lost civilization before Sonia's deadline to return to Xandar. Hold on a moment. I'll fly the airship over right away. Bai Linglong knew as well as anyone that Damien and Sonia, dressed as they were and carrying themselves with such confidence, couldn't possibly be short on funds. His offer to cover the fare was simply a courtesy, meant to spare them any awkwardness. It was far better to mention it up front than to spring the question of money on them later. Wealthy travelers might not blink at extra expenses, but nobody likes feeling like they're being treated as a transaction. With that settled, Bai Linglong and Laura made their way back to the pavilion. Ever since Mr. Jin Luosha had extended his hospitality, both women enjoyed unrestricted access to every pavilion on Golden Peak Mountain, so there was no need to worry about their comings and goings. Now their task was clear. Return to the airship and pilot it here. If it weren't for Mr. Damien, Laura teased as they walked, you'd have finished your homework well in advance. Perched above them, Sonia watched Bai Linglong's furry claws grip the branch as she moved with the light, swift grace of a swallow. A playful smile curved Sonia's lips. I swear, she murmured, I'm going to let out a shriek when I see them. Damien stared in awe at the creature before him, a stunning, furry animal standing on two legs, and it was talking. He'd seen anthropomorphic beasts in cartoons, movies, and games, but witnessing one in person was an entirely different experience. His heart raced. I was completely shocked the first time I saw them, he admitted, running a hand through his hair. Sonia smiled gently. Once you accept that this is just part of St. Nicholas culture, it stops feeling so strange. Damien grinned. You're right, and since my old name doesn't quite fit here, call me Damien. Damien it is, Sonia agreed. She checked her watch. Back at the palace, her mentor, Mr. Cassadine, had already promised Bai Linglong and Laura that he'd join them for breakfast. The real reason, Sonia explained, was to give Damien a proper introduction to the daily life and customs of this civilization. We don't have much time, she said, linking her arm through his, but once we step outside, you'll see dozens of wonders you've never even imagined. Damien flashed a thumbs up. Lead the way. They hurried down the marble corridors. When the grand doors slid open, they were greeted by a busy plaza teeming with creatures of every shape and size, squirrel librarians scurrying between stacks of scrolls, wolf blacksmiths hammering glowing ore, and crane architects poring over city plans. The air was rich with the scent of spiced pastries and fresh mint tea. Over here, Sonia called, spotting Mr. Cassadine strolling toward them with Bai Linglong and Laura in tow. Cassadine's bespoke suit was as impeccable as ever. Bai Linglong's quiet elegance contrasted with Laura's vibrant, jeweled headpiece. Damien introduced himself. Cassadine clasped his hand firmly. Welcome, Damien. Prepare yourself. There's no turning back now. With that, the group slipped into a cozy street-side cafe, where steaming pots of blossom-infused tea and platters of golden millet cakes awaited. Damien settled at the table, eyes bright with anticipation, ready to taste and truly understand the marvels of St. Nicholas civilization. Sonia Cassadine had been eager to take Damien out for a change of pace, but chances to do so were few and far between. Every time they managed a break, it was so brief that she worried he'd only end up disappointed. Damien noticed the flicker of concern in her eyes and quickly set her mind at ease. Don't worry, he said with a reassuring smile. Honestly, there's nothing to fret about. Sonia shook her head. Believe me, I wouldn't feel let down. I know you wouldn't, he replied. Besides, there are plenty of quicker, simpler ways to enjoy ourselves. She considered that for a moment, then nodded. Once we have the Void God cult's affairs fully organized, you'll finally have some breathing room. We can take our time then. We will, Damien agreed without hesitation. All these future trips and delays, they'll be worth it. We'll make up for every lost moment. He truly meant it. If Sonia weren't so consumed by her many responsibilities, he wouldn't have to worry about stealing minutes here and there. The notion that he might actually feel disappointed now struck him as absurd. All right, he said softly, his resolve clear. Sonia's lips curved into a knowing smile. A few minutes later, the distant hum of an airship reached their ears. Bai Linglong piloted the vessel down to a gentle landing just above them. As the boarding ladder clattered into place, she called up, "Mr. Cassadine? Damien, Miss Sonia." Bai Linglong offered them friendly smiles as she set a simple breakfast before them, steaming mantou buns, fresh fruit, and fragrant jasmine tea. "Let's eat first," she said. "And if you'd like to return afterward, I'd be happy to give you a full introduction to Jinfeng Mountain." It was barely 6 o'clock in the morning. For most laborers, dawn meant heading off to work, but neither Sonia nor Damien looked as if they'd left home to punch a clock. Their presence at this hour drew curious glances from Bai Linglong and her companion, Laura. When the airship's boarding call sounded, Sonia and Damien rose without a trace of hesitation or disdain. After all, to them a mode of transport was simply a way to get from one place to another. Whether by luxury carriage, train, or skyship made no difference. They settled into their seats as the vessel's engines pulsed to life. Laura couldn't hold back her curiosity. Studying the pair, she leaned forward. "Mr. Damien, Miss Sonia, are you two married?" Ian blinked in surprise at the question. He exchanged a quick glance with Sonia before replying, "Why do you ask?" Sonia gave Laura a gentle smile. "We aren't," she said, "but it's a reasonable guess. Traveling together at dawn does make us look close." Laura nodded, a delighted sparkle in her eyes. "Well, whether you're friends or more, I hope you'll let me show you all the wonders of Jinfeng Mountain once we land." As the airship climbed higher into the morning sky, the first golden rays of sunrise bathed its hull. Over steaming tea and fresh buns, the little group's conversation turned to the lush forests and misty peaks that awaited them. It promised to be a journey they wouldn't soon forget. Laura studied Damien and Sonia, letting her gaze linger on the effortless way they moved together. "Honestly," she began, "just judging by your auras and how you interact, you look every bit the power couple, and you both appear so talented and handsome together." Damien chuckled and shook his head. "Thank you, but we're not actually a couple yet." "Oh?" Laura's eyebrow lifted. "Not a couple. Does that mean you might become one soon?" She knew full well what she was asking. Damien wasn't denying the chemistry. He was simply pointing out they hadn't formalized anything. Since Damien and Sonia weren't her usual guests, Laura was eager to break the ice, walking together, sharing light conversation, building a friendly rapport. She saw no hint of awkwardness in Damien's expression, so she pressed on. "Well," she continued, choosing her words, "soon really depends on who you ask. But from where I'm standing, I'd say it's entirely possible you two will make it official before long." Damien's laughter was soft. "For most people, soon might mean within the next year or two," he explained. He glanced at Sonia, who returned his look with a quiet smile. "But for us, given our lifespans stretch almost to eternity, soon could easily mean a few 100,000 years from now." Laura couldn't help but laugh, both at the staggering perspective and at the genuine affection shining between them. She fell silent, letting the moment linger, quietly curious about the extraordinary pair before her. "Damien, time will tell," Sonia echoed with a bright smile as she looked over at Mr. Cassadine. Bai Linglong and Laura exchanged a knowing glance. Neither of them saw any hint of annoyance or embarrassment on Sonia's face. Instead, her eyes gleamed with eager anticipation. It was as if she were teasing Damien, gently urging him to admit how deep his feelings ran, even though he remained characteristically reserved. After all, time will tell is the classic line of a hopeful pursuer. Laura cleared her throat and leaned forward. "So, where did you two first meet? And how did you manage to become a couple, given you speak entirely different languages?" Bai Linglong checked her cosmic communicator, which confirmed her suspicions. Damien's native tongue was Kantari, while Sonia spoke the Drothar dialect, two civilizations with little overlap. Word of their unlikely pairing was already stirring the social circles. Bai Linglong, always fascinated by matters of the heart, admired genuine bonds, those rare unions founded on mutual devotion rather than convenience or politics. To her, true love meant unwavering support through every twist of fate. No wonder she secretly dreamed of an even grander alliance, a marriage uniting the heirs of the Empire's 5 great lines. Although their betrothal had been arranged long ago, Damien and Sonia were effectively destined for one another. "We're both from Xandar," Sonia said with a soft smile. How we met and came together is a long story. Bai Linglong studied her for a moment before speaking. Miss Sonia, Mr. Damien, you truly are both Xandarian? Sonia nodded. I suppose you've heard of the Void Cult. I'm planning a trip to Void Island soon. Do you have any advice? Though Bai Linglong recognized the Xandarian tongue, one of the galaxy's most widespread languages, it didn't necessarily mark Sonia as a true Xandarian. Now that Sonia had confirmed her origin, Bai Linglong was eager for more details. Is there something you're worried about? She asked calmly. Sonia paused, sensing the question's deeper implication, and met Bai Linglong's gaze. I'm concerned about what I might find there, she admitted quietly. Damien stirred his tea thoughtfully. You know, people from St. Nicholas often travel to other civilizations. Bai Linglong leaned back and folded her arms. Sure, but every journey carries risks, big or small. Still, Damien said, setting down his cup, I've been invited to Void Island as a guest. I leave in a few days. Her eyes flicked up. Void Island? Dangerous place. He shrugged. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Since you're from Xandar, you must have heard something. Bai Linglong nodded. I've heard the same rumors. They say you won't be harmed on Void Island. Even if you don't earn a blessing, you'll at least walk away wiser and stronger. That matches what my host told me, Damien replied. So you're going to check it out? She asked, tone cautious. He gave a half smile. Exactly. She studied him for a moment. Be clear about your goals. If you go seeking the island's blessing, your cultivation could soar, but true blessings are rare, and most people return empty-handed and bitter. Damien frowned. I've heard people call it a money trap. Some do, Bai Linglong agreed, but whether it's a blessing or a scam depends on why and how you go. Sonia paused, choosing her words carefully. To be honest, the requirements for actually earning a blessing on Void Island are vague and often frustrating, but as a pure sightseeing destination, it's spectacular. You'd come away with memories worth a lifetime. Crystalline waterfalls, floating gardens, those echoing crimson canyons, it's all there. Just don't go in expecting guaranteed blessings. If you focus only on that, you might leave with a grudge against the Void Cult. Whether you see it as a pleasure trip or a spiritual quest is entirely up to you. She wasn't trying to sell them on the Void Cult. She was simply echoing what most travelers thought. Void Island's true value lay in the hope of discovering Void's blessings and rising into the realm of the superpowered. Sonia glanced at Bai Linglong and Damien. She could see Bai Linglong's hesitation. Her biomodifications made her stand out, an easy target for capture or worse during an unsupervised excursion. The risk was real. Damien gave a wry smile. Well, if there really isn't any hidden danger waiting, so I'm relieved. Bai Linglong straightened, resolve shining in her eyes. Miss Sonia, she said, voice steady, you share your name with the legendary Sonia, the one revered as the goddess of the void. Sonia returned her gaze with a soft smile, as if the connection somehow spelled new possibilities for their journey ahead. Any thoughts? Laura asked, watching Bai Linglong prepare for her journey to Xandar Star, the Xandar Empire's forward base. She didn't try to talk her friend out of it. Instead, she turned to Sonia with genuine curiosity. There are countless people out there who share the same name, Laura said, so it's hardly surprising if one of them turns out to be famous. Sonia smiled at the idea. If someone with your name really is powerful, you should feel honored. I'd love to share a name with someone important, Sonia admitted, but I can't think of any well-known figures who happen to be named Sonia. Laura beamed at her. Well, you could always make people proud of your own accomplishments instead. Damien chimed in thoughtfully. That's true in theory, but it's easier said than done. Real heavyweights aren't just wealthy or influential. They've left a mark on history, done things that people will remember for generations. He shrugged. I'm just an ordinary guy who's finally paid off his debts. I'm a long way from all that. Laura felt a warm glow at Damien's modest words, even as she recognized his honesty. The path to greatness might be daunting, but the spark of ambition had clearly been lit. Sonia studied Laura with a cool appraisal. You don't have those lofty ambitions, and you're not blessed with any extraordinary talents, she began. Remember, the St. Nicholas civilization lasted barely 800 years. She paused, letting Laura absorb the reminder. If someone dedicates themselves for that long, they can achieve anything. Laura's lips twitched in uncertainty. Sonia pressed on. Compare that to the Xandar Empire. Its average lifespan exceeds 200 years, yet one great person after another continues to rise. More time means more chances to leave your mark. Seeing Laura's hesitation deepen, Sonia softened her tone. The Xandar Empire might not endure as long, but its education is unparalleled and its stage is immense. That's where opportunities flourish. A longer lifespan doesn't guarantee success. Too much time often breeds stagnation. Civilizations that endure too long grow inert, and progress slows to a crawl. Damien leaned back in his chair and studied the data flickering on the holodisplay. With the current political gridlock, he said, the transition between dynasties is only going to slow down even more. Laura folded her arms and let out a soft sigh. It makes sense, she replied. When entrenched leaders can't or won't step aside, it's nearly impossible for newcomers to break through. Across the St. Nicholas civilization, ordinary citizens have fallen into two stark camps. Those still shackled by biomodification debts find themselves perpetually overworked, barely scraping by as they pay off their loans. But the moment someone clears their tab, they transform into what everyone calls a salted fish, basking in freedom, with no ambition beyond the next comforting meal. Thanks to advanced biomods, they can adapt to virtually any environment, so concerns about home or career fade away. All they want is to relax, living day to day without a care. That widespread complacency has choked off social mobility. For thousands of years, the civilization's biomod technology has hit a plateau, offering virtually no breakthroughs for aspiring innovators. Debtors scramble desperately for any edge. The freshly liberated simply drift. And with leadership change frozen in place, there's precious little room for anyone, new or old, to shift the balance of power. Damien tapped the display again, his expression grim. Until someone breaks the cycle, he said softly, nothing's going to change. This isn't what the 10 great lineages of St. Nicholas want to hear, Laura said, but entrenched patterns don't change overnight. Remember, throughout its history, the Xandar Empire has harbored countless hidden or dormant talents. You only ever learn the names of the very few who rise to prominence. She leaned forward. And if you feel you'll never be one of those luminaries within your own civilization, why not strike out elsewhere? A lifespan longer than most civilizations grants you far more opportunities. Sonia nodded at the logic. Long life does bring greater inertia, but she couldn't resist clarifying a few points. Look at the numbers, she said. On its homeworld alone, the Xandar Empire boasts over 7 billion citizens. When you add in colonists on other worlds, that number balloons into the tens of billions. With such a massive population, it's only a matter of time before extraordinary individuals emerge. Even if the odds are minute, sheer numbers guarantee that true geniuses will appear sooner or later. Sonia slipped away from the gathering and stepped into the open, where a sea of curious faces turned to watch her. She'd never viewed a long lifespan as a curse. After all, inertia springs from both nature and nurture. Damien hadn't been idle by instinct, but under Sonia's careful stewardship, he'd grown complacent. That was exactly her intention, to keep Damien anchored to Void Island. With him firmly in place, she could breathe easier, and so could the entire Void cult. No matter how far they might spread or how many followers they gained, the heart of their power would always be Damien. Wherever he stood, there lay the true headquarters of the Void cult, ready at a moment's notice to rise again. And yes, venturing out to other civilizations might bring new opportunities, but it would also invite fresh dangers. Laura, listening, felt a stir of excitement and unease. There's no place in the universe as comfortable as home, she admitted, her voice soft. Sonia offered her a gentle smile. But with every risk comes the chance you've been waiting for. If you have the means, go see what's out there. And remember, if you ever want to come back, home will still be here. Laura sank into her seat, eyes bright with hope and hesitation. Sonia watched her patiently, ready to support whatever choice she made. I'm Damien, a lifelong native of the Xandar Empire, and I've never felt the need to leave our world in search of opportunity elsewhere. Xandar is vast, an interstellar crossroads where countless visitors from other civilizations come to learn, trade, and build their fortunes. Over the years, I've watched them arrive by the thousands, each with their own hopes and dreams. Some of these travelers study here, master new sciences, and then return home as pioneers, driving their own civilizations forward. Others settle so comfortably among us that they marry, raise families, and earn permanent residency in Xandar's glittering cities. A few use the knowledge they gain to broker deals and amass fortunes when they go back to their homeworlds. And inevitably, there are those who find a darker path, outlaws who exploit Xandar's prosperity for their own gain. In a universe as large as ours, the stakes are higher and the possibilities greater than in any single civilization. If you have the intelligence to learn from diverse cultures and the courage to strike out into the unknown, there's no limit to what you might achieve, right here on Xandar or beyond. Damien settled against the airship's bulkhead, watching Jinfeng Mountain shrink beneath them. Dawn was still an hour away, but they'd already cleared the highest peak. Beside him, Sonia glanced out the window, a faint smile on her lips. Even if all you bring back from the Xandar Empire is a single business idea that no one in your own civilization has ever imagined, she told Damien, you can turn it into wealth beyond your wildest dreams. Damien nodded, intrigued. A moment later, Laura, seated a few rows down, called out, Miss Sonia, you aren't ordinary. Are all Xandarians like you? Sonia shook her head. I can't speak for everyone, but I hope to show that a long life doesn't breed laziness. It offers unrivaled opportunity. Laura's earlier scowl vanished. Sonia's encouragement had completely overturned her impression of Xandarian long-livers. The airship's gentle hum filled the silence until they began their descent. Below, the village at Bai Linglong's foot awoke in a haze of white mist. Every chimney exhaled a ribbon of smoke, and the scent of incense drifted from open doorways. Yet Sonia frowned. There should be breakfast cooking everywhere, she said quietly. I was expecting the mouth-watering aroma of buns or sizzling oil, but I smell almost nothing. Damien stepped closer to the window. Maybe they're waiting for the official festival opening, or cooking inside away from the breeze? Sonia nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps. Let's find out. I'm curious what the villagers have in store for us today. They left the airship and followed Bai Linglong's retainers down the winding path. The mist curled around their ankles, and the incense smoke wove through the dawn light. Despite the calm beauty, Sonia's curiosity prickled at her senses. Something about this morning felt unusually hushed. Whatever lay ahead, she and Damien were ready to uncover it together. Sonia's eyes widened as she wandered deeper into the market, her attention immediately drawn to the myriad biomorphs milling about. Far from the grotesque mutations she'd feared, these human-animal hybrids were softly furred and looked positively petable. Even better, they lacked the unpleasant odors their wild counterparts usually carried. As she watched, Sonia couldn't help but notice how smoothly they moved, how comfortable they seemed in the crowds. Comparing them to Bai Linglong, Sonia realized just how advanced Linglong's own transformation must be. Whenever Linglong paused to smile or greet acquaintances, passers-by couldn't help but stare. Her coat was the purest white, each strand gleaming and silky to the touch. In Sonia's mind, it was simple, a beautiful pelt made for a beautiful cat. Damien had been exploring nearby stalls, but he soon returned to Sonia's side. Bai Linglong and Laura, curious about their new friend's tastes, had stopped to chat. After learning what Sonia and Damien liked to eat, Bai Linglong and Laura quickly purchased a few of their favorite local snacks, then led them on a culinary tour through the Xandar Empire Pavilion. Spicy skewers, sweet honey crepes, exotic fruit cocktails. Everywhere they turned, there was something new to sample. At last, the group settled at a wrought iron table on a shaded balcony overlooking the plaza. Damien nibbled a savory pastry, while Sonia sipped a cool, tangy beverage. From above, graceful birdmen, wings spread wide and their auras shimmering, glided in tight flocks across the sky, bound for destinations beyond the city's spired rooftops. The mingled scents of street food and spring air, the gentle hum of conversation, the sight of those magnificent flyers passing overhead, all of it reminded Sonia that out here, the galaxy was as wondrous as she'd ever imagined. They're off so quickly. What's happened? Sonia asked, blinking in surprise as the birdmen who'd been patrolling overhead suddenly formed up and launched into the sky. I'm not sure, Bai Linglong replied, watching the formations vanish into the distance. But it's usually nothing for ordinary people like us to worry about. They'll handle it, Sonia said, folding her arms. Linglong suspected the coordinated sortie was linked to Master Jin Luosha's mission to hunt down traitors to civilization. She kept her thoughts to herself, mindful that nothing from the Jinfangshan pavilion should be spread recklessly. There's something almost mechanical about the way they take off, she observed. It's too precise to be random. Like humanoid space fighters, Sonia agreed. She grinned and pointed toward the horizon. See how they streak away? Even though they're flesh and blood, the sonic booms they generate are fierce, like thunder ripping through the sky. The raptor-like scouts let out a single, unified cry that echoed in every ear, sending unexpected chills down their spines. Linglong nodded. There are a lot of powerful warriors in the army who've been bonded with raptor creatures. That's why their formations are so tight and so deadly. Each of them is a sovereign of the skies, Laura observed as she paused mid-bite on her radish. Put one of these arrow feather comets up against a planetary starfighter squadron, and you won't lose. In the Imperial capital's Jin clan, the few individuals grafted with raptor DNA who can actually breach a planet's atmosphere are honored with that name. Most raptor-enhanced humans cannot leave the planet. Their wings grant them only terrestrial flight. Even so, aerial supremacy on any world is a fearsome gift, one that would send shivers down the spine of anyone unprepared for it. Were Laura not herself a biologically modified rabbit person, she might be quaking at the sight of so many birdmen wheeling through the clouds. Damien, standing beside her, raised his hand and summoned a translucent tactical display. From this vantage, he could survey the entire St. Nicholas civilization at once. His display tracked Kyle's squadron, moving into position, confirming that their advance would begin within the hour. Meanwhile, deep beneath the surface, Rinaldi and the Predictor moved like phantoms through the darkened corridors of the research complex. In just 2 hours, they had breached 3 separate underground labs, each more heavily guarded than the last, and neutralized 37 of the so-called disaster subjects locked inside. Even so, their tally did not approach the monstrous totals rumored to be hidden within the Yuan family's greater facilities. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the stage was set for the next phase of their operation. Game pieces had been positioned, and every player knew the rules. Strike swiftly, strike hard, and leave no trace. The true battle for St. Nicholas was only just beginning. Rinaldi sealed the hatch on the last transport shuttle, securing more than 40 survivors for the trip to the space battleship. He tapped his comm unit. The Predictor and I have cleared our sector. What's your status over there? Kyle's voice crackled back almost immediately. I'm done here as well. Ship's ready. Just say the word to extract. Lacey chimed in next, her tone brisk and confident. That was fast. I've almost wrapped up on my end, too. Nikrov listened to their swift success with growing unease. He hesitated, then replied, Very well. Hold your positions for a moment. Master Rinaldi, bring them aboard first, then come join me. Understood, Rinaldi responded without missing a beat. He sent the new coordinates to the battleship, which altered course and glided toward their rendezvous point. What neither Rinaldi nor Nikrov realized was that they'd plotted their meeting right in front of an underground research facility carved into the asteroid's core. 3 Kree scientists operated that station, and they weren't about to surrender without a fight. Without warning, 5 massive turrets mounted along the facility's rim sprang to life. Their barrels spun, then unleashed a withering plasma barrage straight at Nikrov's squad, intent on destroying them before the rescue ship could arrive. As the first explosions rocked the terrain, Nikrov felt a cold dread settle in his chest. Their advantage was slipping away, and fast. It isn't that Damien lacks the power to strike down his foes, it's that he can't strike fast enough. That, fundamentally, is the problem. Otherwise, he would have been far more aggressive moments ago. From the sidelines, Madame Butterfly, Golden Rakshasa, and Black Luo-san watched Nikrov being pulverized by a relentless barrage of laser fire. Such overwhelming firepower would shatter any ordinary opponent. Still, Nikrov stood firm, resolved to outlast the onslaught. He planned to conserve his strength, wait until his adversary's reserves were spent, and then launch a single devastating counterattack. It was a reckless gamble, but his body had already recovered dramatically, renewed by whatever mysterious force had healed him. Now, all he needed was the right moment to turn the tide. Chapter 677, The Crisis at 2,800 meters. Laser beams carved arcs through the underground cavern, each one screaming toward Nikrov in a dazzling display of destructive power. Yet every shot climbed along the same telepathic trajectory, only to detonate harmlessly into the ceiling. Even though the explosions were tempered by Nikrov's psychic shielding, they still shook the chamber. 90 minutes into this relentless barrage, the turrets lining this research hall had begun to overheat, but they refused to cease firing. These automated guns were no match for the ones stationed in the Yuan family's secret lab, yet they could sustain a continuous volley. By coordinating their fire, they formed an unbreakable wall of energy, ensuring no intruder could breach the inner sanctums. At a depth of over 2,800 meters, they were safely out of reach, at least physically. Psychically, however, Nikrov could sense every turret, every mechanism. He couldn't destroy them from a distance, but he felt their presence like a buzzing hive in his mind. "Who is this man?" hissed Rahl, one of the blue-skinned Kree scientists monitoring the battle from the control deck. He stared at the hollow display of their assailant, an imposing figure of dark energy and unwavering power. Sweat beaded on Rahl's brow. How could anyone, let alone a single individual, be this formidable? "His designation is Nikrov," replied his colleague Mott, scrolling through the data files. His voice wavered between awe and dread. "He's a businessman from the Nola civilization. That's all we know." Rahl's knuckles whitened around the railing as he digested the information. "A businessman," he repeated, tasting the irony. "He's laying waste to our defenses like a starship on a collision course. This can't stand." Mott's lips curled into a grimace. He tapped his console, initiating another sequence of targeting calculations. "We have no choice. We either hold this line, or we die down here." High above them, in the interlinked network of crystal conduits and steel support beams, the turrets hummed louder, preparing for the next onslaught. And somewhere beyond the darkness, Nikrov closed in, his mind already probing the final defenses, determined to break through and settle a debt written in laser fire and telepathic resolve. Is this so-called merchant a joke? His readings surpass any known combatant. The lead scientist slammed his fist on the console. On the holoscreen, Damien's biometric data scrolled relentlessly, 90-plus minutes under full-power ion cannons, with virtually no damage. "He's no businessman," another researcher growled. "This identity is a sham. Appoint a retrieval team, and alert the Supreme Intelligence immediately." A tense silence followed. Damien's resilience was unprecedented. Even Ronan's forces would struggle against such endurance. The Kree had arrived on St. Nicholas under the guise of a discreet biotech partnership. Progress had been slow, but what they'd witnessed hinted at revolutionary breakthroughs. The planet's so-called disaster-level creatures were trivial to Kree railgun volleys. A single charged shot reduced them to ash, but raw brute force without sentience offered limited value. What truly mattered was merging the St. Nicholas bioscience with Kree expertise. Once their experiments matured, every advance would be repatriated to the Empire, ushering in a new age of biological warfare and defense. First, however, they needed to unmask Damien and discover the true extent of his power. Such a research collaboration promised immense profit for the Kree Empire. Yet somehow the plans leaked to the St. Nicholas imperial capital's 5 great houses. To their alarm, those houses not only uncovered the 4 deadly operatives of the Void Cult, but also traced the scheme back to a shrewd businessman named Nikrov. While vengeance on the cult ran deep, letting Nikrov slip away was unthinkable. His resources and influence marked him as far more than an ordinary interstellar trader. "We must find him," the senior officer declared, his voice echoing through the command chamber. He leaned over a hollow projection flickering with dozens of faces. "The problem is that there are countless Nikrovs scattered across the Andromeda galaxy." Dr. Serral, one of the Empire's top scientists, flinched beneath the officer's glare, but dared not contradict him. After a tense moment, he spoke. "Sir, Nikrov is an exceedingly common name, spanning 5 major social strata: noble houses, merchant princes, mercenary bands, occult orders, even underworld syndicates. Our databanks returned thousands of matches. The figure we saw in the scan, a prosperous businessman, is almost certainly using a fabricated identity. Without a unique biometric or genetic signature, we have no reliable way to pinpoint his true self. The officer's eyes narrowed as he studied the projection. Then we'll have to sharpen our leads. No more half measures. He straightened, determination hardening his features. Prepare every available asset. We'll hunt down this Nikrov, wherever he hides. Despite their frantic efforts, the energy reserves in the underground laboratory were collapsing. High-frequency surges had pushed the system to its limit, and now the Institute's AI, its central warning lights flashing crimson, began to blare alarms. Warning, 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 weapon system overloaded, unable to eradicate target, total energy reserves at 10%, initiating emergency defense protocols, sealing all access points, sustaining core operations of the Underground Research Institute. This last line marked the AI's final defensive measure. Under ordinary circumstances, such protocols could withstand nearly any assault, even from a planet-class combatant. But against a cosmic-level foe, offense invariably outmatched defense. It was far easier to devise a devastating attack than to build an impervious shield. As the sirens echoed through reinforced corridors, the two Kree scientists on duty watched the overhead holo projection in horror. The blip that represented Nikrov had vanished. Alert! Enemy intrusion detected. Alert! Intruder inside our perimeter. The AI's voice cut through the panic, and the lab descended into tense, red-lit emergency. The alarm sirens shattered the relative calm of the underground complex. The enemy has broken through our first line of defense. A voice crackled over the comm. Alert! They've breached the perimeter and reached the 6th sublevel. Another shout followed. Ion laser batteries had just fallen silent when the invaders surged into the research institute. Darcerkor and Vess, two Kree scientists, stared at one another, hearts pounding. In that frozen instant, desperation flared. Maybe we could try to reason with them? Kor whispered. Vess shook his head, eyes wide. If they'd wanted a parley, they wouldn't have blasted through our shields like they did. They'd have contacted us first. His words snuffed out Kor's last spark of hope. Both knew they faced certain death. Under normal circumstances, few civilizations would dare slaughter Kree researchers. But these weren't ordinary foes. They were agents of the St. Nicholas civilization's fanatical void god cult. Their ruthlessness was legendary. If the vast Kree Empire hoped to survive an assault by such an advanced and utterly fearless adversary, there was only one recourse: all-out war. Yet to ignite a full-scale conflict between two superpowers of equal standing that risked a regional catastrophe beyond imagining, Damien knew that any concerted attack on the St. Nicholas civilization would only result in its total annihilation. There'd be no chance for repair or resurgence. On paper, their technology ranked only average by galactic standards, but their breakthroughs in bioaugmentation had transformed individual soldiers into near-unstoppable warriors. Without planet-class dreadnoughts or cutting-edge star-class vessels in the field, no invader could hope to prevail. In the hierarchy of advanced civilizations, St. Nicholas occupied a precarious but formidable niche. So long as they minded their own affairs and avoided racking up enough resentment to unite rival empires against them, they were effectively untouchable. How differently things might have gone if Ronan's last mission had succeeded in obliterating the Xandar Empire's forward base. The Kree wouldn't have had to skulk through the Andromeda Galaxy in secret. They could have openly joined forces with St. Nicholas, struck directly, seized their worlds, and then put countless citizens of that civilization to work advancing Kree research. The promise of victory had sounded so hopeful, yet the truth was nothing but cruelty. Ronan the Accuser had already fallen to the Void Cult, and the Kree Empire still seethed with frustration, unable to strike back. Xandar's forces were stretched thin just to protect the fringes of the Andromeda Galaxy, and now an even darker power loomed. If the Void Cult ever planted its flag in Kree space, they could sweep through Xandar worlds and prey on Andromeda and beyond without challenge. For a tense moment, the underground lab fell eerily silent. Then the walls began to quiver with psychic force. Scientists screamed as their bodies were bent, twisted, and crushed by an invisible will, blood-spattering consoles and floor panels in gruesome arcs. Every living thing in the chamber was slaughtered before they even realized what hit them. When the mind-shattering assault subsided, Nikrov strode into the wreckage. With cold efficiency, he erased every data drive and shattered each piece of experimental hardware. Even the security drones that had survived the psychic onslaught were reduced to scrap. At last, he corralled the only survivors, dozens of Who family researchers, dragging them up to the surface. He left the rest of the subterranean facility intact. Collapsing it risked destabilizing the very ground above. Damien watched as Madame Butterfly released her last hypnotic flourish. The remaining Void God cultists, once defiant and secretive, sat bound and silent. Yuan Mingya approached, her ledger full of confessions. With Lady Butterfly's charm and Yuan Mingya's questioning, Damien said, we've pinpointed every underground research facility tied to the cult. He Luosan tapped the glowing datapad Jin Luosha held. These are the major sites. A few high-ranking names never surfaced, but they seem to have sent only foot soldiers and minor operatives. Madame Butterfly handed over the full list. The principal cells are neutralized, she announced, voice cool. I'll remain here to finish questioning the prisoners Lady Lacey's team brought in. You two take care of the rest. Jin Luosha bowed deeply. Thank you for your indispensable assistance. Hai Luosan clasped his hands in acknowledgement. With Commander Damien's plan, Mr. Niklov's support, and Her Majesty the Queen's blessing, this victory wouldn't have been possible. Butterfly inclined her head and strode out of the command tent. Damien glanced at the wall map, its surface peppered with glowing pins. All right, he said. Distribute these coordinates to the Queen's Council and our field commanders. We move at dawn. Make every cell of the Void God cult regret ever crossing us. As Jin Luosha and He Luosan hurried away to relay the orders, Damien let his gaze roam over the war room. In the quiet that followed Butterfly's departure, he felt the full weight of what lay ahead, and the certainty that, under his command, the cult's final hour had truly arrived. Nikrov studied Golden Rakshasa and Black Luosan, noting the mixture of relief and lingering concern in their eyes. He spoke deliberately. Your civilization's unique strengths will almost certainly draw the attention of the Void God cult's high command. They may decide to place you under their banner, so long as you never abandon your founding ideals or violate their absolute red lines. A palpable wave of hope washed over the two commanders. Nikrov, who had once ruled the Tesma civilization himself, knew all too well how great powers assessed prospective vassals. The Void God cult might boast countless formidable pions, but that in no way constrained their imperial ambitions. Any society offering strategic advantage, precious resources, or cutting-edge technology was at risk of assimilation. St. Nicholas's scientific community had only just breached the first barrier. Should they achieve the next breakthrough, their value to the cult would be enormous. Nikrov's voice turned grave. I can't promise how the cult's leadership will ultimately decide. All I can do is share my assessment and urge you to remain vigilant, true to your principles, and steadfast in defending your autonomy. Damien leaned back, gazing out at the endless starfield. All we can promise, he said slowly, is that our generation, and the four that follow, won't cross that moral line while we're alive. He Luosan folded his arms and met Damien's eyes. Beyond that, he replied, what comes after us is out of our hands. He understood how the great powers of the universe really worked. You didn't join one of them without offering something valuable. These stellar empires weren't charitable. They wouldn't expend resources rescuing a struggling civilization or shielding you if you had nothing to contribute. And yet, astonishingly, their own technologies hadn't advanced in over 5,000 years. They were effectively locked in stasis, and their end would come in about 1,500 years, unless someone finally cracked that barrier. After such an age of stagnation, who could say how the St. Nicholas civilization might change? It really is impossible to predict what future generations will do, Hai Luosan admitted. He gave Damien a steady look. All we can do is focus on what lies within our control, and then trust in fate. Damien listened to those words, letting them sink in. It was, he realized, far more difficult than it sounded to seize your own destiny and live the life you truly wanted. It's one thing to steer the lives of others and try to shape the minds of future generations so they remain uncorrupted. It's quite another to ensure a civilization's legacy endures. If a culture is to outlast the ages, it must rest on ideas and ideals. That is why every towering figure in history seems indispensable, and why there's no single blueprint for earning everlasting praise. Well, Damien mused, we'll just have to find our own way. Damien, the golden Rakshasa, also longed to achieve something monumental in his own lifetime, something that would echo down through the centuries. At his call, members of the Jin family began arriving in force, converging on the spot he designated. Even his father, Jin Jialuo, the current patriarch, came in person. Whereas Damien's feathers gleamed a flawless, burnished gold, Jin Jialuo's plumage was threaded with bright cyan, nowhere more striking than in the iridescent crest atop his head. In the natural world, it was often the males who wore the most magnificent and awe-inspiring feathers, and the head of the Jin family was no exception. Damien landed quietly amid the aftermath and surveyed the scene. Burn marks scarred the ground where stray laser blasts had struck, the acrid smell still clinging to the air. Above him, faint trails shimmered in the sky, residue of the battle that had just ended. His son was growing fast, but still lacked the firepower to stand against such high-tech weaponry. From the projection data that Jin Rakshasa had sent, Damien already knew who must have intervened. "You two must be among the 6 honored guests of the Void God sect my son mentioned," he said, approaching the pair. The taller of the two raised her chin gracefully. "I am Queen Jingara, and this is Niklov." Damien inclined his head in respect, acknowledging his status as head of the Jin family in the imperial capital. "Queen Jingara, Niklov, thank you both for your timely assistance, and please extend my gratitude to all the distinguished guests of the Void cult for helping to quell the rebellion that threatened our St. Nicholas civilization." He lingered for a moment, his mind drifting back to the news he had received only sent night, his son, Jin Luosha, together with He Luo-san, the Black Emperor's 3rd son, had paid a visit to the Yuan estate and caused a fair bit of mischief. Word came that Yuan Mingya, head of the Yuan family, had fallen, along with dozens of his kin. His crime? Betraying the St. Nicholas civilization by plotting to overthrow its fragile stability. Mingya's scheme depended on bringing his son, Damien, home to brief him in person. But all efforts to contact Damien had failed, until dawn, when an overwhelming stream of messages arrived. In those dispatches, Damien revealed that the St. Nicholas civilization was being sucked into the vortex of a titanic struggle between the Kree Empire and the Void cult. Even Jin Luosha, a veteran of countless crises, felt a cold sweat break out at the news. The Void God religion, Damien warned, was a galaxy-shaking power on par with any empire in the universe. And though the St. Nicholas civilization ranked among the most advanced, being caught in a clash of this magnitude could only lead to its annihilation. Damien knew that in this crisis there was no middle ground. Neutrality was no longer an option. To throw his lot in with one faction, he first needed an opening, and his son had just delivered one. Word had come in that high-ranking envoys from the Void God cult were willing to lend their aid. Faced with the stark choice between the ruthless Kree Empire and the shadowy Void God cult, Jin Rakshasa and He Luo-san had unhesitatingly pledged themselves to the latter. Their decision didn't match Damien's ideal scenario perfectly, but it was more than acceptable. After all, while the Void God cult's reputation was hardly sterling, nowhere near the shining image of the Xandar Empire, it paled in comparison to the outright malevolence of the Kree. Still, Damien had no intention of stopping there. He planned to approach the Xandar Empire next, to request their intervention and secure yet another powerful ally. If the Xandarians agreed, the St. Nicholas civilization could formally swear fealty to them. No small matter, considering how many times Xandar's forces had come to St. Nicholas's defense in the past. With the backing of both the Void God cult and the Xandar Empire, Damien believed he could finally tip the balance in their favor. Aware that the Kree Empire was plotting to upset the balance, the Xandar Empire refused to stand idly by. Still, this wasn't a decision made by the Xandarians themselves, but by the 5 great lineages of the imperial capital. In the end, Masters Jin Luosha and He Luo-san rendered the final judgment. If sanctuary was to be found, it lay only with the Void God cult. Their reasoning was simple. The Void cult sought only to impede the Kree, not to destroy the St. Nicholas civilization. Ensuring St. Nicholas survived this crisis was well within the cult's power. Indeed, when the moment came, they dispatched just 6 honored envoys, not the full might of the Void Divine sect, and by dawn the conflict was resolved, both St. Nicholas and Kree forces effectively neutralized. "We are merely attending to matters within our purview," the Void cult representatives declared. "There's no need for any grand spectacle. We only intend to settle this matter discreetly and swiftly, then be on our way," Nekrov said evenly. "We mean no harm to the St. Nicholas civilization or its future. It's just that Jin Jialuo and Hei Luosan possess extraordinarily keen senses of smell. They tracked us here, and we became entangled in their pursuit." Nekrov glanced up at the majestic birdman before him. Jin Jialuo's wings shone with vibrant plumage, and his proud stance bespoke his rank and authority, so it was no surprise he felt uneasy. With those few sentences, Nekrov had laid out the Void God cult's purpose for coming. Whether Jin Jialuo believed him or not mattered little. Once their task was done, they would depart St. Nicholas lands within days. "These two," Nekrov continued, referring to his companions, "are young, brave and capable, but still unseasoned. I true, Sent, we haven't caused you too much inconvenience." He offered a polite smile. "Once this is resolved, I would be honored if you would join us for a banquet. May I count on your attendance?" Jin Jialuo, his keen instincts well aware that there was more to the story, nevertheless maintained his composure. He inclined his head in acknowledgement, offering only a courteous response rather than pressing for further explanation. "Your hospitality has been more than generous. The Golden Rakshasa and Hei Luosan have already gone to great lengths to welcome us, and simply laying eyes on the unrivaled treasures of Jinfeng Mountain is reward enough. Once our business is concluded, we'll be on our way within a week. Rest assured." Nekrov bowed politely but firmly. He had seen exactly what Jin Jialuo was up to, staging an elaborate reception to curry favor with the Void cult's emissaries and win them over. Since the Void cult had yet to forge formal diplomatic ties with other civilizations, leaving a strong first impression was all that mattered. And dealing with a host as determined and as practiced in subtle enticements as Jin Jialuo could quickly become a headache. Better to decline now, Nekrov decided on behalf of Lady Lacey and the rest of their party. If they ever complained later, he could always treat them to a grand feast for a few days. No trouble at all. With that thought, he offered his final bow and prepared to move on. When Jin Jialuo learned that Jin Fengshan had already laid eyes on the family's golden tree, he gave nothing away, not praise, not displeasure. He offered only a courteous smile. "If you ever return to St. Nicholas civilization, please let us know in advance. My family will be honored to give you our utmost hospitality." Jin Jialuo's smile never wavered, but inside he understood the reality of his position. Within St. Nicholas civilization, his standing as a Jin scion guaranteed him every imaginable favor. Even on missions to other advanced realms, like the mighty Xandar Empire, he would be received with the highest respect. Yet here, facing the newly risen Void Divine Religion, he was just another face in the crowd. The Void Divine Religion had grown powerful on a wholly different path than the Xandar Empire, which had spent centuries forging alliances across the stars. In their eyes, Jin Jialuo's pedigree counted for little. The Void God faith was still in the midst of rebuilding its strength, yet no one doubted that it would one day sweep across the galaxy. Damien had hoped to probe their intentions, perhaps even win their trust, but the Void God emissaries made it plain they had no interest in such fraternization. Damien realized there was no forcing the issue. "Father," Jin Luosha said, stepping forward with deft confidence. He laid a dossier on the desk between them. "This is the list of Hu family scientists who conspired with the Kree. Most have already been captured and executed. Only a few remain at large, hiding out in the main base camps of the major lineages." He paused, then added, "We'll forward additional names as they come in. I'll begin operations to root out the fugitives immediately. In the meantime, Your Highness and Hei Luosan should see to our honored guests from the Void God cult." Damien offered no questions about how such sensitive intelligence had reached Jin Luosha. He simply inclined his head in thanks and trusted his allies' judgment. He estimated that several members of the Void God sect already held a favorable impression of Damien, the Golden Rakshasa, and He Luosan, the Black Emperor's third son, and would be more willing to deal with them. The reason was simple. Despite their substantial power, both boys were still young, which made them brash and earnest, rather than calculating and jaded. Even if two people share equal intelligence, some prefer negotiating with seasoned, powerful figures who can read between the lines in an instant, while others welcome straightforward partners whose candid approach clears the air and satisfies both sides. Knowing this, Patriarch Jin-ji Aluo had entrusted Damien and He Luosan with the task of entertaining the Void God sect's distinguished guests. From Niklov's remarks just now, it was clear those dignitaries spoke highly of the Golden Rakshasa and the Black Luosan. And as for the occasional rumor of the Golden Tree's appearance, there was no need to worry about it turning into a hidden threat. When you're up against a power capable of ripping the Golden Tree away by force, hiding it doesn't matter. The only question is whether they want to take it. If they decide to plunder the St. Nicholas civilization, no concealment will save it. If they don't, it will remain safe even when exposed. Understood, Golden Rakshasa nodded. Excellent. Once this returned with a full report. Jin Jialuo smiled proudly and patted his son Damien on the shoulder. All right, then, we'll be on our way. If the opportunity arises, I'd be honored to host you. He bowed respectfully to Nikrov and Madame Butterfly. In a flash, his great wings transformed into streaks of golden lightning, carrying him upward into the sky. Behind him, the other Jin family descendants followed suit. A unified chorus of bird-like calls rang out, the agreed signal that their mission was underway. No one spoke carelessly. They all knew exactly what they were up against. The family head stood silent and deferential as Jin Jialuo took his leave. None dared speak without orders, for fear of stirring trouble in his absence. Once he had disappeared around the corner, Madame Butterfly turned toward the others. We must examine the 5 major ley lines beneath the imperial capital, she declared. Yes, it may antagonize the capital's foremost clans, but better to ruffle their feathers now than overlook a threat that could strike when we least expect it. If we convince ourselves the danger is gone when it isn't, the Kree's machinations will simply resurface the moment we turn our backs. She glanced at the man beside her, Jin Rakshasa's father. Although there was no question of Rakshasa's loyalty, Jin Jialuo had warned them all never to consort with the Kree Empire. The Jin family was vast, and power often passed through hidden lines of descent. Even if Rakshasa Sr. posed no risk, who could guarantee that some distant cousin or uncle wouldn't undermine their efforts? As Madame Butterfly finished speaking, Golden Rakshasa drew a breath to reply. Before he could, however, Nikrov, whose expression had remained unreadable, spoke up. Chapter 7. Don't bother, Nikrov murmured, eyes distant. Our entire civilization hinges on their shoulders. Even if we find rot within, we can't hope to snip out every last seed of decay right now. Madame Butterfly leaned forward, concern flickering in her violet gaze. And imposing all those restrictions would sap you completely. There's simply no need to push it any further. Nikrov inclined his head. Very well. Across the circular table, Jin Rakshasa, dark-haired and composed, hesitated. He remembered how Queen Rosalind asked only the simplest, most direct questions, never probing the inner workings of the major arteries of power. All she'd asked this time was whether they'd ever collaborated with the Kree Empire. He met Madame Butterfly's eyes. That's precisely why I thought Her Majesty might intervene. At the back of the chamber stood Damien, silent and alert. As the Queen's envoy, he'd been sent to gauge the loyalty of the fractured alliances, and to lend his support where it was most needed. Though the discussion in the war room had skirted around the technicalities of the veins that channeled arcane energies through their world, Damien sensed the tension beneath every carefully chosen word. He clutched the edge of the table, ready to step forward the moment he was summoned. Madame Butterfly offered him a reassuring smile. Your presence alone strengthens their resolve, Damien. We shouldn't force matters. Let the Queen's simple question be enough for now. Nikrov's shoulders eased. Agreed. We wait, for now. Silence settled over the chamber, the kind that hums with unspoken worries and the weight of fate. Damien squared his shoulders, prepared to shoulder that burden until the true heart of the seeds of decay could finally be exposed and cut away. Beyond the imperial capital, the 5 great lineages are already plotting against the 5,000-year barrier. Not many within those houses have openly questioned the barrier yet, Hyluosan observed, but the first signs of dissent are emerging. He paused, narrowing his eyes. Even if this upsets factions in the 5 main lines, we can neutralize any fallout by erasing their memories. Hyluosan's tone grew grim. He realized they had let slip the Queen's one chance to support their investigation, an opportunity that would be much harder to recapture. He had long intended for Her Majesty to undertake a discreet inquiry within the 5 main lines herself. But Lord Nikrov had preempted them, issuing orders in the Queen's name and effectively shutting down any possibility of her involvement. Nikrov watched quietly as Black Luosan and Jin Luosha urged Madame Butterfly to lend her aid to the inquiry. When their solicitations fell silent, he leaned forward and spoke in measured tones. A full investigation is wise, Damien, if we're to guard against any lingering fallout. Even so, any immediate repercussions will prove temporary. The real question is what awaits the imperial capital's major branches down the road. Their stability hinges entirely on whether each of the 5 great houses can uphold its founding principles for the long haul. Remember, no civilization remains perfectly united forever. The art of leadership lies in reconciling and channeling opposing views, and that is a challenge without end. Those who shoulder true responsibility never feel less pressure. Their burdens only grow heavier. As for you, Damien, your time to rule has not yet come. Place your confidence in your father's hands for now. I trust he will manage the realm wisely, and when the moment is right, pass the mantle smoothly to the next generation of family heads. He fell silent, letting his words settle in the chamber. Even with several powers united, Nikrov knew true cohesion, let alone a single monolithic civilization, remained an elusive ideal. Chapter 7. A Favor Beyond Bounds. Damien knelt before the throne, his voice steady. Your Majesty, in unmasking those who colluded with the Kree and quelling the disasters they engineered, we've effectively exceeded the Void God cult's mandate. The simplest and cruelest approach would have been for the cult to assassinate a handful of Kree agents from the St. Nicholas civilization, then casually tip off your Council of Elders to handle the fallout. The civilization would still offer its thanks, but only out of obligation, not genuine gratitude. He paused, gathering his courage. I've studied your Majesty's methods too well, he admitted quietly. I've seen people I never once suspected of disloyalty betray you when tested. That realization, the thought that friends could turn traitor, shook me more deeply than any battlefield defeat. Lifting his eyes, Damien continued, That is why I humbly ask you to question me directly, Your Majesty. If you had not intervened so personally, I never would have imagined how far some among us would go to undermine the St. Nicholas civilization. I beg you, let your wisdom guide this inquiry, so we may root out every last traitor together. The throne room fell silent as the Queen regarded him thoughtfully. Damien remained still, every muscle tensed with anticipation, hoping his request would earn the clarity and security he so desperately sought. Damien stared at the crumpled report on the table and shook his head. This is awful, he muttered. Some of the most sanctimonious, highly respected heroes, people celebrated for their deeds, have actually betrayed the St. Nicholas civilization. If they can turn on us, what about the elders, the uncles and grandparents who've always trusted and supported us? Could they be plotting behind our backs too? Niklov leaned back in his chair and folded his arms. It's natural to feel that way, he said quietly. People are unpredictable. A man who appears bright and upright isn't always truly good. In fact, sometimes the ones who seem most righteous have the most twisted motivations. Damien frowned. So friendships can vanish in an instant? Exactly, Niklov replied. If you want a real, lasting bond, you first have to know someone inside and out. Surface impressions aren't enough. He paused, his eyes distant. I've been wandering for years, and I've met too many scoundrels hiding beneath polished smiles. They're far worse than wild beasts. At least a bandit or outlaw doesn't pretend to be honorable. Everyone knows what they're capable of. But these hypocrites wear respectability like a mask. Their betrayal cuts deeper because it comes from a place of trust. Damien absorbed his words, the weight of Niklov's experience settling over him. To guard the St. Nicholas civilization, he realized they would have to see through every mask and remain vigilant against even their closest allies. Once you're caught, there are only two fates, life behind bars to atone for your sins, or a bullet to the brain. Even if you escape detection, countless areas remain strictly off-limits. Set foot inside, and you'll find yourself trapped with no hope of exit. Worse still are those pious-looking men who parade around as pillars of society, yet in truth are more corrupt than any outlaw. They brandish their positions like weapons, using power to bury their crimes and polish their reputations. They glide in and out of high society events, showered with honors and deference. In the more primitive civilizations, such scoundrels thrive in even greater numbers. Starved of vision and confined to a narrow sphere of influence, their only pleasure is to humiliate anyone foolish enough to cross them. The greatest cruelty of those who wield authority is their delight in preying on the weak within their very domain. All of this was new to Damien. If he ever returned to the Tesma civilization, he swore he would delve into its hidden rot and purge it from the roots. He had learned his lesson well. Neither Golden Rakshasa nor Black Luosan had the faintest idea who Lord Damien was. Both hosts, Golden Rakshasa and High Luosan, recognized at once that Lord Niklov had once held real authority. Much of what he said bore the weight of experience. He regarded them calmly. "You haven't truly taken up the reins yet," he pointed out. "Once you do, you'll understand a great deal more." "We can save that discussion for later," High Luosan replied, glancing at his companion. "Let's wait until Lord Kyle and the others arrive." Golden Rakshasa nodded. "After Lady Butterfly's interrogation ends, our part will be nearly complete. The St. Nicholas civilization can handle the rest." Niklov bristled at their deferential tone. With a curt wave of his hand, he shifted the topic. "Why rush off? You haven't properly experienced St. Nicholas yet. Let us show you the hospitality you deserve." He stepped forward, eyes intent. "At the very least, let me entertain you." Alarmed by any suggestion of an early departure, Golden Rakshasa leapt to his feet. "My lord, if the head of the Jinjialuo family hears that we dismissed you too quickly, my father will never forgive me." Hei Luosan chimed in, voice trembling slightly. "We'd surely be punished. Please, stay a little longer." Damien frowned. "But didn't I just say I'd be gone in a few days at most?" Jin Luosha offered him a patient smile. "You'll have to linger a little longer. Only a few more days, though. We want you to relax and enjoy yourselves here in the St. Nicholas civilization." Damien exchanged a look with Madame Butterfly. The two of them had hurried here at Lady Lacey's behest. She'd assigned a team to watch over the Void Land in their absence. They simply couldn't finish their duties and still spend 10 days sightseeing within the allotted month. And, truth be told, neither of them felt right about indulging in such a long vacation. But taking 3 or 4 days of rest after a major undertaking seemed entirely reasonable. He shrugged. "All right, a short break won't hurt." Jin Luosha laughed and clapped Damien on the shoulder. "Excellent. You and Madame Butterfly have done us a great service. Our guests from the Void God religion are practically benefactors of the St. Nicholas civilization. If we sent you off without showing our appreciation, it would do our reputation no favors." More than an hour later, Renault piloted the space battleship into orbit and rendezvoused with Niklov's flagship. Kyle and Lacey came aboard, and Madame Butterfly immediately began interrogating the captured conspirators. With the Kree Empire's plot fully exposed, their main forces dismantled, and their research facilities destroyed, only a few operatives remained scattered across the sectors. Armed with the new intelligence, the St. Nicholas civilization would have little trouble rounding up the remnants. Meanwhile, in a quieter section of the hangar bay, Lacey, Kyle, Renoli, and the Predictor stood with Senator Nikrov, sharing what they'd learned. Kyle, ever curious, turned to Nikrov. "Have any of you actually met Jin Rakshasa's father?" he asked. Lacey raised an eyebrow. "What's he like?" Kyle leaned back, trying to find the right words. "Imagine the most elegant, majestic bird you've ever seen. only more refined, almost otherworldly. Calling him just handsome doesn't do him justice. Nikrov chuckled. That's surprisingly accurate. The Jinn family's final evolutionary form doesn't resemble a human on the surface, but they've only gained in grace. Their transformation is rooted in pure logic and precision, which makes their features, if anything, even more striking. There's a saying among the Cosmarks, once you've beheld this kind of beauty, you never forget it. Damien watched as Lord Kyle's expression fell. Junmei's handsome beyond words, Kyle admitted, but this projection isn't even his true form. My father's research gave me a way to show you the real thing. Golden Rakshasa, sensing Kyle's hesitation, raised a hand and activated the display. In an instant, the room melted away, and Damien found himself drifting in the heart of a star-strewn nebula. 3 sleek starfighters weaved desperately through a jagged asteroid belt, their engines flaring as they tried to outrun an unseen hunter. Without warning, a spear of pure golden light tore across the void from behind them, moving so smoothly it seemed to glide over the rocks rather than dodge them. Pulses of laser fire and interference blasts erupted all around, but each attempt glanced harmlessly off the heavenly lance. In seconds, the golden shaft struck true. 2 fighters blossomed into brilliant conflagrations that painted the dark expanse with fiery blooms. When the radiance finally faded, the projection resolved into a single figure poised atop a colossal asteroid. A birdman warrior, clad in ornate armor of burnished gold, his plumage shimmering like polished metal, an emerald-green crest arching over his head. He stood utterly still, every feather and plate of armor gleaming with an almost regal calm. Damien's breath caught. Is that Junmei? Kyle inclined his head. His true form. Few ever see him like this. Golden Rakshasa folded his wings, each covered in golden feathers, and gave Damien a knowing smile. Now you understand why it would be a shame to miss it. Damien simply nodded, his eyes fixed on the silent, magnificent warrior floating in the projection, a vision of beauty and power intertwined. Even in the vast, shadowed reaches of the universe, Damien stood out like a beacon. His sword-sharp eyes could pierce anyone's soul with a single glance, and his towering frame, wreathed in resplendent golden plumage, gave him an air of absolute authority. You could tell at once that this avian warrior was the very definition of domineering. Wow, he's incredible, breathed one onlooker. Seriously, another agreed, he could go toe-to-toe with a Spad, ice fighter, and come out unscathed. No wonder Ms. Bai Linglong speaks so highly of him. Kyle couldn't hide his excitement. Damien's height even surpassed that of the famed Rakshasa warrior, and his feathers gleamed like living sunlight. If only they could keep a specimen like this. Of course, Kyle dismissed the thought as soon as it formed. Though Miss Bai Linglong never said it outright, everyone knew the St. Nicholas civilization forbade capturing and caging beings they had bioengineered. Meanwhile, Renoli's eyes went wide. He'd been keeping track of Damien's takeoff, and the speed control was flawless, almost supernaturally precise. It was clear, this was no ordinary birdman, but a force to be reckoned with. Damien watched in awe as Jin Jialuo effortlessly sustained 20 times the speed of sound. Even when a conventional space fighter had to throttle back to weave through an asteroid field, Jialuo simply held his course at full burn and closed in on his quarry without hesitation. This wasn't the empty bravado of someone who, having tasted power, stops learning and then declares himself unbeatable. It was the product of ceaseless discipline and genuine strength. Achieving and controlling 12 times the speed of sound in actual combat, Mr. Renoli proclaimed, is the true benchmark for our family's leader. Any further increases in speed will depend entirely on the skill of future Jin generations. At these words, Jin Luosha's face lit up with pride. In all the Jin family's long history, no one had ever matched the combat prowess of his father, Jin Rakshasa. And despite the countless trials Rakshasa had endured since childhood, he had never once entertained the idea of giving up. Because his father's skill is unmatched, Damien finds himself in one of 2 states. Either he's beaten so thoroughly that he loses all fighting spirit and sinks into defeat, or he steels himself and keeps pushing forward, determined to close the gap, no matter how many times he falters.